Deep within the 100,000 mountains, a land of sheer cliffs and towering ancient trees, a solitary Taoist temple sat perched atop a cloud-shrouded peak. Before the temple gates stood two figures, one old, one young. Lin Feng, the 10 years are up. You'll find no equal in the mortal world now. It's time for you to descend the mountain. The old man's voice was heavy with the weight of years. If you want to fight me, just say it. You don't need to make up excuses. But Lin Feng's gaze, fixed on the old man, was filled with undisguised resentment. The old man fell silent for a long moment before speaking. Beating you, it was all for your own good. Heh. At this, a cold smirk merely touched the corners of Lin Feng's lips. He didn't say a word. Lin Feng, do you truly resent me? The old man suddenly asked. I used to hate your guts. And now, it doesn't matter anymore. 10 years have passed. There's no point in talking about it now. You're right. It is meaningless. How many decades does a person get in one lifetime? Time is a merciless blade. Not even the most favored of prodigies can escape its edge. Even one as powerful as I. In the end, I still failed to cross that distant shore. The old man let out a long sigh. With some effort, he lifted his head, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. The sun was setting and twilight was falling. The sunset clouds painted the edge of the sky, and the last rays of the sun spilled across the vast mountain forest, casting a brilliant, colorful glow. What a beautiful sunset. It's a shame it's almost gone. The old man murmured, overcome with emotion, then continued. Lin Feng, can you call me master just once? Lin Feng lowered his gaze, that same, unchanging smirk still playing on his lips. The old man seemed unfazed by Lin Feng's reaction, as if he'd seen it 1,000 times. He just kept muttering to himself. Lin Feng, what do you suppose the immortal realm is really like? Lin Feng, I'm suddenly craving some dumplings. Lin Feng, my tooth is starting to hurt again. And then, a dead silence fell over everything. Whoosh. A cool night breeze whispered through the mountains, carrying a sudden chill. A long moment passed. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed something was wrong. He snapped his head up to look at the old man. He saw that, at some unknown point, the old man's eyes had closed. There was no longer a hint of life about him. At the sight, Lin Feng lunged forward, seizing the old man's body and hauling it upright. His voice was like ice as he roared. You're just trying to trick me into going down the mountain so you can find an excuse to beat me up, aren't you? Did you really have to pull a stunt as ridiculous as playing dead? And yet, no matter what Lin Feng said, the old man on the ground remained completely motionless. His face was slowly turning a deathly shade of blue, and the warmth was gradually fading from his body. His withered frame couldn't have weighed more than 90 pounds, a far cry from the ethereal, sage-like figure he had once been. In that moment, memories of the past came flooding back to him. 10 years ago. Back then, Lin Feng was only 22, fresh out of college. To fulfill a promise to his girlfriend, he had boarded a bus to Yunchuan alone, ready to meet his future in-laws. But who could have known that halfway there, he would run into this strange, mysterious old man? The old man had insisted that he was a natural spiritual body, a once-in-a-million prodigy destined for cultivation. And then, without a word of consent, the old man had dragged him away to this godforsaken forest deep in the mountains. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, 10 whole years would pass? In those 10 long years, the old man subjected him to a grueling training regimen that could only be described as hellish. Every day, he was forced out of bed before dawn to begin his training. 7 in the morning, fist techniques. 10 in the morning, leg techniques. Noon, swordsmanship. 2 in the afternoon, ocular arts. 6 in the evening, formation studies. 9 at night, pharmacology. And at the stroke of midnight, he still had to practice meditative breathing. Summer and winter, the cycle repeated itself, day in and day out. In those 10 years, he dreamed of nothing but escape, of fleeing this hellhole and returning home. But every attempt ended the same way. The old man would catch him effortlessly, and his failure would be rewarded with a savage beating. The worst time, he nearly lost his life. To others, the path of cultivation might be a heaven-sent opportunity, but Lin Feng wanted no part of it. His girlfriend was waiting for him to propose. His aging parents and young sister were all counting on him to support the family. How could he possibly stay in a place like this with a clear conscience? But no matter how much he begged and pleaded, the old man remained unmoved, his heart like stone. He even knelt and begged just to be allowed to send a single message home, to let them know he was alive, but the old man still refused. All he got in return was another vicious beating and a single, ice-cold sentence. The path of cultivation is one of defiance against the heavens. To walk it, you must sever all ties to the mortal world. Lin Feng, as long as I draw breath, you will not take a single step off this mountain. It was from that moment on that Lin Feng's hatred for the old man became bone deep. He threw himself into his training, day in and day out, fueled by the hope that he would one day surpass the old man and subject him to a death by 1,000 cuts, just to sate the fury in his heart. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, 10 years slipped away. 10 years of arduous cultivation had not brought the day he could finally surpass the old man. Instead, it had brought him to this. At that moment, Lin Feng felt nothing but a hollow void inside him. The elation he had long imagined never materialized. The overwhelming hatred that had fueled him for so long was also gone. All that remained was a silence as still and dead as stagnant water. Or perhaps, numbness was the only word that could truly capture the state of his heart. He could only feel how absurd, how laughable his decade of single-minded persistence now seemed. The mountain wind grew more biting in the night. The temperature deep in the mountains seemed to plummet to freezing in an instant. Without a word, Lin Feng simply buried the old man in silence. Then, he rose to his feet, his gaze, heavy with sorrow, drifting toward the distant, verdant mountains. What was truly passing through his heart at that moment, perhaps no one would ever know. After a long while. A very long while. So, you really went and died this time. This body of yours will return to the earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, like a single grain of sand in a vast desert. In a way, I suppose that's its own kind of immortality. And with that, we will never meet again. In the end, Lin Feng still couldn't bring himself to call him master. Besides, at this point, what difference would it make whether he said it or not? With his final words spoken, he leapt upon his long sword, becoming a streak of iridescent light that vanished over the horizon. Had any from the world of cultivators witnessed such a sight, their jaws would have hit the floor. It was utterly unthinkable, in this age of waning spiritual power, that someone in the world could still ride a sword through the skies. Roughly half an hour later, Lin Feng finally set foot upon the soil of his homeland, a place he had until now only revisited in his memories. His hometown was located in the suburbs of Jinling, a city in Jiangnan province. And the home he had yearned for all these years was nothing more than a humble, single-story house. In front of the house sat a modest-sized pond, its banks lined with willows whose branches swayed gently in the breeze. So, everything, it's all still exactly the same. Gazing at the all-too-familiar scene before him, a mist finally gathered in Lin Feng's deep, dark eyes. 10 long years had passed. He had finally returned to the land that had raised him. Despite the iron will he had forged, he felt a sting in his nose, and tears nearly escaped him. For countless nights, deep in the seclusion of those remote mountains, this was the very scene that had filled his dreams. He dreamed of splashing in the village pond as a boy, of the gentle smoke curling from his family's chimney, of the people and moments from his bygone youth. I've been gone 10 years without a single word. Mom and Dad, they must think I'm dead by now, mustn't they? Right. And my little sister, she was only 9 when I left. By now, she must be in college. Master always said that the path of cultivation is the way to eternal life, and that it requires severing all worldly ties. But if that means abandoning my own family, then to hell with immortality. Lin Feng let out a long, slow breath, finally managing to suppress the storm of emotions raging within him. After all, for all these years, wasn't this the one day he had longed for? The day he would finally come home. But at that very moment, a terrified cry suddenly erupted from inside the one-story house. I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you. I don't want the compensation money. I really know I was wrong. Sobbing. Stay away. Please, just stay away from me. A sharp smack echoed, followed by an angry roar. Quit your struggling. Hearing that terrifyingly familiar cry, the color drained from Lin Feng's face. That voice. Was that his sister Lin Yao's? Could it be? Was his own sister being attacked inside that house? Courting death. Lin Feng's gaze turned bone-chillingly cold. He moved like a phantom, crossing the distance to the house in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2. Lin Feng, I hate you. Meanwhile, inside the house, two bald, burly men, their bodies covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, had a young woman cornered, malicious grins plastered on their faces. Tisk, TSK. Look what we have here. A real prize. Our lucky day? Never thought the holdout in this dump would be such a looker. Looks like we get a little bonus, brother. No. Please let me go. Lin Yunyao pleaded in despair. Her delicate face was already swelling, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. She struggled with all her might, but it was utterly useless. Don't waste your energy, little beauty. Just show us a good time, and we'll let you off the hook. Don't you worry, pretty thing. We'll be real gentle. The two burly, bald-headed men were snickering lecherously. Shimmering tears streamed down from the corners of Lin Yunyao's eyes. She knew in her heart that tonight, there was no escape. At that moment, a bone-deep chill washed over her. Scenes from her life flashed through her mind. She could never bring herself to buy new clothes. She'd fought so hard to get into college, only to be forced to drop out because she couldn't afford the tuition. Even a simple meal required her to count every penny. While other families celebrated the new year with joyous reunions and tables groaning with food, she was all alone, shivering on her cold bed, just praying for the grueling winter night to pass. Then, at long last, a glimmer of hope. The old family house was scheduled for demolition. But who could have known that the demolition company, seeing an orphan girl as an easy target, would lowball the compensation to the absolute minimum? When she refused to sign, they sent these two brutes to force her hand. She truly couldn't understand. What had she done to deserve this? She had fought with every fiber of her being just to survive. So why wouldn't the heavens grant her a path forward? Maybe she should have just followed her parents when they passed away 8 years ago. At least then, life wouldn't have been such a struggle. At this thought, Lin Yunyao felt utterly spent. Overwhelmed by absolute despair, her vision faded to black, and she fainted. Seeing Lin Yunyao pass out from sheer terror only made the two bald thugs laugh more wildly. But just then, crash, the wooden door of the bungalow was violently kicked open from the outside. Lin Feng's figure shot inside like an arrow released from a bow. The moment he took in the scene, his eyes went bloodshot. It felt as if his heart was being ripped from his chest, hemorrhaging blood. Raff, all of you die. Lin Feng let out a beastly roar and thrust his palm forward through the air. Boom. Before the two thugs could even register what was happening, their bodies were annihilated by an immense force, exploding into a fine mist of blood. Yow! Closing the distance in a few quick strides, Lin Feng swept his unconscious sister into his arms, tears instantly streaming down his face. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would return to a sight like this. His sister's clothes were in tatters, her face swollen and bruised. A sharp, twisting pain seized his heart. It was a long moment before the storm of his emotions began to subside, even if only slightly. Then, he found his sister some clean clothes to change into and wiped away the bloodstains in the room. Only then did he sit down beside her, simply watching her. It was as if he could never get his fill of looking at her. 10 years. An entire decade had passed since he'd last seen her. She had changed so much. The scrawny little kid he remembered had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Just then, Lin Yunyao's eyes fluttered open. The moment she saw Lin Feng, she flinched and scrambled backward, her voice laced with alarm. Who are you? Where did those other two go? I ran them off, Lin Feng said. He chose not to reveal that he had, in fact, killed them. His sister was just an ordinary girl, after all. The truth would only terrify her. At the same time, a complex mix of emotions washed over him. From the way she looked at him, it was obvious she didn't recognize him at all. Then again, he couldn't blame her. She had only been 9 when he left 10 years ago. On top of that, with his long hair and the changes a decade had wrought, his appearance and his entire presence were a world away from the boy she once knew. You ran them off, Lin Yunyao repeated, her voice laced with skepticism as she sized him up from head to toe. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you. But even as she said the words, The guarded look on her face didn't soften. She deliberately shuffled back, putting what she clearly deemed a safe distance between them. Seeing his sister so cautious and fearful, a wave of bleak sorrow washed over Lin Feng. He couldn't begin to imagine what she must have endured in all the years he'd been away. And their parents? Where were mom and dad? Yao, don't you recognize me? Lin Feng asked, his voice strained as he fought to keep his own emotions in check. You are. Lin Yunyao looked up, her expression a mask of pure confusion. His face was worn, tinged with sorrow. He wasn't exactly handsome, but a closer look revealed a certain unique quality about him. More than that, she had the nagging feeling she'd seen him somewhere before. Yes, she was sure they had crossed paths somewhere. It's me, your brother. A strained smile pulled at Lin Feng's lips. Brother? Lin Yunyao froze. Then, a face long buried in the depths of her memory slowly began to merge with the one before her. A shiver ran through her. Her eyes instantly reddened, and shimmering tears welled up, threatening to spill over at any moment. Xiaoyao. Lin Feng could barely contain the surge of emotion rising within him. He tentatively reached out, wanting to pat her on the head, just like he used to when they were children. But to his utter shock, after only a moment's hesitation, she violently shoved his hand away. It was as if she'd become a different person in that instant. Rubbing her reddening eyes, she spoke. You've got the wrong person. I don't have a brother. Xiaoyao, how could you? Lin Feng was stunned speechless. He couldn't fathom his sister saying something so cruel. He had expected her to throw herself into his arms, overjoyed to see him, just like when they were kids. Instead, the look on her face was one of pure, undisguised disgust. Don't you ever call me Xiaoyao again. You weren't here when mom and dad died, but now that the house is about to be demolished for a payout, you show up right on cue? Lin Feng, I really don't want to think the worst of you, but you've let me down more than I can say. Lin Feng's heart plummeted. He asked urgently, what are you talking about? Mom and dad were always healthy, weren't they? You left without a single word. Mom and dad spent every last penny we had trying to find you. They were on the road, looking for you, when they got into a car crash. Both of them gone. Lin Yunyao's voice was now thick with tears. When did that happen? It was years ago, the year after you left. She gave Lin Feng a slow, deliberate look up and down, a cold sneer forming on her lips as she spoke. Huh, you've been screwing around out there for 10 years, and this is what you've become? Don't tell me that woman, Chun Inua, kicked you to the curb? Now that you've got nowhere else to go, you finally remember you have a family. Lin Feng, you're not even human. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yunyao's arm. Xiaoyao, listen to me. I know you're not going to believe this, but for the past 10 years, I was really away cultivating. Let go. I don't want to hear you spout this nonsense. No, I'm never letting go of you again. You're my sister. Lin Feng, don't push me. Will you only be satisfied when you've seen me die too? Lin Yunyao's voice was choked with tears, and she was so agitated it seemed she would completely lose control at any moment. I'll never forgive you, Lin Feng. Ever. The day mom and dad died, as far as I was concerned, I had no family left in this world. And don't think that just because you saved my life, I'm going to be grateful. At her words, Lin Feng froze, as if struck by lightning. He let his sister push him out the door, and then the door was slammed shut with a loud bang. Chapter 3. The Art of Nine Heavens Derivation. Xiaoyao. Lin Feng stared numbly at the closed door, a sharp, twisting pain clenching his heart. The warm reunion he had envisioned with his sister never happened. Instead, he was met with this cold, desolate scene. Or rather, the seeds of this tragedy had been sown 10 years ago, when that old man dragged him up the mountain against his will. Lin Feng stood outside the door for a long time, taking deep, ragged breaths until the storm of his emotions finally began to subside. Come to think of it, the old man's brutal training had changed him. He felt as if his very blood had grown cold, enabling him to regain his composure quickly, no matter the circumstances. Lin Feng let out a long breath and spoke softly through the door. Xiaoyao, I'm not lying to you. I really was away cultivating. I was trapped in a place for 10 whole years. I only managed to escape today. However, from inside the room, there was only silence. No response at all. Yao, listen to me. No matter what, I'm back this time, and I'm never leaving again. The demolition compensation? I couldn't care less about it. You're my sister, and protecting you is my sworn duty. From now on, it'll just be the two of us, brother and sister, relying on each other. I will never let anyone have the chance to bully you again. Click. The door opened. Lin Yunyao looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. She didn't buy his whole story about being locked up for 10 years for a second. What's the use of saying all this now? Yao, mom and dad are gone. You've been all alone these years. It must have been so hard for you, right? Lin Feng's voice was filled with heartache for her. That has nothing to do with you. Lin Yunyao slammed the door shut with another bang. The next moment, she slumped against it, desperately clamping her hands over her mouth as tears instantly blurred her delicate face. How she longed to throw herself into her brother's arms and cry her heart out, just like when they were kids. But whenever she remembered how he had vanished for 10 years for some woman right after college, indirectly causing their parents' death, it was a hurdle she just couldn't get over. What's more, he had chosen to come back right at this critical moment with the demolition. She couldn't help but be suspicious of his real reason for returning. Yao, just try to get some rest. I'll be right outside the door watching over you. Just call for me if you need anything. Lin Feng's soft voice came through the door. After speaking, he found a relatively flat spot on the floor and sat down cross-legged. His mind was a mess right now. He really needed to quiet down and sort things out. His parents had died in a car accident while they were out looking for him. And his sister, she had spent all these years alone, with no one to rely on. It wasn't hard to imagine the immense hardship and suffering she must have endured. Now that I'm back, I will never let anyone harm a single hair on Yao's head. Lin Feng let out a long, heavy breath. His parents were gone. For him, right now, only two things mattered. The first was taking care of his sister, and the second was to seek the Tao and attain immortality. And as for Inu, at this thought, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh again. Chen Inuo. That was the name of the girl he had dated all those years ago. They had been together for 7 whole years. Their relationship had spanned all 3 years of high school and all 4 years of college. Though they loved each other deeply, in the end, they couldn't escape their fate. It just wasn't meant to be. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Inuo would be 32 now. She probably had kids running around by now. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about all this now? At the end of the day, I was the one who let her down. Lin Feng shook his head, casting the distracting thoughts from his mind. He then sat down cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing, drawing in the spiritual energy of the world around him. The breathing technique he practiced had a name: the 9 Heavens Celestial Genesis. According to the old man, this technique was a supreme immortal art, one he'd risked life and limb to obtain from some ancient ruins. But the technique was unique. Ordinary people couldn't practice it at all. It required a natural-born spiritual physique, which was why the old man had been so ecstatic when he first met Lin Feng. And now, Lin Feng was beginning to understand why the old man had been so strict with him. The old man had been a prodigy of unparalleled genius. In an age of dwindling spiritual energy, he had somehow managed to reach the level of a tribulation grandmaster. But in the end, he was defeated by the world's decaying spiritual energy. Even as his time ran out, he never managed to step through the gates of immortality. Ascending to immortality had become the old man's greatest obsession and inner demon. That was why, in the final moments of his life, he had found Lin Feng and passed on everything he knew, holding nothing back. He hoped Lin Feng could shatter the shackles of this world in his stead and break the curse that prevented anyone after him from achieving immortality. And Lin Feng had not disappointed him. He had risen to the challenge, enduring the old man's near-brutal training. In just 10 short years, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. The path of mortal cultivation could be broadly divided into 10 major realms: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, Golden Core, nascent soul, soul formation, spirit transformation, void refining, body integration, Mahayana, and tribulation. And each of these major realms was further subdivided into several minor tiers. Take the Golden Core realm, for example. It had 3 minor tiers: condensing the core, forming the core, and transforming the core. The nascent soul realm followed a similar pattern with its own 3 stages of condensing, forming, and transforming the soul. Each time a cultivator advanced through one of these minor tiers, it represented a quantum leap in their abilities, and their power would increase exponentially. It was no exaggeration to say that with his strength at the peak of the Golden Core stage, Lin Feng could walk unopposed in this Dharma-ending age. However, these were all things his master had told him when he was still alive. As for whether that was actually true, Lin Feng wasn't sure himself after all. He had yet to encounter another cultivator. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the night was over. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his cultivation session complete. He let out a long, turbid breath. After breaking through to the Golden Core stage, it had become extremely difficult for his cultivation to advance further. The spiritual chi of this world was far too thin, limiting his progress. If he wanted to form a nascent soul, relying on meditation alone would take an immense amount of time. He had to find another way. But just then, with a creak, the wooden door of the one-story house was pushed open from the inside. Lin Yunyao emerged, carrying a wash basin. It looked like she was heading to the pond out front to do laundry. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurried over. "Xiao Yao doing some laundry? Let your brother help you." "I don't need your help." Lin Yunyao's tone was devoid of any warmth. She had seen him sitting in the courtyard all night, plain as day. But even that wasn't enough to melt away the resentment that had built up in her heart. In her mind, she was already convinced that her brother had only returned for one thing: the demolition compensation for their family home. Why be so formal with your own brother? Without another word, Lin Feng took the wash basin from her hands and headed straight for the pond. However, as soon as he squatted down, he realized something was off. The basin was filled entirely with women's personal undergarments. Now, should he wash them or not? Lin Feng was suddenly caught in a dilemma. She was his own sister, sure, but there were still boundaries between men and women, a line that shouldn't be crossed. Besides, these were his sister's private garments. It was just too inappropriate for a grown man like him to be scrubbing them by hand. But on second thought, when he saw the undergarments in the basin, all faded and worn from countless washings, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. A girl's underwear ought to be replaced regularly. But from the looks of these, his sister had probably been wearing them for years. "What's the matter? Not washing them anymore? I'm surprised someone like you can even feel embarrassed." Lin Yunyao stood on the bank, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "These clothes are all worn out," Lin Feng coaxed gently, rubbing the fabric in his hands. "I'll get you some new ones later. Save your phony act." With that, Lin Yunyao turned and stormed into the house. A bitter smile touched Lin Feng's lips as he watched her go. Chapter 4. Li Xiaoke. After he finished washing the clothes and hanging them out to dry, Lin Feng was trying to figure out how to go make some money. But just then, a pink Wuling Hongguang Mini pulled up on the dilapidated gravel path in front of the house. A stylishly dressed girl wearing light makeup got out of the car. She looked to be about 18 or 19, dressed in a white dress and black stockings. With her stunning figure and youthful energy, she was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her name was Li Xiaoke, Lin Yunyao's best friend from high school. Li Xiaoke shot Lin Feng a suspicious glance before calling out loudly toward the house. "Yao Yao, are you home?" "Yao Yao." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yunyao, who was inside, hastily wiped away her tears and rushed out. "Xiaoke, what are you doing here?" she asked. "Yao Yao, your eyes are all red. Have you been crying?" The moment Li Xiaoke saw Lin Yunyao's red-rimmed eyes, she knew something was wrong. Then, as if something had just occurred to her, she glared warily at Lin Feng, who was standing a short distance away. "He looks like bad news. Did he bully you?" "No, it's not like that. I just bumped into something by accident." Lin Yunyao shook her head and, without another word, pulled Li Xiaoke inside. Lin Feng started to follow, but he had barely taken a step when the door slammed shut with a loud bang. That must be Yao Yao's friend. With someone here for her, maybe she'll feel a bit better, Lin Feng muttered to himself, standing outside the door. In truth, it made no difference to him whether he went in or not. With his hearing, he could make out every little stir from inside as clear as day. What really bothered him was seeing Li Xiaoke dressed up like a little princess while his own sister was a regular Cinderella. "Even though my sister said this place is getting torn down, counting on that compensation money is a long shot. Looks like I'd better start earning some cash myself, and fast," Lin Feng thought. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng crouched down by the wall and began to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. The small room contained nothing more than a worn-out bed, and a desk piled high with books. The two girls sat on the bed, chatting in low voices, completely unaware that Lin Feng, crouched outside by the wall, was overhearing every single word. If she found out, knowing Li Xiaoke's fiery temper, she would absolutely lose it on the spot. Yin Yao, who was that scruffy-looking guy from before? Unshaven, and with such long hair. I'm not sure. Probably just some vagrant looking for a place to relieve himself. Oh, so that's it. No wonder he looked so creepy. For a grown man to let himself go like that. What a disgrace. Crouched by the wall, Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Lin Yunyao seemed uncomfortable with Li Xiaoke talking about her brother that way and quickly changed the subject. Xiaoke, was there something you needed to see me about today? Yeah, actually. It's been almost a month since the semester started. My advisor asked me to check with you and see when you're planning on coming to school. If you wait any longer, they're going to process it as an automatic withdrawal. Li Xiaoke said, all in one breath. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao bit her lip and fell silent. Is it the tuition? Still haven't scraped it together? Li Xiaoke asked, her eyes scanning the room. You can apply for a student loan, you know? I mean, Jinling University is so hard to get into. Are you really just going to give up? I don't want to give up, but my student loan application wasn't approved. A bitter smile formed on Lin Yunyao's face. How could that be? Because the proof of hardship I submitted was rejected by the review board. What the hell? How is that even possible? If your family's situation doesn't count as hardship, what does? How could they do that to you? Those guys have gone way too far. Li Xiaoke was fuming, her voice laced with outrage. A pained look washed over Lin Yunyao's face, but she said nothing. She knew that telling Li Xiaoke wouldn't solve anything. After all, Xiaoke came from an ordinary family and couldn't afford to cross those people. It would only bring trouble down on her. She couldn't bear the thought of what happened to her last night happening to Xiaoke too. And what good would calling the police do? She'd reported it yesterday, and that very night, two burly men had shown up at her door to abduct her. There was no way that was a coincidence. Is this about the demolition? Are they trying to force you to sell them the land for cheap? Li Xiaoke's instincts were always sharp. She lowered her voice as she asked. Lin Yunyao didn't speak, only giving a heavy nod. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, those bastards. They're only doing this because you're a girl and they think they can push you around. If you had a man in the house, they wouldn't have the balls to be so shameless. The words sent an unexpected pang of sorrow through Lin Yunyao's heart. But the truth was, things had already gotten so complicated that even if there were a man in the family, he probably couldn't have handled it either. Forget it. I don't even want to go to this college anymore. It's pointless. I'm on my own anyway, with no one to feed but myself. I'll just get by somehow. Living one day in peace is enough for me. You can't do that. If it comes to it, I'll go to our advisor. We can get the whole class to chip in for you. Xiaoke, I can't spend my whole life depending on other people. Besides, college isn't the only path. I was thinking I could find a job, get some real-world experience. Lin Yunyao forced a smile. But at that very moment, bang, the main door was thrown open from the outside, and Lin Feng strode in. The two girls inside could only stare, completely stunned by the scene before them. No, Yao, you have to stay in school. As for the money, don't you even think about it. I'll figure something out. Lin Feng's expression was terrifyingly grim. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that his own sister would give up on college because of tuition. I'm a grand cultivator at the Golden Core stage, for crying out loud. One of the most powerful beings in this world. How could my sister possibly not have the money for school? In that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his heart was being ripped to shreds. If he hadn't been eavesdropping outside just now, he would have never known any of this. And she has to get some kind of proof of poverty documents? Who the hell is giving my sister such a hard time, refusing to approve them? They dare mess with my sister? I'll make every single one of them die a horrible death. At this very moment, Lin Feng's killing intent surged to an unprecedented peak. He wanted nothing more than to grind the bastards who bullied his sister into dust and scatter their ashes to the wind. He was so furious that even the family dog would get a slap, and any eggs in the house would be shaken until they were scrambled. Are you crazy? Don't you know it's illegal to just barge into someone's home like this? Li Xiaoke quickly pulled Lin Yunyao behind her, staring warily at the scruffy-looking Lin Feng. I'm Xiaoyao's brother. Her real brother, Lin Feng said. forcing himself to stay calm and suppressing the turmoil inside him. "You're her brother?" Li Xiaoke asked skeptically, turning to shoot a questioning look at Lin Yunyao behind her. "Didn't you just say he was some homeless guy looking for a bathroom?" "My brother died 10 years ago," Lin Yunyao replied coldly, her face devoid of any emotion. "This guy probably escaped from a mental hospital or something." "Did you hear her? Get the hell out of here, you psycho." Li Xiaoke, trusting her best friend unconditionally, shouted at him. "If you don't leave right now, we're calling the cops. You think you can just bully us because we're two girls?" Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a long, heavy breath and then spoke slowly. "Xiaoyao, whether you recognize me as your brother or not, you are going to college. That's non-negotiable. And you, Xiaoke, I'm going out now to get the tuition money. I should be back before dark. Until then, please, you have to watch over Xiaoyao for me. I'm worried she might do something drastic." The moment he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned and walked away, completely disappearing from their sight in a matter of moments. Li Xiaoke could only stare, completely dumbfounded by what had just happened. She stood frozen to the spot. Tuition at Jinling University is 5,000 a year. And you, in those clothes so faded they've lost their color. How could someone as broke as you make that kind of money in just a few hours? I think he's a complete psycho. I've heard psychos can attack people and get away with it by pleading insanity. Thank God he had the sense to just leave. Still shaken, Li Xiaoke patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Yunyao, however, stood rooted to the spot, a conflicted expression on her face, completely at a loss for words. At first, Shidi assumed he had come back to get his hands on the resettlement money, but seeing the pathetic state he was in, that now seemed unlikely. Could it be that there was some hidden reason for his departure back then? If he actually managed to come up with the 5,000 yuan to help with her tuition, should she accept it? Just then, her gaze grew distant as her mind drifted back to their childhood. Chapter 5. 100 grand to make it go away. After leaving the house, Lin Feng broke into a sprint, heading toward downtown Jinling. With his speed, the 40-kilometer distance would take him mere minutes. On his flying sword, he could have arrived in less than a minute, but he chose not to be so conspicuous, considering all the prying eyes in the crowded city. As for how to get the money, for someone like Lin Feng, the ways to make money were practically endless. Setting up spiritual formations, refining elixirs, drawing talismans, curing diseases, practicing feng shui, he could do it all effortlessly. Just a small display of any one of these skills would be enough to make him a fortune overnight. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng headed for a market in the northern part of the city. The place was known as the Jiangning General Trading Market. While it couldn't compare to others in Jinling in terms of size, it was second to none when it came to the sheer variety of things sold within. You could find anything and everything for sale there. From the mundane, like needles and thread or obscure folk remedies, to the extravagant, like gold and silver jewelry, antiques, and jade artifacts. You could even run into a few Taoist priests and charlatans hawking their services from fortune-telling and exorcisms to geomancy. It was this eclectic mix that made the Jiangning General Trading Market so utterly chaotic. It was a haven for all sorts of shady characters, a truly lawless place that even the city inspectors would avoid with a headache. Lin Feng found a secluded spot and plopped down cross-legged. He then pulled out a red brick and scrawled a line of text on the ground before him. For hire, 2 hours. No task too great, no skill unmastered. Rates negotiable. With that taken care of, Lin Feng simply closed his eyes and waited, confident that the right kind of customer would find their way to him. The market was a hive of activity, with people bustling to and fro. Before long, word of Lin Feng's stall had spread. Many passers-by went out of their way to gawk at the novelty and join the growing crowd. But for all the gawking, not a single person dared to approach and speak to him. The reason was simple. The claim Lin Feng had scrawled on the ground was just too outrageous. No task too great, no skill unmastered. Who does this guy think he is, a living god? Even an actual deity descended from the heavens probably wouldn't dare to boast like that. He has got to be a con artist. No doubt about it, just another snake oil salesman. The crowd pointed and muttered, their whispers buzzing around Lin Feng. Of course, there were a few who, just for the fun of it, decided to step forward and ask all sorts of ridiculous questions. Hey buddy, you think you can cure my impotence? Yeah, and Can you make me a couple of inches longer? Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to give these obvious hecklers the time of day. And just then, inside a black Hummer parked at a street corner, several burly men were staring out the window, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng as they sized him up. One of them turned to a middle-aged man in the back seat. "Boss," he whispered, "this kid looks a little green, don't you think? He seems like he's all talk. I think we should look somewhere else. We're running out of time. If we don't find a solution soon, all hell is going to break loose at the construction site. But where are we supposed to find a genuine master, someone who can actually exorcise spirits? It's not like they're easy to come by." Hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh. His name was Wang Chong, the owner of a sizable construction group in Jinling City. Lately, one of his company's construction sites had been plagued by a series of strange occurrences. Workers on the site kept hearing a child crying in the dead of night. But whenever they went outside to investigate, they found nothing. Yet, the moment they went back inside, the eerie crying would start up again from the darkness outside. Just last night, word is one of the workers went to relieve himself and ran into a yellow weasel. It grinned at him, and then it actually spoke. "Hey kid, take a good look. Do I look more like a man or more like a deity?" Now, when had this worker ever run into something so freaky? He was too terrified to answer. The guy scrambled back to his dorm, but as soon as he got there, he fell sick and hasn't gotten out of bed since. They sent him to the hospital, but the doctors can't find anything wrong with him. He's still laid up even now. And because of this whole mess, Wang Chong was stressed out of his mind. That's why he'd personally brought his men down to the Jiangning market to find a true master to handle it. He'd run into a few masters who looked the part, sure, but in the end, they were all just frauds. All talk and no action. At the thought, Wang Chong instinctively pinched the bridge of his nose, his face etched with fatigue. The total investment in the project was over 2 billion, and his personal take was a cool billion. If he couldn't get this sorted out, the losses would be astronomical. "Boss, I heard there's a real heavy hitter over in the south side of town." "Heavy hitter my ass. That old quack is just a con artist out for money. I know his type better than you do. So what do we do now? I pay you guys a fortune, and all you can do is ask me what to do. A bunch of useless mouths to feed." Lin Feng's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Naturally, he'd heard every single word of the conversation inside the Hummer. An idea instantly sparked in his mind. He immediately threw back his head and bellowed, "Don't just walk on by. Exorcisms, demon slaying, and home blessings. If you've got something unclean in your house, I'm the man to see." As soon as the words were out, Lin Feng quickly began packing up his roadside stall, making a show of getting ready to leave. Sure enough, just at that moment, a middle-aged man scrambled out of the Hummer and called out to him, "Young master, hold on a minute." The fish had taken the bait. A barely perceptible smirk touched the corner of Lin Feng's lips. He stopped and gave the middle-aged man a slow once-over. The man had a strong, square jaw and a single, straight brow. He carried himself with an imposing air, the kind of person who commanded respect without ever having to raise his voice. A guy like this was either a major player in the underworld or a man of significant power and position. Either way, it meant he was not someone to be taken lightly. The crucial thing was, it appears there was a technical error, as I did not receive the sentence you intended for translation. The message I received was simply an error notification. Failed to fetch. Please provide the Chinese novel sentence you would like me to translate, and I will be happy to craft a version that fits an American English literary context. The construction site had been shut down for days, losing hundreds of thousands with each one that passed. If this didn't get resolved soon, he was going to lose his shirt. What's more, for the past few nights, he kept getting this feeling while he slept, like a pair of eyes were staring daggers at him from the darkness. But the moment he'd flick on the light, he couldn't see a damn thing. The whole thing was making his skin crawl. To be honest, he hadn't thought much of Lin Feng at first. He had come purely on a let's-just-see basis. But now, hearing Lin Feng's words, his heart lurched. Could it be that this stone-faced kid in front of him was actually the real deal? "So, young man, what you're saying is, it's simple. This is going to cost you extra." Wang Chong sized Lin Feng up and down. Far from being annoyed, he was actually quite amused. Daring to ask for money meant the kid probably had some real skill. Anyone else wouldn't have the guts. "In that case, name your price. 100,000, and I guarantee I'll take care of this for you." Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Chapter 6. The Mark of a True Master. Hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes narrowed to slits. 100,000 might not have been much to him, but for an ordinary family, it was an astronomical sum more than they could save in a lifetime. The most expensive of all the monks and Taoist priests he'd hired before had only asked for 15,000. Young man, are you sure you can handle this? If you can really pull it off, the money is no object. But if you're trying to play me, let me be clear, Wang Chong said, his tone completely flat. For me, getting rid of someone like you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Relax. I can't be bothered to lie to you. Besides, even if I did, there's nothing you could do about it. Lin Feng knew perfectly well that Wang Chong was no pushover. But that was only true for ordinary people. To him, Wang Chong was nothing. Heh, interesting. After hearing this, Wang Chong actually laughed out loud. It had been a long time since he met a young man with the gall to disrespect him so blatantly. Fine then, you're coming with me to the construction site. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Chong turned and strode toward a Hummer. That won't be necessary. Lin Feng waved a dismissive hand. He then used the last few dollars he had to buy the cheapest set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from a market stall. He then picked up the brush, casually scrawled a few symbols onto the paper, and shoved it into Wang Chong's hand. Wang Chong stared down at the nonsensical scrawl. His expression went from stunned to utterly foul. Are you seriously trying to tell me that this piece of paper is going to solve all my problems? Exactly. You guessed right, Lin Feng explained, his voice devoid of emotion. When you get back, hang this on the main gate of the construction site. Make sure it's waterproof and secure from thieves. It absolutely cannot be damaged. Leave it up for a while, and everything will be fine. This was no ordinary paper. It bore a talisman he had drawn using his spiritual energy as a conduit. Any weasel with a shred of sense would see it and retreat on its own. Of course, if the weasel was foolish enough to ignore the warning and force its way onto the site, it would simply be courting its own doom. Wang Chong's gaze flickered between Lin Feng and the paper in his hand, his expression shifting with uncertainty. Didn't this son of a bitch just say how difficult the problem was? And now he thinks he can get 100 grand out of me with this useless scrap of paper? He was now thoroughly convinced he was being scammed. But then he saw the completely earnest look on Lin Feng's face, and a seed of doubt began to sprout. What if this was real? All right, I'll trust you this one time, Wang Chong said, his voice ice cold. But if you dare to screw me over, I guarantee your whole family will be in the ground with you. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere plunged to an icy stillness. Why don't you say that again? Lin Feng said, his eyes fixed on Wang Chong, his face devoid of all expression. I dare you. As their eyes met, a chill shot down Wang Chong's spine and goosebumps erupted across his skin. He felt the specter of death itself looming over him, ready to descend at any moment. Was I not clear? Lin Feng asked, his eyelids lifting lazily. Whoa now, kid, just take it easy. There was a nervous edge to Wang Chong's voice. He couldn't explain why he felt such dread, but his gut was screaming at him to back down, or things would end very badly for him. And it was this sixth sense that had saved him from countless disasters. You have to know what to say and what not to say. Lin Feng's face was expressionless as he spoke in a flat tone. The money. 100,000, not a cent less. And I don't take IOUs. Hearing this, Wang Chong finally let out a sigh of relief. He waved to a nearby Hummer, and two burly men in black suits immediately approached, carrying a case. The case was opened to reveal it was packed to the brim with 100 yuan bills. A quick glance suggested there was at least 500,000 or 600,000 inside. Wang Chong counted out 100,000 and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little surprised himself. He hadn't expected the guy to be carrying so much cash. He took the money, and then, with a glint in his eye, he added, to be honest, one talisman might not be enough. How about I sell you 2 more? That won't be necessary. The corner of Wang Chong's mouth twitched. Does this guy really take me for a sucker? He already felt like an idiot for spending 100 grand on one piece of junk. There was no way in hell he was buying more. Next time you come asking for my help, it won't be this cheap. Lin Feng shot Wang Chong a glance, pocketed the money, and walked away without looking back. He was rather pleased with the deal. After all, this 100,000 would go a long way in easing his current financial troubles. As he watched Lin Feng's retreating back, Wang Chang's expression grew dark and unreadable. There was something about that young man, an aura of extreme danger. The guy had barely said anything, yet it had been enough to make him feel a profound sense of fear. And with his status, there were very few people in all of Jinling City who dared to cross him. At this thought, Wang Chong turned to one of his men. Xiaolong, he ordered in a low voice, follow that kid. Dig up everything you can on him, where he lives, who his family is. I want to see just what his story is. Got it, boss? The man called Xiaolong replied, before silently slipping away to follow him. Leaving the Jiangning market behind, Lin Feng strolled onto a bustling nearby shopping street. He had promised his sister that morning he'd get her some new lingerie. In addition, picking up 2 new phones was also on the agenda. In this day and age, a phone was essential. Otherwise, even getting in touch with his sister would be a pain. He had intended to teach his sister cultivation, but the requirements for the 9 Heavens divine derivation art were too steep. It required a natural-born spiritual physique. Since he didn't know any other breathing methods himself, he had to put the idea on hold for now. As for the guy, Xiaolong, who'd been shadily tailing him, Lin Feng was perfectly aware. He just didn't consider him worth his time. Welcome to Victoria's Secret. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the lingerie shop, a saleswoman with a sweet face and a beaming smile came over to greet him. I need everything you have in a 32C. All the latest styles. Bag them all up, Lin Feng said. With his perception, a single glance was all it took to know his sister was now a 32C. He was clueless about lingerie styles anyway, so he figured it was easiest to just buy all the new arrivals. Sir, your wife is one lucky woman. The saleswoman gushed, grinning from ear to ear at landing such a big spender. Lin Feng knew she'd gotten the wrong idea, but he couldn't be bothered to correct her. After dropping over 20,000 yuan on dozens of lingerie items, Lin Feng headed into a phone store and picked up 2 of the latest Huawei P70s. Immediately after, he hit a supermarket and loaded up on bags of snacks, meat, eggs, and vegetables. All in all, he had somehow managed to spend over 40,000 yuan on just those few errands. Haven't been back in 10 years, and the inflation is just insane, Lin Feng mused. Must be tough for regular folks to get by. Even though he was now powerful beyond measure, at heart, he was still just a kid from a normal family. Just then, he sensed that the guy, Xiaolong, was still stuck to him like a shadow. A smirk touched Lin Feng's lips. He ambled over to a deserted corner, and then, in a flash, shot straight up into the air, vanishing into the sky. Wah! At the sight before him, Xiaolong rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking they were playing tricks on him. When he realized Lin Feng had well and truly vanished, his legs gave out from under him. He slumped to the ground, frantically fumbling for his phone to call Wang Chong. How'd it go? Boss, I lost him. You lost him? What the hell do I pay you for? It's the God's honest truth. I had my eyes on him the whole time. He got the money. Then first he ran off and bought a bunch of women's underwear. Then 2 Huawei phones and a load of food and drinks. And then what? And then he just flew away. Flew away? You mean a helicopter picked him up? No, he flew away by himself. On a sizable construction site, Wang Chong hung up the phone, his expression grim and uncertain. Flew away? That was straight out of a fairy tale. Nobody can fly. What a load of bullshit. Just then, a foreman in a red hard hat walked over. He stared at the piece of white paper hanging on the door and asked skeptically, Boss, you really think this flimsy piece of paper can drive away evil spirits? Looks no different from my kid's scribbles. Who cares if it works? It's all we've got right now. You have a better idea? Wang Chong snapped back, seething with a nameless frustration. He figured he needed to go find a couple of young models to blow off some steam, or all this pin-up anger would make him sick. But just as he turned to leave, a muffled bang erupted behind him, like a clap of thunder out of a clear sky. Pale with shock, Wang Chong whipped his head around. He saw that the ordinary piece of white paper hanging on the door was now shockingly bathed in an eerie purple glow. Directly beneath it lay the small, charred carcass of an animal. Taking a closer look, he saw it was unmistakably a weasel. What the? The foreman was completely dumbstruck, his jaw hanging open. He was utterly speechless. He'd never seen anything so bizarre in his entire life. A bolt of heavenly lightning roared from the white paper, striking an old yellow weasel dead on the spot. Holy crap, that's insane. Wang Chong was trembling with excitement, knowing he had finally met a true hidden master. And at that very moment, in a cave a dozen or so miles from the construction site, an old man with a white beard and hair suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood. Damn it, something's happened to my Huang Huang. Who in the world would dare lay a hand on my Huang Huang? The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression terrifyingly grim. In a flash, he shot off in the direction of the construction site. Chapter 7. A God Descends. He had covered the distance of dozens of miles in just a single minute. To avoid attracting attention, Lin Feng deliberately landed a few hundred yards from his house. Then, with his hands full of bags, he began to walk slowly home. But he had only taken a few steps when his keen senses picked up the faint rumbling of machinery coming from the direction of his house. That sound, is that an excavator? Lin Feng's expression changed in an instant. Recalling the earlier conversation between his sister and Li Xiaoke, he was almost certain this demolition was far from simple. The odds were someone was there to force a demolition. And most importantly, his sister and Xiaoke were still inside. They were two defenseless girls. In that instant, Lin Feng's expression became terrifyingly grim, as dark as a thundercloud. The monstrous killing intent erupting from him was so potent it seemed to dim the very light in the sky. Good. Just great. I haven't even had the chance to come for you, and you've already delivered yourselves to my doorstep, begging to die. It seems you really don't know the true meaning of the word death. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale, touch it, and face its wrath. For Lin Feng, his sister, Xiaoyao, was that untouchable scale. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the dilapidated bungalow stood two bright yellow excavators. A dozen or so burly thugs were gathered by the machines, leering at the two girls blocking their path and muttering crude remarks. TSK. Young, pretty, and built, too. Their skin looks so tender you could just take a bite. Now these are a couple of real lookers. Haha, chick this hot? You're not getting a piece of that for less than 3 or 4 grand. Just 3 or 4 grand. In your dreams. If it's her first time, you're looking at 10 grand, easy. And I heard she's a college student, too. TSK. Man, those college girls have it good. The thug's vile remarks made Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke's faces flush with anger, but there was absolutely nothing they could do. Neither of them had the guts to even talk back, terrified of provoking the men further. Listen up, girls, you'd better get out of the way. If this house comes down and crushes your pretty little selves, your big bro here is gonna be heartbroken. The middle-aged man leading them said in a strange, taunting drawl. His shifty eyes roved shamelessly over Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, the greed in his gaze as plain as day, like a wolf that hadn't eaten in ages. You can't. We haven't even settled on the compensation for the demolition. What you're doing is a forced demolition. It's illegal. I've already called the police, so just wait until they come to arrest you. Li Xiaoke spread her arms, shielding Lin Yunyao behind her like a mother hen protecting her chick. She forced the words out through clenched teeth. Ooh, calling the cops? I'm shaking in my boots. The middle-aged man clutched his chest theatrically, putting on an expression of pure terror. Then he turned to his goons behind him and shouted in a ridiculously exaggerated tone. You guys hear that? This little chick says she called the cops. Ha! The cops. Oh no. We're so scared our knees are knocking. His men all broke into leering grins, the mockery in their eyes impossible to miss. You people. Li Xiaoke's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth to speak, but found she had no idea what to say to fight back. She was, after all, just a young girl. What could she possibly do against a pack of shameless thugs? But at that very moment, Lin Yunyao let out a long breath and spoke, her face deathly pale. Xiaoke, this has nothing to do with you. You need to go. Don't worry about me. How could I do that? If I go, what's going to happen to you here all by yourself? Li Xiaoke shook her head without a moment's hesitation, her face a mask of unconcealed worry. Xiaoke, you're not going to be any help here. You'll only get dragged down with me. Lin Yunyao forced a bitter smile. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke gritted her teeth as a wave of helplessness washed over her. It was obvious these guys had come prepared. They'd likely already greased the right palms. She never imagined that the kind of forced demolition dramas she'd only ever seen on the news would one day be happening to her in real life. I ain't got all day to mess around with you two. Now, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out. The middle-aged man leading them glanced down at his watch, his patience clearly worn thin. His voice was as cold as ice. This is my home. You won't touch a single brick of it. Lin Yunyao stood tall, her expression resolute. But the slight tremor in her body betrayed the fear deep inside. Heh, I've seen plenty of tough ones like you, the kind who aren't afraid to die. But you ever see me back down? A contemptuous sneer spread across the man's face as he waved a hand. A couple of you, haul these two broads aside. If they give you any trouble, beat the shit out of them. You got it, GG. The moment he finished speaking, two of his goons stepped forward with lecherous grins, closing in on Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke. They snickered as they walked, rubbing their hands together eagerly. After all, copping a feel while hauling them away was just par for the course, right? At the sight, Li Xiaoke instinctively stumbled a step back in fear. A look of pure despair washed over Lin Yunyao's face. She felt her blood run cold. In that moment, she prayed for a hero to appear out of nowhere and save her from this nightmare. For some inexplicable reason, the image of Lin Feng's face suddenly flashed through her mind. If my brother were here right now, would he step up to protect me? Probably not. After all, there's a whole gang of them. Even if he were here, he'd probably just cower on the sidelines, too scared to do anything. Besides, that brother of hers was no saint. If he were actually a good person, would he really have stayed away for 10 years? All for some woman? Just as the menacing men were closing in, Lin Yunyao snatched a loose brick from the ground. She gripped it tightly, thinking that even if she died, she would never let them strip away the last shred of her dignity. But just then, if either of you takes one more step, you're dead. A voice, completely devoid of emotion, suddenly cut through the air. It was so bone-chillingly cold that everyone who heard it felt goosebumps prickle their skin. Whose voice was that? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They turned toward the sound and saw who had spoken, a young man with shoulder-length hair, a scruffy face, and a desolate look in his eyes. Brother. Lin Yunyao's eyes instantly glazed over in a daze. Just a moment before, she had been wondering if her brother would save her if he were here. Who could have known that in the very next second, he would actually appear, walking toward her without a shred of hesitation? Isn't that the guy who went to the bathroom? Li Xiaoke covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lin Feng, who had appeared like some kind of savior. As for the 7 or 8 thugs, after a brief moment of shock, they snapped out of it. Their faces instantly turned beet red. It wasn't out of fear, but pure, unadulterated rage born from humiliation. Holy shit, there were so many of them, and they'd almost been spooked by some punk kid, a long-haired pretty boy who looked like he couldn't decide if he was a man or a woman. He looked like some kind of artsy type. The fuck is wrong with you? You got a death wish? Get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you. I'm gonna take that step. What the fuck are you gonna do about it, huh? Psycho. The 2 thugs spewed a stream of curses. They had been just about to lay their hands on Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, only to be stopped dead in their tracks by a single sentence from Lin Feng. Of course they were pissed. Seeing this, the gang's leader, a man they called GG, and his cronies all let out a series of sinister snickers. Lin Feng's face was a blank mask. He simply walked up until he was right in front of the 2 thugs. The fuck you looking at? You think a pathetic loser like you can play hero? Get the hell out of the way, don't get in the way of my business. But the words had barely left his mouth. Crack! With his hands shooting out, Lin Feng simultaneously gripped the necks of 2 thugs, lifting them off the ground effortlessly. No matter how much the 2 men struggled, it was useless. They dangled like a pair of helpless chickens. What the? Everyone who witnessed the scene gasped, their pupils shrinking in disbelief. Those were 2 bruisers, each weighing nearly 200 pounds. And he'd lifted them both, one in each hand? Just how much grip strength would that take? A storm of emotions crossed Lin Yunyao's face. In the past 10 years, just where had her brother been? Why had he suddenly become such a powerful fighter? Chapter 8. Don't cry, I'll take you home. Thud. With a flick of his arm, Lin Feng sent the 2 thugs flying. They sailed more than 30 feet before crashing violently to the ground, bleeding from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They lay motionless, their fate unknown. Having done this, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Brother Ji and his men not far away. His eyes were as cold as ancient ice, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who met his stare. Brother Ji's eyes narrowed to slits. Although he sensed a dangerous aura from Lin Feng, he wasn't particularly afraid. No matter how skilled a fighter was, what could one man do against a crowd? As the saying goes, even the toughest hero can't beat a mob. He had a whole crew of brothers behind him, and every one of them was armed. This made him feel fearless, utterly certain of his advantage. He believed that with a single word, his men would chop the kid in front of him into mincemeat. But before making a move, he wanted to size Lin Feng up. "Kid, who the hell are you? You dare to interfere in the business of my San Ko Tong." San Ko Tong. Lin Feng racked his brain, but found he had no memory of the name at all. But on second thought, it made sense. 10 years ago, he knew nothing about the underworld. In contrast, Li Xiaoke, who stood behind him, turned pale the moment she heard the name San Ko Tong. Her voice trembled as she spoke. You're from the San Ko Tong? Heh, little lady, looks like you know who you're dealing with." Brother Ji sneered with contempt. A knot of worry tightened in Lin Yunyao's chest. She turned to Li Xiaoke and asked, "So, this Sankatang, are they a really big deal?" "Honestly, I don't know all the details myself." Li Xiaoke let out a long, nervous breath and added, "Everything I know about them, I just heard from one of the girls in my dorm. I heard that our student council president, Ten Ziming, his dad is a hall master in Sankatang. The guy is insanely powerful, basically untouchable. Nobody dares to cross him. Even the school's top brass have to bow and scrape, calling him Young Master Tan whenever they see him." Hearing this, the color drained from Lin Yunyao's face. She instinctively clapped a hand over her mouth. He has that much power, and he's just the son of one of their leaders? Then how monstrously powerful must Sankatang be as a whole? No wonder the authorities don't want to get involved in this. Fear gripped her heart. Suddenly, her earlier stubborn resistance seemed utterly ridiculous. There was no way she could just stand by and watch her brother get hurt because of her. Her brother had already saved her twice, stepping up without a second thought. No matter how solid the iceberg around her heart was, it was finally starting to show signs of melting. "Lin Feng, maybe we should just let this go." Lin Yunyao's voice trembled with a hint of pleading. Lin Feng turned at the sound of her voice, staring at his sister in stunned disbelief. This was the first time she'd ever spoken to him first. She hadn't called him brother, but her tone had softened considerably. And her words, they were clearly filled with concern for him. At that thought, he felt a strange sense of gratitude toward Chicken Bro and his crew. It seemed even the most useless scumbags had their purpose sometimes. "Let it go? You mess up my boy this bad and think you can just walk away? Let me tell you, nobody's leaving here today without coughing up at least $1 million in compensation." Hearing Lin Yunyao's plea, a cold smirk spread across Chicken Bro's face. "You're right, this isn't over. Anyone who dares to touch my sister meets the same end." Lin Feng's voice was eerily calm. The moment the words left his lips, he moved without a shred of hesitation. He kicked powerfully off the ground, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, flying straight at Chicken Bro and his men. Truth be told, with his abilities, he could have taken care of this whole crew with barely a lift of his finger. But a display like that would be too shocking. The last thing Lin Feng wanted was to terrify his sister and her best friend. "Umph, you really have a death wish." Rooster sneered and gave a sharp wave of his hand. At his command, the goons behind him drew their steel blades in unison, their faces contorted with menace as they charged. A full 8 burly men, all armed with blades. 8 against 1. No matter how you sliced it, this fight was in the bag. But in the very next second, thwack, bam, crack, the 8-blade-wielding brutes were no match for Lin Feng. His expression was completely placid as he took them down, 1 punch per man. In the blink of an eye, less than 10 seconds later, all 8 ferocious thugs were on the ground, beaten down by Lin Feng, with more broken bones than one could count. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Their faces were beaten to a bloody pulp. It was a gruesome sight that would make anyone's skin crawl. He's incredible." Li Xiaoke stared, completely dumbfounded by what she had just witnessed. Was this some kind of action movie? Her bright, wide eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, unblinking. In that instant, she thought this scruffy, downcast man was suddenly the most badass person she'd ever seen. Was he really Xiaoyao's brother? Lin Yunyao was just as stunned. After what happened last night, she knew her brother could fight, but she never imagined he was this powerful, taking on 8 men by himself, and with such ease. Would someone this capable really come back just to fight her over some demolition money? This is impossible. Rooster was completely terrified, a cold dread creeping up his spine. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was just insane. Even in his entire organization, there were only a handful of guys who could fight like that. Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's calm gaze settled on Rooster. Rooster shuddered in fear, stumbling back several steps before his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the ground. Faced with such a terrifying man, he couldn't even muster the will to fight back. You stay back. Smack. With a single backhand, Lin Feng sent Chicken Bro flying a good 15 feet, knocking who knows how many teeth out of his mouth. Yet Chicken Bro didn't dare to make a peep. He just struggled to his feet and began slamming his forehead against the ground, his voice trembling as he spoke. Boss, I was wrong. I swear, I know I was wrong. If I'd known you were such a badass, you could have killed me and I still wouldn't have dared to touch your home. Lin Feng's expression was blank as he lifted his foot and planted it on Chicken Bro's face. But just then, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka both screamed in terror. Lin Feng, watch out. Mr. Dodge. Lin Feng looked up at the sound of their cries, just in time to see the driver in the excavator swinging its massive bucket down on him. Seeing this, a gleam of excitement flashed in Chicken Bro's eyes. If his face wasn't still pinned to the ground, he probably would have jumped for joy. So you think you're tough, huh? Let's see what's harder, your fists or this hunk of steel. But in the very next second, all anyone saw was Lin Feng calmly raising a single hand. That pale, slender hand met the excavator's enormous steel bucket. Boom. A heavy, muffled boom echoed out. And then, the massive bucket, a piece of machinery that could crush concrete with ease, was stopped dead in midair. No matter how the engine roared, even as it began to spew black smoke, the bucket wouldn't budge an inch. It was held fast, completely stopped by Lin Feng's single palm. At the sight, both the excavator driver and Chicken Bro couldn't help but swallow hard. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka were even more stunned, their hands flying to their mouths, their eyes wide in astonishment. What the hell? Am I dreaming? Is this even humanly possible? Having fun. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the man in the cab, his voice flat. Why, yes and no. Not fun. Wah. I'll never do it again. This isn't fun at all. Please, just let me go home. When had the driver ever witnessed anything so terrifying? He immediately burst into tears, wailing on the spot. He tried to scramble out of the cab, only to find his legs were shaking like a leaf, completely useless. All right, no more crying. I'm taking you home now. Lin Feng casually picked a pebble off the ground. With a flick of his finger, he sent it hurtling toward the driver. Chapter 9. Yao Yao, your brother is incredible. Crack. The window of the driver's cab shattered instantly. The terrified driver frantically patted himself down, only to find he was completely unscathed. He let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that scared the hell out of me. Little did he know, the pebble from Lin Feng had already severed the vital channels of his heart. His death was now only a matter of time. And with those channels destroyed, his body's vital energies would soon fail, condemning him to a slow and agonizing death. As for why Lin Feng chose this method, the reason was simple. He didn't want to slaughter them in front of his sister. Thump. Lin Feng followed up with a swift kick, sending the man they called Brother G flying 4 or 5 meters before speaking in a cold voice. Get your men and get the hell out of my sight. Now. Why, yes, sir. Brother G couldn't believe his luck. Stunned and overjoyed that Lin Feng was letting him go so easily, he scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The crew scrambled into the 2 excavators and were gone in a cloud of dust. Lin Feng watched them flee, his face in a motionless mask. He had already shattered the vital channels of every last one of them. Before long, none of them would be left alive. Moreover, he had secretly placed a spiritual marker on Brother G. No matter where Brother G ran, even to the ends of the earth, Lin Feng could now find him with ease. He lived by a simple creed: a family should stick together. It wasn't just about Brother G and his crew. the man pulling the strings, and that entire organization, the Sanka Hall, or whatever it was called, not a single one of them would get away. At this thought, Lin Feng slowly let out a breath. He turned his gaze back to his sister, forcing a faint smile onto his face as he asked, "Yao Yao, are you hurt?" Lin Yunyao stared at her brother, her expression a complex mix of emotions. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. It was her friend, Li Xiaoke, who broke the silence. She stepped forward, her eyes shining as she looked at Lin Feng. "Wow, I can't believe you're such an incredible fighter. You're full of surprises." The moment she finished speaking, she couldn't help but reach out and squeeze Lin Feng's bicep. Just from that one squeeze, her eyes lit up. She whipped her head around, beaming with surprise, and exclaimed, "Xiao Yao, his arm is like a rock. Seriously, it's so hard. He's so ripped. Absolutely ripped." Lin Feng stared at Li Xiaoke, the corner of his mouth twitching. If it had been anyone else who dared to squeeze him like that, he probably would have slapped them across the face by now. "You're not really Xiao Yao's brother, are you?" Li Xiaoke asked again, her curiosity piqued. "What? You think I'd lie about that? I'm her actual brother." As he spoke, Lin Feng shot a glance at his sister. When he saw that she didn't object, he couldn't help but feel a secret thrill of joy. In the last 10 years, this was the first time he had truly felt what it was like to be happy. "Oomph, I knew it. If you weren't her brother, why would you have risked your neck fighting those punks? And Xiao Yao had the nerve to tell me you were just here looking for a place to take a dump." "Seriously?" Li Xiaoke grumbled under her breath. "Xiaoke, don't talk nonsense." Lin Yunyao quickly interjected. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke playfully stuck out her tongue and fell silent. But her big, sparkling eyes kept darting back and forth between Lin Feng and his sister, as if she were already hatching some mischievous scheme. While the two girls were talking, Lin Feng picked up the bags of things he'd bought that afternoon and said, "Xiao Yao, I went out and bought you a few things this afternoon. Take a look and see if you like them." Lin Yunyao hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out and taking the items from him. "Ooh, let me see. What kind of goodies did you get?" Li Xiaoke eagerly pulled open a bag and began to rummage inside. "Whoa, so much lingerie. And it's all Victoria's Secret. That's a big brand. This must have cost a fortune, right? Xiao Yao, your brother spoils you rotten. And all these snacks: chicken feet, potato chips, spicy strips, chestnuts, pork jerky, seaweed, mini cream puffs. Oh my God, these are all my favorites. No, I can't take it. Xiao Yao, you have to give me some. You know I have zero self-control when I see good food." Rummaging through the pile of things, Li Xiaoke exclaimed excitedly. Surveying the scene before her, Lin Yunyao felt a surprising surge of pride, though she couldn't quite say why. It had always been her who envied Li Xiaoke's endless snacks and pretty clothes. Now, finally, the tables had turned. "Xiaoke, if you see anything you like, help yourself." A rare smile graced Lin Yunyao's delicate features, revealing two small, cute canines that peeked out playfully. Seeing the smile on his sister's face, Lin Feng grinned good-naturedly beside her. "Xiao Yao, your brother is amazing to you. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a brother too." Li Xiaoke sighed, her face filled with envy. Lin Yunyao glanced at Lin Feng. Her lips parted as if to speak, but she ultimately said nothing. As the old saying goes, a person's heart isn't made of stone. She realized her brother seemed just the same as she remembered. He was still so good to her, not the terrible person she had imagined him to be. Perhaps there was more to what happened back then than she knew. With that thought, she made up her mind to have a frank talk with her brother later. "Oh right, Xiao Yao, I also brought you a phone." Before the words were even out, Lin Feng quickly pulled a phone from his pocket and pressed it into Lin Yunyao's hand. "Oh my God, a Huawei P70. This is the latest, top-of-the-line model. It costs almost 10,000. I never would have guessed your brother was a secret rich guy." Li Xiaoke let out another cry of shock, her envy beyond description. Her own phone had only cost 3,000 yuan compared to this one. It wasn't even a third of the price. "Where did you get this kind of money?" Lin Yunyao's gaze was fixed on the phone, her brow furrowed as she demanded an answer. After all, judging by the way her brother was dressed, he didn't look like he had any money. So where could he have suddenly gotten the cash to buy all this stuff? If the money was stolen, there was no way she could accept it. Lin Feng thought for a moment before explaining. "I went into the city this afternoon and ran into a kind soul. He took pity on me and gave me 100,000 yuan. The moment he said it, the expressions on both Li Xiaoka's and Lin Yunyao's faces froze. Some random kind person just gave you 100,000 yuan for no reason? That sounds too good to be true. But when they saw the earnest look on Lin Feng's face, the two girls actually started to believe him. Where is this generous benefactor? I want to go try my luck too, Li Xiaoka said, her voice brimming with excitement. I wouldn't bother if I were you. Even if you went, they wouldn't give you anything. Why not? Is it because I look like some rich girl who doesn't need the money? No, it's just because you can't draw that bizarre talisman. With a ray of sunshine like Li Xiaoka around, the atmosphere immediately lightened up. This was especially true for the siblings, Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao. After what had just happened, the tension between them had clearly eased. Although his sister still hadn't called him brother, yet Lin Feng felt that day wasn't far off. But just then, Lin Feng seemed to sense something. His gaze snapped eastward, and a flicker of killing intent, unnoticed by the others, flashed through his deep eyes. Mister, what's wrong? Li Xiaoka, sensing his sudden change, asked with curiosity. It's nothing. I just remembered I have something to take care of. You two start on dinner, I'll be back soon. We'll have a real get-together tonight. Lin Feng said with a smile. Well, you'd better hurry back then. You probably have no idea what a whiz I am in the kitchen. Li Xiaoka said, lifting her chin with a proud expression. Lin Yunyao didn't say a word, but her large, clear eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, clearly hoping for his swift return as well. Don't worry. Half an hour at most. I'll definitely be back. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile. Only after he watched his sister and Li Xiaoka disappear inside the house did the smile on his face slowly cool. It was a warmth that seemed reserved only for his sister. Did the fish take the bait? The words had barely left his lips when Lin Feng found a deserted corner. His body shot up from the ground, and he streaked away toward the east at incredible speed. Chapter 10. Kill them all. Meanwhile, in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City stood a brightly lit and magnificent mansion. The villa was nestled against lush green mountains and overlooked a serene body of water. It was a prime location, a place with perfect feng shui, where positive energy was said to gather. And at that very moment, inside the villa's living room, a middle-aged man was casually playing cards on the sofa. Trouble, Tiger. Big trouble. The words had barely left his lips when a man called Rooster burst in, a look of pure terror on his face. His voice trembled as he spoke, and he looked like an absolute wreck. But Tiger acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He calmly played the last of his hand before letting out a long sigh and slowly rising from the sofa. Rooster, what's wrong? What's got you in such a panic? Tiger settled back onto the sofa, methodically lit a cigarette, and asked with an air of nonchalance. Rooster's eyes flickered to the beautiful woman on the sofa with Tiger, and he swallowed hard, a pang of envy and jealousy striking him. But he knew this wasn't the time for that. He quickly recounted everything that had just happened, leaving out no detail. So, one guy took down your entire crew and stopped an excavator with a single hand. Exactly. I was so scared I couldn't even think straight. Are you fucking playing me for an idiot? Do you have any idea what an excavator is? It can tear through reinforced concrete, let alone a person, stopping one with his body. Tiger's voice was laced with ice. He'd have to be out of his mind to believe something so ridiculous. Tiger, I swear, every word is true. It's the God's honest truth. Rooster pleaded, but Tiger clearly didn't believe a word of it, and a cold dread washed over him. He knew all too well what would happen if Tiger decided he was lying. It wouldn't be pretty. But just then, bang, the front door of the villa was kicked open from the outside. A moment later, a man named Lin Feng walked in, his expression perfectly calm. Tiger, that's him. That's the guy. Rooster's face lit up the moment he saw Lin Feng had actually followed them. Now you have to believe me, right? Lin Feng's arrival proved two things. First, that they hadn't been lying, and second, that with Tiger here, he could finally get his revenge. Oh, I'll be damned. Someone actually brave or stupid enough to come right to my doorstep. Tiger remained seated coolly on the sofa, a cigarette dangling between his fingers, as he sized up the intruder with a look of playful contempt. With a wave of his hand. In the next instant, 50 or 60 men in black swarmed out from all directions, forming a tight ring around Lin Feng and leaving him no way out. Go, get an excavator over here. I'd like to see how this guy plans to stop it with his bare hands. Tiger didn't even give Lin Feng a chance to speak, simply giving another dismissive wave of his hand. Yes, Tiger. One of the henchmen shot Lin Feng a disdainful glance and turned to get the excavator. But he had barely taken a step when a single backhand from Lin Feng sent him flying. He crashed hard onto the ground, dead on impact. The unexpected turn of events plunged the entire scene into a dead silence. The pupils of everyone present constricted. No one could have imagined Lin Feng would be so brazen to attack first and to kill, while completely surrounded. Not bad. You've got some moves. Kid, who do you run with? Tiger rose from his chair, his voice turning to ice. He refused to believe that a man who could kill so decisively was just some ordinary resident whose property was slated for demolition. Besides, anyone who could kill a man with a single slap had to be a trained fighter. Are you from the Sankatang? Lin Feng countered with a question of his own. That's right. I'm the leader of the Sankatang's third hall, Zheng Tianhu. Zheng Tianhu responded, his voice grim. Where is the Sankatang's headquarters? Lin Feng pressed on, his expression unchanged. This time, Zheng Tianhu didn't answer right away. Instead, he sized Lin Feng up and down with a piercing gaze. What the hell is this kid's game? Did he really think he could take on dozens of them all by himself? You got beef with the Sankatang? I'm the one asking the questions here. Where is the Sankatang headquarters? Lin Feng repeated, his voice still perfectly calm. Fuck that. Who the hell do you think you are, putting on this act? Get him. Mess this kid up. I'll teach him the price for showing off in front of me. Zheng Tianhu snorted in contempt. At his command, the dozens of henchmen surged forward at once. Vicious snarls twisted their faces and cruel smiles played on their lips, their eyes mocking Lin Feng as if he were nothing more than a pathetic clown. Lin Feng's face was expressionless as he formed a sword seal with his hand, and a 3-foot-long sword materialized out of thin air. With his sister and Li Xiaokan not around, there was nothing to hold him back. Is this a magic trick? Brother Tiger froze on the spot, but a moment later, his eyes widened like saucers. He watched as Lin Feng gave the long sword a casual flick. An invisible wave of sword energy instantly radiated outward, cutting down the dozens of charging bodyguards where they stood. The entire floor was instantly awash in blood. The once magnificent villa hall had transformed into a living hell. At the sight of this, Brother Tiger, the seductive woman, and Brother Rooster all collapsed to the floor, letting out blood-curdling screams. A single strike, and over 50 lives were gone. How the fuck is this possible? What the hell are you? Brother Tiger stared at Lin Feng, his body trembling, his eyes filled with the terror of a man looking at a demon that had just crawled out of hell. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the Three Mouth Hall's headquarters? There wasn't a ripple of emotion in Lin Feng's voice. I really don't know. Brother Tiger stammered, his voice trembling. Then, with a thud, he dropped to his knees and began kowtowing frantically, begging for his life. He'd never seen anything so terrifying in his entire life. He was even beginning to suspect that this kid in front of him wasn't human at all, but a god descended from the heavens. After all, who but a god could slaughter so many people in the span of a single breath? Lin Feng ignored Brother Tiger's pleas. He walked straight up to him and placed a hand on his forehead. This was a secret art, the soul-searching technique. It could be used to forcibly read a person's memories, but the side effect was severe. The victim was invariably left a mindless idiot. A moment later, the whites of Brother Tiger's eyes rolled back. He began to foam at the mouth, and then he passed out cold. Next, Lin Feng expressionlessly did the same to Brother Rooster and the naked, seductive woman. But to his surprise, not a single one of them knew the location of the Three Mouth Hall's headquarters. The organization was highly secretive. Orders were passed down the chain of command, and the grunts at the bottom were merely pawns, completely in the dark about the bigger picture. Situ Hao. Lin Feng muttered the name under his breath. Situ Hao was Zheng Tianhu's handler. If he could just get his hands on the man, the whole Sankatang problem might just solve itself. But in Lin Feng's eyes, it was a trivial matter. He'd deal with it when he found the time. Right now, the most important thing was getting home to have dinner with his sister. To him, nothing was more important. The moment he stepped away from the villa, Lin Feng gave a casual wave of his right hand in its direction. A horrifying surge of power erupted from his palm. Boom! In an instant, the entire villa came crashing down, reduced to a pile of rubble. All the blood and gore within was buried deep beneath the wreckage. Chapter 11. Lin Feng, I'm so scared. The demolition zone was pitch black, save for the bright lights spilling from a small, one-story house. Through the window, he could vaguely make out two slender figures bustling about inside. The moment he saw the scene, the murderous aura around Lin Feng instantly dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth in his eyes. He quickened his pace, pushing the door open to find his sister and Li Xiaoke frantically trying to prepare dinner. Hey, you're back early. No peeking, don't look. The moment she saw Lin Feng, a flustered Li Xiaoke quickly used her body to hide a blackened dish on the counter. Lin Yunniao, on the other hand, was far more composed. She held a plate of braised crucian carp, sprinkled with chopped scallions. Steaming hot, it looked and smelled absolutely delicious, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Need a hand? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Go on, get out of here. You'll only get in the way, Li Xiaoke said, looking guilty as she pushed him toward the door. The best help you can be is to not make a bigger mess. You can help by taking this fish to the table, Lin Yunniao said. I just need to stir-fry some vegetables, and then we can eat. Meanwhile, Lin Yunniao thrust the plate of red braised fish into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng took the plate, then shot a pointed glance at the dish behind Li Xiaoke. You bringing that bowl of black sesame paste to the table too? He asked. That's red braised pork ribs. What black sesame paste? I still need to heat it up again. You just worry about your fish. The comment had Li Xiaoke practically hopping mad. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Feng said nothing more and slipped out of the kitchen with the plate. A few moments later, all the dishes were on the table. There were 3 dishes and a soup. The red braised fish, the so-called red braised black pork ribs, plus a side of stir-fried greens, and a seaweed and egg drop soup. They were the simplest of home-cooked dishes, but it had been a full 10 years since Lin Feng had tasted anything like them. So, Xiaoke, Lin Feng asked teasingly as he picked up a piece of the blackened rib. Did you use some kind of secret ingredient in these? Uffed. Lin Yunniao couldn't help but let out a laugh, but she quickly caught herself and shot Li Xiaoke an apologetic glance. Li Xiaoke's face instantly flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She snapped, just eat. What's with all the chatter? They might not look pretty, but they taste amazing. Oh, really? With that, Lin Feng popped the rib into his mouth. He chewed it slowly for a moment, then gave a solemn nod. Hey, this is actually not bad at all. For real? Li Xiaoke blurted out. Yep, it's good, Lin Feng confirmed. Hearing this, a look of pure doubt crossed Li Xiaoke's face. She suspected he was just trying to trick her into tasting a piece so he could laugh at her. Despite her own bragging, she knew deep down that the ribs had to be absolutely inedible. I swear it's really good. I'm not kidding. To prove his point, Lin Feng picked up several more ribs and began chewing them with gusto. Watching him, Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunniao exchanged a glance. At almost the same instant, they both picked up a rib. But the moment they put the ribs in their mouths, they both spat them out uncontrollably. Bleck! You liar. This is disgusting. Li Xiaoke was furious. She felt like Lin Feng had tricked her. Lin Yunniao couldn't help but roll her eyes, her gaze full of reproach. Really? I actually think it tastes pretty good. Way better than the stuff I used to eat. Lin Feng just smiled faintly. So what did you used to eat? Li Xiaoke asked curiously. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Basically, if I could swallow it, I've eaten it. Hearing this, Lin Yunniao's heart clenched. Her eyes slowly began to redden. But she didn't say a word, just silently lowered her head and picked at the rice in her bowl. Li Xiaoke sensed the sudden shift in the atmosphere and wisely kept her mouth shut. It was a little after 8 in the evening when Li Xiaoke finally said her goodbyes with a cheerful grin, speeding off in her little pink car. In the dilapidated bungalow, the siblings, Lin Feng and Lin Yunniao, were once again left alone. Lin Feng gathered the dishes to take them to the kitchen, but he noticed his sister staring at him, completely still. He couldn't help but recall the scene from last night and sighed softly to himself. Still, he forced a smile. Don't worry. I'll clean up these dishes right away, and then I'll head out. I won't stay here unless you say it's okay. This is your home, too. You don't have to leave. Lin Yunniao shook her head gently. She continued. Lin Feng, I think it's time we had a real heart-to-heart. What is it you want to know? 10 years ago, you left under the excuse of finding your girlfriend and never came back. Where on earth have you been all this time? Were you with that woman, Chun Inua, the entire time? Lin Yunyao demanded. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before answering. I really was away practicing cultivation, and I was forced into it. Hearing this, disappointment washed over Lin Yunyao's face. She said, Lin Feng, even now, you're still going to lie to me? Still trying to deceive me? And to think I was foolish enough to believe you had some terrible secret you couldn't talk about? In response, Lin Feng simply held out his right hand. Instantly, a searing flame ignited in his palm, appearing from thin air. This is called spirit fire. It's formed when spiritual energy combusts. The temperature at its core can reach thousands of degrees. It's no exaggeration to say it can easily reduce most things in this world to ash. Yao, I know this whole cultivation thing is probably hard for you to accept right away, but it's real. And down the road, I'll teach you too. 10 years ago, I was taken away by a powerful cultivator. He forced me to train. It wasn't until he passed on, a decade later, that I finally found a chance to come back. Honestly, I feel like I owe you so much, and I let mom and dad down too. So, no matter how much you blame me, I'll never be angry with you. I get it. You must have so much pent-up hurt inside. Bro, don't say any more. Before the words were even out, Lin Yunyao clapped a hand over her mouth, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Even though the idea of cultivation sounded completely unbelievable, in the end, she decided to believe him. Perhaps, whether cultivation was real or not didn't really matter to her anymore. She was just looking for an out, an excuse to convince herself to forgive her brother. That was all. The only reason she had been giving him such a hard time was because life had been too difficult these past few years. She had too much resentment bottled up inside, and seeing her brother again, she couldn't help but let it all out at once. Now that the anger had subsided, she suddenly realized that her brother was still the same brother from before. He hadn't changed at all. What did you just call me? Lin Feng's voice carried a faint, almost unnoticeable tremble. Bro. I called you bro. It's all my fault. I misunderstood you. I was being selfish. I was being so unreasonable. Brother. Lin Yunyao's emotions completely broke. She threw herself into Lin Feng's arms and began to sob her heart out, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. At that moment, all the grievances, bitterness, sorrow, and pain she had accumulated over the years poured out with her flooding tears, soaking the front of Lin Feng's shirt. Lin Feng gently stroked his sister's back, his own eyes turning a little red. The two of them just held each other like that until the dead of night, when Lin Yunyao's sobs finally began to quiet down. After a good, long cry, she snuggled in her brother's arms, sleeping more soundly and peacefully than she had in years. This was the first time she'd slept so soundly since their parents passed away 8 years ago. Sleep tight. No one will ever dare to hurt you again. If anyone tries to bully you, I won't let a single one of them get away with it. Lin Feng gently tucked his sister into bed, his gaze filled with an overwhelming tenderness. It was late into the night. Lin Feng stepped outside alone, gazing up at the stars, a lost look on his face. His sister's words had brought her back to him, the woman who had occupied his thoughts day and night. Her ever-smiling face. That playful girl, always so full of life whenever she was with him. He had thought he was long over her, but in that moment, he knew he never really had been. Lost in these memories, he finally gave in. He pulled out his new phone and logged into the QQ account he hadn't touched in a decade. The moment he logged in, his screen exploded with notifications. There were messages from old classmates, from his buddies back in the day, and of course, from Chun Inua. Lin Feng scrolled through them, one by one. The vast majority of these messages were from 10 years ago. His classmates and friends were all asking where he'd gone, why he'd vanished right after graduation. Had he struck it rich and forgotten all about his poor friends? A few had even hit him up for money. When he didn't reply, they'd simply blocked him. Chun Inua had sent plenty of messages, too. Where was he? Where had he run off to? Was he still going to marry her? Lin Feng, if you don't show up soon, my dad is really going to marry me off to someone else. Lin Feng, please, just write back. I'm so scared. The most recent message, sent 3 years ago, read, Lin Feng, I truly regret ever knowing you. Reading these old messages, Lin Feng felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, a tight, painful ache. Several times, he typed out a reply, wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to send a single word. After all these years, what good would replying now do? It would probably just disturb the hard-won peace she'd finally found. He forced himself to calm down. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, he clicked into Chun Inoa's QQ zone. Scrolling through Chun Inoa's social media feed, Lin Feng came across several of her photos. A few were of her alone, but most were with a little girl about 5 or 6 years old. This little girl, he realized, must be Chun Inoa's daughter. The Chun Inoa in the photos looked haggard. It was clear life hadn't been easy for her. The vibrant, carefree girl he remembered was long gone. Inoa. Lin Feng clutched his phone, a sharp pain twisting in his chest. Even breathing became difficult. He had loved this woman so deeply, but what could he do now? 10 years. An entire decade. How many decades does a person even get in one lifetime? Fortunate to have met you, even if it led to heartbreak. Inoa, he whispered, from now on, you have to be happy. You just have to. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Feng's figure looked exceptionally lonely and desolate. Even though he knew there was no chance for them anymore, he was determined. As soon as he got his sister's school affairs settled, he would go to Yinchuan City to see her. The only thing he could do for her now was to give her enough money to last a lifetime, to ensure the rest of her days would be free from worry. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man now stood before the ruins of the villa. The man had a long face and a hooked nose, and his expression was sinister. One look was enough to know he was trouble. Such ruthless methods, he muttered. Looks like this place was leveled by explosives. Who the hell would dare to touch a man from my Sankatang? The middle-aged man stared at the rubble before him, his face as dark as a thundercloud. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected almost instantly. Master Situ, Zheng Tianhu, is dead. The villa he was staying in was leveled by explosives. I doubt anyone inside got out alive. A long silence followed on the other end of the line. Duh, if I remember correctly, Zheng Tianhu installed a hidden camera on that banyan tree to the right of the villa. Go see if you can find any clues from it. Hearing this, Ada immediately scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, he not only found the banyan tree, but also spotted a pinhole camera mounted on it. He immediately retrieved the footage and began to play it back. On the security feed, a young man with long hair and a brooding expression came into view. With a mere wave of his hand, the entire villa came crashing down, and then he vanished from the screen. Just as I thought, it was blown up with explosives. Ada's eyes narrowed to slits. He refused to believe that the young man had the power to destroy a villa with a mere wave of his hand. The way he saw it, the young man had to be holding a detonator. The wave was just a cover for him hitting the switch. What's the situation? The one who did it was a young guy with long hair. He planted explosives around Zheng Tianhu's villa and then leveled the place. Excellent. Dig up everything you can on him now. I want to see for myself who has the guts to mess with one of my people. Yes, Master Situ. Chapter 12, The Old Classmate. The night passed in silence. Glancing at his sister, who was sleeping soundly, Lin Feng tiptoed to the bathroom. The mirror reflected his face, weary and full of sorrow. After a moment's thought, he formed his fingers into a blade and shaved his stubble clean, then casually straightened his long hair. After tidying himself up, he was completely transformed, looking much more vibrant. If before he looked like a brooding, worn-down man, now he exuded a mature charm. Come to think of it, Lin Feng was only 32 this year. Thanks to his cultivation, his face showed almost no signs of aging from the past decade. Instead, it had gained a unique quality, a blend of scholarly grace and melancholy. Beneath his handsome features, there was an air of world weariness and sorrow. With his looks, if he were to walk down the street, he'd be a total lady killer. He'd be turning heads left and right. Back in the day, I was a big deal at Jinling University. Compared to all you fine folks reading this, I was only a little less impressive. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The thought that 10 years had passed, and not only had he not aged, but he'd actually become more charming. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind him. Lin Yunyao walked over, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. But the moment she saw her brother, she was instantly wide awake. her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Bro, what's with the new look? It had been a while since I'd shaved or gotten a haircut, so I just cleaned myself up a bit. Lin Feng chuckled at her reaction. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao rushed closer, playfully cocking her head to look her brother over carefully. His face was strikingly handsome, with sharp, well-defined features. His eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy, held a deep, mysterious charm that could pull you in with a single glance. Before, with his scruffy beard and messy hair, her brother looked like a total bum. Who would have thought that cleaning up a little would make him this handsome? Why are you staring at me like that? Being stared at so intently by his sister was starting to make Lin Feng feel a little awkward. Bro, you're drop-dead gorgeous. I don't think any of those male celebrities on TV are as handsome as you, Lin Yunyao praised, her eyes curving into happy crescents as she smiled. Hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. He'd gotten all worked up for nothing. And here he thought something was actually wrong. With a little sister as cute as you, I can't look too shabby myself, can I? Lin Feng reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. Oh, you're just a sweet talker. Now get out. I need to use the bathroom, and I can barely hold it anymore, she said, already pushing her brother toward the door. But her big, sparkling eyes were brimming with a smile she couldn't hide. Just as the siblings finished breakfast, Li Xiaoke pulled up in her small pink car. As planned the night before, Lin Yunyao had to go to the school to register for classes, and Li Xiaoke had come early to give her a ride. Whoa, Xiaoyao, you've been hiding this total hottie at your place and trying to keep him all to yourself. The moment Li Xiaoke saw Lin Feng, she froze, her eyes practically turning into little hearts. How can anyone be that handsome? She was practically drooling. Since when was that girl Xiaoyao hiding such a dreamboat at her house? What? You don't even recognize me? Seeing Li Xiaoke fawning over him, the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Don't tell me, you're that scruffy guy from before? Li Xiaoke was completely dumbfounded. Just then, Lin Yunyao sidled up to them with a grin. A shave and a haircut later, and my brother's looking unexpectedly handsome. Huh? Oh my god, is that really the same uncle? Oh woo. Li Xiaoke's eyes locked onto Lin Feng, practically sparkling as she pounced toward him like a little tigress. But Lin Feng, without missing a beat, simply held out his right hand and stopped her by the forehead. Li Xiaoke flailed her arms and legs, yelling, Uncle, you're drop-dead gorgeous. Have my babies now? Oh woo. Lin Feng was left speechless, after a bit of horsing around. Moments later, the Lin siblings got into Li Xiaoke's car, and they headed toward Jinling University. On the way, Li Xiaoke's mouth never stopped. She chattered away like a little magpie, rattling off a list of things to watch out for at the university. Needless to say, she would occasionally sprinkle in a few jokes about wanting to have Lin Feng's babies. Lin Feng just laughed them off, not taking any of it seriously. He knew she hadn't actually fallen for him just because of his looks. That was just her personality, lively, cheerful, and always joking around. After about 40 minutes, the car pulled up smoothly to the main gates of Jinling University. As one of the top 5 universities in Daxia, the entrance was bustling with cars and people, creating a chaotic scene. Uncle, I'm going to take you out to find her advisor and get registered first. You can just hang around here for a bit. We'll call you once we get the enrollment stuff sorted, and then we can all go grab a bite, Li Xiaoke said, turning to Lin Feng after she parked the car. Then I'll leave Yao in your care. Lin Feng nodded, then affectionately patted his sister's head. Keep the money I gave you safe, and don't you dare lose it, he reminded her. If anything comes up, call me right away. I know. Lin Yunyao nodded obediently. As long as her brother was nearby, she felt completely at ease. Just then, Li Xiaoke chimed in. Oh, come on, just saying you'll leave her in my care is so formal. It doesn't sound sincere at all. Lin Feng was at a loss. Then what do you want me to do? He retorted. Promise to have my babies, of course. Watching the two girls walk away, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. That girl, Li Xiaoke, was such a live wire. He honestly couldn't figure out how his sister, who was so quiet and reserved, had ever become friends with her. Their personalities were polar opposites. With that, Lin Feng began to stroll aimlessly around the Jinling University campus. He thought back to a decade ago, when he had been admitted to this very university with top honors and had spent 4 green years of his youth here. Returning to his old stomping grounds now, Reminiscing about the naivete and wild abandon of his youth, he was overcome with emotion. The place was the same, but the people were gone. Time had passed in the blink of an eye. But just then, a voice, filled with astonishment, suddenly rang out from behind him. Lin Feng, is that really you? Lin Feng stopped short. As he turned, a familiar face met his eyes. Yun Jingchu. Of all people, it was his old college classmate. Their friendship back then had been nothing special. They'd even gotten into a heated argument over a basketball game once. But that was all water under the bridge now. 10 years had flown by. To suddenly run into an old acquaintance in a place like this. A pang of nostalgia hit Lin Feng, and a smile spread across his face without him realizing it. He raised a hand and called out a greeting. Hey man, long time no see. It really is you. For a second there, I thought I was seeing things, Yun Jingchu said, striding over with a broad, beaming smile. After all these years, Yun Jingchu looked like he was doing quite well for himself. Everything he wore was expensive, from his white Versace t-shirt and black Armani pants to the dazzling gold Rolex on his wrist, which was easily worth a small fortune. He exuded the air of a man who had made it. So where'd you run off to get rich these past 10 years? None of us could get a hold of you. You missed every single class reunion. We all just figured you'd made it big and didn't want to bother with us poor slobs anymore. Yun Jingchu stopped in front of Lin Feng, openly sizing him up from head to toe. The smirk playing on his lips became more pronounced. Lin Feng naturally caught the subtle glint of mockery in Yun Jingchu's gaze, but he didn't let it bother him. He simply offered a smile in return and said, I'm not gonna lie, these last 10 years haven't been kind to me. I can tell just by looking at you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen off the face of the earth for so long. Yun Jingchu adopted the air of someone who had seen it all, reaching out to pat Lin Feng lightly on the shoulder. If you're strapped for cash, just say the word. I own a publicly traded company. I can set you up with a janitor position $5,000 a month. It'll be more than enough to get by. I appreciate the offer, but I'm good for now. Lin Feng politely turned him down. Of course, he could tell Yun Jingchu was just showing off, but he didn't let it get to him, simply laughing it off. After all, it had been 10 years. Everyone had changed so much they'd all settled down and started their careers. It was only natural for them to size each other up and compare their accomplishments now that they were reunited. You'd better think this through. Times have changed. The job market is brutal right now. I've got people fighting tooth and nail for a single janitor spot at my company. If it weren't for old time's sake, I wouldn't even bother mentioning it to you. Yun Jingchu slung an arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, putting on a show of boisterous enthusiasm. Lin Feng was just about to say something in response when a soft, elegant female voice called out from nearby. Yun Jingchu, who are you talking to? Lin Feng turned toward the voice, and a stunning figure came into view. The woman wore a cream-colored, off-the-shoulder long dress, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. She moved with an elegant grace, her every gesture exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. As she walked over, she turned the heads of nearly every man in the room. It was obvious at a glance. Here was another powerhouse, a woman who commanded respect in the business world. Chapter 13, A Pitiful Woman. Haha Schwanger, come see who I ran into. The moment Yun Jingchu saw her, the smile on his handsome face grew even wider. He waved her over eagerly. Her curiosity piqued, the woman walked over. But when her eyes fell on Lin Feng, she froze. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with utter disbelief. Lin Feng, I can't believe it's you. Zhao Schwanger. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? How have you been? A slight smile played on Lin Feng's lips. The woman before him was Zhao Schwanger, an old classmate of his. Back in the day, Zhao Schwanger had been their class's academic officer and a key member of the student council. She was so beautiful, the dream girl of countless guys. But there was a secret that almost no one knew. The secret was that Zhao Schwanger had a crush on him back then. She'd even been the one to pursue him. But unfortunately, he was already with Chun Inua, so he had to turn her down. Thinking back on those innocent times, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Geez, where have you been all these years? Not a single word. I thought you'd fallen off the face of the earth. As she spoke, Zhao Schwanger gave Lin Feng a playful punch on the chest with her small, fair fist. A smile lit up her pretty face, revealing two captivating dimples. Let's just say there was an accident. Lin Feng's faint smile remained, his expression unchanged. Zhao Shuanger heard this and was about to press him for more details when Yun Jingchu, who was standing nearby, shook his head and chimed in, a teasing tone in his voice. Shuanger, don't press him on a sore subject. Just look at the state our old friend Feng is in. Does it look like he's had it easy? I just offered to find him a job, but our man here wasn't interested. At his words, Zhao Shuanger's expression froze. Only then did she begin to truly look at Lin Feng again. She saw the weary look on his face and glanced down at his worn-out clothes. It all clicked. A complex mix of emotions flickered in her luminous eyes. She remembered how Lin Feng had been a legend back at Jingling University. Everyone agreed he was the campus prince. With his handsome, charming face, even some of the professors had a soft spot for him, to say nothing of the countless girls who had crushes on him. She herself had once seen Lin Feng as her ultimate dreamboat. Back then, for her, just exchanging a few words with him was enough to make her blush uncontrollably. But now, how things had changed. To think that my Prince Charming from back then had fallen this far. Even though Lin Feng looked more handsome, more charismatic than ever, Zhao Shuanger felt nothing. She was long past the age of swooning over a pretty face. After years of grinding it out in the real world, what she valued now were connections, cold, hard cash, and what a person could bring to the table. To put it bluntly, her relationships were now almost entirely transactional, always putting her own interests first. Still, they had been classmates, after all. Zhao Shuanger didn't let her disdain show on her face, but her attitude was noticeably cooler than before. Lin Feng, if you're really out of a job, just let Jingchu help you out. You know how it is these days, jobs aren't easy to come by. There's no need to suffer just to save face. Thanks, I'll consider it. Lin Feng, of course, noticed the shift in her attitude and couldn't help but sigh to himself. Some people, some things, they just change with time. You could never go back, and that feeling from the past was gone for good. By the way, what brings you two back to campus today? Lin Feng asked, deciding to change the subject. Oh, the university is selecting its distinguished alumni. Our old class advisor specifically contacted Shuanger and me to represent our class and attend. Yin Jingchu replied with a smile, making no effort to hide the pride in his eyes. This was indeed something to be proud of. As one of the top 5 universities in the country, Jingling University had produced countless elites across every industry. To be selected as a distinguished alumnus from such an impressive pool of candidates was no small feat. From this alone, it was clear that Yun Jingchu and Zhao Shuanger were doing extremely well for themselves, if not at the absolute pinnacle of their fields. They were at least worth over 100 million. Lin Feng, our advisor is waiting for me and Yun Jingchu, so we have to get going. Let's catch up again sometime, Zhao Shuanger said with a wave, ready to leave. Seeing how down on his luck Lin Feng was, she had absolutely no desire to continue the conversation. Oh right, our advisor is waiting for us. I almost forgot. Ha ha ha. A faint smile touched Yun Jingchu's lips. As he watched their figures recede into the distance, Lin Feng couldn't help but give a slight shake of his head. If his old classmate was still the same friendly person he remembered, he would have gladly shared some good fortune with him. But if the guy was going to act all high and mighty, Lin Feng certainly wasn't going to chase after someone who gave him the cold shoulder. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was his sister, Lin Yunyao. Bro, I'm all set with registration. Let's go get something to eat. His sister's cheerful voice came through the phone. A smile unconsciously touched Lin Feng's lips as he replied. All right, I'll wait for you guys by the main gate. Before long, the three of them met up at the university's main gate. The moment they saw Lin Feng, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke eagerly trotted over, hooking their arms through his, one on each side. Hey, knock it off. What are you jumping in for? Lin Feng said with a sigh of resignation, gently pushing Li Xiaoke away. The university gate was always bustling with people. Being flanked by two such lovely girls, arms linked with his, was a sight guaranteed to stir up envy. In just those few short moments, Lin Feng felt as if he'd been pierced by 1,000 daggers from jealous onlookers. Hey, you're playing favorites. Li Xiaoke pouted. How come Yunyao gets to hang on your arm, but I can't? Her face was a perfect picture of mock indignation. Because Yunyao is my actual sister, Lin Feng replied, deadpan. Well, I'm going to be your future wife. And I'm supposed to give you a bunch of kids, you know. I give up. She's never going to let this go, is she? Deciding he couldn't be bothered with the hyperactive Li Xiaoke, Lin Feng turned to his sister and asked, "So, is all your registration stuff done?" "No problems." "Nope." The advisor was super nice, Lin Yunyao replied sweetly. He figured our family might be struggling a bit, so he offered to help me apply for financial aid. That's good, but let's not take the financial aid. Your brother's making money now, so we should leave that spot for someone who really needs it. As he spoke, he reached out and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. MHM. Lin Yunyao beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Oh my gosh, you're the best. People would kill for a spot in the student aid program, you know. Just then, with another cheeky grin, Li Xiaoke slipped her arm through Lin Feng's. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He was utterly helpless when it came to this girl, so he just let her have her way. The three of them were walking along, laughing and talking, completely oblivious to the scene unfolding just across the street. A woman in her early 30s, dressed in white. Though her complexion was pale and frail, her features were impeccably delicate. She stood holding a little girl's hand, gazing, transfixed, at the sight before her. "Mo? Mommy, wow, what's wrong?" The little girl asked in a small voice. She looked to be about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a faded princess dress, her hair in 2 pigtails. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features as if they'd been meticulously carved. Her large eyes were framed by long, thick, curly lashes. She looked just like a porcelain doll. Except, when she spoke, her expression was strangely vacant, and her words came out muddled and unclear. Her name was Lin Lianlian. The Lianlian, that meant to linger, to be reluctant to part. "It's nothing, sweetie. Mommy was just thinking about what to make for our Lianlian for dinner tonight." Chen Yinhua forced a smile. With a shopping bag in one hand, she swept the little girl up into her other arm, turned, and walked away. The moment she turned away, tears began to stream silently down her face. She rested her chin gently on her daughter's shoulder, large teardrops rolling down her cheeks. For years, she had defied her family's objections, traveling thousands of miles with her daughter from Yunchuan to Jinling, all to desperately search for the man who was seared into her very soul. Almost everyone had told her that Lin Feng was missing, that he was most likely dead. But as long as she never saw a body with her own eyes, she refused to give up hope. Who would have thought that today, of all days, she would actually find him? And in that same instant, her heart, once so full of hope, was utterly shattered. Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, so you weren't missing at all. You've been alive and well this entire time. So after all this time, the only one you were ever interested in was an 18-year-old girl. At that moment, Chen Yinhua was utterly devastated. All hope was gone. All she wanted was to flee this place and return to her hometown immediately. Lin Feng seemed to sense something, his brow furrowing slightly. He lifted his gaze and caught a glimpse of a woman, so thin she was a ghost of herself, holding a tiny child. She disappeared around the corner in a flash. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Lin Yunyao, noticing the strange direction of her brother's gaze, asked. "It's nothing. Just that woman with the child. Something about her was odd. I thought I heard her crying. It wasn't loud, but the despair and sorrow in her voice, you couldn't miss it." Lin Feng gently shook his head. "Probably just another poor soul," Lin Yunyao chimed in. Just then, Li Xiaoke spoke up, a note of sympathy in her voice. "I think I recognize her. She's quite beautiful, so I remember noticing her before. Her story is really tragic. Her daughter has a very rare illness, Kabuki syndrome, I think it's called. Children with it not only have stunted growth, but they're also born with intellectual disabilities. I heard most of them don't even live to be 20. And apparently, there's no real cure or effective treatment for it." "Oh my God, that's just horrible," Lin Yunyao gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Lin Feng, in contrast, was far more composed. The world was full of suffering people. You couldn't possibly help every one of them. He didn't dwell on the matter, saying instead, "It's getting late. Let's go find a place to eat." Chapter 14. Reunion with an old friend. Before long, the three of them arrived at a restaurant near Jinling University. The restaurant was called Chuanxianggu, famous for its Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. Not only was the food authentic, but the ambience was upscale as well. It was considered a well-known, time-honored establishment in the Jinling University area. A friend of mine told me this place isn't cheap. It's over 1,000 yuan per person on average, Li Xiaoka muttered under her breath. Even though her family was fairly well off, she rarely dined at places like this. To her, a place that cost 200 yuan a head was already considered pretty fancy. These prices are a total rip-off. Let's just find another place. I mean, we're just trying to get something to eat. What's the difference where we go? Lin Yunyao couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed voice. Don't worry, we're eating here, Lin Feng said with a chuckle. It's your first day of school. We have to celebrate your first meal right. Besides, a little over 1,000 yuan is fine. It's not that expensive. The truth was, back when he was still in college, he'd had the good fortune of tagging along with some school administrators to this very restaurant, Chuanxiang Pavilion, a few times. He'd been thinking about the food here ever since. The three of them stepped into the restaurant, one after another. A young waitress with delicate features immediately came over to greet them. She led them to a table in the main dining hall and handed them the menus. Order whatever you want. Don't hold back, and don't worry about the cost. Lin Feng casually pushed the menus toward his sister and Li Xiaoka. To him, money was really just a worldly possession. If he put his mind to it, making a fortune was just a matter of minutes. Watching the two girls huddled together, studying the menu, Lin Feng found himself with nothing to do and began to look around. Compared to the somewhat run-down wooden building he remembered, Chuanxiang Pavilion had clearly been renovated. Carved mahogany was everywhere, giving the place an air of understated luxury. But just then, a clamor of footsteps came from the restaurant's entrance. Walking in was none other than a group of the university's administrators. Beside them, Lin Feng caught sight of two familiar faces. Weren't they Yun Jingchu and Zhao Shuang? The group was chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere seemed quite congenial. Lin Feng's expression remained neutral. Recalling what had happened earlier, he had no intention of going over to socialize. But to his surprise, Yun Jingchu's eyes lit up, and he walked straight toward him. Lin Feng. What a coincidence. We just saw each other, and here we are again. Yun Jingchu approached, a huge smile plastered on his face. However, as his gaze swept over Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, a flash of jealousy flickered deep in his eyes. Back in college, Lin Feng had been a campus legend, the Prince Charming of countless girls' dreams. To think that a decade later, even after falling on such hard times, Lin Feng could still have such gorgeous girls with him, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Yeah, quite a coincidence, Lin Feng replied flatly. Yun Jingchu naturally noticed the shift in Lin Feng's attitude, but he couldn't have cared less. After all, compared to him, the Lin Feng of today was nothing. They were worlds apart, not even in the same league. He was the CEO of a publicly traded company. Why should he give a damn what some nobody thought? Chairman Yun, and who might this be? Just then, a man who looked like one of the university administrators approached them, his gaze falling on Lin Feng. Zhao Shuanger was right behind the administrator. Her gaze was calm, and she looked at Lin Feng as if he were a complete stranger, all traces of her earlier warmth gone. Vice-Chancellor Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is an old classmate of mine, Lin Feng, Yun Jingchu said with a grin. An old classmate? So he's a Jinling University alumnus as well? Wang Tiangao asked, a look of surprise on his face. That's right. He's the Lin Feng. Back in our day, he was a pretty big deal around campus. They even nicknamed him the Campus Prince. There was a clear hint of mockery in Yun Jingchu's voice. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Wang Tiangao immediately extended a warm invitation. Well, since you're an alumnus, you must do us the honor. Why not join us for a bite to eat? The Vice-Chancellor himself is asking, Lin Feng. Don't stand on ceremony, just come eat with us in our private room. It'll even save you some money on dinner. I hear the prices at this place are pretty steep, you know, Yun Jingchu added, a smug smirk twisting his lips. The Vice-Chancellor's proposal played right into Yun Jingchu's hands. At the upcoming dinner, his dual status as a distinguished alumnus and a generous donor guaranteed, he would be the center of attention. And with Lin Feng there to serve as a pathetic backdrop, Yun Jingchu's vanity would be satisfied beyond measure. You thought you were so great back then, didn't you, Lin Feng? Well, look at you now. You're nothing but a washed-up loser. And me, Yun Jingchu? I'm one of society's elites, now the kind of man everyone has to suck up to. I think we'll pass. There are 3 of us, so it wouldn't be convenient, Lin Feng said, shaking his head and politely declining the offer. What's not convenient about it? They can both come along. The private room I booked is huge, there's more than enough space. Yun Jingchu's gaze fell on Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, and he spoke with a chuckle. These 2 girls have such innocent eyes, he thought. You can tell at a glance they're untouched. And on top of that, they're absolutely stunning. But the real kicker was how close they seemed to Lin Feng. That alone was enough to stir something wicked within him. If only I could have them both. Whatever sordid fantasy crossed his mind, a fleeting, sinister glint flickered in the depths of Yun Jingchu's eyes. He hit it well, but nothing escaped Lin Feng's sharp gaze. His eyes instantly turned to ice. I already said it's not a good time, he said, his voice laced with malice. Didn't you hear me? Yun Jingchu's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe Lin Feng would dare to use that tone with him. This loser has fallen so far. He fumed internally, and I'm doing him a favor by even offering to buy him dinner. And he has the fucking nerve to give me attitude? But he didn't let his anger show. Instead, he plastered on an apologetic look. Listen, Lin Feng, I get it. I know you've fallen on hard times, and seeing me doing so well, it's understandable you'd feel a little bitter. But as your old classmate, I genuinely just want to catch up. You're not still holding a grudge over what happened back in the day, are you? We had a little falling out, sure, but that's all water under the bridge. No sense in holding on to it forever. Look at that. Just look at him. Truly the chairman of a publicly listed corporation. Such poise and magnanimity were truly something to behold. The executives standing by looked on with admiration, and even Zhao Shuanger's eyes shone with a peculiar light. Lin Feng, however, only furrowed his brow. He saw Yun Jingchu for exactly what he was, a complete and utter hypocrite, hiding a dagger behind a smile. He couldn't be bothered to waste another breath on a man like that. A single, ice-cold word escaped his lips. Scram. Lin Feng, you. The smile on Yun Jingchu's face froze solid. A hot flash of anger surged through him. No wonder this guy's so broke. It all makes sense now. With an arrogant attitude like that, it'll be a cold day in hell before he ever amounts to anything. My friend, is there any need for such unpleasant language? Wang Tiangao spoke up, his brow furrowed. This Lin Feng fellow, he thought, had absolutely no class. But Zhao Shuanger's brow furrowed. She took a step forward and said, Lin Feng, we were classmates, after all. Jingchu invited you with the best intentions, just to catch up. Why do you have to be like this? I really don't get it. Shuanger, have I not made myself clear? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Shuanger, his eyes filled with disappointment. Back in the day, Zhao Shuanger had been one of his very best friends. No matter what, she always had his back without a second thought. But now, how things had changed. Honestly, you think way too much of yourself. Zhao Shuanger's tone was frigid. Deep down, she knew exactly what Yun Jingchu's game was, but she still chose to take his side. After all, Yun Jingchu was now the CEO of a public company, while Lin Feng was just a broke loser who'd never amounted to anything. They weren't even in the same league, and she saw absolutely nothing wrong with her choice. If anyone was to blame, it was Lin Feng himself. It was his own fault for being so useless, for failing to make something of himself. No one else was to blame for that. Whatever, Zhao Shuanger said, turning to Yun Jingchu. Since Lin Feng won't appreciate the gesture, there's no need to waste our time on him. It's clear we're in different worlds now, anyway. Yun Jingchu's face instantly darkened, and he was seething with frustration. In the script he'd imagined, Lin Feng, upon seeing his current status, was supposed to come over and suck up to him, not tell him to get lost in front of everyone. What was this going to do to his reputation? But just then, an elderly man, past 50 with graying temples, walked briskly into Chuan Xiangge. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his steady, powerful stride gave him a sharp, capable air. This man was none other than Lin Feng's former homeroom teacher, Ouyang Xiao. The moment Yun Jingchu saw Ouyang Xiao, his eyes lit up. He quickly broke into a smile, waved, and called out, Mr. Ouyang, over here. Ouyang Xiao heard the voice and strode over, but when he caught sight of Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Mr. Ouyang, it's been too long. Lin Feng rose to his feet as well, showing the utmost respect for the man who had once been his mentor. Back then, this man before him, now well past 50, had once cared for him with meticulous attention. treating him as his most cherished and final disciple. Whenever a good opportunity arose, he was always the first person the man thought of. It was entirely thanks to this man's guidance that he had managed to hold his own at Jinling University, a place teeming with talent. It was no exaggeration to say that this man was, without a doubt, one of the people Lin Feng respected most in his entire life. He had been planning to find some time to visit him in person, but he never imagined they would run into each other in a place like this. Feng, where on earth have you been all these years? Ouyang Xiu looked Lin Feng up and down, his eyes filled with an indescribable complexity. How could his most promising student from back then have ended up in such a state? And how could he have had the heart to fail a wonderful girl like Yinhua? Chapter 15. He's not as handsome as my brother. It's a long story. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh. Don't worry about it. The important thing is you're back. From now on, just focus on living a good life. If you run into any trouble, you can come to me anytime. Ouyang Xiu didn't press for details. Instead, just like he used to, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder, showing him nothing but understanding. Yeah. A sharp sting hit Lin Feng's nose. A teacher for a day, a father for life, as the saying goes. Ever since his parents passed away, this man before him was practically the only elder he had left. Lin Feng could ignore what anyone else in the world thought of him, but there were a select few whose opinions he couldn't help but care about. And these two are. Just then, Ouyang Xiu's gaze fell upon Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, who were standing nearby. Lin Feng smiled and introduced them. This is my sister, and this is her classmate. Yao, this is my old homeroom teacher. He was always the kindest teacher to me. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke immediately stood up and greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Ouyang. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Ouyang. Ah, hello to you both. Ouyang Xiu smiled and nodded, his face warm and benevolent. Watching this unfold, a flicker of displeasure crossed Yun Jingchu's eyes. That teacher is so biased, he thought. He's always had a soft spot for Lin Feng, ever since we were students. Even after falling on such hard times, Lin Feng was still so good-natured. How was that fair? In what way was he, Yun Jingchu, inferior to Lin Feng? Right now, he was the owner of a publicly traded company, one of Jinling's most distinguished young men, and a celebrated alumnus of their alma mater. His net worth was close to $1 billion, and he owned more luxury cars and mansions than he could count. But Lin Feng, what did he have to show for himself? Other than that pretty face of his, in what way was he better than him, Yun Jingchu? With that thought, Yun Jingchu let out a long breath and spoke. Mr. Ouyang, I figured since we were all classmates and it's so rare for us to get together, I'd invite Lin Feng to join us for a meal. But he doesn't seem too happy about it. Oh, is that so? Ouyang Xiu's brow furrowed slightly. He then turned his gaze to Lin Feng and said, Feng, it's been 10 years, hasn't it? This is a perfect chance for us to catch up. Besides, there are a few things I've been wanting to talk to you about. All right. This time, Lin Feng nodded, finally giving in. A short while later, the group arrived at the top floor of Chuanxiang Pavilion and entered a private room named the Emperor's Suite. It was indeed the most luxurious suite in the entire restaurant. The room was enormous, nearly 1,000 square feet, and equipped with every imaginable amenity. There were even 5 waiters assigned exclusively to them. It was no exaggeration to say that the fee for booking the room alone, before a single dish was served, had to be several thousand. A few more friends are on their way. Please, everyone, have a seat and make yourselves comfortable. Yun Jingchu played the part of the gracious host, smiling as he invited the university leaders to sit. The university leaders, also smiling, gathered around Yun Jingchu, their words dripping with flattery. From their conversation, Lin Feng began to piece things together. It turned out that Jinling University was planning to build a new campus on the outskirts of the city. The total project investment was over 200 million, but they had run into a cash flow problem and were still short by more than 30 million. That's why they were hoping Yun Jingchu could lend a hand. Lend a hand? Don't you think that's looking down on me? After all, I'm a graduate of Jinling University. It's only 30-some million. A sum like that is nothing to me, Yun Jingchu. Yun Jingchu declared with an air of boundless magnanimity. Director Yun, you truly are a generous man. Haha, I just knew it. I had a feeling that as soon as I mentioned it to you, Chairman Yun, it would be a done deal. Our school has truly produced a remarkable individual. Wang Tiangao, leading a group of school administrators, chuckled and chimed in with agreement. Standing off to the side, Zhao Shuanger's eyes sparkled with a distinct glimmer as she gazed at Yun Jingchu. That was over 30 million, by no means a small sum. To be able to produce that much cash without batting an eye. Yun Jingchu's current power was truly something to be reckoned with. Yun Jingchu had been pursuing her for a while, but she'd been on the fence, thinking she needed to size him up a bit more. But now, after witnessing this, she thought to herself that maybe, just maybe, she could give things a try with him. Oh, please, everyone, don't say that. You're giving me too much credit. I'm just doing what I feel is right, that's all. Yun Jingchu said, waving his hand with a show of humility. Halfway through his sentence, his gaze drifted, as if by chance, over to Lin Feng. When he saw that Lin Feng was looking right back at him, a surge of secret glee welled up inside him. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng. Now you see it, don't you? The chasm between us. Over 30 million, and I can pull it out without even breaking a sweat. And you? I bet you can't even scrape together 3,000 bucks right now, can you? The school administrators, led by Wang Tiangao, followed Yun Jingchu's gaze and glanced at Lin Feng, but their eyes moved away almost immediately. In their eyes, he was a nobody, not even worth a second thought. If they hadn't invited him as a favor to Yun Jingchu, someone of Lin Feng's status would never have been worthy of a seat at their table. Such a show-off. Seeing her brother being looked down on, Lin Yunyao felt a pang of indignation and muttered under her breath. Well, it's not exactly bragging if you can back it up. Pulling out over 30 million in cash without breaking a sweat is seriously impressive. Besides, I've heard of this Yun Jingchu before. He's one of Jinling City's 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs. I heard he's the one who founded the Tianjin Group, which has been making some big waves lately. Li Xiaoke explained softly from the side. So what? It doesn't change the fact that he's not as handsome as my brother. Lin Yunyao retorted defensively under her breath. Oh, you're unbelievable. Hearing this, Zhao Shuanger couldn't help but roll her eyes. I mean, you're not wrong. But in this day and age, what good are looks? Money and power are what really count. Xiaoke, if you had to choose between my brother and him, who would you pick? Lin Yunyao asked curiously. Li Xiaoke thought for a moment before answering. Normally, I'd definitely pick Yun Jingchu, but since you're my best friend, I've got to side with your brother. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao's face broke into a wide smile. Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, overheard every word of the girl's conversation, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That Li Xiaoke, she was a real character. Just then, Ouyang Xiao, who was also nearby, spoke up. Xiaofeng, let me be frank, and don't take this personally. That Yun Jingchu kid is doing really well for himself these days. A lot of the city's big shots have high hopes for him. If things keep going this way, he's bound for great things. There's nothing to be upset about. He can go his way, and I'll go mine, Lin Feng said with a shake of his head. Sigh, there's something I want to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Please, Mr. Ouyang, feel free to say whatever's on your mind. To be honest, sometimes you have to be flexible. You know, you have to give a little to get a little. If you could get help from Yun Jingchu, you could get out of this difficult situation in a heartbeat. I know you're a capable man. All you lack is an opportunity to show what you can do. I'm sure you understand the principle of swallowing your pride for a greater purpose better than I do. Lin Feng gazed at Ouyang Xiao's earnest expression. He was silent for a long moment before finally speaking with a faint smile. Mr. Ouyang, if I did that, would I even be myself anymore? Besides, there's no guarantee I would lose to Yun Jingchu today. Sigh. At this, Ouyang Xiao couldn't help but let out a breath. He then changed the subject. What's the real story with you and that Inua girl? You two were so good together back then. How could you just break up like that? I guess it just wasn't in the cards for us. A flicker of pain crossed Lin Feng's face. He had let down his parents and sister in this life, but the person he'd wronged the most was, without a doubt, Chen Inua. He thought back to how it was. Chen Inua had been hopelessly in love with him. She never once cared that he didn't have a car or a house. She'd even said that if he just went to Yunchuan and asked her family for her hand, she would drop everything, completely set on marrying him. Even after all these years, their last moments together were still as clear as day in his mind. It was that night, in front of the Jinling train station, the colorful neon lights blinking above them. Chun Inua reached out to straighten his collar, her voice soft and gentle as she spoke. Lin Feng, I should get going now. But you have to promise me you'll come find me soon. When you do, I guarantee I'll have a wonderful surprise waiting for you. Hee hee. But just like that, 10 years had slipped away. 10 whole years. And in the end, he had never gone to find her. Actually, Inua came by not too long ago, asking about you, Ouyang Xiao said. She wanted to know if I had any idea where you were. Lin Feng's heart clenched, and then he pressed. She looked like life had been hard on her. It had only been a few years since I'd last seen her, but she was like a different person. There was no trace left of that innocent, carefree girl she used to be. Sigh? I asked her what was going on, but she was tight-lipped, wouldn't say a word. She just left me a number and made me promise that if I ever ran into you, I'd give it to you. She said you absolutely had to get in touch with her. With that, Ouyang Xiao pulled out a pen and paper, scribbled down a series of numbers, and pressed the note into Lin Feng's hand. Chapter 16. Let the one who tied the bell untie it. Lin Feng stared at the numbers on the slip of paper, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside him. After only a moment's hesitation, he clutched the note and turned, heading out of the private room. Lin Feng, the banquet's about to start. Where do you think you're going? Yun Jingchu's eyes had been fixed on Lin Feng, so the moment he saw him start to leave, he called out loudly. If Lin Feng took off, who was his whole act for tonight? But Lin Feng might as well have been deaf. He paid him no mind, walking straight out of the room without a backward glance. Damn it! Yun Jingchu's fists clenched at his sides. Rage flared up inside him. He wished he could call over a crew of guys right then and there to grind Lin Feng's face into the dirt. Complete scum of society, no better than an ant. Who the hell do you think you are, acting so damn cocky? Ignoring me again and again. You've got some real nerve, don't you? Director Yun, he's just a nobody. He's not worth your time. Sensing the tense atmosphere, a school official standing nearby quickly tried to smooth things over. Jingchu, you and that Lin Feng are from completely different worlds. There's no need to waste your time on him. Zhao Shuanger also chimed in, her tone gentle. You're all reading too much into this. I was just worried my hospitality was lacking. Perhaps Lin Feng is just in a bad mood. But I've always had a soft spot for old friends. He's my old classmate, after all. I can't just embarrass him, can I? A smile returned to Yun Jingchu's face, but a cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. Lin Feng's repeated disrespect had finally and truly pissed him off. Without a second thought, he whipped out his phone and fired off a text. After leaving the private room, Lin Feng found a deserted corner, took out his phone, and dialed the number written on the slip of paper. Things had come to this. There was no use in running, he had to face it. His mind was made up. If Chun Inua was truly unhappy, then he would win her back, no matter what it took. To truly love someone meant accepting all of her past. Besides, he was the one who had wronged her in the first place. The phone was answered after just a few rings. Hello. Chun Inua's hoarse voice came through the line. It wasn't the kind of voice you'd expect from a 30-year-old woman. It sounded more like someone who had weathered a lifetime of hardship. It's me. There was a barely perceptible tremor in Lin Feng's voice. Inua, it's me, Lin Feng. I'm back. A long silence hung on the other end of the line, followed by the buzz of a dial tone. Undeterred, Lin Feng dialed again, but this time the call went unanswered. Inua. Lin Feng's fists clenched, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Just then, in a dark, narrow basement, clutching a beat-up old phone, Chun Inua sat numbly on the edge of the bed as fat tears rolled silently down her cheeks. If this had been before, a call from Lin Feng would have had her tearing into him, demanding to know where the hell he'd been all these years. What right did he have to just vanish into thin air? But after seeing him with her own eyes earlier today, arms draped around two young women, her heart had gone completely cold. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe in Lin Feng. It was that now, what reason did she have to? Chun Inua walked over to the mirror and studied her reflection. A face with a sickly pallor. An aura of defeat and melancholy clung to her entire being. Thinking back on all the hardships she'd endured over the past decade, she realized what a complete and utter fool she had been. She had been the golden girl, the campus beauty. Why on earth had she tormented herself into this wretched, ghost-like state? Her life was a complete disaster, like a pile of mud. And all for what? For some so-called, utterly ridiculous love? Mama, Mama. Just then, a little girl in a pink nightgown suddenly startled awake. The little girl had big eyes and long eyelashes, her features as delicate as a porcelain doll's, but her expression was vacant and listless. Mama's here, Mama's right here. Chun Inua's heart ached as she quickly pulled the girl into a comforting embrace. Once the little girl had finally calmed down, she fumbled for her phone and made a call. As soon as the call connected, she spoke in a hoarse voice. Mom, I was wrong. I'm planning to come home tomorrow. Inua, you've finally come to your senses. Don't blame your father. It hurt him more than anyone to see you suffer. If he hadn't frozen your cards, you might never have come back. A woman's relieved voice came from the other end of the line. Then, the woman spoke again. Inua, do you still remember the Jiang family? I do. So here's the thing. Your brother is heading to Jinling City in a few days. If you're really in a bind right now, why don't you go ask the Jiang family for help? You could come back with your brother when he's done. What do you think? Hearing this, Chen Inua was silent for a long moment on the other end of the line. In Jinling City, the Jiang family's status was nothing an ordinary family could compare to. The fiancé her mother had picked out for her long ago was a son of the Jiang family. So, it was crystal clear to her what her mother was implying. In the past, she would have flatly refused. But now, she no longer cared about anything. Fine, Chen Inua replied. The moment the call ended, her already haggard face turned as cold as ice. She swore a silent oath. From this day forward, she and her daughter would never again be at anyone's mercy. Never. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lin Feng said nothing as he walked back into the private room. Brother, are you okay? Lin Yunyao asked, noticing the strange look on his face and unable to hide her concern. I'm fine. Lin Feng just shook his head. To be honest, Chun Inua's reaction didn't really surprise him. After all, they had been together for 7 years. He knew her temperament all too well. She was never one to take matters of the heart lightly. Now that she was a married woman with a daughter, no matter how difficult her life might be, she would surely want nothing more to do with him. The only thing he couldn't understand was why she would have left her number with their teacher in the first place. So what did she say? Ouyang Xiu asked from the side. She just said hello, and then the line went dead. A bitter smile touched the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. No way. She left you her number. She obviously wanted you to call her. Ouyang Xiu said, his brow furrowed. Maybe something happened that I don't know about. Lin Feng shook his head and let out a sigh. Sigh? It's already come to this. There's no point in saying anything more. Some things, some people, once you miss your chance, it's gone for good. Forcing it won't do anyone any good. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiu could only nod in agreement. As their teacher, there wasn't much he could do to help. He knew it, too. When it came to matters of the heart, an outsider couldn't interfere. Ultimately, they had to sort it out for themselves. A moment later, several more figures filed into the private room. Without exception, they were the school's higher-ups, along with the managers in charge of the new campus construction. The moment this bunch walked in, they immediately started fawning over Yun Jingchu, practically falling over themselves to be attentive. We've heard so much about you, Chairman Yun. Seeing you today, you truly are as young and accomplished as they say, with such a commanding presence. Haha, Chairman Yun, we're counting on you for this new campus project. Chairman Yun, let me treat you to dinner sometime. I hope you'll do me the honor of accepting. You all flatter me. Truly, the honor is all mine to be able to give back to my alma mater. Yun Jingchu puffed out his chest, completely basking in the flattery. The fact that it was coming from the very school administrators he once had to look up to filled him with the profound satisfaction of a triumphant homecoming. Just then, Wang Tiangao's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. He commented dryly, Now, Chairman Yun here is a class act truly magnanimous. Unlike some people, who are petty, have no real skills to speak of, but still put on quite the airs. The moment he finished speaking, all eyes in the room snapped to Lin Feng, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and disdain. The people who had just arrived were initially confused as to why Vice Principal Wang was targeting Lin Feng, but after a few whispered explanations from those beside them, it all clicked. So that's what this is about. Another one of those types, arrogant, overconfident, and with no talent to back it up. They had seen his kind a dozen times over the years. And so, they gave him a cursory glance before looking away. This was a golden opportunity to schmooze with Chairman Yun. There was no point wasting time on some insignificant nobody who didn't know his place. What gives you the right to talk about my brother like that? Lin Yunyao, unable to stand hearing her brother slandered, shot back angrily. Yao, don't be rash. Li Xiaoke, startled, quickly grabbed Lin Yunyao and pulled her back. That man, Wang Tiangao, was the vice principal of Jinling University, while they were merely students. Talking to him like that was just walking right into the line of fire, asking for trouble. You're a student at this school? Wang Tiangao's face darkened, his eyes landing on Lin Yunyao. Before Lin Yunyao could even respond, Li Xiaoke shot to her feet, a nervous smile plastered on her face. Principal Wang, Xiaoyao is still young. She doesn't know any better. Please, be the bigger person and don't hold it against her. Young people need to learn their place. Don't think you're invincible just because you're young and hot-blooded. If something really goes wrong, you won't be able to handle the consequences. A lot of nerve for someone your age. If you don't want to be a student here anymore, I can make that happen for you anytime. Wang Tiangao scoffed dismissively. Hearing this, the color drained from Lin Yunyao's face. She couldn't believe he would be so tyrannical, threatening her with expulsion right from the start. Watching this unfold, Yun Jingchu folded his arms, clearly enjoying the show. He knew Wang Tiangao was just trying to curry favor with him, and a wave of smug satisfaction washed over him. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuang'er shook her head, finding the whole thing ridiculous. I thought Lin Feng was an idiot, she mused, but his sister is just as brainless. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. Who does a powerless, ordinary student think she is? Questioning the school's administration. Chapter 17. All pretenses off. Principal Wang, that's a bit harsh. Ouyang Xiao intervened just then, seeing things were getting out of hand. He tried to smooth things over. It's not often we all get together like this. We were having a good time. Why make it so unpleasant? Mr. Ouyang, this has nothing to do with you. You'd best stay out of it. Wang Tiangao didn't show him any courtesy whatsoever. Ouyang Xiao was just a veteran teacher at the school. He, on the other hand, was the vice principal. In terms of status and power, Ouyang Xiao wasn't even in the same league. Some people just need to be taught a lesson. If you don't knock them down a peg, they'll never learn their place. Director Yun was just being polite when he spoke to him so civilly. He was giving the kid more respect than he deserved. But me? I don't have to. I can't stand people who talk a big game, but have nothing to back it up. To put it bluntly, they're worthless. Wang Tiangao glared at Lin Feng, not bothering to mince his words. To be blunt, he'd taken a dislike to Lin Feng the moment he saw him in the hall. This was just the excuse he needed to start something. You think you're so impressive, don't you? Lin Feng slowly raised his eyes, his deep, calm gaze falling upon Wang Tiangao. For some reason, the moment their eyes met, Wang Tiangao's heart lurched. He felt as if he'd been targeted by a bloodthirsty predator. But he quickly snapped out of it. He was the vice principal of a prestigious university, for God's sake. Was he really going to be intimidated by some young punk? What? Did I say something wrong? Wang Tiangao scoffed. Whether you're right or wrong is beside the point. But you just yelled at my sister. I made a vow when I came back that I would never let anyone bully her again. Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet, his expression unreadable as he stared at Wang Tiangao. I'll give you one chance to make this right. Apologize to my sister, and I can let this go. Me? Apologize to this little brat? Are you dreaming? Wang Tiangao's face was filled with scorn. So that's your decision? Lin Feng's face remained impassive, showing no trace of his emotions. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room instantly became incredibly tense. Some of the people there felt their hearts begin to pound, a wave of inexplicable nervousness washing over them. What on earth was this Lin Feng planning to do? Surely he wouldn't actually dare to lay a hand on Vice Principal Wang. On the other side, however, a smile touched the corners of Yun Jingchu's lips. He knew it was his time to shine. All he had to do was step in and say a few words, and this stalemate would be easily broken. Not only would it make him look good in front of everyone, but it would also make that Lin Feng kid owe him a huge favor. At this thought, Yun Jingchu cleared his throat, rose from his seat, and strolled over to Lin Feng. He clapped a hand on his shoulder and said with a warm smile, all right. This meal is on me today. How about we all do me a favor and just drop it? There's no need to make things so tense." The words had barely left his mouth. Then, he turned to persuade Wang Tiangao, saying, "Principal Wang, for my sake, let's just let this go. Lin Feng and I are old classmates, so naturally, his sister is my sister too. Well, since you've spoken, Chairman Yun, of course I'll defer to you." Wang Tiangao shrugged with an air of indifference. His real intention had always been to get on Yun Jingchu's good side. Now that Yun Jingchu himself had made the request, he was more than happy to play along. As for Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao, they were nothing more than ants in his eyes. He might toss them a bone when he was in a good mood or crush them underfoot when he wasn't. It all depended on his whim. The guests who witnessed this exchange silently applauded in their hearts. Yun Jingchu's magnanimity was truly something else. Lin Feng had just disrespected him so openly, yet here he was, returning malice with kindness and genuinely stepping in to help. In this day and age, a young man like him was a rare breed indeed. No wonder he had been named one of Jinling City's 10 outstanding youths and had built such a massive business. None of it was a coincidence. "Lin Feng, hurry up and thank Jingchu," Zhao Shuanger shouted from a distance. "If he hadn't stepped in for you today, you'd be in for a world of hurt." "Hey, don't mention it. We're old classmates, after all." A faint smile played on Yun Jingchu's lips, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Anyone could see that he was waiting for the thank you. However, at that very moment, smack! A single slap from Lin Feng sent Yun Jingchu flying. His icy gaze then shifted to Wang Tiangao. "I'll give you 10 seconds to make a decision," Lin Feng said. "Apologize to my sister, or I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. And if you think I'm bluffing, feel free to gamble with your own life." This stunning turn of events plunged the entire private room into a dead silence. Everyone present stared, their mouths hanging open, completely dumbfounded. Ouyang Xiu's eyes glazed over in disbelief. Zhao Shuanger was utterly stupefied, her mind completely blank. Sprawled on the floor, Yun Jingchu clutched his stinging cheek, his face a mask of pure disbelief. "He actually dared to hit me? This bastard had the nerve to slap my face." Yun Jingchu's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. His voice was laced with a bone-chilling cold as he snarled. "Lin Feng, what the fuck do you think you're doing? I was just trying to help you out, and you have the nerve to attack me?" Lin Feng ignored him completely. His icy gaze remained fixed on Wang Tiangao as he began to count. 3, 2, I'm sorry. A nervous tremor ran through Wang Tiangao's voice. By now, fine beads of sweat had formed on his temples. Lin Feng's gaze was utterly terrifying, like that of a soulless executioner from a movie. It sent a wave of intense fear through him, chilling him to the bone. The fear made the hairs on his arms stand on end. He had a powerful premonition that if he didn't back down right then, he might actually die. Screw it. Just take the loss. Lin Feng is just some punk from the streets. I'm the vice president of Jinling University. Why should I lower myself to his level? Wang Tiangao could only try to console himself with these thoughts. Seeing Wang Tiangao actually cave and apologize, the onlookers exchanged strange looks. But when they thought about it, it actually made a certain kind of sense. After all, a desperate man with nothing to lose doesn't fear someone who does. A guy like Lin Feng was probably unhinged. It wasn't that they were afraid of him, not really. But getting into a direct confrontation with a madman like that, it just wasn't worth the trouble. With their status, there were plenty of ways to make him pay for it later. Apologizing to me? What good will that do? Lin Feng's tone was ice cold. Young lady, I am truly sorry. I was out of line just now. Wang Tiangao turned to Lin Yunyao, forcing a pained smile onto his face. Having to bow his head to a mere slip of a girl made him seethe with humiliation. It felt like he'd swallowed a fly, but he couldn't dare to show his anger. It's okay. Lin Yunyao's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Wang Tiangao had backed down for now, but could it really be over? She knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that what awaited her, 9 times out of 10, was expulsion. But even so, she didn't blame her brother in the slightest. After all, he was doing this to stand up for her. If even she thought he was being reckless, how hurt would he be? Since you've apologized, we'll consider the matter settled. I'm not about to see my sister forced to drop out of school over this. Do I make myself clear? Lin Feng's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Crystal clear. Wang Tiangao nodded hastily, thinking to himself that he was an educated man, after all. There was no need to stoop to the level of a brute like this. You'd better keep your word. Otherwise, I'll make damn sure there's no one left to even collect your body. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Feng snatched a glass from the table and, right before their eyes, crushed it into dust in his bare hand. At the sight, everyone in the room stared, their pupils shrinking in shock. That kind of strength, it was terrifying. Professor, it looks like dinner is off the table for tonight. I'll have to treat you some other time. Lin Feng turned to Ouyang Xiu, his voice full of regret. Sigh. Ouyang Xiu said nothing, only heaving a heavy sigh. He's too headstrong. He'll break before he bends. Why can't the boy understand such a simple truth? It left him feeling helpless, his heart aching for the boy. Xiao Yao, let's go, Lin Feng said to his sister. Okay. Lin Yunyao nodded obediently and stuck close behind her brother. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaoke hurried after them as well. But just then, stop right there. Yun Jingchu stepped in front of the three of them, his face livid. How could he possibly swallow the humiliation of being slapped by Lin Feng in front of so many people? If Lin Feng wanted to do this the hard way, then he would be more than happy to oblige. Lin Feng, you think you can just hit me and walk away? The world doesn't work like that. Yun Jingchu's voice was laced with menace. What? Was one slap not enough? You want another? Lin Feng taunted, raising an eyebrow. At his words, the corner of Yun Jingchu's mouth twitched. This bastard. Is that what he thinks I meant? Get lost, Lin Feng said impatiently. We were classmates, so I don't want to make this any uglier than it has to be. Don't push your luck. Pushing my luck. Yun Jingchu let out a humorless laugh. I'd love to know who gave you the balls to talk to me like that. With a single clap of his hands, 7 or 8 bodyguards in black suits immediately poured in from outside the private room. Every one of these men in black was sturdily built with a stone-cold expression. Their muscles bulged from their suits, and one look was all it took to know they were skilled fighters. The sight of them sent a jolt through everyone present. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. I knew it. How could a man of Chairman Yun's stature go out without bodyguards? Turns out they were just waiting in the wings. You guys see that big guy in the lead? I've seen him on TV before. His name is Zhao Hu. Not only is he retired Special Forces, but he also placed in the top 100 of the Jiangnan Province 8 City Fighting Championship. Damn, that's insane. That 8 City Championship is no joke, it's packed with heavy hitters. If this Zhao Hu could crack the top 100, he could probably take on 10 guys at once without breaking a sweat. Chairman Yun must be loaded. To hire a bodyguard of that caliber, you're looking at 600,000 or 700,000 a year, minimum. Zhao Hu overheard their whispers and couldn't help but let a scornful smirk creep onto his face. What a bunch of clueless nerds who've never seen the real world. Take on 10 guys? Please. A bunch of pushovers like you? I could lay out 50 or 60 of you, no problem. Of course, he would only dare to think such things. He would never say them out loud. After all, what good was being tough these days? Cash was king. No matter how skilled he was, he still had to work like a dog for some rich guy just to put food on the table for his family. Chairman Yun, is there a problem? Zhao Hu asked, his voice a low rumble. His large, bell-like eyes swept contemptuously over everyone in the room, a fire dancing in their depths. Anyone his gaze fell upon felt the hairs on their skin stand up, as if they'd been targeted by a predator disguised as a man. The fear was primal, chilling them to the bone. Even Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunyao were terrified, instinctively ducking behind Lin Feng. Chapter 18. The 2 million yuan bodyguard was nothing special. The moment Zhao Hu and his men arrived, Yun Jingchu's entire demeanor changed. With his arms crossed, a smirk played on his lips. He sized up Lin Feng with undisguised amusement, as if eagerly awaiting the panic that was sure to flash across his face. But to his surprise, Lin Feng's expression was as placid as a stagnant pond, as if he hadn't even noticed Zhao Hu and his men. Could he be scared stiff? Just as I thought. A useless loser. Contempt was written all over Yun Jingchu's face. Jingchu, that's enough. We were classmates, after all. Just then, Zhao Shuanger, who was standing to the side, couldn't resist stepping in. While she wanted nothing more to do with Lin Feng, for old time's sake, she didn't want to see things get too ugly. After all, if all 8 of those bodyguards were to rush him at once, Someone could actually get killed. At the thought, she couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with a gaze full of pity. Oh, Lin Feng, do you really think things are the same as they were 10 years ago? To someone like Yun Jingchu, you're nothing more than an ant he could crush at will. Don't you get it? If you really piss him off, he could throw around a little money and have you wiped off the face of the earth. Shuang'er, I'm not the one who started this. You saw it yourself. To be honest, I've been doing everything I can to hold my temper and avoid a confrontation with him. And what do I get for it? Look at what he did. Yun Jingchu shot Lin Feng a glare, his voice turning ice cold. He slapped me. Just like that, without a single word. I'm Yun Jingchu. I have a reputation to maintain in Jinling City. If I just let this slide, how am I supposed to show my face in public ever again? The words were barely out of his mouth when Zhao Hu, standing nearby, erupted. The hell you say? Boss Yun, you're telling me this punk laid a hand on you. That's right. You weren't here. The guy's arrogance was off the charts. Yun Jingchu confirmed with a subtle, impassive nod. Son of a bitch. You got some real nerve, you little shit. You dare to touch Boss Yun? You must have a death wish. Zhao Hu shot Lin Feng a murderous glare and clenched his massive fists. The sharp crack of his knuckles sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The sight was terrifying. A single punch from a fist like that could probably shatter a man's bones on impact. Feng, hurry up and apologize to Jingchu. Afraid things would escalate. Ouyang Xiu scrambled to his feet, shooting Lin Feng a look that urged him to apologize. But before the words were even out of his mouth, Yun Jingchu's voice cut him off. Mr. Ouyang, it's not that I don't want to show you respect, but this isn't something that can be settled with a simple, I'm sorry. Then what is it you want? Ouyang Xiu's brow furrowed at his words. My demands aren't unreasonable. Have Lin Feng get on his knees and beg for my forgiveness. Then, let me give him 10 hard slaps across the face, and we'll call it even. Yun Jingchu's eyes fell on Lin Feng, his voice dripping with disdain and contempt. But before he could even finish his sentence, bam! A heavy thud followed. Lin Feng had sent Yun Jingchu flying with a single kick, his body slamming hard into the dining table, shattering every plate and bowl and sending a spray of blood from his lips. Arg! Yun Jingchu let out a scream of agony. He struggled to get to his feet, but failed each time. A pathetic ant like you thinks you have the right to provoke me again and again. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Feng closed the distance in a single stride and drove another vicious kick into him. Thud! Yun Jingchu's body skidded several meters across the floor, leaving a bloody smear in his wake. It was a gruesome sight. A collective gasp went through the room as everyone stared at the scene. Who would have thought that even after all that, Lin Feng would not only dare to strike back, but do so with such ruthless brutality, beating Yun Jingchu to a bloody pulp. At that moment, the 8 bodyguards finally snapped out of their shock. 7 of them immediately rushed forward, forming a tight circle around Lin Feng and cutting off any chance of escape. The one called Zhao Hu, however, darted over to Yun Jingchu, quickly helping him up from the floor. Mr. Yun, are you all right? Zhao Hu's voice was laced with panic and concern, but Yun Jingchu shoved him aside. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his dark, venomous gaze locking onto Lin Feng. His expression was absolutely murderous. Lin Feng, you must have a fucking death wish. Did you really take me for some helpless kitten that doesn't bite back? Get him. Beat him to death. The instant the words left his mouth, the 7 bodyguards surrounding Lin Feng sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Anyone with eyes could see these guys were pros. Their stances were solid, their punches vicious. They swarmed Lin Feng from all sides in a coordinated assault, leaving him no room to escape. But faced with this relentless onslaught, Lin Feng simply stood his ground, showing no intention of moving an inch. The very instant their fists were about to crash into him, he finally moved, his right leg whipping up in a blur. Bam! 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 That single kick sent all 7 hulking bodyguards flying over 20 feet. They slammed into the wall of the private room with enough force to leave a network of cracks spidering across the plaster. The sight left everyone in the room completely stunned. For a long moment, they could only stare, unable to process what had just happened. Impossible, Yun Jingchu hissed, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles cracked. His blood-streaked face was a twisted mask of pure disbelief. In his mind, Lin Feng was just a pencil-necked bookworm who couldn't hurt a fly. How could he possibly know how to fight? And when the hell did he get this good? He's so cool, Li Xiaoke squealed, pumping her little fists in excitement. Her big eyes were practically sparkling. Oh my god, are we sure this isn't a movie set? One guy just took down 7 bruisers in the blink of an eye. This is the kind of thing you only see on screen. A strange light glimmered in Lin Yunyao's eyes as well. Even though she knew her brother was a cultivator and that a small skirmish like this was nothing to him, seeing his heroic power firsthand still sent a thrill of excitement through her. This was her brother. Her one-of-a-kind, peerless brother. So that's where the arrogance comes from. You know a few moves. The cold voice belonged to Zhao Hu, who had been standing off to the side. As soon as he spoke, Yin Jingchu snapped out of his shock. He let out a heavy breath, and a smug grin spread across his face once more. So what if Lin Feng could take on 7 men? His guy, Zhao Hu, was a top 100 ranked fighter in the Jiangnan Provincial Fighting League. A guy like that could handle 50 opponents without breaking a sweat. Taking care of a punk like you, Lin Feng? Child's play. The others in the room shook their heads in unison, the earlier contempt returning to their eyes. To be honest, Lin Feng's display had given them quite a shock. No one could have imagined that his seemingly slender frame concealed such terrifying power. But alas, there was always a bigger fish. With Zhao Hu holding down the fort, it wasn't Lin Feng's place to run wild. Lin Feng, what have you been doing for the past 10 years, learning Kung Fu? I'll admit, that move was something else. But if you think that gives you the right to act tough in front of me, then I can only say you're hopelessly naive. Yun Jingchu's voice dripped with icy mockery. He didn't give Lin Feng a chance to retort, continuing with an air of absolute certainty. Zhao Hu, I pay you 2 million a year. It's about time you earned it. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd was stunned once more. They had assumed hiring someone like Zhao Hu would cost 500,000, maybe 600,000 at most. Who would have guessed the price tag was a staggering 2 million? That figure was the ultimate proof of Zhao Hu's fearsome abilities. After all, how could anyone command such a high price without the skills to back it up? Mr. Yin, just watch. I'm about to show you that your 2 million was money well spent. A savage grin spread across Zhao Hu's face as he closed in on Lin Feng with long, powerful strides. With an air of utter invincibility, he led with a brutal punch aimed straight for Lin Feng's chest. In his mind, there was absolutely no way Lin Feng could dodge the blow. After years of brutal training, the speed of his punch had reached an unbelievable level most people wouldn't even have time to react. But to his utter astonishment, Lin Feng simply leaned to the side, effortlessly evading his iron fist. Then, he followed up with a casual kick. Thud! Zhao Hu, a man weighing a solid 220 pounds, was sent flying by that single kick. His body slammed against the far wall before sliding to the floor. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, a truly pathetic sight. A $2 million a year bodyguard. Is this all you've got? Lin Feng turned his gaze to Yun Jingchu, his voice utterly flat. In an instant, the entire hall fell dead silent. Everyone on site could only gape in disbelief at the crumpled heap on the floor that was once Zhao Hu. A storm of shock raged within them, and it took them a long moment to process what had just happened. One kick. Just like last time, unbelievably, it was still just one kick. Taking down a top 100 fighter from the Jiangnan Provincial Fighting Tournament. Just like that? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would ever believe it? Lin Feng. How in the world could this guy be so powerful? Chapter 19. You're in over your head. No, absolutely impossible. Yun Jingchu snarled under his breath, seething with anger. His otherwise handsome face contorted into an ugly grimace, making him look downright terrifying. This was supposed to be my turf. The whole point of this was to utterly humiliate Lin Feng. But now, what the hell was this? At that moment, Yun Jingchu could practically feel the strange looks thrown his way from all around. To make matters worse, even Zhao Shuanger, the very woman he was trying to win over, was sizing him up with a puzzled expression. Her gaze seemed to ask, "Are you really this pathetic? You can't even handle one guy?" This was the goddess he was pursuing, after all. Being humiliated like this in front of the woman he was after, Yun Jingchu was on the verge of losing it. His bloodshot eyes glared daggers at Lin Feng, and his voice became shrill and hoarse. Lin Feng, how could you possibly have beaten Zhao Hu? You must have pulled some dirty trick, didn't you? I'm the chairman of a public company, worth hundreds of millions. Who the hell are you? You're just a broke nobody. Lin Feng, you were better than me at everything back in school. What? You still think you can walk all over me? The tables have turned. What gives you the right to challenge me? And what gives you the right to act so cocky in front of me? So what if you can fight? In this day and age, fists alone get you nowhere. Yun Jingchu spat out the words in a single, furious rush, venting all his pent-up frustration as if he could somehow salvage a shred of the dignity he'd just lost. Lin Feng stared at Yun Jingchu's contorted face, momentarily at a loss for words. A sudden weariness washed over him. It all felt so pointless. How incredibly tedious. The world changes. Time, in the end, reveals a person's true character. Time flies. The past, no matter how deeply etched in memory, becomes like smoke in the wind, unable to stir even the slightest ripple in its wake. Perhaps, only the grand path itself could be called eternal. Forget it. It's a waste of breath talking to an idiot like you. Lin Feng shook his head, the words leaving his lips with casual disdain. Then, without a backward glance, he led his sister and Li Xiaoko away. The crowd watched their retreating figures, a complex mix of emotions on every face. This was especially true for Zhao Shuang. A light shimmered in her lovely eyes, and the tranquility in her heart had been shattered. She simply couldn't understand. How could Lin Feng, who had fallen so low, still possess such confidence? After a decade of navigating the treacherous seas of the business world, she had always been a pragmatic woman. She knew what she could do and what she couldn't touch. But for some reason, the sight of him now sent ripples through the quiet pool of her heart, a place that had been still for so long. The feeling took her back to the basketball court 10 years ago, when she and Chun Yinhua had cheered for him, their hearts pounding in their chests. But that was all in the past. It was just as Yun Jingchu had said. In this day and age, being a good fighter was worthless. No matter how skilled you were, could you be faster than a bullet? Power and money were the only things that truly mattered. And of those two things, Lin Feng had neither. At this thought, the calmness returned to Zhao Shuang's eyes. She told herself that her earlier emotional turmoil had been a mistake. But just then, Yun Jingchu, seething with resentment, roared, "Lin Feng, you listen to me. This isn't over. I'll make you pay for this. I'm going to make you see the massive chasm that separates us now." Tap. Lin Feng's footsteps came to a halt. He wasn't the type to leave loose ends. His way had always been to pull the problem out by the roots. Just like the time he'd slaughtered everyone in that villa, leaving no survivors. And so, Yun Jingchu's words had ignited a flicker of killing intent within him. Lin Feng turned. His gaze fell upon Yun Jingchu as he spoke, each word deliberate and cold. "Do you truly wish to die?" At those words, Yun Jingchu's heart sank. He instinctively took half a step back. Wang Tiangao and the others standing to the side looked just as grim. Inwardly, they were all cursing Yun Jingchu. What an idiot. You know you can't beat the guy, so what's the point of running your mouth? You gotta swallow your pride when you have to. If he wants to leave, just let him. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to find a chance to screw him over later? "I can see you're not taking this well," Lin Feng said, his voice flat. "How about this? I'll give you one last chance to call for backup. Go on, call the biggest gun you've got. No matter how many people show up, I'll be right here waiting. But remember, you only get one shot at this." Hearing this, Yun Jingchu was ecstatic. He had to fight the urge to throw his head back and roar with laughter. He never in a million years thought Lin Feng would be this arrogant. Is this guy digging his own grave? Did he really think he was some god, completely untouchable? "Are you serious?" Yun Jingchu asked, forcing down his elation to sound calm. "Of course I am. But you need to understand, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I'm giving you a chance to call for help, but if the people you bring can't handle me either, you'll have to face the consequences," Lin Feng added, his expression turning serious. What consequences?" Yun Jingchu blurted out. "Originally, the consequence would be your life. But for old time's sake, I'll give you a discount. I'll just cripple all 4 of your limbs." Lin Feng shot him a look and added, as a piece of friendly advice, "Honestly, I'm telling you, you should just walk away now. I've already given you plenty of chances. You need to know when you're beaten. You're in way over your head. This is a game you can't win." The first part of that threat sent a genuine chill down Yun Jingchu's spine. After all, being crippled was no joke. But the second half made his blood boil. He was instantly consumed by rage. Who the hell are you to say I'm in over my head? You're just a jobless punk, the scum of the earth. What right do you have to talk to me like that? Other than being better with your fists, Yun Jingchu, my vision, my experience, my qualifications, my connections tell me, in what single way am I not superior to you? You're so clueless, living in your own little world. How could you possibly understand how big the world really is, Lin Feng? Today, I'll make you see with your own eyes just how vast the gulf between us truly is. Yun Jingchu let out a contemptuous sneer. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It wasn't long before the call was answered. A deep, low voice came from the other end. Who is this? Chairman Wang, hello? This is Yun Jingchu from Tianjin Group. You might remember me, we had dinner together once, Yun Jingchu said, a broad smile plastered on his face. The other man clearly didn't have his number saved, but far from being annoyed, Yun Jingchu's tone grew even more deferential. The scene unfolding before them made the expressions of everyone present turn serious. In a city like Jinling, a man of Yun Jingchu's stature was undeniably a major figure. For someone like that to be so incredibly respectful, the person on the other end of the line had to be someone of astonishing status. A chairman with the surname Wang? Which powerhouse in Jinling was named Wang? Everyone in the room was frantically racking their brains. Suddenly, as if a certain name had come to mind, a jolt went through them all. Their hearts skipped a beat. When they looked at Lin Feng again, their eyes held a mix of pity and morbid curiosity. If their guess was correct, then things were about to get very ugly for this Lin Feng. Chapter 20. The Enigmatic Chairman Wang. The line went silent for a few seconds before a reply finally came. Oh, I remember now. You're CEO Yun, the one investing in the Jinling University branch campus project. What can I do for you? Oh, Chairman Wang, you're too kind. Please, just call me Xiao Yun. Here's the situation. His voice trembling slightly with excitement, Yun Jingchu quickly recounted everything that had happened. He was hoping the man on the phone would step in and help him clean up this mess. Of course, woven into his respectful words, he also subtly hinted that there would be a generous reward upon its successful resolution. He had done his homework on this Chairman Wang style. As long as the price was right, nothing was impossible. Just as he'd expected, a reply came quickly from the other end. The place you mentioned is Chuanxiangge, correct? As it happens, I'm not far from there. I'm heading over now. Should be there in about 20 minutes. The moment the words were out, the other end hung up without another word. Yun Jingchu stood frozen, still clutching his phone, completely overwhelmed by a wave of euphoria. It took him a long moment to snap out of it. Chairman Wang was actually coming himself. Chairman Wang, he was really, truly coming in person. The words echoed in his mind like a mantra. He was so ecstatic that an uncontrollable tremor ran through his body. In his wildest dreams, he had only expected Chairman Wang to send a few of his men to handle things. But who could have possibly imagined he would show up in person? After all, with Chairman Wang's status and influence, how many people in all of Jinling City were important enough to warrant his personal appearance? Ha ha ha. I, Yun Jingchu, must truly be blessed by the heavens. My luck is off the charts. To think this would happen right when Chairman Wang was in the neighborhood. Yun Jingchu was gloating, feeling absolutely smug. All traces of his earlier dejection vanished in an instant. He straightened his back, his face a mask of arrogance as he shot a contemptuous glare at Lin Feng. Just then, Wang Tiangao spoke up, his expression grave. Director Yun, the Chairman Wang you mentioned you don't mean? That's right, Yun Jingchu replied nonchalantly. The one and only Chairman Wang of the Azure Dragon Construction Group. At his words, a collective gasp went through the room. Pupils contracted, and when everyone looked back at Yun Jingchu, their gazes were filled with pure reverence. They would have never imagined that Yun Jingchu's connections ran so deep. To think he was on speaking terms with a powerhouse of that caliber in Jinling City. Even Zhao Shuanger couldn't keep her composure. This was the Azure Dragon Construction Group, a corporation worth over 100 billion. In the Jinling City construction industry, their word was law. They were the undisputed leader. And its chairman, Wang Chong, was rumored to be the head of the Azure Dragon Gang, one of the 3 largest triads in Jinling City. Of course, in today's society, governed by the rule of law, gangs couldn't operate in the open anymore. But anyone who had brushed up against that world knew the truth. They hadn't disappeared. They had just gone deeper underground. Their shadows lurked in every corner of society, pulling strings from behind the scenes. In fact, you could even say, all the major players, the ones with real clout, have forged ties with the prominent local families, and that's how they control the entire social order. Yun Jingchu's Tianjin Group might be a publicly listed company, but compared to these true titans, it doesn't even come close. Zhao Shuang never in a million years imagined that Yun Jingchu could get in with a big shot on Wang Chang's level. Come to think of it, I have our alma mater to thank for getting to know Chairman Wang. You all know who landed the contract for the new Jinling campus project, don't you? As he said this, Yun Jingchu glanced over at Lin Feng, deliberately slowing his speech. Of course, I'm well aware. I handled the bidding process myself. The company that won the bid was Tianhong Engineering Construction. A university official immediately chimed in. Ha, that's right. But, as it turns out, the real boss behind Tianhong is none other than Chairman Wang of the Azure Dragon Group. A triumphant smile spread across Yun Jingchu's face as he continued. Earlier, when you all approached me about investing in the campus construction, I made a special trip to check out the site. I never expected to run into Chairman Wang himself there. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I mean, why would a man of his stature personally visit a construction site? I quickly pulled out my phone to look up his picture online, and sure enough, it was him. So, I seized the opportunity right then and there, went up to introduce myself, and even managed to get his contact information. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was more than just shocked. They were filled with envy and jealousy. That's life for you. You can never predict a thing like luck. Some people are lucky enough to stumble upon it. And what's more, they have the sense to seize it and hold on tight. Then there are others who might go their whole lives without such a chance, or even if they do, they can only watch helplessly as it slips right through their fingers. It's no wonder Chairman Yun has built the empire he has today. Truly admirable. Wang Tiangao's tone suddenly became much more respectful. He had been polite to Yun Jingchu before, but it was nothing more than professional courtesy. But now, seeing that Yun Jingchu had forged a connection with Chairman Wang of the Azure Dragon Group, that carried a whole different weight. Chairman Yun, you are truly a dragon among men. Your future is limitless. Chairman Yun, you'll have to look out for us old-timers from now on. The others in the room chuckled and chimed in with agreement. To put it nicely, it was their way of building rapport. But frankly, it was no different from blatant flattery. Zhao Shuang, in particular, gazed at Yun Jingchu with eyes full of adoration. The tenderness in her look was enough to drown a man. Rest assured, everyone, I, Yun Jingchu, am not the kind of man who forgets where he came from. I might forget anyone else, but I'll never forget the support I've received from all of you seniors. Yun Jingchu delivered the words with impeccable grace, every bit the poised gentleman. At his words, the smiles on everyone's faces grew even wider. Truly impressive. This Yun Jingchu kid, he was the real deal. Capable, yet humble, and level-headed. Wasn't that the mark of someone destined for great things? Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, witnessing this scene unfold, Li Xiaoke couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Of course, she had heard of the Azure Dragon Construction Group. They were a powerhouse of a company. And everyone knew that construction firms like that, more or less, had some powerful, unshakable backing. Uncle, I think we should leave now. This Azure Dragon Group is not to be trifled with, Li Xiaoke urged in a low voice. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng said, You and Xiao Yao head back first. I'll be home on my own later. He was worried that if a fight broke out, the scene would get ugly and scare the two girls. Besides, their being here wouldn't help anything. Uncle, please, don't do anything reckless. I'm begging you. Her voice was laced with a desperate plea. She then turned to Lin Yunyao, hoping she would help talk some sense into her brother. But to her surprise, Lin Yunyao said nothing, simply grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the door. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? It's okay. My brother knows what he's doing. Even as she said this, Lin Yunyao didn't slow down, pulling Li Xiaoke right out of the private room. But in the very moment she stepped out of the room, a flicker of worry she couldn't quite hide flashed deep within her clear eyes. Even though her brother claimed to be a cultivator, As his sister, how could she truly not be worried? And yet, she knew perfectly well that staying here wouldn't help. It was better to get Xiao Ku out of there quickly. The last thing she wanted was to become a distraction for her brother. If something went wrong, it would do more harm than good. Watching the two girls' retreating figures, a cold smirk merely touched the corners of Yun Jingchu's mouth. He had no intention of stopping them. After all, as long as Lin Feng was here, he couldn't care less whether anyone else stayed or left. Time ticked by, 1 second at a time. The air in the room grew heavy, almost suffocating. Everyone present wore a grim expression. No one spoke a word, simply holding their breath in anticipation of Chairman Wang's arrival. Of course, there were a few like Zhao Shuanger and Wang Tiangao who kept shooting glances at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with pity, as if they were looking at a man whose luck had just run out. But Lin Feng simply ignored all their emotionally charged stares. Because in his world, a war of words was nothing compared to the impact of cold, hard facts. In a moment, his plan was simple. Take out this so-called Chairman Wang with a single punch, then cripple Yun Jingchu's limbs for good measure. That would be more than enough to make this crowd shut their mouths. The tense atmosphere in the room remained at a stalemate. After about 20 minutes had passed, the silence was suddenly shattered by the sound of numerous footsteps from outside the private room. Listening closely, one could tell the steps were powerful and perfectly synchronized, crisp yet heavy, exactly like soldiers on the march. Damn, just from the sound of it, how many people had shown up? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they scrambled to their feet. Chapter 21, Master, I've finally found you. With all eyes fixed on the entrance in anticipation, the doors to the private room were suddenly thrown open from the outside. Then, a square-jawed, middle-aged man dressed entirely in black strode in, his every step exuding power and confidence. Behind him followed a phalanx of bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, packed so tightly they filled the doorway. Each of these men radiated a palpable aura of death, as if they had just clawed their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A single glance was enough to make one's heart pound with fear. Upon seeing the man in the lead, everyone in the room couldn't help but swallow hard, their palms beginning to tremble. They never imagined it would actually be Chairman Wang himself. In that instant, all the legendary tales about this square-jawed, middle-aged man involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Wang Chong, one of the biggest names in Jinling City. At 17, he left his small county town to make his fortune in Jinling City. At 20, he caught the eye of a wealthy older woman and lived as her kept man for a solid 10 years. By 30, he had used her as a stepping stone to marry into a prestigious family. He then founded the Azure Dragon Construction Group, and his career skyrocketed from there. Under his leadership, in just a few short years, the Azure Dragon Construction Group had become the undisputed leader of Jinling City's construction industry. He himself became an unstoppable force. It was said that if he stomped his foot in Jinling City, the whole ground would shake. Chairman Wang, you're finally here. Seeing the man, Yun Jingchu was so agitated he nearly fainted. He quickly bowed, a fawning smile plastered on his face, and scurried over, looking for all the world like a groveling servant wagging its tail. But despite his pathetic display, not a single person in the room dared to laugh. After all, if they were in his shoes, they'd probably be even more pathetic. Faced with a titan like him in Jinling City, who could possibly remain completely composed? Among everyone there, only Lin Feng had a peculiar expression on his face. What's this guy doing here? Just a short while ago, at a marketplace in the Jiangning Emporium, he had sold a talisman that looked like a bunch of scribbles to a businessman. And the man who bought it was none other than this square-jawed, middle-aged man standing right in front of him. What a coincidence! Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, not thinking much of it. After all, he had no real connection to this Wang Chong. It was just a one-time transaction. Enough of that nonsense. Wang Chong waved a dismissive hand, his face etched with irritation, cutting off Yun Jingchu's attempt at flattery. He was seething with rage, so furious he felt like he could grab a knife and start slashing at anyone in sight. It turned out he had gone to great trouble to acquire a demon-suppressing talisman from a master, and had finally managed to kill the troublesome weasel with it. He thought that would be the end of his troubles. But who would have thought that on the very night the weasel died, something even more sinister would happen? A building under construction on his site had collapsed for no apparent reason, instantly crushing 8 workers to death. To make matters worse, the bodies of the 8 dead workers had vanished without a trace. Could they have run into body snatchers? Wang Chong's face darkened. He immediately ordered his men to check the security footage. However, the scene that followed scared Wang Chong witless. A chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The surveillance footage showed the 8 workers' corpses, which should have been dead as doornails, slowly climbing to their feet. Then, under the cover of darkness, they trudged off into the endless mountains. Wang Chong prided himself on having seen it all. There wasn't much that could faze him. But an incident this bizarre and unearthly still sent a shiver down his spine. He couldn't afford to waste a single moment. First thing the next morning, he rushed back to the Jiangning commodities market, desperate to find the master he had met the day before. He needed to beg for another one of those ghost warding talismans. But who would have thought? He had waited impatiently from dawn until now and hadn't seen hide nor hair of the man. Just as his frustration was boiling over, he got a call from Yun Jingchu. He was looking for someone to take his anger out on. So, needing an outlet, he personally led a group of his men to the Sichuan Hunan Pavilion to blow off some steam. Otherwise, on any other day, he wouldn't have even given a punk like Yun Jingchu the time of day. One of Jinling City's 10 outstanding youths. So what? Distinguished alumnus of Jinling University? Big deal. In his eyes, they were all just flashy, empty titles. Utterly useless. Which blind bastard pissed you off? Point him out to me, Wang Chong demanded, his voice laced with ice. Far from being offended, Yun Jingchu was inwardly delighted. Looks like Chairman Wang is in a really foul mood today, he thought. This explosive temper. I like it. It's got a kick. The angrier Chairman Wang was, the more miserable Lin Feng's fate would be. He could already picture it. Lin Feng, beaten and screaming in agony. Everyone else in the room could also tell that Wang Chong was in a terrible mood. They shot sympathetic glances toward Lin Feng, offering a silent prayer for the poor guy. That's the punk, Chairman Wang. Yun Jingchu said, a vicious smirk on his face as he raised his right hand and pointed straight at Lin Feng. At his words, the crowd immediately parted, giving Wang Chong a clear line of sight to Lin Feng. Wang Chong followed his finger with his gaze. But when his eyes landed on Lin Feng, standing behind the crowd, he froze solid. His mind went completely blank, and he nearly passed out on the spot. Then, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over him. All that effort had finally paid off, and in the most unexpected way. He'd waited in that market for what felt like an eternity without so much as a glimpse of the master. Who would have thought he'd run into him here? In that instant, Wang Chong couldn't stop his eyes from turning red. He felt just like a kid who'd been mercilessly bullied and had finally found his parents. The feeling of injustice was simply beyond words. He was a man of some standing in Jinling, for crying out loud. After 10 long years of riding his wife's coattails to finally make a name for himself, he hadn't even had a few days to enjoy the good life before running into cursed luck like demonic weasels and reanimated corpses. Who could possibly handle something like that? No need to look around. I'm the master he's talking about. Go on, make your move. Just then, Lin Feng spoke. His voice was flat, and his handsome face was an impassive mask. He clearly didn't think Wang Chong was worth his time. Lin, you've got a lot of fucking nerve. Do you have any idea who's standing next to me? You worthless piece of trash. You're completely clueless. Unable to restrain himself, Yun Jingchu scoffed. And who is he? Lin Feng asked nonchalantly. He is... Smack. Before Yun Jingchu could finish, Wang Chong, without a word, swung a vicious backhand across his face. The force of the blow sent Yun Jingchu reeling, and he collapsed onto the floor. Witnessing this completely unexpected turn of events, Zhao Shuanger was dumbfounded. Ouyang Xiu was frozen in place. As for Wang Tiangao and his crew, their jaws had all hit the floor. What in the world was going on? Even Lin Feng couldn't help but show a flicker of astonishment. He hadn't expected this turn of events either. But a moment later, he had a pretty good idea what had happened. The demon warding talisman he'd given him must have worked. Chairman Wang, did you hit the wrong person? Yun Jingchu stammered out instinctively, sprawled on the ground and clutching his stinging cheek. Thud! Wang Chong drove his foot straight into Yun Jingchu's stomach, making him howl in pain. I'm hitting you, you blind fool. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to cause trouble for the master? A master? Who are they talking about? Yun Jingchu fought through the searing pain, his gaze drifting uncontrollably to Lin Feng, his face a mask of utter confusion. But it didn't take long for the realization to dawn on him. Sheer terror made him stammer. Director Wang, you've definitely been fooled. He's my college classmate, Lin Feng. He's just a broke loser, completely dirt poor. He doesn't even have a job right now. How could he possibly be a master? You need to open your eyes. Are you suggesting I'm blind? Wang Chong's expression grew as dark as a thundercloud. No. That's not what I meant. I just mean he's no master. He must have used some underhanded trick to deceive you. I was just trying to. Shut your mouth. Wang Chong cut him off, his voice ice cold. He had seen it with his own 2 eyes. That demon-suppressing talisman had struck a weasel spirit dead on the spot. How could that have been a trick? Wang Chong had no intention of wasting another breath on Yun Jingchu. The crowd watched, stunned, as he walked straight up to Lin Feng, seized his hand, and spoke with tears welling in his eyes. Father, wait, no, master. I've finally found you. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The way Wang Chong was looking at him made his skin crawl. Besides, was this really how a man of his stature was supposed to act? With that thought, Lin Feng discreetly pulled his hand free and took 2 steps back. Master, I was blind to your greatness. I was wrong about you. You're the real deal. Wang Chong pressed closer again, his voice thick with excitement. As he spoke, strange looks spread across the faces of everyone in the crowd. After all, rumor had it that this Wang Chong had spent a full decade as a kept man, living off a wealthy woman. Spending that much time catering to a rich patroness was bound to warp a man's personality, so it was only natural that he might develop a distaste for women. What's more, Lin Feng was exceptionally handsome. His features were sharp and well-defined, as if carved from stone, with strong brows and piercing eyes. And to top it off, he carried himself with a certain melancholic air. Could it be? The onlookers swallowed hard, a horrified chill running down their spines. In that instant, they thought they finally understood the real story. No wonder a big shot like Wang Chong would humble himself to be so polite to a nobody like Lin Feng. He rushed forward and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, his eyes welling with tears. He tried to say something through his sobs, but the words wouldn't come out. Is this skill a little too hardcore? Holy shit, isn't that a little over the top? Now that's what I call facing a hard challenge head-on. No wonder. He was mooching off women in school, and now that he's out in the world, he started mooching off men. What a goddamn scumbag. It looked like Yun Jingchu was thinking along the same lines. His fists were clenched tight, his heart burning with utter defiance. And yet, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. After all, he knew deep down that when it came to looks, he was no match for Lin Feng. Noticing the strange stares from the crowd, Lin Feng's frown deepened. When he saw Wang Chong about to move in even closer, he barked in a cold voice. You take even half a step closer, and I'll break you. Wang Chong froze, wondering why the master was being so cold to him. Hadn't he been sincere enough? Master, you can't still be angry about yesterday, can you? I was wrong about yesterday. I truly didn't mean to underestimate you. At first, I admit, I didn't think you were anything special, but I never imagined. When I went home and tried it last night, I discovered just how incredible your prowess really is. An apologetic look was plastered all over Wang Chong's face. The words had barely left his mouth. Everyone present instinctively wiped a bead of cold sweat from their brow. Holy hell, this gossip is explosive. Lin Feng, I was so wrong about you. That was the last straw for Zhao Shuanger. With a single, icy remark, she turned on her heel and stormed off. Lin Feng watched her go but couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, his relationship with Zhao Shuanger was already over. From now on, they would likely be strangers. Sigh? Feng, my boy, there are some things it's not my place to say. Just as long as you know what you're getting into. That's life for you. You gain some, you lose some. The principle is the same everywhere. With that, Ouyang Xiu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and let out a helpless sigh. Teacher, it's not what you think. Lin Feng was left speechless. He truly couldn't fathom how their minds had all ended up in the gutter. What a bunch of pervs. It doesn't matter what I think. You're still young. You have your whole life ahead of you. You need to think about your future. This, this isn't a long-term solution. With a complicated look, Ouyang Xiu left him with those words and walked out of the private room without a backward glance. Seeing this, the other school administrators in the room also quickly made their excuses and left. After all, this was about Wang Chang's private life. The less they heard, the better. They didn't want to get caught in the crossfire when word inevitably got out. Chapter 22. Back from the dead. Before long, the private room had all but emptied out. Watching the guests he had gone to such trouble to invite all walk out, Yin Jingchu clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. I can't accept this. How could I have lost? I have money, power, and all the connections I need. So what the hell is Lin Feng? He's just a pretty boy who sells his body to get by. The thought sent a wave of immense humiliation through Yun Jingchu, and his gaze toward Lin Feng was filled with pure venom. Does being handsome really mean you can get away with anything? Sensing the venom in that stare, Lin Feng pushed Wang Chong aside and strode directly toward Yun Jingchu. What do you want? Yun Jingchu asked, his voice trembling. Though he was seething with hatred, he knew the situation was hopeless. There was no coming back from this. I believe I told you earlier, didn't I? Lin Feng's tone was eerily calm. It's a shame, but you lost. At these words, the color drained from Yun Jingchu's face. He immediately stammered. Lin Feng, you can't do this. We were classmates. For old time's sake, just let me go this once. I lost my head. I don't really have anything against you, I swear. Please. Snap. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng brought his foot down and snapped Yun Jingchu's right arm. HSSSSS. Yun Jingchu sucked in a sharp breath, a pained hiss escaping his lips as large beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. But this was only the beginning. Then, without a shred of mercy, Lin Feng stomped down 3 more times. Every stomp was vicious and swift. The sharp crack of breaking bones echoed through the room. Before long, Lin Feng had shattered Yun Jingchu's remaining limbs, leaving his bones and tendons completely severed. The excruciating pain twisted Yun Jingchu's face into a grotesque mask. His eyes rolled back in his head as he gasped for air, on the verge of passing out. Yet, as Lin Feng gazed upon the gruesome scene, his eyes held not a shred of pity, only ice-cold indifference. He had given him a chance to live, a chance Yun Jingchu had stubbornly refused to take. So what if they were old classmates? To Lin Feng, a former classmate who tried to use him as a stepping stone and put on airs was no different from an enemy. Worse yet, just moments ago, that bastard had dared to stare at his sister with the eyes of a ravenous wolf. He was practically begging for death. His face an emotionless mask, Lin Feng delivered another vicious kick, sending it straight into Yun Jingchu's stomach. A sickening thud echoed out. Yun Jingchu's body skidded across the wooden floor for a good dozen meters before slamming violently into the far wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and instantly passed out. Having witnessed the entire thing, Wang Chang's eyes flickered, and he shot a meaningful glance at the impassive Lin Feng. Just as I thought, he mused. You really can't judge a book by its cover. This quiet, melancholic-looking young man was far more ruthless than I could have ever imagined. Not only did he cripple the man's limbs, but he finished by sending him flying across the room with a single kick. There was no doubt about it that Guy Yun Jingchu would be spending the rest of his life in a wheelchair. But Wang Chong wasn't bothered by it in the slightest. He'd seen far bloodier things in his time. A little scene like this wasn't enough to shake him. I never would have guessed, Master. Not only are you skilled in the mystical arts, but your martial arts are incredible too. I, Wang Chong, am truly impressed, from the bottom of my heart. Wang Chong sidled up to him, his face plastered with a fawning smile, and said obsequiously. Lin Feng merely shot him an icy glare before turning on his heel and walking toward the door without another word. Wang Chong's earlier behavior had frankly disgusted him. The fact that he hadn't slapped the man into oblivion on the spot was already an act of immense restraint. Master, please wait. Wang Chong hurried to speak, signaling with his eyes to the henchman he had posted at the door. Getting the hint instantly, his men moved to block Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng turned, his eyes settling on Wang Chong. His voice was flat as he spoke. Wang Chong, do you have any idea what happens when you piss me off? A smile immediately spread across Wang Chong's face. He walked up to Lin Feng, and said, his voice full of apology. Master, please, don't get the wrong idea. I've really run into some serious trouble this time. I was hoping you could help me out. If you can handle it, money is no object. At these words, Lin Feng fell into thought. Truth be told, money didn't hold much appeal for him. He had tens of thousands on him, already more than enough to support himself and his sister. But he had once made a promise to give Qin Yinhua a lifetime of wealth to atone for the guilt that weighed on him. At that thought, Lin Feng finally spoke. The talisman I gave you last time should have been more than enough to handle that business with the spirit seeking its title. So why are you here again? Well, here's what happened. Wang Chong didn't dare to hesitate, quickly recounting everything that had transpired the previous night. As he finished speaking, the color visibly drained from his face. He gave a bitter smile and said, Master, you might laugh at me for saying this, but I've been around for years. I've done all sorts of shameless things to get by, kissed up to the right people, and even stared down venomous snakes. But a dead person coming back to life, that's just beyond my comprehension. It scared me so bad I didn't sleep a wink all night. As soon as the sun came up, I rushed to the Jiangning department store market to find you. Who would have thought I'd run into you here? So the corpse moved on its own. Lin Feng muttered to himself. There were actually several possibilities for a situation like this. It could be a spirit causing trouble, possession by a goo insect, or perhaps interference from some kind of anomalous energy field. Beyond that, among the more unorthodox arts, there was a dark spell known as corpse control, which could also make a dead body stand up and walk around. Therefore, without seeing the scene for himself, Lin Feng couldn't be sure which it was. Master, about this, is there anything you can do? Wang Chong asked tentatively, a hint of anxiety in his voice. You keep calling me master. It's a little weird. Just call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and began to speak. Calling me by my full name sounds so impersonal. I've got a good decade or so on you, so I'm going to pull rank and call you Brother Lin. How's that sound? It was clear Wang Chong was trying to cozy up to Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng was a man of unfathomable depth. If he could win a man like that over to his side, nothing could be better. To outsiders, he seemed to have connections everywhere, a man whose influence could make the entire city of Jinling tremble. But he alone knew the truth. In front of the truly elite families, he was a nobody. The waters in this world ran deep. Things were far more treacherous than they appeared on the surface. Call me whatever you want, Lin Feng replied, his tone flat. Great. Brother Lin it is, then. So, Brother Lin, you got any bright ideas for me? A broad, eager smile spread across Wang Chong's face. Before the words were even out of his mouth, he leaned in again, reaching for Lin Feng's hand. What the hell do you think you're doing? A dangerous glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. My apologies, my apologies. Old habit of mine, hard to break. Wang Chong scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Lin Feng shot him an icy look before finally speaking. I can't say for sure about your problem yet. I need to see the construction site for myself before I can make a call. No problem. Let's head out right now. Wang Chong was ecstatic and quickly agreed. Let's talk about the price first, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. And don't think I'm being greedy, but I won't lift a finger on this for less than $1 million. $1 million? That's nothing. Wang Chong held up 5 fingers, his voice booming with bravado. If you can solve this problem for me, Brother Lin, I'll make it 5 million. Lin Feng shot Wang Chong a surprised look. He'd just quintupled the offer. Honestly, Wang Chong's move had genuinely made him see the man in a new light. It was clear now that Wang Chong hadn't clawed his way up from being a nobody to his current position on pure luck alone. All right, I'll take the job. Then I'm in your hands, Brother Lin. The weight on Wang Chong's chest finally lifted. Chapter 23. I wouldn't help you for 50 billion. A convoy of 8 black stretch Hummers was speeding toward Taihu Mountain, just east of Jinling. Because of the traffic in the city, the 50-odd-kilometer trip had taken them a good hour and a half to complete. By now, the clock had already ticked past 4 in the afternoon. The sun was sinking low in the west, leaving a fiery crimson afterglow in its wake. On the gravel road, the twilight stretched the convoy's shadows long. Paired with the few lonely old poplar trees by the roadside, the scene gave off an indescribable sense of desolation. We're here at the site, Lin. Let's get out. Only after the car came to a complete stop did Wang Chong speak, his voice low. It was obvious the moment he stepped onto the construction site. A hint of nervousness crept into his expression, erasing the easygoing, confident air he'd had in the car. "All right." Lin Feng nodded, pushed open his door, and stepped out. He gave the area a casual, sweeping glance. Instantly, a large cluster of two-story buildings with blue roofs and white walls came into view, the kind of temporary prefab housing common to any construction site. A rough count told him there had to be around 500 of them. At 4 people to a unit, that meant a population of a full 2,000 people. For a construction site, an operation of this scale was massive. In addition, building materials were neatly stacked nearby, where a few workers in hard hats were listlessly moving them about, their minds clearly elsewhere. Just then, Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to 2 willow trees in the distance. "So, Lin, what do you think of this place?" Wang Chong asked tentatively from his side. "This is an impressive operation, no doubt," Lin Feng said, shaking his head slightly. "But the feng shui of this place, it feels wrong. Impossible. We had a renowned feng shui master assess this land personally. He guaranteed it was a prime, auspicious location. Otherwise, why would Jinling University ever choose to build its new campus here?" Wang Chong immediately shot down Lin Feng's assessment. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Chong, then raised a hand and pointed toward the 2 trees by the distant creek, asking, "Do you recognize what kind of tree that is?" "It's just a willow tree, isn't it?" Wang Chong replied without a second thought. "If you recognize it as a willow, then haven't you noticed anything odd? Willows are in nature, they thrive by the water. But look here, by this mountain stream. There are 2 of them, each a meter thick. Does that seem normal to you?" Lin Feng scoffed. Hearing this, Wang Chong's expression froze. Now that Lin Feng had pointed it out, he realized something was indeed off. A typical willow's trunk is 30 or 40 centimeters thick at most. But to find willows this massive, deep in these old mountains, it clearly defied the natural laws of growth. There's a saying in feng shui, qi scatters when it meets the wind, stops when it meets water, and is trapped when it meets a mountain. Now look again. These 2 willows are entrenched before the mountain, nourished by yin energy. That's why they've grown so massive. Then, look up at the mountain. It's hundreds of meters tall, but it's split down the middle, like 2 pillars holding up the sky. This makes it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. At night, fog and moisture intertwine, making the area incredibly damp and gloomy. All of this creates a textbook mountain yin hiding formation. Of course, on the other hand, the feng shui here makes it a treasure trove, but only for malevolent entities. As for humans, this is a perfect corpse nurturing ground. If someone were buried here, they'd likely rise as a zombie in a decade or so, Lin Feng explained in a nonchalant tone. Gulp. After just those few sentences, cold sweat was already beating on Wang Chong's temples. Could it be? Was there really something wrong with this place's feng shui? But if so, how could that master have missed it back then? Lin, Brother Lin, in your opinion, what should we do about this?" Wang Chong asked, his voice filled with trepidation. "I've got 2 options for you. The first is to cut down these 2 willows and then level both mountain peaks. Let the yin energy disperse, and the problem will solve itself." "That's impossible. Cutting down 2 trees is easy enough, but Taihu Mountain is a National 5A-rated scenic forest. Blowing it up is pure fantasy. Brother Lin, just skip to the second option." Wang Chong's brow furrowed as he spoke. "The second option is for you to relocate entirely. I can help you pick an auspicious location, one that I can guarantee will bring you smooth sailing and peace of mind," Lin Feng offered. At this, a wry smile touched Wang Chong's lips. "Brother Lin, you've seen the situation for yourself. The project is almost finished. Asking me to move now, that would mean a loss of over $1 billion. Is there truly no other way? You want to save your money and save your skin. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The world doesn't just hand you the best of both worlds," Lin Feng sneered. Wang Chong could only manage an awkward laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. Though he was a wealthy man, throwing away $1 billion for nothing would still be a painful blow. Having me reverse the energy field of this entire area is out of the question. If I were to intervene with that kind of force, everyone living for miles around would suffer the consequences. The karmic debt would be too great. Forget 5 million, you could offer me 50 billion and I still wouldn't dare take that job. The most I can do is help you deal with the reanimated corpse. As for everything else, you'll have to weigh your options, Lin Feng said, his tone flat and unwavering. Wang Chong opened his mouth to reply, but just then, a group of men in red hard hats was seen approaching from a distance. On a construction site, red hard hats were typically for management. Yellow was for general laborers, white for supervisors, and blue was for either safety officers or specialized trades. The approaching men were all wearing red hard hats. They were clearly the project's management team. "Boss," the middle-aged man in the lead called out, striding forward respectfully toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong gave a slight nod. He then turned to Lin Feng with a smile. "Lin, my friend, this is Zhang Bin. He's the project manager for this site, and one of my most capable men." "My friend Lin?" Zhang Bin thought, sizing up the young man with a hint of surprise. He knew his boss well. For Wang Chong to address someone with such familiarity meant the person had to be someone truly extraordinary. When he connected this to the recent strange occurrences, it all suddenly clicked for Zhang Bin. He immediately broke into a smile and said, "So you must be the master who gave us the talisman? My name is Zhang Bin. If you don't mind, you can just call me Binzi." Lin Feng nodded in response. "I wouldn't call myself a master. Let's just say I'm a tad more skilled than you all." "Hey, master, you certainly have a way with words," Zhang Bin added, a wide smile plastered on his face. Hearing this, Lin Feng didn't bother to reply. A man in charge of a project this big like Zhang Bin naturally knew how to handle people, but that had nothing to do with him. "I'm going to take a look around the mountain," Lin Feng said, turning his gaze to Wang Chong. "I'll go with you." Wang Chong immediately offered. "That won't be necessary. You just get in the way. I'll be back before dark, and I'll handle things for you then." With that, Lin Feng shook his head, turned, and strode swiftly away. He made no effort to conceal his abilities. With just a few leaps, his figure vanished into the boundless mountain forest. At this sight, the pupils of everyone present constricted sharply. That speed was terrifying. Chapter 24, The Little Lowly in the Cave. "Boss, this guy is the real deal." That speed was terrifying. "He's a martial artist, 100%. Where on earth did you find an expert like him?" Zhang Bin said, his expression grave. "Binzi, you're saying he's a martial artist?" Wang Chong's brow furrowed. "That's right. He's definitely a martial artist. No matter how physically strong an ordinary person is, they could never move that fast. Only a martial artist who has cultivated internal energy could pull that off." Zhang Bin nodded with absolute conviction. Just then, Xiao Long, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out, "Boss, everything I told you on the phone was the truth. Not a single lie. That guy, Lin Feng, he can actually fly. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. 1 second he was there, and then whoosh, he was just gone." "Shut up. I'm sick of hearing that story. Can you stop making things worse?" Wang Chong barked impatiently. "Xiao Long, you must have seen it wrong. A martial artist flying? No way. Do you have any idea what being able to fly actually means? Stop spouting this nonsense," Zhang Bin said, trying to patiently talk some sense into him. Ever since he got back yesterday, Xiao Long hadn't shut up about seeing a man fly. But of course, nobody believed a word of it. You'd have to be crazy to believe something like that. Seeing that no one was buying his story, Xiao Long just pouted, and a seed of doubt began to grow in his own mind. Maybe I really did see it wrong? This Lin Feng guy, what's his deal? He can draw talismans, he knows feng shui, and now you're telling me he's a martial artist, too? Wang Chong muttered to himself under his breath. Of course, he'd heard a thing or two about the existence of martial artists. Our great nation of Xia has 5,000 years of history, and in that long river of history, some things have been passed down, hidden from the public eye. Martial artists were one such legacy. The path of the martial artist was all about cultivating one's inner energy to its absolute peak. Once they developed their inner force, they said you could shatter boulders and slice through steel as if it were nothing. But until now, that was all just hearsay to Wang Chong. He had no real idea what a true martial artist was capable of. All he knew was that some of the most powerful families had martial artists serving as their hidden pillars of strength. "Boss, this is a golden opportunity. The Green Dragon Gang has hit a plateau. If we want to break through to the next level, we need a martial artist as our backer. Besides, things haven't been quiet lately. I've got a bad feeling something's up. I'm afraid someone's got us in their sights, and they're getting ready to make a move." Zhang Bin said in a hushed, urgent voice. Hearing this, Wang Chong nodded. He understood the logic perfectly. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Lin Feng left the project office and made his way directly to the summit of Taihu Mountain. He stood atop the summit, hundreds of meters high, looking down. From here, the entire layout of the Taihu Mountain range was spread out before him. Ancient, towering trees reached for the sky, and rivers crisscrossed the landscape below. Their winding paths coiled through the land like slumbering dragons and serpents. Taihu Mountain is clearly connected to Jinling City's Purple Gold Mountain, placing it right at the tail of the dragon vein. It should be nourished by the qi of the earth dragon, so why on earth does it have a formation that gathers yin energy? Lin Feng crossed his arms, his right hand stroking his chin as he was lost in thought. Just then, something peculiar caught his eye. The spot was nestled on the edge of a shadowy mountain hollow, perpetually shielded from the sun. This caused the yin energy to grow exceptionally thick and stagnant, making the area stand out. A dragon's pearl in the water, yin yang stones in the mountains. Don't tell me this place actually has an extreme yin stone. Lin Feng muttered to himself. So what were these yin yang stones? The principle was quite simple. A mountain range always has one side facing the sun and one side shrouded in shadow. When the yang energy on the sunlit side condensed to its peak, it would nurture a stone called the extreme yang stone. Conversely, when the yin energy on the shaded side gathered to its absolute limit, it would coalesce into a treasure known as the extreme yin stone. In the world of cultivators, these yin-yang stones were considered exceedingly rare treasures. Their greatest purpose was to temper the physical body. After refining one's body with an extreme yin stone, it would gain the ability to withstand the bitterest cold. Tempering it with an extreme yang stone, in turn, would make it impervious to scorching heat. Back in the day, his master had once gone to great lengths to find these stones, hoping to use them to temper his own body and break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. But alas, the old man had searched hundreds of mountains to no avail. To think he would stumble upon one here today. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng leaped from the 100-meter high cliff face, landing steadily before the mouth of a pitch-black cave. The cave was pitch black, its depths unervingly vast. What's more, icy drafts of yin wind gusted from its depths, sending a chill down the spine. Any ordinary person standing there would have been so terrified their legs would have turned to jelly, and they would have fled for their life without a second thought. But Lin Feng's face showed not a hint of fear as he strode right in. From the looks of it, the odds were that the extreme yin stone was hidden inside. If he could obtain this stone, he might be able to harness its potent yin energy to temper his body and finally break through the nascent soul stage that had plagued him for so long. The deeper Lin Feng walked into the cave, the thicker and more oppressive the icy yin energy became. The ambient temperature plummeted, likely dropping to 10 or even 20 degrees below zero. Even the stone walls of the cave were coated in a thin layer of frost, radiating a grim, bone-deep chill. Beyond that, the skeletal remains of unidentifiable creatures were scattered across the ground. Some bones were yellowed and brittle, clearly ancient, while others were still stained with blood, an obviously recent addition. Could there be something alive lurking in this place? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Lin Feng quickened his pace. Although the cave was pitch black, to Lin Feng, it was no different from broad daylight. In no time at all, Lin Feng reached the end of the cave. What greeted his eyes was a clearing, roughly 70 or 80 square meters in size. The space felt remarkably open, and in the very center of this clearing stood a massive boulder. The rock was a deep, bruised color all over, and on its top surface was a shallow indentation, about 6 or 7 centimeters in diameter. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look, his brow furrowing slightly. Judging by the lingering aura, this indentation was where an extreme yin stone had once formed. But the stone was gone now. It seemed someone had beaten him to it. Next, Lin Feng gave the cave another thorough inspection, but found nothing else out of the ordinary. But just then, a sound suddenly echoed through the silent darkness. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was faint, but in the deathly silent cave, it was remarkably clear. There's a hidden chamber in here. A chill went down Lin Feng's spine. He followed the sound to its source, finally pinpointing it as coming from behind one of the stone walls. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed at the wall with his sword. Crash! The stone wall shattered on impact and collapsed, revealing a hidden room behind it. Inside the secret chamber, a luminous pearl emitted a dim glow. Besides the pearl, there was a crude wooden bed. And on the bed, sitting upright, was a young woman who looked to be about 17 or 18. The young woman wore a white dress and black stockings, with a pair of bunny ears perched on her head. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were delicate and exquisite, a captivating mix of innocence and allure. Her figure was also exceptionally well developed, truly magnificent. One could only say that the rise and fall of her curves was a spectacular sight to behold. However, the face of this captivating young woman was etched with terror, and tears were streaming down her cheeks as she wept. She curled into a ball, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. What the hell was going on? How could a pretty girl just pop up out of nowhere in a gloomy, godforsaken place like this? Besides, the way she was dressed, so trendy and revealing, made it obvious she wasn't some ancient demon who'd been cultivating for centuries. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng stepped into the dark chamber to investigate. Why you? Don't come any closer. The girl clutched her hands over her impressive chest, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He stopped in his tracks and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here? Aren't you the one who kidnapped me?" The girl retorted, looking as if she were on the verge of tears. "How could it have been me?" Lin Feng immediately denied. Hearing this, the girl froze for a moment. Then, she secretly sized Lin Feng up and was suddenly struck by how handsome he was. In that moment, a good deal of her fear melted away. Chapter 25. The Jiang Family's Heiress. The girl spoke in a small voice. "My name is Jiang Xining, a freshman at Jinling University. Last night, I was at an internet cafe playing games, and then..." Cut to the chase. Lin Feng interrupted, his brow furrowing again. Jiang Xining pouted, her expression wronged, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. This left Lin Feng completely speechless. What kind of mess was this? He was here searching for a fateful opportunity, so why did he keep running into this kind of bullshit? But seeing the girl's innocent face and realizing she was about the same age as Xiao Yao, he just couldn't bring himself to be harsh with her. All right. Go on," Lin Feng relented. Jiang Xining nodded obediently and continued. "After that, I don't know how, but I suddenly passed out. The next thing I knew, I woke up here. Big brother, did my dad send you to rescue me?" "Wrong guy," Lin Feng replied, his voice laced with impatience. "I was just passing by. Then, big brother, can you get me out of here? I can reward you. What's your price?" 8,000. Just $1,000? That's not exactly motivating me to risk my neck. I said 13 million. That's just my spending money for a month. Lin Feng froze on the spot. So the saying was true, 9 out of 10 of these cutesy girls are rich, and the 10th is practically swimming in money? Looks like this kid comes from a powerful family. For her to get kidnapped and brought to a place like this, God knows what kind of mess she's tangled up in. But he couldn't be bothered with all that. For 13 million, the risk was definitely worth it. Besides, he had a nagging suspicion that this was probably connected to Wang Chung somehow. "All right, stick close to me. I'll fight us a way out of here," Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Jiang Xining finally breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her impressive chest, then got off the bed and moved closer to Lin Feng. But before she could even take 2 steps, her eyes shot wide open, her face filled with terror as she pointed behind him. "Be big, brother. There's something behind you." In truth, even without Jiang Xining's warning, Lin Feng had already sensed something was off. He whipped around. There stood 8 grotesque figures, reeking of a foul stench, staring him down with blood-red eyes. "Zombies." Lin Feng frowned, then shook his head. "Strictly speaking, these aren't real zombies. At best, they're just walking corpses. There's a world of difference between a true zombie and a walking corpse. A true zombie's body is rigid but doesn't rot. It's impervious to blades and bullets, and it possesses immense strength. As for these walking corpses, they're nothing more than reanimated dead bodies. The two are worlds apart. Looks like these 8 are the workers Wang Chung mentioned, the ones who turned. I can't believe they're here," Lin Feng thought to himself. "Big brother, Those 8 things are so ugly. They must be the ones who grabbed me, Jiang Xining said, quickly ducking behind Lin Feng with a terrified look on her face. What kind of twisted logic is that? Do people have to be bad guys just because they're ugly? Well, am I wrong? Of course you're wrong. People can't help how they look, they're born that way. A person's looks have nothing to do with their character. Besides, these 8 things in front of us aren't even alive. If they're not alive, then what the hell are they? They're walking corpses. What's a walking corpse? Are we just calling anything ugly a walking corpse now? Lin Feng lost all desire to continue the conversation. It was just a classic case of beauty without brains. A complete waste of breath. Just then, the 8 walking corpses let out a roar and charged at them, looking utterly ferocious. Ah! Jiang Xining let out a terrified shriek and quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Before long, however, everything went quiet. She tentatively moved her hands away, only to find that the 8 walking corpses were gone. Instead, the dim ground was littered with scattered fragments. Where did the walking corpses go? Jiang Xining asked, her face a mask of confusion. They've been reduced to dust. Huh? They're resting. Is this what they call a generation gap? Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Not bothering to explain further, he turned and headed for the exit. Jiang Xining glanced around her surroundings. A chill ran down her spine, and she shivered before hurrying after him. Not long after the two of them had left, an old man with grizzled white hair entered the cave. When the old man saw the scene in the dark chamber, his wrinkled face instantly darkened, so grim it looked like you could wring water from it. He had only stepped out for a moment, only to return and find his entire lair wiped clean. To think the 8 walking corpses I specifically left behind were all smashed to powder. Could a Xian-level master have been here? If I'm not mistaken, chances are it was reinforcements from the Jiang family, sent to rescue that girl. I never thought they'd have the means to find this place. It seems the Jiang family has a few tricks up their sleeve after all. Then, the old man added in a sinister tone, but they won't get away with this so easily. Just before sunset, Lin Feng finally got Jiang Xining back to the project headquarters at the foot of the mountain. On the way back, Jiang Xining had chattered non-stop like a little sparrow, occasionally blurting out the most outrageous things. The way her mind worked was truly something else. It was giving Lin Feng a massive headache. He felt her personality was a lot like Li Xiaoke's. If the two of them ever met, they'd undoubtedly become the best of friends. Wang Chong and his men had been waiting anxiously at the entrance of the project department. The moment they saw Lin Feng, they breathed a collective sigh of relief and hurried over to meet him. Lin Feng, you're finally back. The words had barely left his mouth when his gaze landed on Jiang Xining, and a flash of stunned admiration crossed his face. Damn, he thought, that girl's figure is out of this world. Absolutely spectacular. That size, even if it's not an F, it's gotta be an E, at least. Lin Feng, and this young lady. Who might this be? Before Lin Feng could answer, Jiang Xining introduced herself. Hello, I'm Jiang Xining. It's a pleasure to meet you all. You don't mean you're the Jiang Xining? From the Jiang family. Disbelief was written all over Wang Chong's face. Oh, you know who I am? Jiang Xining asked, a little curious. Her question was all the confirmation he needed. The surprise in Wang Chong's eyes gave way to sheer excitement. Know you? Are you kidding? You went missing last night. Your family's been going out of their minds trying to find you. With that, Wang Chong turned back to Lin Feng. Brother Lin, how did you two end up together? She was kidnapped. I just happened to be passing by and saved her, Lin Feng explained simply. So that's what happened. Brother Lin, you've really hit the jackpot this time, Wang Chong exclaimed, clapping Lin Feng on the shoulder. But at his words, Lin Feng fell silent. Just from Wang Chong's reaction, he knew this girl's background was even more significant than he'd imagined. The Jiang family? He wondered. Are they really that big of a deal? He racked his brain but came up with nothing, so he decided to drop it. Brother Lin, wait right here for a second. Wang Chong excitedly pulled out his phone, walked over to a corner, and dialed a number. He was clearly calling the Jiang family. After a brief conversation, Wang Chong hung up and walked back over. Miss Jiang, he said, I've gotten in touch with your family. They're sending someone to pick you up right away. Thank you so much. Jiang Xining replied with a smile. Just then, Lin Feng spoke up, his tone flat. Now that you're safe, isn't it about time you made good on that promise you made earlier? I'd advise you not to play games with me. I've always been about the money, not the person. Sir, I don't have my phone on me, so I can't transfer the money right now. My family will be here soon. I'll have them pay you then. Is that all right? Jiang Xining said timidly. Fine, Lin Feng said with a nod. The minutes and seconds ticked by. Before long, night had completely fallen. The sky was thick with clouds, blanketing the vast night. Deep in the pitch-black mountains, only the flickering lights of the project compound offered a sign of human life, a small spark of warmth in the silent forest. It was around 7 in the evening when a black SUV slowly pulled into the compound. The people from the Jiang family had arrived. 3 figures stepped out of the vehicle. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a tang suit, followed by 2 bodyguards dressed in black. It's Yang Tianbao. Wang Chang's pupils contracted the moment he recognized the man's face, his expression turning grim. Jiang Xining, however, lit up with joy and trotted over to him. She affectionately took the middle-aged man's arm and called out sweetly, Uncle Yang, what are you doing here? I can't believe you came to get me yourself. My dear young miss, you had everyone at home worried sick this time. Yang Tianbao looked at her and sighed helplessly. At his words, Jiang Xining lowered her head, looking guilty. But she quickly looked up again, turning to Lin Feng. Uncle Yang, this is the man who saved me. I promised him a reward of 13 million. Could you please transfer the money to him? Only then did Yang Tianbao's gaze fall upon Lin Feng. The young miss had only disappeared last night, and now she was back, rescued so easily. On top of that, this man was demanding a reward of over 10 million. It was hard not to be suspicious. And you are, young man? He asked. Where exactly did you find our young miss? You don't need to know any of that. Lin Feng's tone was flat. Just give me the money. Although the man, Yang Tianbao, had a contained energy and was light on his feet, clearly a trained martial artist in Lin Feng's eyes, an opponent of his caliber was far too weak to spark the slightest bit of interest. You saved our young miss, and we will certainly repay that debt. But there are still a few things we need to get straight, Yang Tianbao said, his voice laced with ice. Lin Feng's brow furrowed at his words. Is this guy taking me for one of Jiang Xining's kidnappers? Sensing the growing tension, Wang Chong, who was standing to the side, quickly forced a smile and tried to smooth things over. Mr. Yang, he's a good friend of mine. I was the one who called you with the news just now. I wasn't talking to you. Stay out of this. Yang Tianbao's expression was completely cold. The color drained from Wang Chong's face. He never imagined Yang Tianbao would humiliate him so publicly. The situation reached a tense impasse. Jiang Xining quickly spoke up, trying to explain. Uncle Yang, you must be mistaken. This gentleman is the one who saved me. Young miss, the world is far more complicated than you imagine. I will handle this. Just stand aside and stay out of it. Uncle Yang, we can't repay his kindness with suspicion. Jiang Xining cried, a hint of anger in her voice. But Yang Tianbao ignored her. He simply motioned for the 2 bodyguards beside him to watch the young miss, then fixed his icy gaze on Lin Feng. If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to come back with us to the Jiang estate for a thorough investigation. I don't have time to waste on this. Lin Feng's brow twitched slightly. He paused for a moment in thought before continuing. I'll give you 2 ways this can go. First, you give me my money, and we go our separate ways, owing each other nothing. Second, I end your young miss's life right here, right now. That way, there's no life-saving debt to argue about. So you choose. The money or her life. Chapter 26. The Jiang family's martial artist. The moment the words left his mouth, a dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone's face was a mask of pure shock and disbelief. What the hell is this guy talking about? Kill the young miss. And it's like the rescue never happened? After a long moment, Yang Tianbao broke the silence with a laugh born of pure rage. He shook his head in contempt and said, Young man, I'm going to give you one chance to say that again. Are you telling me you weren't just joking? Don't try to act tough with me. You have 10 seconds to think it over. When those 10 seconds are up, none of you are leaving here alive. There wasn't a hint of emotion in Lin Feng's voice. And then, he began the countdown. 10, 9. Watching Lin Feng's dead serious expression, Yang Tianbao's face instantly darkened. This kid really had no idea what he was up against. It looked like he'd have to teach the boy a lesson today. He was just about to make his move. But, right at that critical moment, tap, tap, from the pitch-black darkness beyond the construction site gate, the faint sound of footsteps emerged. Then, an old, white-bearded weasel sauntered out and came to a stop before the group. The old weasel was a good 3 feet long, and its jet-black eyes glinted with a human-like cunning. It fixed its malevolent eyes on the group and spoke with a chuckle. "Take a good look, everyone. Do I look more like a man or a god?" This completely unexpected scene left everyone except for Lin Feng utterly dumbfounded. What in the world was going on? Could this be the Weasel Immortals right from the old Northeastern legends? How is this possible? A chill ran down Wang Chong's spine. He had clearly just struck one down with lightning. How could another one just appear? "Uncle Yang, what is happening?" Jiang Xining quickly ducked behind Yang Tianbao, her large, bright eyes filled with a mixture of fear and an even greater amount of curiosity. If she had been there alone, she would have burst into tears from fright. But with so many people around, and Uncle Yang by her side, her fear subsided, allowing her curiosity to take the upper hand. "It's just a beast. Nothing to be afraid of." Though Yang Tianbao's words were meant to be soothing, his piercing gaze was locked onto the old weasel, betraying none of his true thoughts. "Oh," Jiang Xining nodded, not fully understanding. Still, she couldn't stop her wide, curious eyes from secretly studying the old weasel, perhaps sensing Jiang Xining's gaze. Of course, this specific error message is highly technical, so the best translation depends heavily on the novel's context, whether it's displayed on a screen, spoken by an AI, or read by a character. Here are a few options, tailored for different novelistic situations and written in natural American English. ##### Option 1. Direct and technical most common. This is for a sci-fi, cyberpunk, or thriller context where technical accuracy is important and the character understands the message. It treats the text as a direct readout from a computer system. Error: failed to execute, text, on response, body stream already read. Why it works. It's a literal, authentic-sounding error message that a programmer or hacker would recognize. The error prefix is a common way to display system-level alerts. ##### Option 2. Slightly simplified for narrative flow. This version keeps the technical feel, but simplifies the language slightly to be less of a mouthful for the reader, while conveying the same core problem. Processing error: could not read response. Data stream was already consumed. Why it works. It translates the jargon into more accessible concepts. Data stream was already consumed, while still sounding like a legitimate system error. #### Option 3. Descriptive and character-focused. This is for a context where the character is not a tech expert, and the focus is on their confusion or frustration rather than the error itself. A processing error flashed on the screen, followed by a line of cryptic text, body stream already read. Why it works. It describes the event from the character's point of view. The specific error is presented as cryptic text, which immerses the reader in the character's non-technical perspective. #### Option 4. As AI dialogue. If an artificial intelligence or ship's computer were speaking the error aloud. Execution failed. The response body has already been read. Why it works. This is how a machine with a natural language interface might report the error. It's clear, direct, and slightly formal, fitting for an AI. Yang Tianbao was a terrifying force, his fists swinging in wide, powerful arcs that radiated an air of invincibility. The old weasel, in contrast, appeared far more composed. It merely sidestepped Yang Tianbao's onslaught with nimble grace, letting out a few sinister cackles from time to time. "Brother Lin, who do you think will win?" Wang Chong leaned in close to Lin Feng and asked in a hushed voice. The old weasel has been toying with him from the very beginning. "What do you think?" Lin Feng replied, his tone flat. Standing to the side, Jiang Xining heard this and immediately retorted, unconvinced. "No way. My Uncle Yang is incredibly strong. He's a Yellow Realm martial artist. With his thunder fist, he's practically unrivaled in all of Jinling City. How could a mere beast be a match for my uncle? Look at it. It's doing nothing but taking a beating. It won't be long before Uncle Yang beats it to death." Yellow Realm martial artist? Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Since his master had only ever taught him the arts of cultivation, he knew next to nothing about these so-called martial realms. That's right. The martial arts realms are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. You're only considered a true practitioner once you've cultivated your internal energy. My Uncle Yang is a mid-stage Yellow Realm martial artist. His Thunder Fist style is known for its raw, overwhelming power. Smashing stone tablets is child's play for him. Jiang Xining's expression swelled with pride. Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. So, Yellow is the highest realm then? Lin Feng asked with a hint of curiosity. At this question, Jiang Xining's expression soured. She explained, the Yellow Realm is just the entry level. Above it are the Mystic and Earth realms, and the highest of all is the Heaven Realm. So, after all that, it's not so impressive, Lin Feng said, shaking his head in disappointment. What do you know? You have no idea what it means to be a Yellow Realm martial artist. Let me put it this way. You've heard of the Jiangnan Provincial Fighting Tournament, right? If my uncle were to enter, he'd bring home the championship without even breaking a sweat. Jiang Xining puffed out her chest, her voice filled with immense pride. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath when they heard this. The Jiangnan Provincial Fighting Tournament is a big deal. To dominate a competition like that is seriously impressive, Lin Feng said flatly. That Uncle Yang of yours is certainly a lot tougher than the average person. But put him up against a monster that's practically become a spirit, and he's completely out of his league. It seems you really don't know anything at all. Jiang Xining just shook her head. She couldn't be bothered to waste another word on Lin Feng. Her gaze returned to the fight. And just then, Uncle Yang was like a god of war descended, beating the weasel back and sending it scrambling in every direction. The way things were going, there was no way he could lose, was there? But then, just at that moment, the old weasel's form suddenly froze. Then, from its beady, darting eyes, 2 beams of eerie green light shot out. The green light was sinister, radiating a malevolent energy that could steal one's very soul. The moment the green light hit him, Yang Tianbao's forward charge stopped dead. He stood frozen on the spot, as if his soul had just been ripped from his body. Chapter 27. You look like a chump. Kakik. The old weasel let out a sinister cackle and lunged, its sharp claws aiming straight for Yang Tianbao's heart. Damn it! Seeing this, the faces of the 2 bodyguards in black who had come with Yang Tianbao changed drastically, and they immediately rushed forward to help. It was clear that these 2 were highly skilled themselves. Their footwork was steady, and their punches were fierce. Even if they weren't true martial artists, they were damn close. However, facing their fierce assault, the old weasel merely flicked its claws out casually. Schlick, schlick. The 2 bodyguards' chests were torn open in an instant. They let out a single, agonized scream before collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood pooled beneath them, and after a few twitches, they went still. That brief distraction was all it took for Yang Tianbao to snap out of his trance. The color drained from his face as he saw the old weasel right in front of him, and he scrambled to back away. But it was too late. The old weasel's claws flashed past in a deceptively casual swipe. Shhhgay. With a blood-curdling scream from Yang Tianbao, his entire left arm was hacked clean off. In the next instant, crimson blood erupted from the stump. The acrid, coppery stench of blood instantly filled the air. HSS. Yang Tianbao sucked in a sharp breath against the searing pain of his severed arm. Scrambling back to create distance, he quickly jabbed his right hand at several points on his shoulder, managing to stanch the bleeding for the moment. Only then did he look up, his face a mask of horror, at the old yellow weasel not far away. The creature was staring right at him, a grotesque, sinister grin plastered on its face. A storm of shock and terror raged within him. Enchantment. The beast's eyes, they could cast a spell of enchantment. He had met its gaze just moments ago, and in that instant, his mind had gone completely blank. That thing, it's unbelievably powerful. The sight made Wang Chong and Zhang Bin's skin crawl. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned completely. Of the 3 men the Jiang family had brought, 2 were now dead, and 1 was grievously wounded, all in a matter of seconds. The beast's claws were terrifyingly sharp, slicing through flesh and bone as if they were nothing. They had severed the arm of a Yellow Realm warrior like Yang Tianbao with such terrifying ease. Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, are you all right? Jiang Xining snapped out of her stupor and rushed to support Yang Tianbao. Her pretty face was ashen, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. In her mind, Uncle Yang had always been a symbol of invincibility. She never would have dreamed he could be so grievously wounded by a mere weasel. Yang Tianbao opened his mouth to speak, but at that very moment, the old yellow weasel lunged again. It scrambled across the ground on all fours with terrifying speed, the green glow in its eyes now a horrifying, unholy crimson. Miss, get back. Yang Tianbao's pupils constricted as he shoved Jiang Xining aside with all his might. He then channeled what little internal energy he had left into his right fist and unleashed a desperate punch at the advancing creature. Kakik. The old yellow weasel let out a dry cackle, dodging the punch with an effortless flicker of its body. In the next moment, it lashed out with its claws again. 3 blinding white streaks flashed through the darkness. Arg! Another agonized scream ripped from Yang Tianbao's throat. His entire right arm was shorn from his body. The sheer force of the head-on collision sent him flying. He slammed hard onto the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Every last bit of his earlier arrogance had vanished. A sharp, collective gasp went through the crowd. Watching the scene unfold, a chill ran down everyone's spine. This was a true Yellow Realm martial artist, after all. To think he'd end up in such a wretched state. Lin? Brother Lin, what do we do now? Wang Chong asked, his voice laced with trepidation. What else is there to do? Enjoy the show, of course, Lin Feng replied with an air of casual indifference. His words, and the way he said them, made it perfectly clear. He had no intention of lifting a finger to help. If Yang Tianbao had just paid him without a fuss from the start, he might have considered lending them a hand, for the money's sake. But alas, some opportunities, once they slip through your fingers, are gone for good. In any case, once this master and servant were dead, he could still collect the 13 million owed to him from the Jiang family. So he wasn't worried in the slightest. Uncle Yang, Jiang Xining cried out, the color draining from her face. She rushed to his side, frantically pressing her hands to his wound. Uncle Yang, she began, her voice trembling. Are you okay? Young miss. This bastard, he's too strong. I don't think we're getting out of this tonight. Yang Tianbao's face was ashen, his eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. Right then, he hated himself, hated his arrogance, hated that he'd underestimated his foe. If he hadn't been so careless, he could have held off that old weasel long enough for the others to get the young miss to safety. But now, it was too late for any of that. Wang Chong, if you can get my young miss out of here safely, the Jiang family will reward you handsomely in the future. With that, Yang Tianbao turned a pleading gaze on him. Wang Chong's expression faltered, and for a moment, he was too scared to speak. Under normal circumstances, he would have jumped at the chance to get in the good graces of a powerful family like the Jiangs. He'd have gone through hell and high water for it. But right now, it was taking every ounce of his willpower just to suppress his terror and not turn and run. To ask him to fight that old weasel? He absolutely didn't have the guts for that. Yang Tianbao seemed to see the fear in Wang Chong's heart, and the last glimmer of hope in his own eyes faded completely. He forced himself up, shielding Jiang Xining behind him as his gaze locked menacingly onto the old weasel. Even if it meant death, he had to die before his lady did. But who could have known? At that critical moment, the old weasel would actually shift its gaze away from him. In the next instant, it fixed its glowing green eyes on Lin Feng and let out a sinister laugh. Young man, take a look at me. Do I look more like a man or an immortal? Holy shit. Standing next to Lin Feng, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin felt their scalps tingle with fear, and they instinctively stumbled back several steps. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He'd had no intention of getting involved, but he never thought the vile beast would dare to provoke him directly. I'm asking you a question, young man. Go on, tell me. Do I look like a man or an immortal? The old weasel crept closer, stopping less than 3 feet from Lin Feng. It stared him down with its glowing green eyes, an indescribably eerie grin plastered on its face. I think you look like a damn joke, Lin Feng said, his voice cold. Kakik, you've got some nerve, kid. The old weasel let out a strange cackle as its glowing green eyeballs began to spin slowly in their sockets. Then, two eerie beams of green light shot from its eyes and into Lin Feng's. Lin Feng could clearly feel it. A pathetically weak psychic force trying to burrow into his mind, attempting to seize control of his consciousness. Kakik. Thinking it had succeeded, the old weasel let out another sinister laugh. It fell back on its old trick, thrusting its sharp claws straight toward Lin Feng's heart. At the sight of this, Yang Tianbao's face turned deathly pale. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin clenched their fists, desperately wanting to charge in and help. But the memory of the two Jiang family bodyguards' gruesome fate rooted them to the spot in terror. As for Jiang Xining, she clamped her hands tightly over her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with pure fear. It's over. It's really over this time. This was exactly how Uncle Yang had his left arm torn off. However, in the very next second, the scene that unfolded before them made everyone's skin crawl. All they saw was Lin Feng's right hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, clamping down on the weasel's throat and hoisting it into the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Scared out of its wits, the old weasel began to thrash for its life. But it was all for naught. No matter how it flailed, it couldn't break free from Lin Feng's vice-like grip. That extreme Yin stone from the mountain, Lin Feng asked in a flat tone. Did you take it? The moment he discovered this old weasel could bewitch people's minds, he had guessed the beast was the one pulling the strings behind the 8 walking corpses from before. Therefore, it was only natural for him to suspect that the extreme Yin stone had also fallen into its clutches. Squeak. The old weasel remained silent, but the green glow in its eyes grew increasingly sinister as it tried to break Lin Feng's will. You insignificant insect, you dare display your petty tricks before me? Lin Feng scoffed, then immediately used a soul-searching art on the creature. But even after turning the weasel's mind inside out, he couldn't find a single valuable clue. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. He glanced down at the old weasel, now foaming at the mouth, and tightened his grip. Snap! With a sharp crack, the old weasel's neck was snapped, killing it instantly. Chapter 28. Is your heart made of iron? At that moment, the entire area fell dead silent. Everyone froze, expressions of utter disbelief plastered on their faces. How? How could this be? The all-powerful great immortal Huang was just strangled to death by Lin Feng, just like that? It looked no different than crushing a baby chick. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd before finally settling on Wang Chong. He spoke. Wang Chong, the bodies of those 8 workers were being controlled by this old weasel, that's why they could move. I've dealt with the corpses, and I've killed this beast. Your project can continue now. However, the feng shui of this land is bad. You're bound to run into more trouble in the future, so you'd best be careful. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wang Chong finally stammered, his tone now filled with the utmost respect. Now he finally saw what Lin Feng was truly capable of. The old weasel fiend, something even a yellow-rank martial artist couldn't handle, didn't even last a single blow against Lin Feng. Could it be? Had his cultivation already reached the profound realm? His heart clenched at the thought. He made a silent vow. He had to get on Lin Feng's good side, no matter what. Not only were his martial skills incredible, but he was also a master of feng shui and the divinatory arts. A master of his caliber was a once-in-a-lifetime find. No need for thanks. It was just a fair transaction, Lin Feng said, his tone flat. You're a straight shooter, Brother Lin. I'll transfer the money right now. Wang Chong gave an awkward laugh and quickly pulled out his phone to make the payment. Ping. Your bank account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 5 million.00. Lin Feng glanced at the notification on his screen and nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, this boss Wang was prompt when it came to payment. Unlike some people, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining nearby. His voice was ice-cold as he spoke. As for the remaining 13 million you owe, isn't it about time you settled up? Before Yang Tianbao could even speak, Jiang Xining shot back, her voice laced with anger. You clearly had the power to deal with that beast. Why didn't you act sooner? If you had just helped from the start, Uncle Yang and the others would never have gotten hurt. And why should I have saved you? Do I owe you something? A scornful smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. He took a step forward, his voice devoid of all emotion. I don't care if you're some rich heiress. In my eyes, you're no different from an ant. And in this world, no one dares to welsh on a debt to Lin Feng. Pay up today, or you die here. You? Why are you being so cruel to me? As the pampered heiress of the Jiang family, Jiang Xining had never been threatened like this. She immediately panicked, tears welling in her eyes as she stood there, completely at a loss. Please, young man, calm down. 13 million is nothing to the Jiang family. Yang Tianbao interjected. But look at the state I'm in. I can't possibly make a transfer right now. How about this? Come back with us to the Jiang estate, and I'm willing to pay you double. What do you say? Yang Tianbao's voice drifted over, sounding weak and powerless. No matter how tough a martial artist's body was, with both arms broken and so much blood lost, he was completely running on fumes. Only sheer force of will was keeping him from collapsing. Lin Feng stared at Yang Tianbao, his face expressionless, still clinging to hope, even at a time like this. Young man, if it's money you're after, then you'll just have to trust me this once. As long as you escort me and our young miss back home, the Jiang family guarantees you double the reward. Yang Tianbao explained in a rush. First, their young miss had been abducted and brought here for reasons unknown, and then that terrifying weasel monster had appeared out of nowhere, trying to kill them. There had to be some kind of connection between these two events. It was even highly likely that some mysterious master was watching them from the shadows. At first, his primary suspect had been Lin Feng. However, after witnessing Lin Feng's actions, he had dismissed that suspicion. Besides, in his current state, there was no way he could protect the young miss. He had no choice but to turn to Lin Feng for help. So, you want me to be your bodyguard and take you back? Lin Feng saw right through him. Exactly. That's precisely what I mean. A reward of 26 million, just for getting me and the young miss back to the Jiang family estate, safe and sound. Yang Tianbao confirmed with a nod. Lin Feng didn't answer him directly. Instead, he turned to Wang Chong and asked, "This Jiang family, are they loaded?" Wang Chong answered without a second thought. The Jiang family is one of the top families in Jinling City. They have more money than they can spend. 1 trillion in assets is probably a conservative estimate. Hearing this, a smile spread across Lin Feng's face. He turned back to Yang Tianbao and said, "Escorting you isn't out of the question, but as for the price, we'll have to multiply it by 1,000. And I want cash only. I'm not interested in any of that stocks and securities crap." The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room froze. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin both gasped in unison. As for Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining, their pupils contracted sharply, thinking, this kid must be insane. 1,000 times the price. Doesn't that come out to 26 billion? And he specifically demanded it in cash. A sum of cash that large. Even the Jiang family would have to scramble to pull that together. Young man, don't you think you're being a little too greedy? Yang Tianbao's expression darkened instantly. Call it greedy if you want, but you're the ones asking for my help. So of course I get to name my price. Take it or leave it. What's so unreasonable about that? Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Besides, for a family with an empire the size of the Jiangs, what's a few tens of billions? Is that really such an outrageous demand? Not outrageous? Do you have any concept of what 26 billion in cash is? Your demand is completely insane. It's a fantasy. If word of this got out, you'd be a laughingstock. Yang Tianbao's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. If you think it's too much, then let's just forget the whole thing, Lin Feng said with a shrug, as if he couldn't care less. Fine, forget it then. I was just trying to buy some peace of mind. You really think you're some kind of big shot, don't you? Yang Tianbao was furious, his chest heaving with rage. The violent movement tore open his wound, and fresh blood began to seep out. 26 billion. It was an astronomical figure. It was simply impossible to come up with. Frankly, to raise that kind of money on short notice, they'd have to liquidate assets at a fire sale price, assets worth at least 40 billion in reality. If they actually paid it, the blow would cripple the entire Jiang family. And taking a huge step back, even if he did agree to it now, there was no way the Jiang family would ever actually follow through. To be brutally honest, even if he and the young miss both ended up dead here today, the family would never, ever pay that kind of money to ransom them. The kid was completely delusional. He had no clue what he was worth, a complete and utter fool. With this in mind, Yang Tianbao turned to Jiang Xining beside him. Miss, take the phone out of my pocket. Call the family and tell them to send a helicopter to pick us up. Oh, and don't forget to bring my money along. If you short me, I won't be so polite anymore. Lin Feng added, his tone casual. Money, money, money. Is that all you ever think about? At that moment, Jiang Xining's disappointment in Lin Feng had reached its absolute limit. It appears there was a technical error. Instead of a sentence from a novel, I received a system message, failed to fetch. Please try sending the Chinese sentence you would like translated again. I'll be ready to help. Of course, here are a few options, as the best choice depends on the specific tone of the novel. Option 1, most direct and technical, good for a log file or console output. Processing error, failed to execute, text, on response, body stream already read. Option 2, a more common and slightly less verbose alternative. Error, failed to execute, text, on response, body stream already read. He hadn't planned on getting involved anyway, and now that the old man had given him an out, he was more than happy to take it. Otherwise, he'd be forced to jump in and save them again, and that would be a real headache. Good. The old man nodded, satisfied with the outcome. In fact, he had been observing them from the shadows for quite some time. To be honest, he couldn't get a read on this kid, Lin Feng, at all, and the unknown often meant a lack of control. Out of caution, he was reluctant to provoke Lin Feng. Besides, his primary target had been the Jiang family from the very start. This business with the construction site was purely a side issue. The noise had been bothering him, so he decided to teach them a small lesson. It was nothing to get seriously invested in. With that thought, the old man's sinister gaze fell upon Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining. Yang Tianbao's heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to remain calm, he spoke with the utmost respect. Senior, may I ask your name? Yi Tianxin. Have you heard that name before? The old man uttered, his voice flat. You can't be the bloody-handed butcher, Yi Tianxin? A cold chill shot down Yang Tianbao's spine. Ha ha ha. I'm surprised a young pup like you has such sharp eyes. That's right. I am the very same Yi Tianxin known throughout the martial world as the bloody-handed butcher. Yi Tianxin cackled ominously. At these words, Yang Tianbao's heart leaped into his throat. He never would have dreamed that the old man before him had such a terrifying background. Uncle Yang, is that title, the bloody-handed butcher, well known? Jiang Xining asked, a trace of anxiety in her voice. 20 years ago, the bloody-handed butcher was a notoriously ruthless figure in the Jiangnan martial world. The technique he cultivates, the blood-sucking arts, is exceptionally vile. He grows his internal energy by feeding on the blood of his victims. He had appeared on the scene for less than a year and had already claimed over 1,000 lives. Even several masters at the Yellow Realm fell to him. Later, the Jiangnan Martial Alliance dispatched an Earth Realm expert to lead a team to eliminate him, but somehow, he still managed to escape in the end. After that incident, the bloody-handed butcher vanished as if into thin air, never to be seen in the martial world again. Though Yang Tianbao desperately tried to compose himself, a tremor still crept into his voice. He was, at best, a Yellow Realm martial artist, while the bloody-handed butcher had been a force to be reckoned with 20 years ago. Now, faced with an old fiend who saw human life as worthless, he was naturally terrified. And at Yang Tianbao's words, Jiang Xining, Wang Chong, and Zhang Bin all felt their scalps go numb with terror. This was the 21st century. How could an old fiend straight out of a TV drama actually exist in this world, a monster who had slaughtered over 1,000 people? It was too outrageous. Of everyone present, only Lin Feng observed the man with keen interest. The bloody-handed butcher? The name certainly had an intimidating ring to it. Too bad the martial path was ultimately just a mortal technique. Before a cultivator, it was nothing worth mentioning. Senior Butcher, if our Jiang family has offended you in any way, please, just say the word. I am willing to apologize on behalf of the Jiang family. How does that sound? Yang Tianbao asked apprehensively. No, no, no. Your Jiang family has never crossed me. The bloody-handed butcher laughed, his smile bone-chilling. Then, Senior, what is the meaning of this? Confusion was written all over Yang Tianbao's face. The Jiang family hasn't crossed me, no. But you've crossed someone you shouldn't have. The bloody-handed butcher let out a sinister cackle. At those words, Yang Tianbao's heart sank. So the bloody-handed butcher had been hired by someone else. Who could it be? In the entire martial world of Jiangnan province, who had the means to hire an old monster of his caliber? Could it be the Qin family? Yang Tianbao's expression changed instantly. Among the major families in Jinling City right now, only the Qins dared to openly challenge the Jiang family. At this thought, Yang Tianbao forced a smile and probed. Was it the Qin family who hired you, senior? Hey, why does a dead man need to know so much? The bloody-handed butcher let out a vicious sneer. Though his frame looked aged, his movements were as fast as lightning. He shot out a large hand, aiming straight for Yang Tianbao's head. Grievously wounded, Yang Tianbao couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch helplessly as the attack bore down on him. All of you stop. Just then, a furious roar thundered in everyone's ears. From the inky darkness, an old man in a gray robe could be seen rushing toward them at incredible speed. The old man had a sturdy frame, and he moved with the ferocity of a tiger, the agility of a leopard. His speed was simply terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and swung a heavy fist right at the bloody-handed butcher. The bloody-handed butcher saw it coming. With a light push from the balls of his feet, he shot back a dozen meters in an instant, effortlessly evading the blow. Martial uncle. Yang Tianbao's face broke into a look of pure ecstasy as he recognized the newcomer. Jiang Xining cried out in excitement as well. Second grand uncle, what are you doing here? I was visiting an old friend in the area, he said. I got a call from your father and came as fast as I could. The gray-robed elder steadied himself. A warm smile touched his wrinkled face as he asked, Ningning, are you hurt? I'm fine. Second grand uncle, you came just in the nick of time. They were giving us a terrible time, Jiang Xining said, her eyes welling up with tears. The moment he saw this, the warmth vanished from the elder's face. His gaze, now filled with murderous intent, locked onto the bloody-handed butcher. His voice was ice-cold as he spoke. Bloody-handed butcher, you've got a lot of nerve. You were lucky to get away all those years ago. I never thought you'd dare show your face again, let alone go after my granddaughter. Who gave you the gall? Spare me the tough talk, Jiang Qianhe. You really think I'm afraid of you? The bloody-handed butcher's face remained impassive, but inwardly, he was seething. What terrible luck. Of all the people to show up at this exact moment, it had to be that old bastard Jiang Qianhe. Chapter 30. Seeing Chun Inua again. It's been too long. This is the perfect chance to see how much you've really improved. Jiang Qianhe snorted and attacked without a shred of hesitation. He moved as if gliding on the wind, his strikes impossibly fast and powerful. Every single move he made contained an overwhelming, domineering force. You're courting death. A cold smirk played on the bloody-handed butcher's lips. Utterly fearless, he charged forward to meet the attack. He knew perfectly well that at this point, another word would be a waste of breath. Bang! Boom! In an instant, the two top masters clashed. The fight was intense. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. The sickening thud of fists on flesh sent a chill down the spines of the few people watching. The bloody-hand butcher really lives up to his reputation. Martial Uncle can't even get the upper hand. And you have to remember, Martial Uncle is an Earth Realm master. Yang Tianbao said gravely, his expression grim. That's nothing. My second grand uncle is incredible. Beating him is just a matter of time. Jiang Xining shook her small fist in a huff, shooting a resentful glare at Lin Feng nearby. She ground her teeth, clearly still furious about what had just happened. Wang Chong and the others felt their skin crawl under her glare. This was the young mistress of the Jiang family. After all, back in Jinling City, she was a true socialite, the epitome of wealth and beauty. But to the sons of the elite, she was a little she-devil who wouldn't be intimidated by her. Brother Lin, that Jiang Qianhe is a big deal in his family. Even the current family head has to call him second uncle. Why don't you go over and smooth things over with him later? Wang Chong urged in a hushed voice. Even though Lin Feng was a Xian realm master and seemed to be from a Taoist sect, as the old saying goes, distant water can't put out a nearby fire. If he really got on the Jiang family's bad side, it would not end well for him. Lin Feng said nothing. He merely kept his bottomless eyes fixed on the fight. Honestly, he thought, that Jiang Qianhe guy is no slouch. To think he could actually get the bloody hand butcher on the ropes. But they're too evenly matched. There's no way Jiang Qianhe can beat him quickly. Of course, from my perspective, their fight is nothing more than children roughhousing. It fails to stir even the slightest ripple of interest within me. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, their battle reaching its peak, a sound split the air. From the distant horizon came the roar of an engine. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all quickly looked up in the direction of the sound. Of course, this error message is highly technical, so the best translation depends heavily on the context of the novel and the character's perspective. I will provide several options tailored for different narrative situations. Option 1. Direct technical. This is for when the story's point of view character is a programmer or hacker, or the narrative style is very clinical and precise. This treats the message as something that appears verbatim on a screen. Processing error. Failed to execute. Text on response. Body stream already read. Execution failed. Response error. Body stream already read. The console spit back an error. Failed to execute. Text on response. Body stream already read. Option 2. Narrative character focused. This is for when the character is not tech-savvy, and the focus is on their confusion or frustration. The translation describes the event rather than just quoting the text. An error message flashed on the screen, a line of technical jargon I couldn't comprehend. Processing error. The pop-up read, followed by a cryptic message about a body stream. The system refused, displaying a frustratingly opaque error. Body stream already read. Option 3. Stylized dramatic. This is for genres like sci-fi or cyberpunk, where the technical language is part of the world's aesthetic. It takes creative liberty to make it sound more impactful. Data stream error. Stream already consumed. Execution failed. Response body exhausted. Access denied. Resources already been processed. Jiang Qianhe gently shook her head. All right then. Jiang Xining nodded obediently. A minute or so later, the helicopter in the sky began its slow descent, landing before them all. Its massive rotor blades whirled violently, kicking up a cloud of dust that whipped at their clothes and hair. Then, as everyone watched, 6 figures emerged from the helicopter. Leading the group were a man and a woman. The man was clad in a white robe and stood nearly 6'1". He was strikingly handsome, with a vibrant energy about him and an almost otherworldly aura. The woman wore a long black dress. She had a classic oval face, framed by slender, arched brows. Her lightly made-up features were so exquisite, she looked like a goddess who had stepped out of a painting. Her eyes, however, were glacial, radiating an unapproachable aura that kept everyone at a distance. The moment he saw the woman in the black dress, Lin Feng, who had been perfectly calm, shuddered violently. He froze on the spot, as if he'd been struck by lightning. Inuo, what is she doing here? In that instant, a tempest raged in Lin Feng's heart, his eyes filled with utter confusion. At that very moment, Chen Inuo's gaze also fell upon Lin Feng. She visibly froze for an instant, but recovered just as quickly. A cold smirk even touched the corners of her lips. Brother, what are you doing here? Jiang Xining exclaimed, running over and throwing herself into the arms of the man in white, her face alight with curiosity. You silly girl, the man in white said, his voice gentle as he affectionately ruffled her hair. How could I not come after you caused such a scene? Seeing this, Wang Chang's heart sank. He subconsciously clenched his fists, his palms slick with cold sweat. Who's the man in white? Lin Feng asked in a low voice, noticing Wang Chang's reaction. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have cared who the man was, but Chen Inuo was standing right beside him. After 10 long years, they had met again. She was as captivating as ever, but now, there was another man by her side. A storm of conflicting emotions washed over Lin Feng, too complex to put into words. In fact, an impulse surged within him, a sudden urge to walk over and say hello. To ask Inuo if she'd been well over the past 10 years. And while he was at it, to ask just who the man at her side was. But more than anything, he wanted to apologize to her in person. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And yet, on second thought, in his current position, what right did he have to say any of that? His heart screamed at him to throw caution to the wind and just do it. But the cold hand of reason, was like a splash of icy water, freezing him where he stood, leaving him able to do nothing but watch in silence. That's Jiang Junlin, the direct heir of the Jiang family. The entire Jiang Empire will be his someday. Wang Cheng whispered, keeping his voice low. Never mind that he was the leader of the Green Dragon Gang and the chairman of Green Dragon Construction Group in front of a man like Jiang Junlin, he had no choice but to bow his head and act small. What was even more insane was that even the wealthy patroness he used to work for couldn't hold a candle to Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin. Lin Feng savored the name for a moment, then asked, "The woman in the black dress beside him, is that his wife?" "Not necessarily. Could be his fiancée." "Fiancée? That's right. From what I've heard, Jiang Junlin isn't married yet." Lin Feng's heart plummeted. He distinctly remembered that Yinhua had already married, that she even had a daughter. So how could she now be this Jiang Junlin's fiancée? Could it be that Yinhua had left her husband? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. No matter what had happened, he was the one who had wronged her all those years ago. If he had the chance to make it up to her now, he would give everything he had. Chapter 31. I Never Forgot You. As the two of them were talking, Jiang Junlin, on the other side of the room, had already gotten the full story from Yang Tianbao about what had just transpired. He first waved a hand, signaling his men to take Yang Tianbao by helicopter to have his severed arm reattached, lest they miss the optimal window for treatment. Once that was done, he finally turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, a hint of mocking amusement in his eyes. The man's gaze was detached, his aura remarkable. Every movement carried an innate nobility, as if he were a living emperor looking down upon his mortal subjects. It was as if nothing in the world could stir the slightest ripple of emotion within him. Of that, there was no doubt. Now this was a true scion of a great family. He was in a completely different league from those spoiled rich kids who do nothing but party and cause trouble. If one phrase had to describe him, it would be still waters run deep. With a man like him, you could never gauge his true depth just from his appearance. Even Lin Feng had to admit that Jiang Junlin was truly exceptional, the kind of man who would instantly stand out in any crowd. "Young man, our family was indeed at fault earlier. There's 20 million on this card. Please, accept it as a token of my apology." The angry confrontation Lin Feng had braced himself for never happened. Jiang Junlin's demeanor was surprisingly gracious. He even took out a gold card and offered it to Lin Feng. His smile was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze, making you feel instantly at ease and inclined to like him. Then, his gaze fell upon Wang Cheng, and he spoke with a smile. "Mr. Wang, is it? I've heard of your Azure Dragon Construction Group. You're doing quite well. If the opportunity arises in the future, perhaps we could explore some collaborations with the Jiang family." "This? Young Master Jiang, you flatter me." Wang Cheng was completely dumbfounded. He had been sure the young master of the Jiang family would hold him responsible. But who could have guessed? Not only was there no hint of blame from the man, but he was actually making a friendly overture. He was even extending an olive branch for a partnership. How could this be as simple as just talking business? This was a clear offer to take him under his wing, to be his patron. The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement through Wang Cheng. "Brother, what are you doing? He's the one who just stood by and did nothing. Why should we be paying him?" Standing a short distance away, Jiang Xining wore a look of utter confusion. "Ningning, have you forgotten? If it weren't for this young man's intervention, would any of you be standing here safe and sound right now? Besides, he was right. He had no obligation to save you. What have I always taught you? You need to have a grateful heart and stop taking everything for granted. The world doesn't owe you anything." Jiang Junlin's tone was gently instructive. "Junlin is right." Jiang Qianhe chimed in from the side, nodding in agreement. Hearing this, Jiang Xining pouted resentfully. She shot Lin Feng a glare, huffed softly, and finally held her tongue. "Come on, buddy. You should take the money," Jiang Junlin pressed, a smile on his face. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the bank card being offered to him. He said nothing. The man standing before him was Chun Yinua's official fiancé. "If I took this money, what would that make me?" At the thought, his eyes drifted involuntarily to Chun Yinhua, who stood a short distance away. His gaze was filled with a tender affection, as if he had 1,000 things to say but didn't know where to begin. At that very moment, Chun Yinua's eyes were also on him, but in stark contrast to his loving gaze, Her beautiful eyes were filled with nothing but ice. A sneer played openly on her lips, and she stared at him as if he were her sworn enemy. This silent exchange did not go unnoticed. The few others present caught the charged look instantly. Wang Chong felt his scalp tingle with dread. He remembered the questions Lin Feng had asked him earlier, and his heart leaped into his throat. Holy shit! Don't tell me Brother Lin has his eyes on young Master Zhang's woman? My God! Man, don't get yourself killed. Wang Chong was terrified, but in a situation like this, he didn't dare utter a single word. What a total creep, Jiang Xining muttered under her breath, her disgust practically written on her face. What a sleazeball. How dare he ogle my future sister-in-law like that? Here, buddy, let me make an introduction, Jiang Junlin said, not with anger, but with a cheerful smile. This is my fiancée, Chen Yinhua. His words carried a hidden meaning. It was a subtle but clear warning to Lin Feng. This woman is mine. Don't even think about getting any funny ideas. Is that so? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Your fiancée is quite beautiful. I'm a big fan. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Chong's knees went weak, and he nearly collapsed right then and there. Oh my God. I'm begging you. Brother Lin, can you please act like a sane human being for once? It's one thing to be into other men's women, but you have to pick your targets. The man standing opposite you is the direct heir of the Jiang family. He's the one who's going to run the entire family someday. If you're that desperate for a woman, I can hook you up. I can get you a dozen young models. You can have your pick. Ahem, young Master Jiang. Please don't take offense. Wang Chong stammered, forcing a laugh. My brother here, he just likes to joke around, haha. With a smile plastered on his face, Wang Chong quickly stepped in to play peacemaker. There's no need for that. Who doesn't appreciate a beautiful woman? In fact, his words only prove that my fiancée is a peerless beauty. Jiang Junlin waved a dismissive hand and chuckled, as if it were nothing. Mr. Jiang, you're truly magnanimous. Wang Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Feng's deep eyes were fixed quietly on Jiang Junlin. This man before me, he's definitely someone to be reckoned with. His thoughts run deep, and he never wears his emotions on his sleeve. Any ordinary person, faced with an inscrutable man like Jiang Junlin, would have been played like a fiddle by now. On the surface, Jiang Junlin was indeed exceptional. He was well-spoken and his manners were impeccable. It was nearly impossible to find fault with him. But Lin Feng knew better. There's no such thing as a perfect person in this world. Usually, the more flawless someone appears on the outside, the more broken they are underneath. Mr. Jiang, there's something you might be in the dark about. That fiancée of yours, she's my ex-girlfriend. A rare smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Did you say ex-girlfriend? Jiang Junlin's expression froze. Nearby, the jaws of Wang Chong and Jiang Xiling practically hit the floor. Even Jiang Qianhe's brow furrowed in a deep frown. Lin Feng let out a long breath. His gaze shifted to Chen Yinhua, and he spoke with a smile. Yinhua, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Yes, a full 10 years. A very long time. Chen Yinhua said, taking a step forward, her voice flat. Well, now things are getting interesting. So that means he's the little girl's biological father? At the sight of this, a knowing smirk played on Jiang Junlin's lips. Gazing at Chen Yinhua's ice-cold expression, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain pierce his heart. Yinhua, can we talk for a moment? In private. After a moment of internal debate, he finally stepped forward, intending to pull her aside to explain. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? Chen Yinhua sidestepped his touch, her face a mask of cold fury as she snapped. If your head isn't on straight, then get the hell away from me. Don't stand here and make me sick. Look, buddy, I don't care what kind of history you have with my fiancée, but from this day forward, you two are strangers. You lay a hand on her again, and don't blame me for what happens next. Jiang Junlin, his face grim, finally spoke up. Even with his usual good nature, seeing this with his own eyes was more than he could tolerate. Lin Feng completely ignored Jiang Junlin. He gazed at Chen Yinhua, his eyes a whirlwind of emotions. Finally, he let out a sigh and spoke. Yinhua, the truth is, that time 10 years ago there was an accident. That's enough. Don't bring it up. I have absolutely no interest in your story, and I don't want to hear it. Chen Yinhua cut him off, her voice like ice. Lin Feng clenched his fists, suddenly at a loss for words. Right, what could he possibly say? Was he supposed to tell her that the reason he stood her up all those years ago was because he'd been forcibly abducted and set on the path of cultivation? Or that he had never gotten over her and wanted them to start again? On my way to meet you back then, something really did happen. But I've never stopped loving you. Whether she accepted it or not, Lin Feng felt he had to make things clear so he wouldn't have any regrets later. Let's just leave the past in the past. My life is good now. I hope you won't disturb it again. There wasn't a ripple of emotion on Chun Inua's face, and her tone was incredibly distant. Hearing her words, Lin Feng fell silent for a long while before finally, slowly speaking. I'm sorry. Huh? Sorry? Staring at the anguish on Lin Feng's face, a derisive smirk played on Chun Inua's lips. In the end, it was all for a man like him. To think I foolishly waited 10 years for him, suffering all that time for nothing? Looking back now, the whole thing is just one big, pathetic joke. Chapter 32. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her from now on. Junlin, let's go. As soon as the words left her mouth, Chun Inua turned and started walking toward a black SUV parked nearby. Sister-in-law, wait for me. Seeing this, Jiang Xining quickly ran to catch up. Jiang Qianhe shot Lin Feng a cold glance, then got into the SUV without a word. Even though Yang Tianbao had mentioned Lin Feng might be a Taoist cultivator, there were countless Taoist sects out there. Not just any disciple was worthy of the Jiang family's attention, especially this Lin Feng. He had the sheer audacity to covet the future young mistress of the Jiang family. In his eyes, the fact that he hadn't slapped Lin Feng into oblivion right then, and there was an act of incredible mercy. Lin Feng, you saw how Inua acted, didn't you? Only after everyone was settled in the car did Jiang Junlin turn to Lin Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Let's just let the past be the past. You failed to cherish her back then, that was on you. From now on, I'll take over and love her properly. I'm confident I have what it takes to give her a good life. The words sounded magnanimous enough, but that very civility made Lin Feng want to kill Jiang Junlin right where he stood. But what good would killing him do? He had already failed Chun Inua once. Was he really going to let her get hurt all over again? Oh right, Lin Feng, there's something I'm sure you've been kept in the dark about. Chun Inua is actually the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Chun family of Yinchuan. Do you have any idea what the name Chun family of Yinchuan carries? Just then, Jiang Junlin lowered his voice, his tone dripping with amusement. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He really knew next to nothing about Chun Inua's family background. Back when they were together, every time he'd asked about it, Inua would find an excuse to change the subject, only saying, "You'll find out when you come to my family to propose." Hearing Jiang Junlin now, it wasn't hard to guess that Inua's family was a force to be reckoned with. So, you're only marrying her for her family's status? Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. What do you think? A faint smirk touched the corner of Jiang Junlin's mouth. If Inua suffers even the slightest bit under your care, I swear, not only will you die, but the entire Jiang family will be buried right along with you. Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. Heh. Hearing this, Jiang Junlin didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled. It was understandable, he supposed, for a man to display such impotent rage in a situation like this. Besides, when a mere ant scurries around your feet, making empty threats, do you really get angry? Therefore, he wasn't the least bit angry. In fact, he found it almost laughable. Lin Feng, Inua and I are getting married on October 1st. You'd better be there for a celebratory drink. And hey, it'll be a chance for you to mourn your lost youth. Jiang Junlin sneered, flinging the $20 million bank card to the ground. Then he turned and climbed into the black SUV. A moment later, the SUV shot off like a wild stallion, its twin beams of blinding light cutting through the darkness before it vanished completely into the vast night. Lin Feng remained standing there, perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the spot where the SUV had disappeared. He didn't know how long he stood there gazing into the distance, but a film of moisture unconsciously welled up in his fathomless eyes. 10 whole years. Back then, when that old man on the mountain had tormented him mercilessly, he'd never shed a single tear. And yet now, for some reason, he felt a sharp sting in his nose. Deep in his heart, he was utterly unreconciled to this fate. But alas, it was too late for everything. Even if he was now powerful enough to be unrivaled in the world, some things, once lost, were lost forever. By the time you try to go back for them, all you find is that while the places may be the same, the people are not. Sigh. Wang Chong, standing off to the side, couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. Why put yourself through this? He then stepped forward to console him. Brother Lin, she's just a woman. No need to get like this. Just say the word, and I'll find you dozens of girls way hotter than her. I'm talking gorgeous young models, guaranteed. You could have a different one for every day of the week. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the moisture was gone, and they were as clear as ever. This Jiang family, what's their story? Oh, they're a huge deal. Wang Chong's expression turned serious in an instant. He continued, in Jinling City, there's a saying about the 3 clans and 4 halls. It refers to the 3 most powerful families and 4 dominant organizations. Those 3 clans control more than 90% of Jinling's economy, and the Jiang family is one of them. They're an ancient house, with a lineage that goes back centuries. Rumor has it they've been around since the Ming Dynasty. The Jiang family is packed with powerhouses. Their foundation is unimaginably deep. So, Brother Lin, I know you're no slouch, but going head-to-head with the Jiang family over some woman? It's just not worth it. Wang Chong was putting it as delicately as he could. The message between the lines was simple. Lin Feng was no match for the Jiang family. He couldn't let his impulses get the better of him and do something foolish. I know what I'm doing. Lin Feng simply gave a slight nod. Hearing this, Wang Chong breathed a silent sigh of relief. He assumed Lin Feng had taken his warning to heart, so he bent down, picked up the bank card, and offered it again. Brother Lin, you should still take this. It's 20 million, after all. Who turns down free money? You keep it. Lin Feng shook his head without a second thought. At those words, Wang Chong's expression froze. While he stood there, stunned, Lin Feng's figure blurred for an instant before melting into the boundless night. This Lin Feng is impossible to figure out. 1 minute, money is all he talks about. The next, I'm handing him 20 million and he won't take it. Wang Chong shook his head, completely baffled. Boss, think about it. A badass like him, you really think he's hurting for cash? Zhang Bin chimed in. You know, that's a good point. So what's his angle then? Isn't it obvious? Women. At that, Wang Chong's eyes lit up as if a light bulb had just switched on in his head. He clapped Zhang Bin on the shoulder. Binzi, you're a goddamn genius, he said, his voice full of admiration. Get the men on it right away. I want a lineup of the best-looking girls you can find. I'm going to personally pick a few to send to Brother Lin. Meanwhile, on a rough mountain road, a black SUV navigated the bumps with a steady grace. The atmosphere inside was heavy. In the passenger seat, Jiang Junlin rhythmically tapped his fingers against the window, the soft tap, tap, tap echoing in the silence. If you're angry, just say it. There's no need to bottle it up. Chun Inua's voice was completely devoid of warmth. Heh, Jiang Junlin said, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Inua, what a thing to say. I'd do anything for you. Why would I ever be angry with you? Who are you putting on this act for? That's right, it's just what you're thinking. Lianlian's biological father is Lin Feng. So what? If you have a problem with it, I'll take her and leave tonight. We'll leave this Jiang family for good. There was a chill in Chun Inua's voice. How is this possible? That little girl is actually Lin Feng's kid? Upon hearing this, the expressions on Jiang Xining and Jiang Qian's faces turned ugly. The driver wished he were deaf, so he wouldn't have to hear these secrets of the rich and powerful. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Junlin didn't get angry at all. Instead, he gazed at Chun Inua with a look of deep affection. His gaze was so tender it seemed to overflow, as if he wanted to melt the woman before him completely. Inua, don't say such hurtful things again. It's you I love. I couldn't care less about your past. It doesn't matter to me who Lianlian's father is. All that matters is that she's your daughter. Hearing this, Chun Inua turned to look out the car window, a complicated expression on her cool, beautiful face. Even if her heart were made of stone, she couldn't bring herself to be angry with Jiang Junlin at this moment. Besides, there was no denying that Jiang Junlin treated her incredibly well. From any angle, you couldn't find a single flaw. He was humble and polite, handsome, completely unconcerned with her past, and he treated little Lien Lien as if she were his own. And yet, she couldn't muster the slightest bit of interest in this perfect man. To put it another way, ever since Lin Feng had taken up residence in her heart, there was no room for any other man in the world. Let the past be the past. You should let it go, too. I'm not one to speak ill of others, but that Lin Feng is no ordinary man. His martial arts skills are formidable. For him to come back at a time like this, I'm afraid he has ulterior motives, Jiang Junlin quickly added, his expression looking utterly sincere. Chapter 33. Lien Lien is the apple of my eye. Whoever touches her dies. What are you trying to say? Chen Yinua's brows furrowed. It's just a guess on my part. If I say any more, it'll sound like I'm unfairly judging a better man than myself. Best not to mention it, Jiang Junlin said with a smile, shaking his head gently. The man knew exactly what he was doing. He understood what could be said aloud and what had to be buried deep inside. He also knew there was a line you didn't cross. Pushing too far would only backfire. All he had to do was plant the seed. Chen Yinua's own imagination would do the rest. And just as he'd anticipated, events began to unfold. At his words, Chen Yinua's expression grew dark and uncertain. He was right. Lin Feng, he had vanished from the face of the earth for 10 whole years. So why would he reappear now, completely out of the blue? And that phone call from before, what was he really after? Could he have discovered my true identity? Was he trying to use me as a stepping stone to get to the Chen family? At the thought, a pain like a knife twisting in her heart shot through Chen Yinua. Back when Lin Feng had vanished without a trace, she had assumed the worst, that some terrible fate had befallen him. For that, she had willingly waited 10 long years. In those 10 years, she had even defied her parents' objections to give birth to little Lien Lien, enduring all the world's hardships alone. Who could have ever imagined that after all that agonizing waiting, this would be the outcome? Lin Feng wasn't just alive, and while he had somehow acquired incredible martial arts skills. What's more, just the other day, she herself had seen him with his arms around 2 girls who couldn't have been older than 18, acting intimately with them. Everything, every single thing, pointed to one conclusion. Lin Feng had been living a carefree, happy life all these years. How dare he? Lin Feng, how could you do this to me? Chen Yinua's fists were clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood without her even noticing. Taking in every flicker of emotion on Chen Yinua's face, Jiang Junlin knew his ploy had worked. And now, all that was needed was time for it to fester. The wedge between Chen Yinua and Lin Feng would only drive deeper until their relationship was damaged beyond repair. Of course, in this grand scheme of his, there was still one small loose end to tie up. Yinua, if Lin Feng really has come back with ulterior motives, you can't let him find out about little Lien Lien. No matter what. Otherwise, he will absolutely use her as leverage against you. After all, she has the blood of the Chen family in her veins. Jiang Junlin added, feigning sincere concern. Hearing this, Chen Yinua replied, her voice as cold as ice. Little Lien Lien is the apple of my eye. No one is to lay a finger on her. I'm just giving you a heads up. If that Lin Feng dares to get any ideas about little Lien Lien, he'll have me, Jiang Junlin, to answer to. Besides, regarding little Lien Lien's Kabuki syndrome, I've already found a miracle doctor. There might be a chance to cure her, Jiang Junlin said with a smile. Hearing this, it was impossible for Chen Yinua not to be moved. Compared to that utterly shameless Lin Feng, everything Jiang Junlin had done was worlds better. If only she had met someone like Jiang Junlin back when she was first awakening to love. But alas, there were no what-ifs in this world. Her heart had long been scarred beyond repair, unable to open up to any man again. She replied softly, "Thank you. There's no need for such formalities between us. Before long, we'll be family." Jiang Junlin turned and moved to take Chen Yinua's hand, but she instinctively pulled away. The gesture brought a flash of displeasure to his eyes. Things have already come this far. Why is she still playing so coy? But he didn't let his emotions show, instead withdrawing his hand with a hint of awkwardness. "Please, just give me some time," Chen Yinua said, her voice calm. "Of course. Forgive me for being too forward," Jiang Junlin said, his voice gentle. "You're a good woman. It's a shame you fell for the wrong man." Chen Yinua said no more. Instead, she turned her gaze to the window, staring into the boundless night, lost in her own thoughts. Just then, as if remembering something, Jiang Junlin turned to Jiang Qianhe. Second granduncle. Uncle Yang suspects the Qin family was behind the bloody-handed butcher's kidnapping of Ningning. What are your thoughts? That's certainly a possibility. Jiang Qianhe nodded in agreement. The Qin family's patriarch is on the verge of breaking through to the Sky Realm, and they've been getting awfully arrogant lately. It's no surprise they'd use this chance to stir up some trouble. If that's the case, then it's about time we taught the Qin family a lesson. Otherwise, they'll really start to think the Jiang family is a pushover. Junlin, what do you think we should do about this? Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Why don't we have the Sankatong feel them out first? Exactly. The Jiang family has been backing the Sankatong for so long. It's about time they pulled their weight. The Taihu mountain range. Deep within a lush, overgrown forest. Having barely escaped with his life, the bloody-handed butcher found an old tree to lean against and rest. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The job I gave you. Is it done? A deep voice immediately answered from the other end. I failed. At the critical moment, that old bastard Jiang Qianhe showed up out of nowhere. I saw things were going south, so I pulled back immediately. Yi Tianxin, I don't care about the process. I only want results. Do you understand me? What are you yelling at me for? I just don't get it. Why go to all this trouble to snatch a little girl? That's not for you to worry about. As for the Supreme Yang Stone, we'll talk after you've completed the mission. If you can't, you can forget about it. With those icy words, the man on the other end hung up abruptly. The bloody-handed butcher clutched his phone, his face terrifyingly dark. To think that he, a dreaded figure who had terrorized the martial arts world for over 20 years, was now being berated so rudely. No matter how powerful the man's background was, it was an insult he couldn't just swallow. But at the thought of the Supreme Yang Stone, he ultimately forced the rage burning in his heart back down. Outsiders only knew of the immense power of his vampiric arts, which allowed him to increase his cultivation by consuming the lifeblood of others. What they didn't know was that the technique had a fatal flaw. It constantly eroded his own bloodline, draining his life force at its very source. After all, he was, at most, in his early 50s. Yet, due to the technique's backlash, he looked so old that people would believe him if he claimed to be 100. Fortunately, he had once been enlightened by a master who told him that if he could find the twin energies of yin and yang to temper his body, he could overcome this fatal drawback. He already had the Supreme Yin Stone. Everything was in place, all he lacked was the Supreme Yang Stone. When that time came, once he tempered his body with both the yin and yang stones, he had a chance to shatter his bottleneck in one fell swoop and step into the mid-stage of the Earth realm. Perhaps even reaching the late stage wasn't out of the question. Just then, a tall figure stepped out of the shadows. Bloodhand's heart skipped a beat, but he relaxed when he saw it was Lin Feng. A sinister grin spread across his face. Well, you've got some nerve, kid. Daring to follow me all the way out here alone. You don't really think I wouldn't touch you just because you're the heir to the Taoist sect, do you? Lin Feng's gaze swept over Bloodhand, his voice cold. Who were you talking to just now? And where is the Supreme Yang Stone? So, you heard everything I just said? Bloodhand's eyes narrowed to slits. Every word. Lin Feng confirmed with a calm nod. At those words, Bloodhand's face darkened, and he unleashed his murderous aura without restraint. Kid, I was going to let you live. But you just had to overhear something you weren't supposed to. Now, I've got no choice but to send you to your grave. The words had barely left his mouth. Bloodhand stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. He moved with the speed of lightning. His right hand shaped into a claw, he lunged straight for Lin Feng's throat. Judging by the sheer force of the attack, if that claw found its mark, it could rip Lin Feng's head clean off. But, in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng simply gave a casual wave of his hand. Bloodhand didn't even see the move before a tremendous force slammed into his gut. With a sickening thud, Bloodhand was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a tree. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth, a truly pathetic sight. If Jiang Qianhe and her people had witnessed this, their eyes would have popped out of their heads. Bloodhand was a master of the early Earth realm, yet he'd been defeated in a single blow? Who are you? Bloodhand stammered, struggling back to his feet. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng, now filled with pure terror. That was projected inner force. The legendary projected inner force. That's a power only masters of the heaven realm are supposed to possess. In other words, the young man standing before him was a true master of the heaven realm. At that very moment, Bloodhand felt a chill shoot up his spine and crawl to the crown of his head. However conceited, however arrogant he might be, he would never dare make a wrong move in the presence of a heavenly realm powerhouse. The Extreme Stone. You have it on you, don't you? There was no ripple of emotion in Lin Feng's voice. Say, Senior, you must be joking. I don't know what you're talking about. Bam. But before he could even finish his sentence, the bloody-handed butcher's body was sent flying by another vicious kick. This time, he flew even farther, his injuries far more severe. His body crashed through several large trees along the path, snapping them in two. Chapter 34. The Two Masters of the Qin Family. Say, Senior. The bloody-handed butcher struggled back to his feet, his eyes brimming with pure terror. He looked so pathetic, so insignificant, so utterly helpless. He felt like nothing more than a baby chick in front of this young man. No, in fact, he was even less than a baby chick. Lin Feng strolled up to the bloody-handed butcher. Not bothering with another word, he simply raised his right hand, preparing to use his soul-searching technique. At the sight of this gesture, the bloody-handed butcher felt the soul being scared right out of him. He thought Lin Feng was about to deal a killing blow to crush his skull. Thump! Without a second thought, the bloody-handed butcher dropped to his knees. He began banging his head on the ground, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Senior, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, I'm worthless, a nobody. Just spare my life. If you let me live, I'll be your dog. I'll do anything you say. If you tell me to go east, I'll never dare go west. The man certainly knew how to read a situation. He knew he stood no chance, so he had wasted no time in dropping to his knees to beg. It was, after all, likely the only way he was going to make it out of this alive. Lin Feng's gaze was deep and unreadable. This old fox, he really was an adaptable and decisive character. Hand over the Extreme Stone. Lin Feng's tone remained flat. Hearing this, the bloody-handed butcher's heart ached with reluctance. But how could he dare refuse? He quickly fumbled inside his robes and pulled out a small stone. The stone was about 2 inches long and pitch black, looking just like a lump of coal. But the moment it was in his hand, a bone-chilling cold emanated from it. Not only that, but one could feel faint wisps of energy seeping from its surface. So this is the Extreme Stone? This chill seeps right down to the bone. How peculiar. Lin Feng muttered under his breath. Senior, you have the Extreme Stone now. I'm begging you, have mercy and spare my life. The Bloodhand butcher hurriedly said, forcing a smile. I have a few more questions, and you're going to answer them honestly. If I'm not satisfied with a single thing you say, you'll never speak again. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, of course. Please, Senior, ask whatever you want. I swear I'll tell you everything I know. I won't dare hide a single thing. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Bloodhand butcher nervously gave his assurance. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The Bloodhand butcher was hardly a good man, but these vicious types often knew how to read the writing on the wall. As long as you held absolute power, dealing with people like him was actually far less complicated. Why were you sabotaging that construction site? The construction at that site was too loud. It was driving me crazy, so I just wanted to cause them a little trouble. I swear that's all it was. The Bloodhand butcher explained hurriedly. Hearing this, Lin Feng was left speechless. This guy, a true old demon, through and through. Just because the construction noise bothered you, you took the lives of 8 workers? It was a good thing his temper had mellowed over the years. If this were his younger, more hot-headed self, he would have already sent a few hard slaps flying across the man's face. Then who put you up to kidnapping the Jiang family's little princess? Lin Feng pressed on. It was the Qins. That old bastard Qin Tianzhu put me up to it. The Bloodhand butcher ratted out the mastermind without a moment's hesitation. So you're saying the Extreme Stone is with the Qin family? That's right. The old bastard Qin Tianzhu has it. The only reason I was working for him was to get my hands on that Extreme Stone. These Yin and Yang Extreme Stones. What use are they to you? It's because. And so, the Bloodhand butcher spilled everything how his cultivation technique had gone awry and the lingering side effects it had left him with. Desperate to save his own skin, he was now more docile than a lamb. He truly held nothing back, answering without a moment's hesitation. After hearing all this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To think that this old man, who looked like he had one foot in the grave, was actually just in his early 50s? What a miserable fate. Senior, I've told you everything. Can't you just spare my life now? A smile cracked across the bloody hand butcher's old face, the wrinkles piling up like the petals of a chrysanthemum. Lure Qin Tianju out for me, Lin Feng said flatly. Once I have the extreme yang stone, I'll let you go. Hearing this, the bloody hand butcher didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Tianju's number. As long as he could save his own skin, he didn't give a damn about anyone else. Besides, Qin Tianju's attitude earlier had rubbed him the wrong way. The thought of dragging the guy down into this mess too was secretly thrilling. The call was answered after just a couple of rings. The bloody hand butcher lowered his voice, speaking in a menacing tone. That girl, I caught her again. I'm on Taihu Mountain. Come make the trade now. Didn't you just tell me you lost her? I went back and ambushed her. It worked this time. Now, do you want this girl or not? Enough with the damn questions. Fine. I'm on my way. And remember, bring the extreme yang stone. After that brief exchange, the line went dead. The bloody hand butcher turned to Lin Feng, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Senior, I did as you asked. He's been lured here. Excellent. Lin Feng gave an approving nod. Once I have the extreme yang stone, you're free to go. Time ticked by. Nearly half an hour later, the moon had risen above the treetops. The mountain forest was so still you could hear a pin drop. Just then, the faint sound of crunching footsteps could be heard in the distance. Lin Feng and the bloody hand butcher immediately turned toward the sound. A middle-aged man in gray was approaching at a rapid pace. The man's aura was contained, but his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. He was clearly an expert at the early stage of the Earth realm. As Qin Tianju drew near, his wary gaze swept over the surroundings. When his eyes landed on Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly looked away. He was just a kid. Qin Tianju paid him no mind. Where is she? Where's the extreme yang stone? I brought it, of course. With that, Qin Tianju produced a small stone from inside his coat. The stone was a couple of inches in diameter, yet it was blood red through and through, like a chunk of molten lava radiating waves of searing heat. A glint of greed flashed in the bloodhand butcher's eyes. This was the treasure he had only ever dreamed of possessing. One of yin, one of yang. When the two were combined, the mysteries they held were infinite. But a thought of Lin Feng at his side made him instantly suppress the urge, and he let out a booming laugh. Ha ha! Qin Tianju, you fool! To think you actually fell for my words. But to his surprise, Qin Tianju's expression didn't even flicker. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle and said, Yi Tianxin, do you really think I don't know what kind of man you are? You just wanted to lure me here to snatch the yang stone. I saw this coming from a mile away. The bloodhand butcher's brow furrowed. If you knew it was a trap, why walk right into it? Because I finally realized something. Counting on scum like you is a complete waste of time. I came here tonight for one thing. The yin stone in your possession. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, and I might spare you a world of pain. You're one sly bastard, aren't you? The bloodhand butcher scoffed. Takes one to know one. Qin Tianju shot back with a sneer. With that, he clapped his hands. From the depths of the woods, an old man in a gray robe ambled out. Yi Tianxin. The gray-robed man greeted him with a wide grin the moment he appeared. It's been a while, hasn't it? Qin Kuan. The bloodhand butcher's pupils constricted, his face a mask of pure shock. But that shock was immediately followed by a wave of relief. Thank the heavens Lin Feng was here tonight. Senior, the bloodhand butcher explained to Lin Feng with utmost respect. That's Qin Kuan, an old monster from the previous generation of the Qin family. I'd wager his strength is at the mid to late stage of the Earth realm. Lin Feng simply nodded, a silent acknowledgement that he understood. Witnessing this exchange, both Qin Kuan and Qin Tianju couldn't help but narrow their eyes. What the hell? The infamous bloodhand butcher, showing such deference to some young man? The two of them sized Lin Feng up from head to toe, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see anything special about him at all. Yi Tianxin, you must be going senile in your old age, fawning over some punk kid. A look of utter contempt was etched on Qin Tianju's face. You call him a junior? Hearing this, the blood-handed butcher couldn't help but laugh, though he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the man. Chapter 35. There's always someone stronger. Tired of wasting any more time, Lin Feng stepped forward. Now that everyone's here, hand over the extreme Yang stone. I'd advise you not to even think about resisting. It'll be useless. Are you out of your fucking mind? Not even that old bastard, the blood-handed butcher, would dare talk to me like that. A cold sneer formed on Qin Tianju's lips. Lin Feng simply shook his head. In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood. His speed was almost incomprehensible. The next second, he reappeared less than a meter from Qin Tianju, his hand shooting out towards the man's throat. Qin Tianju's pupils contracted violently. A martial artist's instinct took over, and he moved to counter. But it was futile. Lin Feng's hand clamped around his neck with ease. Then, Lin Feng's other hand shot into Qin Tianju's ropes. The moment his fingers closed around the extreme Yang stone, Lin Feng tossed Qin Tianju aside like a piece of trash. Crack! Despite being a martial artist at the early Earth realm, Qin Tianju was thrown more than a dozen meters. He crashed violently against a large tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood on impact. The entire exchange had happened in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until the sickening crack of Qin Tianju's body hitting the tree that the blood-handed butcher and Qin Kuan snapped back to reality. A look of amusement spread across the blood-handed butcher's face. He was clearly enjoying the show. Qin Kuan, on the other hand, went pale. In a flash, he crossed the distance to Qin Tianju's side and quickly helped him to his feet. Tianju, are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Tianju wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng with a venomous glare. At this point, he'd have to be a complete fool not to realize this young man was not to be trifled with. And yet, even so, he felt little fear. He figured Lin Feng had only managed to get the drop on him by relying on his speed, catching him completely by surprise. If he just got serious, pushing him back would be no simple feat for the guy across from him. Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere with the Bloody Hand Butcher's business and help him steal my family's treasure? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've just walked into? Qin Tianju demanded, his voice cold as ice. Lin Feng nonchalantly tucked the extreme Yang stone into his jacket and asked casually, the Qin family? Are they supposed to be a big deal? We're one of the 3 great families of Jinling City, and we're crawling with masters. So what do you think? Qin Tianju scoffed. And compared to the Jiang family, where do you rank? Are you with the Jiang family? I'm not. Hearing this, Qin Tianju secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he shot Qin Kuan a subtle glance. Qin Kuan understood immediately. The 2 Qin masters sprang into action, flanking Lin Feng on his left and right. Their eyes were locked on him, afraid he would use that brilliant movement technique of his to escape with the stone. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the extreme Yang stone now. Qin Tianju said coldly. I'm ready for you. That movement technique of yours is useless now. You little bastard, you've got some skills, I'll give you that. But don't forget, there's always someone better. The Qin family is not someone you can afford to mess with. Qin Kuan added with a sneer. The ignorant truly know no fear. Lin Feng was already annoyed about the situation with Chen Yinhua. Seeing these 2 clowns from the Qin family who didn't know when to quit, his suppressed anger began to boil over. He lifted his hand and waved it nonchalantly. Bang! Bang! In that instant, both Qin Tianju and Qin Kuan were sent flying dozens of meters by an invisible force, as if struck by a giant hand. They slammed hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a sizable crater. Watching the scene unfold, the Bloody Hand Butcher couldn't help but swallow hard. He had already experienced the power of that casual wave firsthand, but seeing it again still made his heart pound with fear. This is fucking insane. Absolutely, unbelievably insane. To send 2 Earth Realm Masters flying, utterly helpless to resist, with nothing more than a casual flick of the wrist. So this was the terrifying power of a Heaven Realm Master. Meanwhile, supporting each other, Qin Tianju and Qin Kuan struggled to their feet. Drenched in blood, they stared at Lin Feng, their faces etched with terror. They had taken him for a worthless rookie. Who would have thought he was a cunning monster, a wolf in sheep's clothing? To be able to project your energy outside your body. You're a heaven realm master. So, do you still want this sunstone? Lin Feng asked, ignoring the man's outburst. Qin Tianju's heart plummeted. He scrambled to speak. No. Please, senior, consider it a gift. An offering to you. At that moment, his thoughts were identical to the bloody-handed butcher's. The second he realized Lin Feng was a powerhouse of the heaven realm, he abandoned all notions of resistance, becoming utterly submissive. In the world of martial artists, there was an unwritten rule. Below the heaven realm, all are but ants. This was because the gap between the earth realm and the heaven realm was a massive chasm. Once a cultivator stepped into the heaven realm, they could not only project their internal energy, but also draw upon the very power of the world to fight. From what he knew, the only person in all of Jinling City to have reached the heaven realm was the Titan of the Martial Alliance. And yet, here was a second one. A second one who was impossibly young. At this thought, a wave of despair washed over Qin Tianju. What kind of fucking luck is this? Haha. Qin Tianju, you old bastard. So you finally met your match, huh? Just then, the bloody-handed butcher began to laugh, gloating from the sidelines. Not long ago, he had been taught a lesson by Lin Feng in the very same way. Seeing Qin Tianju get utterly trounced, a strange sense of satisfaction washed over him. Qin Tianju shot a stone-faced glare at the butcher. This son of a bitch knew all along how powerful Lin Feng was. He set this whole thing up just to screw me over. Damn you. You bastard, the Qin family will make you pay for this. Qin Tianju's expression was thunderous. Seeing the look on his face, the bloody-handed butcher's heart skipped a beat, and he promptly shut his mouth. Are you sure you don't want it? Lin Feng asked again. I'm a reasonable man. I don't like to force people into things. If you have second thoughts, feel free to speak up. I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't. Qin Tianju said, his voice dripping with submission. In his head, however, he was cursing up a storm. What a hypocrite. Since we've said all there is to say, I'll be taking my leave. With that, Lin Feng turned and left without a backward glance. He wasn't some bloodthirsty killer, after all. Robbing someone only to take their life, as well, such a vile act was beneath him. Senior, wait for me. The bloodhand butcher's heart sank, and he scrambled to catch up. Long after the two figures had vanished from sight, Qin Tianju could no longer contain his fury and slammed his fist into the trunk of a nearby tree. Fuck. Where the hell did a heavenly realm master that young come from? Tianju, get a hold of yourself. Qin Kuan said, his brow deeply furrowed. Third uncle, how am I supposed to calm down? I fucking came all the way out here in the middle of the night for nothing. Got my ass handed to me. And to top it all off, he took the extreme yang stone. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Qin Tianju growled, his words practically ground out between clenched teeth. What's done is done. Losing your temper now won't help anything. Besides, he's a heavenly realm master at such a young age. The power backing him is likely beyond anything we can imagine. There's no shame in losing to someone like that, Qin Kuan said, shaking his head with a sigh of resignation. Qin Tianju mulled it over and realized his uncle was right. His anger began to subside. Honestly, if we'd known he was a heavenly realm master, we should have just handed over the extreme yang stone. We might have even gotten on his good side. Qin Kuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He gazed in the direction Lin Feng had vanished, his expression grave as he spoke. Right now, the Jiang family has secured the backing of the Chun family of Yinchuan. The Chens are one of the top powers in the region. They have at least 5 heavenly realm masters. If we don't find another way out of this, once the Jiangs are officially tied to the Chun heiress by marriage, it'll be the end for our Qin family. At these words, Qin Tianju's expression turned grim. The Jiang and Qin families had always been like fire and water. The whole point of going after Jiang Xining was to use her as a trump card against her family. Who could have guessed the Bloodhand Butcher would be so damn useless? We found out that this woman, Chun Inua, had a child out of wedlock. What's more, her daughter has an extremely rare illness called Kabuki syndrome. And as it turns out, the Jiang family found someone a real expert, they say, who has a way to treat it. That's the only reason Chun Inua caved and agreed to the marriage. If we play this right, we might just have a chance to turn the tables. Qin Kuan spoke in a slow, measured tone. Third uncle, are you suggesting we? Exactly. That miracle doctor, the one they call Sai Hua Tua, owes the Qin family a favor from long ago. We can call it in. Once we get the Qins on our side, what's a single Jiang family to us? And if that still doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to have someone quietly take care of Chininoa. The bottom line is, she absolutely cannot be allowed to walk through the Jiang family's doors. Chapter 36. Just when I needed a goon. The night was as black as ink, and a profound silence had fallen over everything. As he hurried along, Lin Feng gazed down, studying the yin-yang geostones in his hand. When the two stones were brought together, they emanated an indescribable, arcane aura. The two streams of energy, one yin and one yang, intertwined and merged, incredibly forming a faint, shimmering Taiji diagram in the palm of his hand. The two yin-yang fish within the diagram swam slowly, emitting a strange and subtle force field. Yang, the essence of life. Yin, the essence of death. Between them, an eternal, unending cycle. This truly is the primordial energy from the dawn of creation. If I can channel this yin and yang energy into myself, I can not only temper my physical body, but also merge it with my golden core, helping me shatter my bottleneck and ascend to the nascent soul realm. A brilliant gleam flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, but just as quickly, his expression returned to its usual calm. In the past, a discovery like this would have made him ecstatic, but now, thinking of Chun Inua's plight, he couldn't feel any joy at all. All right, you followed me long enough. It's safe here now. You can go. Lin Feng turned, his gaze falling upon the Bloodhand Butcher behind him. The Bloodhand Butcher, lost in thought, was startled by Lin Feng's sudden words. Only then did he realize he had unconsciously followed him for miles. Senior, he looked at Lin Feng, the words on the tip of his tongue, yet unsure how to say them. Don't you dare try any of your little tricks on me. If you keep following, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Feng left him with those cold words and strode away without a backward glance. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, the Bloody Hand Butcher gritted his teeth and finally decided to follow. Senior. In an instant, Lin Feng whipped around. His hand was a blur, faster than lightning, as it clamped around the Bloody Hand Butcher's throat and hoisted him clean off the ground. Lin Feng's voice was ice as he spoke. Were my words just empty air to you? Son? Senior. I wanted to propose a deal. The Bloody Hand Butcher's face was turning a deep shade of purple, and he barely managed to choke out the words. At this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He casually tossed the man aside and said with cold indifference, "And what makes you think you're qualified to bargain with me?" The Bloody Hand Butcher scrambled up from the ground, gasping for breath. Senior, he said nervously, you've seen the condition I'm in. If I can't get the yin-yang extreme stone, I'm afraid I have 3 months to live, at most. Therefore, if you are willing to give it to me, my life, the life of Yi Tianxin, is yours from this day forward. I will be at your command, without question. A pity, then, that your life is worthless to me. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. I understand my life might be beneath your notice, Senior, but in this mortal world, I am a powerful figure in my own right. I know every major player and faction in the martial arts world of Jiangnan City like the back of my hand. For the past 20 years, not even the Martial Alliance could touch me. Surely that proves my worth. The Bloody Hand Butcher recounted these past exploits with a shameless pride. After hearing this, Lin Feng did indeed pause to consider. He was, after all, alone, which made handling certain matters inconvenient. This Bloody Hand Butcher was, at the very least, an early-stage Earth-realm martial artist. And he was a seasoned rogue who knew the ins and outs of the underworld. As an errand boy, he would be barely adequate. Seeing Lin Feng's expression waver, the Bloody Hand Butcher's heart leaped. He quickly pressed his advantage. Senior, please, have mercy and take me in. From now on, any dirty work, anything you can't be seen doing yourself, you can leave it all to me. Fine. From now on, you'll stay by my side. Lin Feng replied flatly. Hearing this, the Bloody Hand Butcher was beside himself with joy. I'm used to myself. The kid might have some skills, but he's seriously lacking in worldly experience. The cautionary tale of the Qin family is right there for all to see, and he still dares to believe my bullshit. Doesn't he know that a promise from me, the bloody-handed butcher, is worth about as much as a fart? TSK, TSK, TSK. The kid's naivety is almost adorable. So, about that yin-yang apex stone, the bloody-handed butcher asked tentatively, struggling to contain his wild joy. You can forget about the yin-yang apex stone, Lin Feng said unhurriedly. But as for that little ailment of yours, I can help you with that. During his 10 years on the mountain, he hadn't just focused on cultivation, his skills in alchemy and medicine had also reached a state of perfection. The lingering side effects from a mere martial arts technique were hardly a major issue in his eyes. Hearing this, the bloody-handed butcher's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice trembled slightly. Are you serious? I never lie, Lin Feng said with a calm nod. Come with me now. I'll write you a prescription. You just follow it to get the herbs, and in half a day at most, your problem will be completely solved. Thud, thud, thud. Without another word, the bloody-handed butcher dropped to his knees and kowtowed 3 times, his forehead hitting the floor hard. He was overcome with emotion. Senior, if you can cure me, then from this day forward, you will be the savior of me, Yi Tianxin. Forget everything else if you told me to eat shit. I'd do it without a moment's hesitation. Don't worry, Lin Feng replied, his tone flat. I have no interest in making you eat shit. Of course, he knew exactly what kind of man the bloody-handed butcher was, but he didn't let it bother him in the slightest. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were nothing more than paper tigers. He had plenty of ways to make the bloody-handed butcher serve him with unwavering loyalty. But just then, Suwei, 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 Lin Feng's phone rang. It was the special ringtone he had set for his little sister, Yao. The moment he answered, Yao's voice came through the receiver, thick with tears and fear. Brother, stop. Don't you dare come here. There are too many of them. Just forget about me. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart plummeted. But before he could say a word, a cold, sinister male voice took over the line. You're Lin Feng, right? I trust you heard your sister's voice just now. I don't give a damn who you are, and I have zero interest in why you've kidnapped my sister. Lin Feng cut him off flat, his voice utterly devoid of emotion, a calm so profound it sent a chill down the spine. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I am not someone you can afford to cross. Immediately. Right now. This instant. You bring my sister back to me, completely unharmed, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, I guarantee you this. In 10 minutes, I will be standing in front of you, and I will personally shatter every single bone in your body before I twist your head from your neck. And I won't stop there. Anyone connected to you, by blood or by friendship, will pay the price for your actions. Their bodies will be left to rot in the wilderness. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. Then, a burst of laughter, utterly unhinged, erupted from the earpiece. Ha ha ha. Oh, Lin Feng, you really are something else. Your arrogance knows no bounds. I was actually going to give you my address, let you try to find your way here. But now, I've changed my mind. I'm dying to see how you plan to find me in 10 minutes. Arrogance has a price, and it's usually paid in blood. If you're not here in 10 minutes, you can start making funeral arrangements for your sister. And with that, I wish you the best of luck. The words had barely faded. Before Lin Feng had a chance to respond, the caller abruptly ended the call. Crack. Lin Feng's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles audibly ground together. They say every dragon has a reverse scale, touch it, and you invite death. And his sister, Xiao Yao, was his. And yet, he quickly calmed himself. He had a reason for this composure. He had long ago placed a spiritual energy imprint of his own inside his sister. If her life were ever truly threatened, that imprint would activate instantly. When that happened, not even a heavenly realm martial artist could escape certain death. Right now, he could detect no disturbance from the imprint, which was proof enough that for the time being, his sister was safe. Senior, what's happened? The bloody-handed butcher asked from the side, his voice laced with apprehension. My sister has been taken. Lin Feng's face was a mask of indifference as he spoke, his voice chilling. Who the hell? What blind fool dared to lay a hand on Senior's sister? I, the bloody hand butcher, will be the first to make them pay. The bloody hand butcher's expression turned instantly to ice. A murderous aura exploded from him, his stance so menacing it seemed he could tear down the very heavens. But Lin Feng paid him no mind. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing on the spiritual imprint he had left behind. In moments, he pinpointed his sister's location. She wasn't far from home. It seemed the people who took her hadn't gotten far at all. There's a bungalow in Lin Village on the outskirts of the city. Go there and wait for me, Lin Feng commanded. Senior, what about you? Should I come with you to help with the rescue? The Bloody Hand Butcher asked hastily. Lin Feng didn't waste another word. With a sudden leap, he was gone, melting into the pitch-black night in the blink of an eye. The sight left the Bloody Hand Butcher utterly dumbfounded. Was he flying? The Bloody Hand Butcher's legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. His mind reeled, a tempest of shock raging within him. It took him a long moment to even begin to process what he'd seen. In his world, not even a master at the heavenly realm could fly through the air like that. Could it be that this senior's power had already surpassed the heavenly realm? At the thought, a paralyzing chill ran down the Bloody Hand Butcher's spine, making his scalp tingle. He had been planning to make a run for it the moment his own ailment was cured. What a joke. He was the Bloody Hand Butcher, a ruthless killer who took lives without a second thought. How could he willingly become someone's lackey? But after what he had just witnessed, the idea of being a follower to such a powerhouse suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. With a godlike figure like that watching his back, what was the mere Jiangnan martial arts alliance in comparison? Chapter 37. You're so good to me, bro. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jinling City, a martial artist named Ada, an early-stage Yellow Realm warrior, had just hung up the phone, his eyes filled with scorn. Directly across from him stood a gray-robed, middle-aged man. The man had a steady aura and sharp, piercing eyes. He, too, was a Yellow Realm warrior, but surprisingly, his cultivation had already reached the late stage. In addition to these two Yellow Realm warriors leading the group, some 30 or 40 burly, black-clad thugs stood ramrod straight throughout the vast factory floor. In the darkness, hidden in the gloom, dozens of machine guns were mounted and ready, their dark muzzles waiting in silence. The pitch-black barrels radiated a cold, murderous intent. To take down Lin Feng, the second hall of the Sankatong had sent out all their top enforcers. This was, after all, their MO: cautious, meticulous, and extremely thorough. They would never give their target the slightest chance to slip from right under their noses. Ada, what did the kids say? The middle-aged man in the gray robe asked casually. The kid's got some nerve, Ada scoffed. He actually tried to threaten me. Told me to send his sister back, or he'd come storming in here in 10 minutes and wipe us all out. Hearing this, the gray-robed man paused for a second, then chuckled. This Lin Feng really has some balls. No wonder he dared to blow Zheng Tianhu and his crew sky high. With a temper like that, he's damn lucky he's lived this long. He's just a piece of trash who got lucky with some explosives. Took out Zheng Tianhu and now he thinks he's untouchable? He has no idea that in our second hall, Zheng Tianhu was a total nobody. Ada's face was a mask of contempt as he continued. If you ask me, Lord Situ is being way too cautious. Sending you to back me up? I could handle a punk like this all by myself. That's just Lord Situ's way. For men like us, it's best not to talk behind his back. We just do the job we're assigned. Of course. After exchanging a few more words, the two Yellow Realm warriors, as if on cue, turned their gaze to a corner of the warehouse. In that corner, Lin Yunyao was huddled on the floor, hugging her knees. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. After all, she was just a college student with no way to defend herself. She had never been in a situation like this before. I don't want the compensation money. Lin Yunyao finally managed to summon her courage, her voice trembling as she spoke. Please, I'm begging you, just let me go. Please. In her mind, these guys were just a demolition crew. They'd grabbed her to strong-arm her into submission, to get their hands on her family's land for a rock-bottom price. Compensation money? Little girl, you're far too naive. Ada strolled over to Lin Yunyao, looming over her. A flicker of greed flashed deep in his eyes. He had to admit it. College life really did a girl good. She was so fresh and pretty, like an unopened flower bud. Looking at a girl radiating that kind of youthful energy, 9 out of 10 men would get ideas. He, of course, was no exception. You didn't take me because of the demolition? A fresh wave of shock and doubt washed over Lin Yunyao. Of course not. Your brother took out more than 50 of our men. We're here to settle the score with him. Ada's voice was laced with ice. That's impossible. My brother would never kill that many people. You must be mistaken. Lin Yunyao couldn't bring herself to believe it. After all, her worldview was still far too simple. In her mind, murder was a capital crime, a life for a life. The idea of killing 50 or 60 people was simply beyond comprehension. Tell me, little girl, did your brother never mention any of this to you? Ada asked in a jeering tone. Your brother's no ordinary guy. He's a real piece of work. Just now on the phone, he was threatening to come over and slaughter every last one of us. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao's heart sank. On one hand, she couldn't believe her brother could be so ruthless, capable of such casual slaughter. On the other, she was deeply worried for his safety. After all, these men had the numbers, and they were armed with machine guns. Even if her brother was a cultivator, he couldn't possibly fight them all alone. Please. I'm begging you, just let us go, okay? Lin Yunyao finally managed, gritting her teeth as her voice trembled. Just a sheltered little girl, after all. How could you ask something so naive? Ada sneered. Then, a lustful gaze raked over Lin Yunyao's exquisite, curvy figure. Letting your brother go isn't out of the question, he sneered. But you're going to have to pay a price. What? What do you want? What do I want? I want to have a little fun with you, of course. No, you can't. Lin Yunyao instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, her face a mask of terror. At her words, Ada's expression instantly turned cold. He let out a sneer. You don't get a say in this. Look at you. I bet you're still a virgin, aren't you? Your brother said he'd be here in 10 minutes, right? Perfect. That's enough time for me to have my fun with you 10 times over. No, stay away. You can't do this. Terrified, Lin Yunyao scrambled to her feet and tried to run. But Ada followed leisurely behind her, his greedy eyes locked on the curve of her rear, playing with her like a cat with a mouse. At the sight of this, the dozens of burly men in black quickly turned away, careful not to let their eyes wander. The middle-aged man in the gray robe, however, merely shook his head. He was well aware of Ada's lecherous nature and saw no reason to intervene. Besides, she was just some ordinary girl. A little fun with her wouldn't cause any real trouble. But just then, bang, the massive door of the abandoned factory was kicked open from the outside with tremendous force. A moment later, Lin Feng strode in, his face as dark as a thundercloud. The sudden turn of events immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room. The man in the gray robe glanced at Lin Feng, then gave a dismissive wave of his hand. With a rush of movement, dozens of bodyguards swarmed forward, completely surrounding Lin Feng in an instant. Dozens of black gun barrels aimed squarely at him. In the vast, empty factory, the sharp click-clack of rounds being chambered was deafening. Well, look at you, so punctual. Not even 10 minutes have passed. Ada stopped chasing Lin Yunyao and turned to face her brother, a mocking smirk on his face. You have excellent timing. I was just about to get better acquainted with your sister. Since you're here, you can watch from the sidelines. Maybe you'll learn a thing or two from a master. Lin Feng's gaze swept over Ada, ice cold. He recognized him at a glance. It was the guy from the phone call. Considering the man was as good as dead, there was no point in wasting his breath. Instead, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon his sister, his voice softening as he spoke. It's my fault. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. I'm late. Brother, you shouldn't have come. There are so many of them, and they have guns. Silly girl. Forget these clowns. I'd walk through hell and back for you. Besides, have you forgotten what your big brother does? It's all my fault. I was so focused on keeping you safe that I got careless. I never imagined they'd stoop to a dirty trick like kidnapping. The girl choked back a sob. Oh, brother, you're too good to me. All right, no more tears. I'm taking you home now. Give me a fucking break. Watching the sappy family reunion unfold, the thugs couldn't take it anymore. Ada and the middle-aged man in the gray robe were the most repulsed. The sight made their skin crawl. God damn it. Putting on a soap opera for us. Who are they trying to gross out? And he had the gall to call them a bunch of clowns? That was the last straw. Lin Feng, you stupid, disgusting bastard. You didn't just kill Zheng Tianhu, you crossed the Sanka gang. Today is the day you die. Ada roared and, with a sweep of his arm, the dozens of burly thugs behind him surged toward Lin Feng as one. They were armed with clubs and bats, vicious sneers plastered on their faces. You could tell they weren't messing around. Any normal person facing a mob like this would have been scared shitless on the spot. But Lin Feng's expression didn't flicker. He just stood there, perfectly still, not moving a muscle. Only when the mob was right on top of him did he casually lash out with a series of backhands. Crack, smack, thwack. In the blink of an eye, every single one of the dozens of charging thugs was sent flying. They lay on the ground, spitting up blood and screaming in agony. Seeing this, Ada and the man in the gray robe exchanged a look, a flicker of mutual shock in their eyes. No wonder the bastard was so cocky. He actually had some skills. But this was as far as he would get. With two Huang realm masters like us holding down the fort, plus dozens of machine guns hidden in ambush, even if a Xian realm master showed up, they'd never walk out of here alive. Chapter 38. You really think you're invincible? Oh my god, Lin Yunyao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Even though she knew her brother was a cultivator, she was still just a mortal and had no real concept of what that title truly entailed. But seeing this scene with her own eyes sent a tidal wave of shock through her. The feeling was simply beyond words. With a single, stylish spinning kick in midair, he had taken down dozens of burly men. My brother is just too incredible. If strength in numbers actually worked, Zhang Tianhu would still be alive, Lin Feng said calmly, his gaze settling on Ada and the middle-aged man in the gray robe. Don't get so cocky. You really think you're invincible, don't you? Ada sneered. Speaking of which, I'm actually a little curious. How did you determine that Zhang Tianhu died by my hand? Lin Feng asked. Ever heard of a little thing called a pinhole camera? Ada replied flatly. At those words, Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He remembered slaughtering everyone in the villa, and he'd even destroyed the building itself. He thought he had been flawless, that he hadn't left a single trace. Who would have thought the entire process had been captured in perfect clarity by a hidden pinhole camera? It seems I'll have to be more careful from now on. He didn't care what happened to himself, but he couldn't risk implicating the people close to him. After all, his Nine Heavens Immortal Genesis technique wasn't something just anyone could practice. It required the cultivator to be born with a natural spirit body. Since you've already witnessed what I can do, you still have the guts to come looking for revenge. Lin Feng continued to press. Why wouldn't we? Did you think a few explosives were enough to scare off our Three Orifices gang? You're more naive than I thought. A cold smirk played on Ada's lips. Explosives? Lin Feng's expression faltered. Then, the pieces clicked into place, and the corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. These guys are as dumb as rocks. They actually think I used explosives to level that villa? All right, that's enough talk. Look at your arrogant ass. All it would take is one punch to end you. Ada let out a cold, disdainful snort. With a powerful stomp of his foot, he shot forward like a cannonball. The immense power of an early-stage Yellow Realm warrior was on full display in that instant. The sheer force of his punch whipped up a howling wind, a truly terrifying display of power. The scene unfolding before them made everyone stare wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. Holy shit, the power in that punch is insane. It makes that roundhouse kick from earlier look like child's play. No kidding. We're talking about Ada, an early-stage Yellow Realm warrior. He's a master of internal energy. A single punch from him could take down a full-grown bull. Let's see how that arrogant brat who doesn't know his place acts now. Even the gray-robed, middle-aged man gave a subtle nod of approval. He could tell Ada's power had grown. He seemed to be on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm. Such skill would easily place him among the second-tier masters in the entire Jinling City martial arts scene. Die, you ant. In the blink of an eye, Ada was in front of Lin Feng, his fist hurtling straight for Lin Feng's chest. Bam! But Lin Feng merely raised his right hand, effortlessly catching Ada's mighty blow. Then, his hand tightened ever so slightly. Crack! The bones in Ada's arm were crushed into splinters, and his entire limb went limp, dangling uselessly at his side. Aya! An excruciating wave of pain forced a blood-curdling scream from his lips, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Gasp! The surrounding crowd drew in a sharp, collective breath at the sight. How was that possible? That was Ada, a true early-stage Yellow Realm warrior. The kind of monster who could kill a bull with one punch. And now he'd been crippled in a single move by some unknown kid? Do you remember what I told you on the phone? Lin Feng gazed calmly at Ada, and asked in a flat tone. You? Ada's heart plummeted. By now, he'd have to be a complete idiot not to realize that the young man before him was someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke. He was merely at the early stage of the Yellow Realm. But this Lin Feng, his power had to be at the mid-stage, or perhaps even the late stage. As for a higher realm, he didn't dare to even consider it, believing it to be utterly impossible. Brother Chiu, save me. There's something unnatural about this kid. Ada immediately cried out to the gray-robed, middle-aged man nearby. In truth, even if Ada hadn't cried out for help, the gray-robed man was already preparing to intervene. He would never stand by and watch Ada get slaughtered. If I'm not mistaken, you've already reached the mid-stage Yellow Realm, haven't you? To have achieved such a level of cultivation at your age is truly remarkable. You're almost on par with our own young master. But it's a shame you're so eager to show off. You don't understand the saying. The tree that towers above the forest will be the first to be broken by the wind. A genius is one who lives to see the end. One who dies along the way is just another corpse. And today, your luck runs out. You've met me, Achio. This day was destined to be your last. Achio's voice was ice as he spoke. The moment the words left his lips, an immense pressure the kind only a master of the late-stage Yellow Realm could possess erupted from him. A crushing pressure washed over everyone present, making it hard to breathe. So powerful, unbelievably powerful. Master Chio's strength is truly terrifying. Even a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains would have no choice but to bow before him, wouldn't it? The members of the Three-Mouth Hall were ecstatic, their blood boiling with excitement. Under the crowd's adoring gaze, Achio shot forward, covering 7 or 8 meters in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Feng, his palm striking out with ferocious power. Invincible thunderclap palm. Faced with this imposing strike, Lin Feng felt not a ripple of emotion. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. So little power, yet such grandiose names for their techniques. Lin Feng simply gave a casual wave of his hand. Wham! Achio had charged in fast, but he flew back even faster. A single slap from Lin Feng sent him flying dozens of meters, where he slammed violently into one of the factory's steel beams, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the floor, motionless, his body as limp as a puddle of mud, completely devoid of life. The scene that unfolded before them left everyone utterly stunned. How is this possible? Master Chiu was a top-tier expert of the late-stage Yellow Realm. He took me down in a single move? You're a Xian Realm Master? Ada stared at Lin Feng, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling as he spoke. Who said I was a Xian Realm Master? Lin Feng retorted, his hands never ceasing their work on Ada's body. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sounds of bones snapping echoed one after another. To an uninformed observer, it would have looked for all the world like Lin Feng was a chiropractor setting Ada's bones. His movements were absurdly fast. So fast that before Ada could even process what was happening, more than a dozen of his bones had already been crushed. It wasn't until the shock finally subsided that the excruciating, soul-tearing pain swept through him. It was so intense it contorted his face, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. Arg! Hiss! Are you bastards blind? Get over here and save me now. Ada's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hysterically at the dozens of gunmen hidden in the shadows. His roar snapped the gunmen out of their stupor. But Lin Feng and Ada were pressed too close together, they couldn't get a clear shot. So, they simply turned their guns and aimed them in unison at Lin Yunyao. Lin Feng, stop. Now, Ada forced the words through clenched teeth. Or else my men's guns won't be so careful, and your sister will be turned into a human beehive. The world was spinning, and darkness clouded his vision. If it weren't for his sheer, vicious grit, he would have already passed out from the pain. Is that so? Then by all means, tell them to shoot. Lin Feng's expression remained impassive, and his hands showed no sign of stopping. Arg! Fire! All of you, fucking fire! Ada shrieked, completely unhinged. Given the order, the gunmen no longer hesitated. They all pulled their triggers on Lin Yunyao. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense net of bullets, trailing fire, closed in on Lin Yunyao. Lin Yunyao's face went deathly pale. This is it, she thought. I'm going to die. But just then, An invisible barrier materialized out of thin air in front of her. Incredibly, every single bullet was deflected back the way it came. Bang! Bang! Before the dozens of gunmen could even react, their own bullets ricocheted back and blew their heads apart. What? What in the world just happened? When Lin Yunyao saw the scene before her, she was completely stunned. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, a look of horrified realization crossed her face and her eyes snapped toward Lin Feng. It had to be him. My brother is the one who saved me. My brother, he is just so incredible. A total badass. Pure adoration was written all over Lin Yunyao's face. Chapter 39. The Second Hall Master, Sidu Hao. This is impossible. Ada shrieked, his face a mask of utter disbelief. How could the bullets reverse course? The whole thing was simply inconceivable. Nothing's impossible, Lin Feng said, casually tossing Ada to the ground. His voice was deceptively calm. I warned you not to mess with me. But what did you do? You didn't just blow me off. You had the nerve to wish me good luck? You're really something else. Cocky as hell. In those few moments, Lin Feng had shattered every bone in Ada's body, save for those in his neck and skull. It was only thanks to his martial artist's constitution that he was still conscious. An ordinary person would have passed out from the agony long ago. Even so, Ada was a boneless heap on the floor, gasping for air, the pain so intense he couldn't even speak. But right at that moment, "Hey, mama's boy, your daddy's calling. Hey, mama's boy, your daddy's calling." A cell phone ringtone suddenly blared from somewhere on Ada. He struggled, twisting his body to reach for the phone, but with both arms shattered, he couldn't move them an inch. "Here, let me get that for you." With that, Lin Feng reached into Ada's pocket and pulled out his phone. The caller ID read, Lord Situ. As soon as the call connected, a refined, masculine voice came from the other end of the line. "How did it go? Is it done?" "So, you must be Situ Hao," Lin Feng replied casually. "Your men are pathetic, each one dumber than the last." The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Just then, a desperate scream erupted from the floor. "Lord Situ, help me. This guy is a profound realm martial artist. Achio and I together, we were no match for him. He's already killed him." With the last of his strength, Ada let out a guttural roar. After the roar, he collapsed to the ground, completely spent from the excruciating pain, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The man on the other end of the line heard Ada's roar and spoke, his voice calm and flat. "Let Ada go? Then crawl over here, get on your knees, and beg for mercy. If you do, I might just spare your pathetic life." It's amusing to see a man with such confidence. Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a light chuckle. Then, in a sudden movement, he spun around and brought his foot down, crushing Ada's head. He sneered into the phone. "Did you hear that crunch? That was the sound of Ada's head shattering. Want me to send you a picture? Being in the Xian realm doesn't make you invincible. You will regret what you've done today. Oh, rest assured, it won't be long before I find you and kill you with my own hands. And when I do, no one in heaven or hell will be able to save you." Beep, beep, beep. The man on the other end had hung up without a second thought. Seeing this, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and crushed the phone in his hand. Just then, Lin Yunyao ran over and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Her voice choked with sobs as she spoke. "Brother, you scared me to death just now. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here now. Nothing's going to happen to you," Lin Feng said, gently patting his sister's back to soothe her. "Brother, what was that shield of light that protected me?" "That was a protective ward I placed on you. It triggers automatically whenever your life is in mortal danger." "So that's what it was. That's incredible." "Haha, don't worry," he chuckled. "I'll teach you all of these things someday." "Really? I can learn too?" "Absolutely. I'll find the perfect breathing technique for your constitution. Then, you'll become as powerful as I am." "Oh, brother, you're so good to me." Meanwhile, in a lavish villa in the heart of Jinling, Sidu Hao could no longer contain his rage. He violently slammed his phone down, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. "You goddamn bastard. Damn you. Damn you." His face twisted into a mask of pure fury, his entire body trembling with uncontrollable rage. Amusing? He called me amusing? He was the second master of the mighty Sanka Hall. When had he ever been so utterly humiliated? Achio, Ada, and Zheng Tianhu. These weren't just anybody. They were his most trusted commanders. But now, every single one of them had been slaughtered by some kid named Lin Feng. An act like this, it was an unforgivable line to cross. If he didn't get revenge for this, his life as Situ Hao would be a complete waste. So you think reaching the Xian realm makes you invincible? You arrogant fool. You have no idea what you've stepped into. Lin Feng, you just wait. I will personally tear you limb from limb. I'll make you kneel before me and beg for your life, like a dog. Situ Hao's voice was bone-chillingly cold as he spoke, enunciating every single word. Just then, a burly man in black walked in briskly from outside the door. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Master Situ, the young master of the Jiang family is outside, asking to see you. Quick, bring him in immediately." "Yes, sir." As he watched his subordinate depart, Situ Hao let out a long, slow breath, the storm of his emotions finally beginning to subside. Strange. What could Jiang Junlin possibly want with him in the middle of the night? Although the Jiang family had always backed the Sanka Tong, the Tong was not their subsidiary. It was a powerful entity in its own right, a unique and formidable power existing outside the influence of the three great families. A few moments later, Jiang Junlin, clad in white, strolled in at a leisurely pace. His gaze immediately fell upon the phone, shattered on the floor. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. "Hallmaster Situ, what's got you so worked up at this hour?" "Don't get me started. Just some of my men who couldn't handle a simple task. It's frustrating." Situ Hao certainly wasn't going to admit to such a humiliating defeat being so thoroughly trampled on. So he brushed the question aside with a vague excuse. "But what brings you here so late, young Master Jiang? It must be important." Situ Hao asked with a smile, gesturing for Jiang Junlin to take a seat. "I can see you're a straightforward man, Hallmaster Situ, so I'll get right to the point. The old patriarch of the Qin family. He hasn't been seen in public for more than half a year now, and the Qins are notoriously tight-lipped. That's why I need you to do me a favor. Find out what's really going on with them." Jiang Junlin laid out his intentions without any preamble. Situ Hao's heart jolted at the words, but the smile never left his face as he replied, "Young Master Jiang, I'm afraid that's not my call to make. You'll have to take it up with our big brother. Nothing happens without his approval. It's no secret the three hall masters of the Three Mouths Hall don't see eye to eye. I've made this special trip to see you, Hallmaster Situ. Surely you understand the Jiang family's intentions by now." There was a calculated ambiguity in Jiang Junlin's tone. Hearing this, Situ Hao's gaze hardened as he scrutinized Jiang Junlin. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "All right, I can feel things out with the Qin family for you. Hallmaster Situ, you certainly don't beat around the bush. Once the Qin family falls, won't the Three Mouths Hall be entirely yours for the taking?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Junlin rose from his seat. He paused for a moment before adding, "Oh, and one more thing. There's a small personal matter I was hoping you could help me with. Please, young Master Jiang, don't hesitate to ask. There's a young man in Jinling City named Lin Feng. His cultivation is around the Xian realm. I'd like you to take care of him for me. Young Master Jiang, do you have some history with this Lin Feng?" Upon hearing this, Situ Hao's heart skipped a beat. "I wouldn't call it a deep-seated grudge. It's just the kid is my fiancé's ex-boyfriend. The very thought of it just rubs me the wrong way." "Ah, so that's what this is about. I understand. I'll be sure to take good care of him for you. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Hallmaster Situ." Jiang Junlin left with a smile on his face. Situ Hao, on the other hand, sank back into the sofa, his eyes flickering as he calculated his next move. By now, there wasn't a soul in Jinling City who didn't know about the upcoming marriage alliance between the Jiang family and the Chen family of Yinchuan. If this Lin Feng was Jiang Junlin's fiancé's ex, then didn't that mean the little girl with Kabuki syndrome was, in all likelihood, his biological daughter? Thinking of it that way, this Lin Feng fellow couldn't be touched not yet. Keeping him alive could be an ace up his sleeve, a trump card to use against the Jiang family in the future. As for Jiang Junlin's proposal, he naturally didn't believe a word of it. If he were that naive, his bones would have turned to dust over a decade ago. After a moment of deep thought, Situ Hao called out to the bodyguard outside the door, his voice cold as ice. "Get me Yin Sanshui." Chapter 40. Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Realm. The time was around 10 o'clock at night. Lin Feng and his sister finally arrived at their doorstep. Having waited in the shadows for what felt like an eternity, the bloody-handed butcher finally let out a sigh of relief. He quickly emerged, his voice filled with reverence. "Senior, you've returned at last." Lin Feng grunted non-committally, giving a slight nod. "Brother, who is this old gentleman?" Curiosity was written all over Lin Yunyao's face. The bloody-handed butcher's gaze shifted to Lin Yunyao, and his aged face broke into a smile, wrinkling up like a blooming chrysanthemum. "This must be the senior's sister, I presume? A true classic beauty, as graceful as she is lovely. A perfect blend of elegance and innocent charm." A torrent of compliments spilled from his lips, leaving Lin Yunyao blushing and quite embarrassed. "All right, that's enough. Have you used up every compliment in your vocabulary?" Lin Feng was exasperated. This old fiend, he had truly mastered the art of being shameless. "You jest, senior. Every word I said came straight from the heart," the bloody-handed butcher said with an unflappable smile. His expression seemed to say, "It's only awkward if you're the one who feels awkward." "Excuse me, sir, who are you? Are you a friend of my brother's?" Lin Yunyao asked politely. "I am the bloody-handed. His name is Yi Tianxin." Lin Feng cut in sharply. The pride on the bloody-handed butcher's face froze. "Yi Tianxin? That's a lovely name. I'll call you Grandpa Tianxin from now on, then. Better make that Uncle Tianxin. He's not that old, only in his 50s. An illness makes him look so aged." "Oh, that's terrible," Lin Yunyao gasped. Her face filled with concern as she looked at the bloody-handed butcher, offering words of encouragement. "Uncle Tianxin, please don't lose hope. I'm sure they'll find a cure for your illness." The bloody-handed butcher merely glanced at Lin Yunyao, saying nothing. Not once in the 20-odd years since his entire clan was slaughtered had anyone shown him a shred of concern. To suddenly hear such heartfelt words now left him momentarily stunned, at a complete loss for how to react. The feeling was utterly foreign. After a moment's thought, Lin Yunyao pulled a red paper crane from her pocket and offered it to the bloody-handed butcher. What is this?" "This red paper crane I folded. It's for good luck. Uncle Tianxin, I hope things get better for you from now on." "Oh, that's very thoughtful of you." "Ha ha ha." The blood-hand butcher clutched the paper crane, his face twisting into a smile that was uglier than a sob. "All right, Yao Yao. Go on inside and get ready for bed. You have to register for school tomorrow. Your Uncle Tianxin and I have a few things to talk about." After all, Lin Feng had no desire for his sister to associate with a blood-soaked old demon like him. "Okay," Lin Yunyao chirped, skipping into the house, full of life. The blood-hand butcher watched her retreating figure, a complex look in his eyes. "What's this? Don't tell me an old fiend like you can actually be moved?" Lin Feng remarked dryly. "You jest, senior," the blood-hand butcher said with a hollow laugh. "I think the title Blood-hand Butcher is a much better fit for me." Lin Feng didn't bother wasting any more words. He turned, went inside, and came back with a pen and paper, quickly filling the entire page with the names of medicinal herbs. "Take this formula and get the herbs. Don't come looking for me until you have everything." "Thank you, senior." The blood-hand butcher cradled the paper in his hands, trembling with an excitement he could barely contain. Lin Feng paused for a moment before asking, "Have you ever heard of a place called Sanka Hall?" "You don't mean it was the people from Sanka Hall who kidnapped your sister?" The blood-hand butcher immediately put the pieces together. Lin Feng nodded, his expression impassive. At this confirmation, the blood-hand butcher grew thoughtful for a moment before he spoke. Sanka Hall is divided into 3 branches, and each is overseen by a hall master at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. Not only that, but within the organization, there are also 7 or 8 Xian realm experts and over a dozen Huang realm martial artists. With that kind of strength, in all of Jinling City, probably only the 3 great families, the Jiang, the Qin, and the Li, could hope to stand against them. Of course, for a man of your power, annihilating a mere Sanka Hall would be a trivial matter. However, it is my humble opinion that unless it is absolutely necessary, you should not act rashly, senior. "Oh, and why is that?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Feng's face. "Rumor has it the 3 leaders of the 3 Mouths Tong have ties to some power up in the mountains." The butcher deliberately dropped his voice to a whisper, adding, There are factions up in the mountains, too? That's right. Pretty much every faction in the mundane world, big or small, has intricate ties to the sects in the mountains. These sects have ancient lineages. You could call them the pinnacle of Daxia's martial world. They rarely set foot in the mundane world, but they still have worldly needs. So, some factions down here offer them wealth and resources in exchange for their protection. After explaining all this, the butcher couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sir, with skills as incredible as yours, you must be from one of those mountain sects, right? Don't pry into matters that don't concern you." There was no ripple in Lin Feng's voice. The butcher's heart sank at his words, and he quickly bowed his head. "Now, go and attend to your business." "Yes, sir." With that, the butcher turned and left. Lin Feng stood alone on the spot, lost in thought. So, this world is far more interesting than I imagined. Hidden sects, secluded in the mountains? This whole setup is straight out of one of those urban cultivation novels. The only question is, are there any true cultivators like me among them? Once I've settled my affairs here, it might be worth paying these so-called sects a visit. Right now, the most important thing is to absorb this Yin Yang keystone and break through to the nascent soul realm. As for my sister, a few protective talismans should be enough to keep her safe. With that thought, Lin Feng found a deserted corner and sat down, crossing his legs. The moment he took out the Yin Yang keystone, words his master had spoken long ago flooded his mind. This path of cultivation, to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, forging 9 vortexes of qi within the dantian, this is the qi refining realm. When those 9 vortexes merge as one to build a Tao foundation, that is the foundation establishment realm. Upon that foundation, to coalesce a golden core is to step into the golden core realm. And when the golden core shatters to give birth to a spiritual infant, that is the nascent soul realm. My cultivation is at the peak of the golden core realm. All I need is the right catalyst to forge my nascent soul. And this Yin-Yang polarity stone is, without a doubt, the perfect catalyst for it. I never thought this trip to Mount Taihu, despite all its twists and turns, would lead to such a serendipitous opportunity. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved into a slight smile. He casually tossed the Yin-Yang polarity stone in his hand into the air. The 2 mystical stones hung silently suspended above his head. Then, it became clearly visible. Wisps of black and white Yin-Yang qi were converging toward his dantian. As this energy flowed into him, Lin Feng's entire aura grew increasingly profound and inscrutable. Soft moonlight spilled down from the heavens, enveloping his figure and casting a faint white glow upon his skin, making him look like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. "Big brother, you look so ethereal." Just then, Lin Yunyao stepped out of the bathroom, having just finished her shower. The moment she saw the scene before her, her bright, clear eyes filled with adoration. The night passed in a quiet flash. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his meditation. An ineffable Taoist aura immediately emanated from his body, spreading out in all directions. The surrounding plants and trees seemed to gain a spirit of their own, swaying gently as if to greet him. Just as I expected, I've successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Immediately, he peered inward at his dantian. There, deep within his dantian, a tiny humanoid figure sat cross-legged atop the towering foundation platform. The nascent soul's form isn't fully stable yet. I've only just entered the first minor stage, soul convergence. After this, I still have to pass through the soul formation and soul transformation stages. The path of cultivation is truly a long and arduous one. Chapter 41, Microbomb. But just then, a look of astonishment appeared on Lin Feng's face. He noticed a faint wisp of Yin-Yang qi swirling slowly across the surface of his nascent soul. He tentatively held out his right hand and tried to channel it. Bzzm. A surge of Yin and Yang energy instantly materialized in his palm, coalescing into a translucent Taiji symbol. I really thought the Yin-Yang qi from the polarity stone would just dissipate after helping me break through to the nascent soul stage. I never would have guessed that instead of disappearing, it actually fused with my nascent soul. But what in the world is this thing good for anyway? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Whatever. It's definitely not a bad thing. I mean, we're talking about the yin yang qi born at the dawn of creation. That's the most primordial form of power there is. Too bad there's so little of it. Then, Lin Feng grabbed a pen and notebook from nearby and began to draw a series of sigils. In what felt like no time at all, about 20 minutes or so had passed. The notebook was already filled with page after page of densely packed symbols. At first glance, the symbols on each page looked unremarkable, no different from a child's random scribbles. But if a trained practitioner were there, they would have been able to sense the faint wisps of spiritual energy flowing silently within the very strokes of the symbols. With this book of sigils, let's see if anyone is stupid enough to lay a single finger on Xiao Yao again. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh. It was clear that drawing so many offensive sigils in one go had taken a serious toll on him. Just then, a sleepy-eyed Lin Yunyao shuffled out of her room, rubbing her eyes. "Bro, don't tell me you were out here all night." "Yep, I was up all night cultivating," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hearing that, Lin Yunyao immediately recalled the sight of her brother glowing the night before. Her eyes filled with adoration as she said, "Bro, you're so awesome. You can actually glow on your own. Does that mean we don't even need to use the lights at night anymore?" "Don't be ridiculous," Lin Feng said, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair before handing her the notebook. Lin Yunyao took the notebook and flipped through a couple of pages, utterly baffled. "What on earth is all this?" she asked. "They're called attack sigils. I made them for you, for protection. From now on, if anyone tries to bully you, just tear out a page, throw it at them, and yell shatter. That'll do the trick." Hearing this, Lin Yunyao's interest was instantly piqued. She tried to peel a talisman from the booklet and tossed it toward a concrete block not far away, shouting one word. "Break!" Boom! The massive concrete block, over 3 feet wide, instantly disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Not a single fragment was left, it was all just powder. Wasn't this power a bit too over the top? Lin Yunyao was completely dumbfounded. "Bro, this thing of yours is completely unscientific. It's basically a mini grenade. I've already started cultivating, and you're still talking to me about science? You know, you've got a point." Lin Yunyao nodded, completely convinced. After breakfast, Lin Feng took Lin Yunyao to Jinling University, the two of them carrying a single suitcase. Starting today, Lin Yunyao would be moving into the school dorms, ready to start her 4 wonderful years of college life. "Bro, you can just drop me off here. You can't go into the girls' dorm anyway. Besides, Xiaoke gets out of class soon, and she's going to help me unpack," Lin Yunyao said with a smile, standing in front of the girls' dorm building. Today, she was dressed in a cream-colored dress, her makeup-free face so exquisite it was flawless. That, combined with her playful smile, was enough to turn the heads of countless guys on campus. "All right, but you be careful here on your own. If you run into any trouble, you have to tell me. Don't just keep it to yourself." "Oh right, I just transferred some money to your account. Buy whatever you want, eat whatever you like. Make sure you treat yourself," Lin Feng instructed, still worried. "Geez, I know. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore," Lin Yunyao mumbled with a pout. It was at that very moment. "You must be one of the new freshmen, right?" Hearing the voice, the two siblings turned to look. They saw a tall, handsome young man in a loose-fitting tracksuit walking toward them, a smile on his face. Qin Feng was practically buzzing with excitement. As the young master of the Qin family, he hadn't come to Jinling University to actually study hard like all those poor slobs. The reason he was here was to fully enjoy the college experience. And so, for the entire month since the semester began, nearly every day, you could find him and his posse loitering outside the girls' dorm, scheming to pick up some hot girls to kill some time. And what do you know? His chance had arrived. Banking on his decent looks and his family's money, he had managed to hook up with a few seriously hot girls. But who would have guessed? Every single one of those college girls was a saint on the surface, but a total freak behind closed doors. They all acted like innocent little bunnies in public, but once they got into bed, holy shit, they knew more tricks than he did. It left a really bad taste in his mouth. He always felt like he was the one getting played. And it just so happened that today, bored out of his mind, he'd wandered over to the girls' dorm again. And that's when Lin Yunyao walked right into his line of sight. Holy hell, she was a total knockout. Her figure was flawless, not an ounce of fat out of place, yet far from stick thin. She wasn't overly curvy, but she was definitely no washboard either. Everything about her was just perfect. That air of sweet, untainted innocence hit him like a freight train, and he could barely control himself. And the clincher? His expert, I could tell with a single glance that Lin Yunhao was still untouched. I have to make this woman mine. With that thought, Qin Feng immediately made his move, a signature sleazy smile plastered on his face. Can I help you? Lin Yunhao asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Lin Feng shot Qin Feng a look, but didn't say a word. It was common enough on campus for upperclassmen to hit on freshman girls lugging their suitcases on move-in day. The name's Qin Feng, he said, straightening his collar and puffing out his chest. I'm a sophomore in the School of Business and Management, so I'd be your senior. Oh, hi. I'm Lin Yunhao, she replied with a slight nod, offering a simple greeting. What a beautiful name. I've always had a thing for girls with names that sound so poetic. Just saying it gets me excited. First day on campus, right? You must be totally lost. How about I give you a personal tour later to help you get familiar with the place? Qin Feng offered, laying it on thick. Lin Yunhao could easily see what he was after. That's very kind of you, she said, politely turning him down. But I wouldn't want to be a bother. I have to go check in with my advisor in a little bit. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Check in with her advisor? Wasn't this the perfect chance to show off? Perfect. That's just perfect. The advisors in the School of Management? I know them all. Who around here dares to disrespect me? Qin Feng. I'll take you. I guarantee he'll have to be on his best behavior. I don't think that's necessary. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Lin Yunhao refused without a moment's hesitation. Even though the upperclassman in front of her was handsome, and his expensive clothes clearly showed he came from a wealthy family, all she wanted right now was to focus on her studies. Besides, if she were to look for a boyfriend, it would have to be someone like her brother. The moment she finished speaking, Qin Feng's face fell. He couldn't believe it. He had been so forward, and this girl still shot him down without a second thought. In this entire university, who else would have the guts to turn him down again and again? Look, you probably don't realize who I am. Cut the crap. Didn't you hear what my sister said? Get lost now. Lin Feng snapped, shoving Qin Feng. Qin Feng staggered back from the shove and fell right on his ass, completely stunned. This guy dared to push me? He actually laid a hand on me. Just then, the scene caught the eye of the students passing by. They started to gather around, expressions of shock on every face. Isn't that Qin Feng? Oh my God, who is that guy? He actually pushed Qin Feng. Does he have a death wish? I heard Qin Feng comes from a seriously powerful family. Even the student council president, Tan Ziming, has to treat him with respect. A guy like that is just here for the college experience. I bet Qin Feng was hitting on some girl again and ended up messing with her brother. That guy doesn't know what's good for him. Qin Feng is handsome and rich. If he tried to hit on me, I'd think I was dreaming. Chapter 42. I lost her. As the surrounding whispers reached his ears, Lin Feng started to get a clearer picture of what kind of person he was dealing with. So, after all that, he was just some rich kid looking to fool around at school. Lin Yunyao's pretty face instantly turned ice cold. She couldn't believe it. She had barely set foot on campus, and some creep already had his sights on her. But she was no longer the same weak girl who could be easily bullied. The incident at the factory last night had changed her completely. You motherfucker. You actually dared to push me. Just then, Qin Feng scrambled up from the ground, glaring at Lin Feng with a chilling look in his eyes. So what if I pushed you? Believe it or not, I'll beat your ass too. The words were barely out of his mouth when Lin Feng casually lifted a foot and sent Qin Feng sprawling again. He couldn't be blamed for holding back. After all, this was his alma mater. If he used too much force and accidentally killed the guy, it would be a major hassle. Hiss! A collective gasp went through the crowd of onlookers. They all thought the same thing. This Lin Feng kid had some serious nerve. The push earlier was one thing, but now he actually dared to kick him? It's not that surprising, really. The kid probably has no idea who Qin Feng is. Yeah, exactly. I bet if he knew about Qin Feng's family, he'd piss his pants right here and now. Sigh? He's just too young and reckless. He has no idea what he's gotten himself into. A sharp pain shot through his stomach. Qin Feng instinctively clutched it, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He hadn't brought his bodyguards today, and with a body worn down by booze and women, he had no strength to fight back. But when he heard the murmurs from the crowd, His confidence came flooding back. That's right. They're right. This little bastard is just a clueless fool. He's just here dropping his sister off for college. He has no fucking idea who he just picked a fight with. All I have to do is drop my name. And won't this punk be on his knees, begging me for mercy? Kid, let me tell you, do you have any idea? Smack. Lin Feng hit him with a resounding backhand, and Qin Feng's left cheek immediately started to swell. You son of a bitch. I dare you to hit me again. Qin Feng roared, beside himself with fury. Hearing this, Lin Feng actually laughed. In all his life, he had never heard such a ridiculous request. Smack. So, without a moment's hesitation, he swung again. Now Qin Feng's right cheek was swelling up high as well. At least now his face was symmetrical. Now get the hell out of here, Lin Feng snapped. Lin Feng had zero interest in a spoiled brat like this, the kind who got his ego boost from harassing women. Qin Feng glared at Lin Feng, his face a mask of fury, both hands clutching his cheeks. Never in his life had he suffered the mortifying humiliation of being slapped. And to make matters worse, it was in front of all these people. You just wait. This isn't over. After spitting out the empty threat, Qin Feng scurried away in disgrace. Lin Feng just shook his head, speechless at the display. He turned to his sister and said, Xiao Yao, if you run into a creep like that again, you don't have to be nice. If he dares to bother you again, just use that talisman I gave you on him. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, your big brother has your back. I will, bro. Lin Yunyao nodded obediently, but her heart betrayed her, hammering wildly in her chest. She thought the way her brother had just stood up for her was just so incredibly cool. All right, you should head inside. Call me anytime if you need anything. Lin Feng reached out and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Moi, I'm going, bro. But Lin Yunyao playfully blew him a kiss before grabbing her suitcase and dashing into the dormitory building. Watching her go, Lin Feng gave a wry smile and shook his head. Ever since he'd returned, his sister seemed to be growing more and more lively. Ultimately, it was because she had been so repressed, living all alone these past few years. This, he thought, was how she was always supposed to be. The business with Qin Feng was just a minor interruption. Lin Feng didn't give it a second thought. He stood there for a moment longer before starting to wander around the campus again. Lover's Knoll, the gymnasium, the science building, and that small patch of woods. The scenes before him were at once familiar and strange. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within him, giving rise to that melancholic feeling of things remaining while people have moved on. Next, he ambled over to the food street just outside the school's back gate. He remembered many shops that were now gone, presumably out of business. Others were still open, but their storefronts were deserted. Business was clearly much worse than before. With the rise of the internet, it's gotten really tough for brick-and-mortar businesses to survive. Back in the day, this place was so lively. No one was glued to their phones. Everyone was out in groups, laughing as they wandered the streets, grabbing fried snacks, and trying the claw machines. And afterward, they'd all pile into a KTV to belt out, "Love you till I die," until their throats were raw. Had the times really changed, or was it people's hearts? An empty feeling settled in Lin Feng's chest. He just couldn't seem to recapture that old feeling. Eventually, at a street corner, he stopped in front of a wonton shop. This place, back in the day, had been his and Chun Yinhua's favorite little spot. Chun Yinhua always said she loved the wontons here, but Lin Feng knew the real reason was just that they were affordable. She knew he didn't have much money, so she never asked for anything. At the thought, a familiar tightness clenched Lin Feng's heart. She was such a wonderful girl, and he had just let her slip away. Well, I'll be. Young man, is that you? Just then, the owner of the wonton shop came out, surprise written all over her face. She was a middle-aged woman. Back when she first opened, she'd been so striking that the neighbors all joked and called her the Wonton Beauty. But now, a dozen or so years had passed in a flash. She looked much older, with silver strands at her temples, and the captivating charm of her youth was gone. I can't believe you still remember me. Lin Feng grinned. How could I forget? You used to be one of my regulars, the owner said, beaming as she ushered Lin Feng inside. As soon as he sat down, Lin Feng smiled and said, the usual. A large bowl of pork wontons, extra chili oil. You got it, the owner replied, giving him an okay sign. In no time, A steaming bowl of wontons was placed in front of him, the broth shimmering with a thick layer of red chili oil. He ate them one spoonful at a time. Fragrant and spicy, the flavor was absolutely incredible. The familiar taste was so good it made his eyes sting. "So, young man, what about the girl?" the owner asked, sitting down across from him with a gentle smile. At her words, Lin Feng's spoon paused. He shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I let her get away." "Oh, I see. What a damn shame." The owner shook his head, a look of genuine regret on his face. He continued, "You know why I remember you so clearly? It was all because of the girl you were with. She was a real beauty, and her eyes, they looked like they could talk, especially when she looked at you. They'd light up like stars in the sky. That's the kind of look a woman only gives the man she loves. That's why I really thought you two would end up together." The words burrowed into Lin Feng's ears, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. His fists clenched instinctively, only to loosen again, all the fight gone out of them. His voice was laced with despair. "It's no use. Even if I'm kicking myself for it now, I can't change a thing. Is she married? Well, no, not yet. If she's not married, then there's still hope, right? Son, don't live your life with too many regrets." The owner reached out and clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. "You know that old saying? After searching for her 1,000 times in the crowd, I suddenly turned my head and found her right there, where the lights were dim. Sometimes, you spend your life searching for someone, when all you really had to do was turn around to see she was there all along." Lin Feng was completely stunned. Chapter 43, Winning Back Chen Yinhua. As Lin Feng stepped out of the wonton shop, a flicker of light returned to his eyes. He'd made up his mind. He was going to give himself one more chance. No matter what it took, he was going to win Chen Yinhua back. That way, even if he failed, he wouldn't have to live with any regrets. The path of cultivation was one of following your heart. Only by being true to your own desires could your Tao heart be clear and unobstructed. With that thought, Lin Feng pulled out his phone and tentatively dialed Chen Yinhua's number. But on the other end, the call was disconnected almost instantly. Undeterred, he hit redial. Again, and again, and again. On his 9th try. "Sorry, the number you are calling has been turned off." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The flame of hope that had just been kindled in his heart was mercilessly extinguished. But just then, he felt his phone vibrate. Could it be Yinhua calling back? A surge of excitement shot through Lin Feng, but it vanished the moment he saw the caller ID, Wang Chong. "Damn it, what do you want?" Lin Feng asked, his tone sharp as he answered the call. "Hey, brother Lin, you got a minute? I've got a few real treasures I want to give you." "What kind of treasures? Why don't you come see for yourself? I guarantee you won't be disappointed," Wang Chong said, deliberately being mysterious over the phone. Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment. "Well, I've got nothing better to do anyway," he thought, and agreed to go. The Jinling Grand Hotel. This was one of the very few 7-star hotels in the entire Dexian nation. The hotel's entire aesthetic was one of understated luxury, incredibly classy. Here, even a standard room cost a few thousand a night. As for the top-tier presidential suites, the price ran into the tens of thousands. Following the location Wang Chong had sent, Lin Feng soon arrived. He looked up and scanned the scene. The parking lot in front of the hotel was packed wall to wall with luxury cars. Brands like Hongqi, BYD, Chang'an, Chery, and Geely were a common sight. The hotel entrance was a bustle of activity, with a constant flow of people and cars. Everyone coming and going was impeccably dressed, carrying themselves with an air of importance. It was obvious at a glance that they were members of high society. After giving Wang Chong's name at the front desk, an attractive hostess led Lin Feng to a presidential suite, room 903. Inside the suite, Wang Chong and another man, Zhang Bin, were sitting and playing cards. The moment he saw Lin Feng walk in, Wang Chong shot to his feet and came over to greet him, a huge grin plastered on his face. "Brother Lin, you finally made it." Lin Feng gave a slight nod. He found a sofa and sat down, letting his gaze sweep across the room before finally speaking. "You were all mysterious on the phone about having something for me. So what is it?" "Hey, no need to rush. It's still early. How about we play a few hands of cards to pass the time?" Wang Chong suggested with a chuckle. "Cards? Yeah. With the three of us, we've got a perfect table for Do Diju." You know how to play, right, Brother Lin? After hearing this, Lin Feng shot Wang Chong a look loaded with meaning. So there was more to this than just playing cards? Deep down, he couldn't believe the head of a major corporation would do something so nonsensical. Fine, I'll play along. After all, he was already here. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then finally nodded. Haha, Brother Lin. When I'm in charge, you can rest easy. I promise I'll make it worth your while. Wang Chong boomed with a hearty laugh. And so, the three of them started playing cards in the room, one game after another, losing all track of time. They played until the sky outside began to grow dark. Lin Feng let out a long sigh and slapped his cards down on the table. His expression soured as he spoke. All right, what is this really about? Spit it out. I don't have all day to waste here with you. At first, he'd assumed Wang Chong had some ulterior motive for dragging him into a card game. But now he realized they were, in fact, just playing cards. There was no other meaning to it. So I just spent the whole afternoon playing cards with two idiots? Even Lin Feng himself found the whole situation absurd. What the hell was I thinking? I must be losing my mind. Easy now, Brother Lin. Don't get worked up. I'll make a call right now and check on things. The words were barely out of his mouth before Wang Chong pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After a brief exchange, he hung up and shot Zhang Bin a look. Zhang Bin took the hint immediately, pulling a key card from his black leather bag and handing it to Lin Feng. What's this for? Confusion was written all over Lin Feng's face. Brother Lin, that's the key to the presidential suite upstairs, room 1103. The treasure I told you about is waiting inside. Why don't you go up and see for yourself? Then you'll understand, Wang Chong said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Hearing this, the dark look on Lin Feng's face finally eased a bit. He reached out, took the key card, and asked, what exactly is it? Can't you give me a hint? Well now, Brother Lin, you'll know as soon as you see it. I guarantee you, whatever it is, you're going to absolutely love it. Wang Chong declared with a booming laugh. Wang Chong's words only served to pique Lin Feng's curiosity. What kind of treasure could it be that he's so sure I'll love? A magical artifact? A manual for some divine technique? Or maybe a special cultivation method? That's unlikely. Wang Chong has no idea he's a cultivator himself. Could it be a room full of cash? That idea was just as absurd. Brother Lin, stop guessing. It's getting late. You should hurry on up. We've still got some business to attend to, so we won't keep you any longer. Wang Chong said with a laugh. All right. Lin Feng clutched the key card Wang Chong had given him and headed upstairs, a healthy dose of curiosity bubbling inside him. After finding the imperial suite that matched the card, he swiped it and pushed the door open without hesitation. Instantly, a wave of rich, sweet perfume washed over him. And then, four stunning figures came into view. Black silk, white silk, nude hose, fishnet stockings. Their legs were long and slender, their figures curvy and alluring. For any man, the scene unfolding before him was a masterpiece designed to set his pulse racing. Lin Feng, however, simply froze. What the hell was this? Had he walked into the wrong room? Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He glanced down at the room number on the door, then back at the keycard in his hand. No, this was the place. So these four women were the surprise Wang Chong was talking about? At that thought, Lin Feng was so furious he could have spit blood. What the fuck? I wasted a whole afternoon playing cards with him. And this is what I get in return. That dumbass Wang Chong. Even with his usual composure, Lin Feng was starting to lose it. He suppressed the rage building in his chest, turned on his heel without a word, and stormed off to find Wang Chong and demand an explanation. Back in the room, the four seductive women watched him turn and leave, their faces masks of pure disbelief. Is there something wrong with this guy? Can't he see four gorgeous women, live and in the flesh, just waiting for him? And he just turns around and leaves? Girls, Mr. Wang promised us $1 million each. If we let him get away, that money's gone. One of the women suddenly spoke up. As soon as the words were out, none of the four could sit still. They each hastily grabbed a sheer robe to throw on and rushed out, blocking Lin Feng at the door. Handsome, you can't leave. She's right. Of course. Since the original text appears to be a system error message, its translation in a novel would depend heavily on the context and tone of the scene. Here are a few options, ranging from direct and technical to more descriptive and narrative. Option 1: direct and technical. For a scene where a character is looking at a computer screen and the focus is on the technical failure. Processing error, failed to fetch. Option 2, narrative and integrated. For a scene where the error is part of the story's flow. An error message popped up on the screen. Failed to fetch. Option 3, tense and dramatic. For a thriller or a high-stakes moment where the failure is a significant obstacle. The system returned a flat denial. Failed to fetch. Option 4, slightly more descriptive. This version adds a little more flavor to make it feel less like a simple copy-paste of an error message. The screen blinked with a frustrating message. Error. Failed to fetch data. Was I just overthinking things? Had I gotten him all wrong? Did he really come back just because of a guilty conscience? To make up for abandoning me all those years ago? Just today, for example, Lin Feng had called her several times. She hadn't answered a single one, but deep down, she couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. After all, women are creatures of emotion. At the end of the day, Lin Feng was still little Lian Lian's biological father. If Lin Feng had truly changed his ways this time, then even if she never got back together with him, she couldn't let little Lian Lian be deprived of the father's love she deserved. And yet, the scene before her. Only now did she realize how utterly, ridiculously wrong she had been. How laughable. How could I have been so naive? To think I actually held out a sliver of hope for a scumbag like him? Well, if it isn't Brother Lin. To think we just saw each other last night, and here we are again. Jiang Junlin had also caught sight of the scene unfolding up ahead. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly strode forward with a grin. Lin Feng merely shot Jiang Junlin a cool glance and said nothing. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a single thought. I'm going to kill that bastard Wang Chong when I get back. If it weren't for that moron, Wang Chong, things never would have gotten this screwed up. Just great. Now I'm stuck in a mess I can't explain. I look guilty as sin no matter what. Going all out, aren't you, Brother Lin? I just transferred you 20 million last night, and here you are tonight with 4 models. These girls don't come cheap, do they? Jiang Junlin's eyes scanned the 4 sizzling models up and down, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But before Lin Feng could even open his mouth, the 4 sexy models weren't having it. One by one, they stepped up to defend him, firing back with taunts of their own. Who the hell do you think you are? What we do with our master is none of your damn business. You got a problem? This is no place for you to be sticking your nose in. Get a load of yourself. We're so far out of your league you couldn't even dream of touching us. Normally, if anyone had dared to speak to him like that, Jiang Junlin would have lost his temper and made sure they paid for it later. But right now, he was absolutely thrilled. He savored the word, a playful smirk on his face. Master. Well, still getting your kicks, I see. My man Lin. I, Jiang Junlin, have only one word for you, legend. But I gotta say, this kind of thing is probably better left for the bedroom. Doing it out in the hotel hallway, it's a little classless, don't you think? Of course, that's just my 2 cents. You're a man of many talents, Lin. The bed, the kitchen, the living room couch, the balcony, even the woods hay. Wherever makes you happy, man. Jiang Junlin said this with a grin, giving him a big thumbs up. Lin Feng had zero interest in wasting another breath on an idiot like him. He shoved Jiang Junlin aside, walked right up to Chen Inua, and let out a heavy breath before speaking. If I told you that everything you just saw was a complete misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chen Inua didn't say a word. She just stared at Lin Feng, her expression chillingly calm. A complex look crossed Lin Feng's face. He would have rather she screamed and cursed at him, called him a worthless bastard, a piece of shit. Because at least that would mean the situation wasn't beyond saving. But her composure was unnerving. The way she looked at him, it was as if she were studying a complete stranger. This must be what they call the death of the heart. Whether you believe me or not, I have to say it again. This is not what you think. It was Wang Chong from Azure Dragon Construction who called me over. He said he had a big gift for me, but I had no damn idea his so-called gift was for women. If I had known, I wouldn't have been caught dead here. Lin Feng explained, his tone desperately sincere. At his words, a cold, dismissive smirk played on Chen Inua's lips. Her voice was flat as she replied, "And what's the point of explaining all this to me? Do you need to report your plans to me now?" Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Then, in a sudden move, he pinned Chen Inua against the wall. He planted one hand on the wall beside her head. His deep, melancholic eyes locked onto hers, brimming with everything he couldn't say. In that instant, it hit him. In a situation like this, logic and reason were useless with a woman. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Some problems, he realized, could only be solved with a wall pin. Look into my eyes. This is all from the bottom of my heart. Inoue, you have to believe me. Have I ever lied to you? These past 10 years have been torture, and not a single day went by that I didn't dream of coming back to you. Do you remember? Back in college, all those poems we used to read together? It was Tagore who said it, right? Silence may be a virtue, but to stay silent in front of the one you love is nothing but cowardice. Inoue, let's give us another chance, okay? Just say the word, and I'll take you away from all of this, right now. Lin Feng gazed at Chun Inoue, his eyes brimming with deep affection. His voice was gentle, yet incredibly compelling. The four young models standing nearby were so moved they were on the verge of tears. Oh my God! To think a love this sincere really exists in the world. Chun Inoue stared at Lin Feng in a daze, her mind a complete blank. For a moment, she was transported back to their days in college. Back then, whenever they argued, Lin Feng would always pin her against the wall in that same domineering way. And just like that, they would make up. And now, it felt like nothing had changed at all. How could she just let go of the history they shared? All those years. Deep down, she knew she was still in love with Lin Feng. But, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. She was terrified that he would just abandon her all over again. If that happened, she would be plunged into a bottomless pit, with no chance of ever climbing out. So it's true. A man has to be aggressive when it counts. You can't reason with a woman. The old proverbs were right all along. Seeing the look on her face, Lin Feng was ecstatic. He slowly lowered his head, moving in for a kiss. Chun Inoue went rigid, freezing on the spot. For a second, she completely forgot to pull away. But at that critical moment, Jiang Junlin stormed over, bellowing. Lin Feng, am I fucking invisible to you? You dare try to kiss my fiancé right in front of me? You must have a death wish. The sudden roar snapped Chun Inoue out of her trance. In a panic, she shoved Lin Feng away. Her mind was a chaotic mess, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. He had been so close. Jiang Junlin had ruined everything. Who wouldn't be pissed off? But, based on what just happened, it was clear Inoue still had feelings for me. A promising start indeed. It's true she's your fiancé, but so what? As long as you're not legally married, she's fair game. I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. If you really piss me off, I'll make the entire Jiang family disappear from the face of the earth. Lin Feng said calmly. Chapter 45, just doing what I had to do. Hearing this, Jiang Junlin was so furious he actually laughed. At that moment, no matter how deep his cunning or how great his patience, he could no longer hold back. To flirt with his fiancée right in front of him was one thing. But to then have the audacity to threaten the annihilation of the entire Jiang family? Lin Feng, at first, I thought you were just a clown, but now, you've truly angered me. I will make you pay for your actions. I will make you understand the grim consequences of crossing Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin's voice was bone-chillingly cold. A terrifying pressure, characteristic of a warrior at the peak of the profound realm, began to emanate from him. If he weren't wary of the others present, he would have already struck Lin Feng dead with a single slap, without a moment's hesitation. If you've got a problem, then do something about it. Don't just stand there holding it in. Come on, hit me. I'm begging you, hit me. I'm telling you right now, I'm going after Inoue. What are you going to do about it? Lin Feng was practically begging for a punch. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the title of Inoue's fiancé still belonged to Jiang Junlin for the time being. If he were to strike the first lethal blow against Jiang Junlin now, he would undoubtedly earn Inoue's disgust. But if Jiang Junlin started the fight, then killing him in self-defense would be perfectly justifiable. How utterly shameless. This Lin Feng was shameless to his very core. Jiang Junlin finally snapped. With a furious roar, he raised his palm, ready to bring it crashing down on Lin Feng's head. However, at that precise moment, Chun Qianxiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up to stop him. Brother Jiang, wait. Brother Qianxiu, you saw what happened. How can you expect me to tolerate this? Jiang Junlin's face was crimson with suppressed rage, his emotions on the verge of spiraling out of control. We might as well get this out in the open. Who is this guy? Chen Qinshu asked, his voice flat. He was clad in a white robe, his features strikingly handsome, and his eyes shone like stars. His chiseled face gave him a cold, severe air. His name is Lin Feng. He's Yinua's ex-boyfriend, Jiang Junlin said, fighting to control his emotions as he revealed Lin Feng's identity. Besides, it was the kind of thing Chen Qinshu could find out with a simple investigation, so there was no point in hiding it. Ex-boyfriend. Chen Qinshu's brow furrowed unconsciously. Then, as if struck by a memory, his expression instantly darkened. He turned his cold gaze on Lin Feng and said, I have no interest in digging up the past, but from this day forward, I want you to stay far away from Yinua. You don't deserve her. What the hell does it have to do with you? You sure like to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, Lin Feng scoffed. He had gauged the man's power with a single glance, a martial artist at the peak of the Earth realm. But so what? To him, the man was nothing more than an ant. I'm Yinua's brother. Is that qualification enough for you? There was a chill in Chen Qinshu's voice. Hearing this, Lin Feng froze for a moment. He instinctively glanced over at Yinua, only to see her watching the scene unfold with an amused expression. His heart sank. Well, if it isn't my brother-in-law. A pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Feng said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Cut the crap. I'm not your brother-in-law, and like I said, you don't deserve my sister. If you actually cared about her, you'd get lost and stay as far away as possible. Chen Qinshu sneered. And how exactly am I not good enough for her? Lin Feng shot back. Why don't you ask your own conscience how much my sister suffered because of you? Do you have any idea how miserable her life has been all these years? When she turned against her own parents for you, when she was holed up with her daughter in a dark, damp basement. Where the hell were you? As Chen Qinshu spoke, a cold sneer crept into his voice. You're a real piece of work, Lin Feng. If it weren't for my sister, you'd be lying on the floor right now. Brother, that's enough. Chen Yinua couldn't listen anymore and cut him off. Sis, you need to stay away from men like him. If you get mixed up with him, you're the only one who's going to get hurt. He'll do nothing but bleed you dry and drag you into an abyss you can never climb out of. Chen Qinshu pleaded, his voice full of earnest concern. Chen Yinua just shook her head. Without a word, she walked straight to the elevators. Hey sis, wait up. Seeing this, Chen Qinshu quickly chased after her. Lin Feng, your good days are numbered. You'd better watch your back. Jiang Junlin shot him an icy glare before turning to leave with the others. Lin Feng simply watched the three of them disappear from view. His brow furrowed unconsciously. There seemed to be a hidden meaning in what her brother just said, didn't there? Why would she defy her parents and move into a basement with her daughter? All for me. I thought she was in this mess because of her last marriage. That little girl. She couldn't be my kid, could she? The shocking thought exploded in his mind. But on second thought, he decided it was impossible and shook his head. I've been gone for 10 whole years. The kid in the picture looks 5 or 6, tops. The timeline doesn't add up. How could she possibly be my daughter? Forget it. I can't rush this. I'll have to take it one step at a time. At the very least, judging from what just happened, Yinua's attitude toward me doesn't seem quite as hostile anymore. Thinking this, Lin Feng breathed a small sigh of relief. Then, his gaze fell upon the 4 gorgeous models standing before him. He spoke, his voice edged with impatience. Go on, get dressed. You'll get paid in full, but I'm not interested. You're actually a good guy. The 4 models sized him up with a complicated look. Hearing this, Lin Feng paused for a moment before shaking his head and letting out a dry chuckle. Don't give me that good guy crap. The number of people I've killed is probably higher than the number of men you 4 have slept with, combined. The 4 models stared at him, stunned for a moment, before bursting into peals of laughter. You're hilarious, handsome. Meanwhile, downstairs in Presidential Suite 903, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin had just finished taking care of business. The two of them were sitting side by side on the couch, leisurely puffing on cigars, the very picture of contentment. Bin, I gotta hand it to you. You've got a sharp eye. Knowing Brother Lin has a taste for this kind of thing made it easy for me to give him exactly what he wanted. Wang Chong said with a grin, blowing out a perfect smoke ring. I just wonder if a guy with Brother Lin's build can handle it, though. It's only 4 of them. For a martial artist of Brother Lin's caliber, that's a piece of cake, Zhang Bin replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, you've got a point. It's just 4 of them. Hardly a challenge at all. When Brother Lin comes down, I wonder how he's ever going to thank me, Wang Chong said slowly, taking another long drag from his cigar. I bet Brother Lin will want to become sworn brothers with you after this. Zhang Bin speculated. Hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes lit up. The thought of becoming sworn brothers with a Xian realm martial artist. The benefits would be immense. But just then, creak. The door swung open and Lin Feng walked in, his expression perfectly calm. Haha, Brother Lin. Done so soon. Why not enjoy yourself a little longer? Wang Chong shot to his feet, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Come over here. There's something I want to talk to you about, Lin Feng said, beckoning to Wang Chong. A faint smirk played on his lips. Wang Chong was internally ecstatic. That look on Brother Lin's face, so intriguing. He must have had an incredible time. Brother Lin, you really don't have to thank me. Think nothing of it. It was just a few women. A small gesture, Wang Chong said, waving his hands dismissively as he approached with a fawning smile plastered on his face. Chapter 46. I have a way to cure my daughter. Wang Chong was gloating to himself, already calculating how Brother Lin was going to repay this favor. But what he never expected was that as soon as he was within arm's reach, Lin Feng's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him clean off the ground. Be Brother Lin. What are you doing? Panic was written all over Wang Chong's face, but it was overshadowed by sheer confusion and disbelief. Standing nearby, Zhang Bin shot to his feet, a look of stunned bewilderment on his face. Clearly, this was a scene neither of them could have ever imagined. I ought to strangle you right here and now. Who the hell told you to set me up with those 4 women? Lin Feng's voice was laced with ice. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he blurted out, Brother Lin, don't tell me you're not into women? What kind of stupid question is that? Of course Lin Feng cut himself off. He furiously shoved Wang Chong back onto the sofa. Of course I'm into women, he said, his voice cold. But there's only one woman for me. And that's Chun Inua, the one you saw last night. And just a few minutes ago, I had those 4 models you hired all over me a scene that Chun Inua just happened to walk in on. So tell me, should I kill you now? Or should I kill you now? As the words hung in the air, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin exchanged a look. In that instant, they both understood exactly where they had gone so horribly wrong. Last night, they'd seen how attentive Lin Feng was to Jiang Junlin's fiancée and assumed that was his type. They thought they were just catering to his tastes, trying to get on his good side. Who knew their brilliant idea would blow up in their faces like this? Just then, Zhang Bin suddenly snatched the ashtray from the table and smashed it, hard, against his own forehead. Crack! Instantly, blood streamed down Zhang Bin's face. Boss Lin, this has nothing to do with my boss. It was all my stupid idea. We just wanted to show you a good time. We never thought we'd screw everything up so badly. Zhang Bin took a ragged breath and continued. Boss Lin, I'm not going to make any excuses. Kill me, torture me, do whatever you want. If I so much as flinch, I'm not a man. Binzi, what the hell are you doing? Wang Chong's face went pale. He hastily grabbed some tissues, trying to wipe the blood from Zhang Bin's forehead. He and Binzi were blood brothers, they would die for each other. Now, watching his best friend put his life on the line for him, Wang Chong felt a painful mix of gratitude and despair. Lin Feng's expression didn't betray a thing. This guy, Zhang Bin, really wasn't afraid to be hard on himself. All right, let's just drop it. Don't do anything this foolish again. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Ultimately, the 2 of them had only done it to curry favor with him. There was really no need for him to hold it against them. Besides, there was a part of him that actually admired a man with Zhang Bin's kind of character. Thank you, Brother Lin, for being so magnanimous. I swear, it will never happen again. Zhang Bin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was only human, after all, not some kind of god. He had been acting purely on impulse just now. If Lin Feng had truly wanted him dead, there was no way he wouldn't have been terrified. Lin, my friend, we really didn't think this through. I'm truly sorry. A wry smile touched Wang Chong's lips, his earlier good cheer having vanished completely. Lin Feng simply nodded without saying anything more and turned to leave. But just at that moment, Zhang Bin suddenly spoke up. Brother Lin, if you're really interested in that Chen Yinhua, I happen to have some news about her. I wonder if you'd care to hear it. What news? Lin Feng asked. Hearing this, Zhang Bin seemed to be gathering his thoughts. After a moment, he began to speak slowly. Right now, the rumor in Jinling City's high society is that this Chen Yinua's background is extraordinary. They say she's the daughter of a top powerhouse family from Yinchuan. The Jiang family may be powerful, but marrying an heiress of that caliber is no simple feat. The story I heard is that the only reason Chen Yinhua agreed to Jiang Junlin's proposal is because the Jiang family managed to find a miracle Dr. One who can cure her daughter's illness. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pressed, What's wrong with Yinua's daughter? I'm not sure about the specifics, only that it's considered incurable. I heard the entire field of Western medicine is helpless against it. But this old miracle doctor the Jiangs found is supposedly the real deal. He's a master of traditional Chinese medicine, so there's a good chance he can actually cure her daughter's strange illness. So that's what this is all about. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. What a twist of fate. A light at the end of the tunnel. He had spent a full decade up on that mountain. In that time, he had honed his medical arts to a point of near supernatural perfection. The Yin-Yang 13 needles technique, passed down by his master, was potent enough to cure the vast majority of the world's most intractable illnesses. Good. This information is very useful, Lin Feng said. I owe you one for this. The words had barely left his lips when he stepped forward and placed a hand on Zhang Bin's injured forehead. Then, a faint current of spiritual energy flowed from his palm. Incredibly, the gash on Zhang Bin's forehead began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. This unbelievable scene unfolded before them. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin could only stare, their eyes wide with disbelief. A storm of shock raged within their hearts. What the hell kind of divine power was that? Thanks, Brother Lin. Zhang Bin subconsciously reached up to touch his forehead, which had already scabbed over. His voice trembled as he spoke. Lin, Brother Lin, be straight with me. What is your power level? All I know is that Sky Realm martial artists are the strongest in the world. Do they all have this kind of power to bring people back from the dead? Wang Chong pressed, his face etched with anxiety. I'm not a Sky Realm martial artist, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. He then sat down on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and dialed Chen Yinua's number. Meanwhile, in an elegant Western restaurant, Chen Qianxiu, Chen Yinhua, and Jiang Junlin were seated around a table, having dinner. Perhaps because of what had just happened, none of the three spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. Just then, Chen Yinua's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw the caller ID, Lin Feng. She hesitated for only a fraction of a second before decisively hitting the decline button. Yinhua, who was that? Jiang Junlin asked, sensing something was off. No one important, Chen Yinhua replied, her face a blank mask. Hearing this, Jiang Junlin nodded. While his expression remained placid, his heart was already churning with a dark fury. He didn't need to guess. It had to be that bastard, Lin Feng. That damned fly. So shameless, so utterly clueless. He was courting death. BZZZT. Just then, Chen Yinua's screen lit up again, displaying a new text message. The sender was none other than Lin Feng. She hesitated for only a moment before tapping it open. Yinhua, I'm absolutely confident I can cure your daughter. If you can bring yourself to trust me one more time, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night at the usual spot. Chen Yinua's heart clenched as she read the message. Right now, to her, her daughter was her entire world. She could resent Lin Feng, but she refused to miss any chance, no matter how small, to save her daughter. Jiang Junlin, that miracle doctor you mentioned. When exactly will he be here? Chen Yinhua asked abruptly. Jiang Junlin's eyes flickered to her phone before he answered. The day after tomorrow, at the latest. Is he positive he can cure my daughter? Chen Yinhua pressed. I can't guarantee a 100% cure. But physician Yao Yin comes from Medicine King Valley, the sacred heart of the medical world. I had to beg my sister and pay a hefty price just to persuade this reclusive master to come down from the mountain. If even he's helpless, then nobody else stands a chance. Jiang Junlin put a special emphasis on the words, nobody else. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. He must have sensed something. His words were, in fact, a veiled warning to Chen Yinhua. Don't do anything stupid to upset me. I understand. Chen Yinhua nodded and went back to her steak. Jiang Junlin had an older sister, Jiang Xiu, who had joined a powerful mountain sect to train 10 years ago. Rumor had it she was now a direct disciple. With that kind of status, inviting a master from Medicine King Valley would indeed be no difficult task. Chapter 47. Is that supposed to be a punch? Brother Qianxiu and Yinhua, please take your time. I'm just going to use the restroom. Just then, Jiang Junlin chuckled, rising from his seat and heading toward the restroom. But the moment he stepped inside, his expression turned icy. He pulled out his phone, dialed Situ Hao's number, and spoke in a low voice. Hallmaster Situ, I told you to deal with Lin Feng last night. Have you sent your men? I've already assigned Yun Sanshui to the task. Yun Sanshui? You mean the mid-stage profound realm martial artist from your second hall? The very same. Although Yun Sanshui is only at the mid-stage profound realm, he can hold his own even against a late-stage master. Lin Feng, at his very best, is only at the early stage. Taking him down will be a walk in the park. Excellent. But there's been a change of plans. I don't want Lin Feng to see tomorrow's sunrise. I want him dead. Now. Understood. After the call ended, Jiang Junlin finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but let out a low, cold sneer. Lin Feng, I was going to let you live a couple more days, but you brought this on yourself. A worthless piece of trash like you thinks you can go up against me? Meanwhile, after texting Chen Yinhua back, Lin Feng left the hotel and began a leisurely stroll in the direction of his home. However, he had only taken a few steps. He noticed that the once bustling street had, at some point, become eerily quiet. Lin Feng's brow furrowed, and he glanced back over his shoulder. There, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in black, approaching him at a deliberate, unhurried pace. Although the man was doing his best to conceal his aura, Lin Feng saw through his cultivation level in an instant. The man had reached the mid-stage of the profound realm. In the mortal world, such power would make him one of the absolute top masters. This newcomer was none other than Yun Sanshui. Before long, Yun Sanshui came to a stop just a few feet in front of Lin Feng. His expression was icy, his sharp eyes fixed on Lin Feng as he spoke with a trace of amusement. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? You see me coming and you don't even think to run. Why should I run? Lin Feng retorted. Because you've pissed off the wrong people. Someone sent me to take your life, Yun Sanshui said, his voice laced with ice. So who sent you? Was it Sanko Hall or the Jiang family? Lin Feng asked. At these words, Yun Sanshui's eyes narrowed slightly. The kid's got nerves of steel. To stay so calm and collected in front of me. That's impressive. You asked too many questions. If you want answers, you can ask the devil when you get to hell. Yun Sanshui scoffed, then shot out a hand as large as a fan, grabbing straight for Lin Feng's neck. With just a slight tilt of his head, Lin Feng effortlessly dodged the grab and then spoke. Not enough power. And you're too slow. Spit it out. Who sent you? Tell me, and I might give you a clean death. Big talk. I'll throw those words right back at you. To me, you're nothing but trash. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yun Sanshui retorted coldly. The moment the words left his mouth, his entire aura shifted. The muscles all over his body began to bulge, and an energy seemed to surge beneath his skin. Thunderclap fist. This time, Yun Sanshui was getting serious. He led with his signature move. A cold smirk touched Lin Feng's lips. He had no intention of dodging. Bam! Yun Sanshui's immensely powerful punch slammed squarely into Lin Feng's chest. And yet, Lin Feng stood there as if nothing had happened, not moving a muscle. Not even the hem of his clothes stirred. Was that supposed to be a back rub? Lin Feng asked. At the sight, the color drained from Yun Sanshui's face. He stumbled back several steps, his expression a mask of pure disbelief. That's impossible. Even a late-stage Xian Realm Master wouldn't dare take a punch like that head-on. How could a nobody like you, at the early stage, possibly block my thunderclap fist? Who told you I was only at the early Xian Realm? The moment he spoke, Lin Feng casually blew a breath of air at Yun Sanshui. Bam! Yun Sanshui's body was sent flying more than 10 meters, slamming violently into a thick camphor tree on the roadside. The impact was so great it cracked the sturdy trunk. In the next instant, Lin Feng's figure blurred, and he reappeared in front of Yun Sanshui, placing a hand on his head. Soul search. The torment was too much for the already dying Yun Sanshui. He foamed at the mouth, fresh blood pouring from his lips. His eyes bulged, locked on Lin Feng. He gasped, mouth agape, but died without uttering a single word. So Situ Hao is the second in command of Sanka Hall, Lin Feng muttered to himself. A big shot indeed. No wonder I couldn't get his location from the others I searched. Situ Hao, if you're that eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige you tonight. Lin Feng glanced at Yun Sanshui's corpse and gave a casual wave of his hand. Whoosh! A cluster of spirit fire materialized from thin air, incinerating Yun Sanshui's body into a pile of fine ash in an instant. A gust of night wind blew past at that exact moment, scattering the ashes until not a single trace remained. After tying up these loose ends, Lin Feng shot into the sky, heading straight for the south side of the city. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa on the south side of the city, Situ Hao was lounging on a leather sofa, gently swirling the red wine in the glass he held. His expression was one of pure, leisurely satisfaction. If all went according to plan, it wouldn't be long before news of that kid Lin Feng's death arrived. Initially, he had planned to spare Lin Feng's life, thinking the man might be useful later on. But then, not long ago, Jiang Junlin had called and demanded that he eliminate Lin Feng for good. The last thing he wanted was to get on Jiang Junlin's bad side, so he had no choice but to order the kill. Oh, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. Situ Hao took a sip of his wine, shaking his head with a mocking sneer. Messing with me is one thing, but to go after the Jiang family? You're just asking to die. Seeing it was still early, he considered calling a beautiful woman over to help him pass the boring night. However, at that very moment, a series of muffled thuds echoed from outside the villa without warning, sounding like something had collapsed. Wang Fugui, what the hell are you bastards up to now? Situ Hao roared impatiently toward the door. He didn't give it a second thought. 99% of his 2nd Division's elite were gathered outside the villa, with over a dozen martial artists among them. And that Wang Fugui fellow was a top-tier master at the late Profound Realm. Under these circumstances, what could possibly go wrong? I bet chances are Wang Fugui and some of his men had too much to drink and were having a drunken sparring match again. But at that very moment, the commotion outside the villa suddenly vanished. Then, the villa's front door swung open, and in strolled the figure of Lin Feng, unhurried and without a single speck of dust on him. Chapter 48. A Sword of Wine, a Toast to Death. Lin Feng's gaze casually swept across the villa's living room. Carved beams and painted rafters, filled with antiques and scrolls. The place screamed luxury, yet it wasn't gaudy. Honestly, the guy really knew how to live. Who are you? Situ Hao shot up from the sofa, his hawk-like eyes locking onto Lin Feng. What? You don't recognize me? Now it was Lin Feng's turn to be surprised. Situ Hao studied the expression on Lin Feng's face, and after a moment's thought, his brow furrowed. You're Lin Feng. That's right. Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly. He acted as if he owned the place. He walked straight to the wine cabinet, pulled out a bottle of 82 Lafite, and poured himself a glass. Then, he sauntered over to the sofa, sat down, and took an elegant sip. Situ Hao merely watched this series of actions with cold eyes, making no move to stop him. Lin Feng's presence here could only mean one thing. Yun Sanshui had failed. But the question was, how on earth did Lin Feng get in? After all, over 100 elite men from his 2nd Division were standing guard outside. Not to mention Wang Fugui, a late Profound Realm master, was holding down the fort. By all rights, there was no way Lin Feng should have been able to get through. At this thought, Situ Hao immediately shouted toward the door. Fugui, Fugui, but the silence from outside was absolute. Not a single response. Situ Hao's heart sank. A terrible premonition washed over him. Save your breath. I've already taken care of everyone outside, Lin Feng said casually, swirling the wine in his glass. All by yourself? Situ Hao's eyes narrowed into a slit. He refused to believe that Lin Feng could have single-handedly taken out so many of his men without a trace. There had to be others, lurking in the shadows. What? You don't think I'm enough on my own? Lin Feng shot back with a sneer. Big words. But your days are numbered. Your biggest mistake was coming here to die. Situ Hao's voice was laced with icy killing intent. Even knowing that all the men he'd brought had been wiped out, there wasn't a flicker of fear on his face. The Sankatong had never acted with such impunity because of sheer numbers. Their true power came from the unfathomable strength of their three masters. Just recently, the first master had broken through to the late stage of the Earth realm. And while the second and third masters were still at the mid-stage, they were on the very cusp of reaching the next level. And because of that, he, Situ Hao himself, was an unparalleled master at the peak of the mid-stage Earth realm. In all of Jinling City, you could count the number of people who could defeat him on one hand. Since you came here to die, don't blame me for personally sending you to your grave. Die. Crack. Situ Hao slammed his foot into the ground. The terrifying force of the impact instantly shattered the marble tiles of the living room floor. He used the momentum to launch himself forward like a cannonball, his fist aimed squarely at Lin Feng's head. Whoosh! The wind whipped up by the punch howled with terrifying power. It moved so fast it was almost a blur, creating the faint crackle of a sonic boom. And yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Lin Feng simply gave the red wine in his glass a casual flick. In midair, the liquid instantly froze into a crimson icicle, shooting forward with blinding speed to meet Situ Hao's fist. Crack! 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 A series of sharp, sickening cracks echoed abruptly through the spacious living room. For a moment, it was as if time had been slammed into slow motion. The cracks appeared first on his fist, then snaked their way up his wrist, and finally spiderwebbed across his entire arm. In an instant, Situ Hao's entire right arm exploded, atomizing into a bloody mist of flesh and bone that dissipated into the air. Aark! A blood-curdling scream tore from Situ Hao's throat. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, he staggered backward before his legs gave out, sending him crashing onto the cold tile floor. He desperately clutched the bleeding stump where his arm had been, his gaze falling to his empty right shoulder, his eyes wide with boundless terror. How is this possible? To turn wine into a blade that can strike from a distance. What terrifying control over one's inner force would that require? A feat like that is far beyond the reach of any ordinary Earth Realm martial artist. A Heaven Realm expert. You're actually a Heaven Realm expert. Situ Hao's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the young man, who had remained perfectly composed on the sofa the entire time. His mind reeled. What the hell kind of monster had he crossed? And who told you I was a Heaven Realm martial artist? Lin Feng rose from the sofa and began walking towards Situ Hao, his steps slow and deliberate. To cut off any future trouble at the source, he decided he would search Situ Hao's memories, drag the other two Hall Masters out, and dispose of them all. You? Stay back. What are you doing? Situ Hao's face was as pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At this point, what do you think I'm doing? Obviously, I'm here to end your pathetic life. Dumbass. Lin Feng's voice was completely flat, devoid of any emotion. Don't push me. Get the hell out of here now. Or if I go down, I'm taking you with me. Situ Hao snarled, gritting his teeth in a final, desperate threat. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Even now, did Situ Hao still have a trump card up his sleeve? And yet, he didn't break his stride. In his eyes, whatever ace his opponent held was utterly meaningless. You brought this on yourself. A savage grin spread across Situ Hao's face. Then, he pulled a pristine white stone from within his robes. Its surface was covered in a dense network of runes, which pulsed with a faint golden glow, giving it a profoundly mystical appearance. Lin Feng stopped dead in his tracks. A flicker of surprise crossed his face as his eyes locked onto the stone in Situ Hao's hand. That thing, it was a spirit stone. So what exactly is a spirit stone? To put it plainly, this thing was just a container for spiritual energy. Every single spirit stone contained an incredibly dense concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With one, a cultivator could channel its power to open their acupoints and cleanse their meridians, helping them break through their bottlenecks. Unfortunately, ever since the Age of Decline began, spirit stones had become exceedingly rare in this world, a truly uncommon sight. Back when he was on the mountain, that old geezer had only a few himself, and pretty much every last one of those precious few was used on him to temper his body. Lin Feng never would have imagined that a mere martial artist like Situ Hao would have a treasure like a spirit stone hidden away. To make matters worse, this particular stone was covered from top to bottom with volatile, offensive runes. Judging by the look on your face, you recognize what I'm holding, don't you? Beat it now, or we're both going down together. Situ Hao's voice was bone-chillingly cold. That spirit stone in your hand, where did you get it? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Spirit stone. Situ Hao sneered dismissively. Spouting nonsense when you're clueless. I guess I gave you too much credit. This thing in my hand is called a spirit bomb. It contains the immense power of heaven and earth. Once detonated, its blast is equivalent to 500 kilograms of TNT. When it goes off, I don't care how powerful you are, even if you're a Sky Realm master, you'll be maimed, if not killed. A spirit bomb? Lin Feng was left speechless. He couldn't imagine what kind of weirdo would come up with such a bizarre name. But the thought sparked an idea in his mind. If a thing like this existed, there couldn't possibly be just one. If he could just follow the trail and find the person behind these spirit bombs, wouldn't that be like finding a mobile treasury of spirit stones? At this thought, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself and walked straight towards Situ Hao. Situ Hao couldn't believe Lin Feng's arrogance, daring to walk toward him when death was staring him in the face. Steeling himself, he simply threw the spirit bomb straight at him. Go to hell. Lin Feng merely extended his right hand and casually caught the spirit stone. Then, with a light swipe of his thumb across its surface, the wildly flashing runes on the stone instantly went silent. The principle behind this so-called spirit bomb was actually laughably simple. Its design wasn't all that different from a hand grenade. A grenade is filled with explosives, but this spirit bomb was packed with spiritual energy. The runes on its surface acted as the detonator. Fool. Situ Hao sneered when he saw Lin Feng actually dare to catch his spirit bomb with his bare hands. An act like that was simply courting death. Even a heavenly realm master would have absolutely no chance of survival from a blast at such close range. But who would have thought that after waiting all that time, the spirit bomb hadn't made a single sound? Chapter 49. You guys are really making this difficult for me. Explode. Explode, damn you. Panic started to grip Situ Hao. This thing's not going to blow, Lin Feng said, pocketing the spirit stone. He figured he'd take it back and study it later, see if he could erase the runes on its surface. Using a spirit stone to make something so useless was a complete waste of a treasure, and the thought of it annoyed him. That's impossible. How could a spirit bomb fail? The color drained from Situ Hao's face. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he stared at Lin Feng in horror and said, It was you. You know these dark arts too. You destroyed the runes on the spirit bomb, didn't you? You talk too much. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. He shot forward and used the soul search art directly on Situ Hao. It was over in an instant. Situ Hao's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. With a light wave of his hand, the man breathed his last, his entire body dissolving into ash. From Situ Hao's memories, Lin Feng not only discovered the layers of the other two Hall Masters, but also learned the origin of the Spirit Stone. These so-called spirit bombs were a rarity in the martial world, each one worth a fortune. The one Situ Hao had was something he'd managed to acquire at a large auction through a stroke of luck. What a complete waste, Lin Feng said, shaking his head helplessly. Since the item was so rare, he lost interest in searching for more of them for the time being. Then, just as Lin Feng was about to set off to deal with the two remaining Hall Masters of San Kotong and end things once and for all, right at that moment, a flurry of urgent footsteps sounded from outside the door. A moment later, a large group of people stormed in menacingly. Leading them were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a well-proportioned build. He was, shockingly, a martial artist at the late stage of the Earth realm. The woman, while younger, was still in her early 40s. She had a voluptuous figure and exuded the alluring charm of a mature woman. Her own cultivation was nothing to scoff at. She had already reached the mid-stage of the Earth realm. As for the dozen or so people trailing behind them, they were all low-level minions from the Xian and Huang realms, hardly worth a second glance. What a coincidence, Lin Feng thought, his expression freezing for a moment. He had just been planning to hunt down the two Hall Masters, and now they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Who are you? And where is everyone else? Asked Tan Tianhong. the first hall master, his brow furrowing slightly. Just a short while ago, he had received a tip from a mysterious source. Situ Hao was colluding in secret with the Jiang family, plotting to overthrow the entire Sanko Tong. As the elder brother, he knew Situ Hao's ambitious nature better than anyone. That's why he hadn't doubted the information for a second. And so, after some quick preparations, he had gathered his men and rushed here through the night, hoping to make a preemptive strike. What he never expected, however, was to find the once bustling villa completely silent, with only a single man left inside. Everyone else is dead, Lin Feng stated calmly. He. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunmei, the third hall master, couldn't help but cover her mouth with a delicate, mocking laugh. Her curvaceous body shook with mirth, the flash of her pale décolletage enough to make a man's head spin. Oh, handsome, telling such tall tales isn't a good look, she purred. The second hall is filled with masters, and Situ Hao himself is at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. And you're telling us they're all dead? At her words, the rest of the group erupted in boisterous laughter, looking at the young man before them as if he were a complete fool. Heh. In the face of their ridicule, Lin Feng simply chuckled softly. The two sides faced each other like that for a moment, one roaring with ridicule, the other smiling with calm amusement. You claim everyone else is dead. Then where are the bodies? Who are you? And what are you doing here? Tan Tianhong asked offhandedly. In his mind, he had already written Lin Feng off as a complete idiot. After all, the kid didn't have the slightest hint of a martial artist's aura, and he was spouting nothing but nonsense. What else could he be but an idiot? The only thing that puzzled him was, where had everyone from the second hall gone? How could they leave a single half-wit like this to stand guard? They've all been turned to ash, Lin Feng said calmly. The winds already scattered them. The moment he said it, the men present erupted in laughter. Even Tan Tianhong himself was amused, a smirk playing on his lips. This kid was something else. To spout such nonsense without a second thought. Ashes scattered by the wind? Did he think this was a crematorium? However, in that very instant, Lin Feng gave a casual wave of his hand toward one of the Yellow Realm warriors who was laughing the loudest. A surge of spiritual energy swept out. Before the Yellow Realm warrior could even react, his entire body disintegrated into a pile of drifting ash. A moment later, a gust of wind blew in through the window, scattering the ashes directly onto the faces of the warriors standing beside him. For a moment, a dead silence fell over the room. The smiles on everyone's faces froze, their eyes locked on Lin Feng in stunned disbelief. What's wrong? Why has everyone stopped laughing? Please, continue. I do so love to see people smile. A pleasant smile graced Lin Feng's face. But to the others, that smile was no different from a demon's. No, it was even more terrifying than any demon. What kind of sorcery was this? To incinerate a Yellow Realm expert with a mere wave of his hand? See, I wasn't lying, was I? As the words left his lips, Lin Feng raised his hand again. This time, a warrior at the peak of the Yellow Realm also dissolved into a cloud of ash. At the sight of this, everyone's pupils constricted. They instinctively stumbled back a few steps, their faces masks of pure terror as they stared at Lin Feng. So that's why you're so arrogant despite having no martial aura. You're not a warrior, you're a master of some heretical dark art. Just then, Tan Tianhong let out a long breath and began to speak, his voice low. This is a vast and boundless world. Aside from the ancient martial artists who follow the orthodox path, there are, of course, remarkable individuals with unique and extraordinary skills. These individuals cultivate all sorts of unorthodox and esoteric disciplines. For instance, divination, venomous sorcery, witchcraft, formation arts, talismanic arts, and even curses, the list goes on. In his view, the fact that Lin Feng could make a martial artist spontaneously combust without warning meant he was almost certainly a master of witchcraft or venomous sorcery. Masters like him often use little-known methods to perform acts that defy logic, creating a truly chilling spectacle. However, in the face of a truly powerful martial artist, these unorthodox arts are utterly useless. A top-tier martial artist possesses internal energy as vast as the sea and is brimming with vitality. Ordinary dark arts can't harm them in the slightest. Upon hearing Tan Tianhong's explanation, Sudden realization dawned on the crowd. Fear often stems from the unknown, but once the principle behind something is understood, that fear vanishes completely. Everyone, channel your internal arts and guard your minds. He won't be able to find an opening to attack. Calm returned to Tan Tianhong's face. The Grand Master is truly wise. The Grand Master is truly wise. The men all echoed in agreement, smiles returning to their faces. One by one, they began to channel their internal energy, and a faint shimmer of martial qi emanated from their bodies, creating a formidable presence. Lin Feng watched this pack of idiots, a new plan already forming in his mind. Right now, the only subordinate he had at his command was the bloody-handed butcher. Instead of wiping out the Three Vices Hall entirely, it might be better to recruit these men. They could prove useful down the line. After all, his only real beef in the Three Vices Hall was with Situ Hao. He had no quarrel with the rest of them. State your name. Who are you? And where is Situ Hao? Tan Tianhong demanded, his tone as cold as ice. Listen here, handsome, you'd better spit it out and stop playing these cheap tricks. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to stop being so gentle. Zhou Yunmei chimed in, her voice dripping with a sultry charm. The moment Lin Feng heard her words, he vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared right in front of the pair. With a single reach of his hand, he effortlessly seized both of them by the throat, hoisting them into mid-air. I try to reason with you. You don't listen. The moment I make a move, you start jumping to conclusions. Seriously, you're making this very difficult for me, Lin Feng said, his tone casual. Chapter 50. Subduing Sanka Hall. At that very moment, every single person there was left utterly dumbfounded. This was especially true for the two leaders, Tan Tianhong and Zhou Yunmei. A cold dread washed over them, and for a moment, they were frozen, completely unsure of what to do. After all, these two were no ordinary figures. One was a cultivator at the late stage of the Earth realm, while the other had reached the mid-stage. In all of Jinling City, they were undeniably among the top masters. And yet, what in the world was this? In the blink of an eye, they had been effortlessly seized by the throat and lifted by the young man before them, without even a chance to resist. Then, just how terrifyingly powerful was this young man? You, who in the world are you? Tan Tianhong asked, his voice trembling. As the first hall master of Sanka Hall, a supreme master at the late stage of the Earth realm, he was feeling true fear for the first time in his life. Who I am isn't important. What's important is whether or not you two want to live. Lin Feng casually tossed them to the floor as if they were bags of trash. The next moment, the onlookers saw only a blur, and Lin Feng was already back on the sofa, unhurriedly pouring himself a glass of red wine. Teleportation? Gulp. Everyone there couldn't help but swallow hard, their scalps tingling with sheer terror. In the great city of Jinling, every one of them was a prominent figure, yet at this moment, they had completely lost their composure. Senior, what did you mean by what you said earlier? As befitting the first hall master, Tan Tianhong quickly composed himself and asked with the utmost respect. He no longer held a single shred of doubt about what Lin Feng had said. Situ Hao was dead. Even all the elites of the second hall had been turned to ash with a mere flick of this man's finger. No matter what was about to happen, the only thing he could do now was swallow his pride and submit. If you want to live, you'll become my dogs. If you don't, I'll send you to join Situ Hao right now, Lin Feng said evenly, taking a light sip of his wine. At his words, for a moment, Tan Tianhong and his men were stunned into silence. He wanted them to be his dogs? The insult was staggering. He clearly thought nothing of them. Senior, isn't that asking a bit much? No matter how powerful you are. At that moment, a late-stage Xian realm warrior finally lost his patience and stepped forward. But before he could finish, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of red wine. It shot out faster than the eye could see, piercing straight through the warrior's chest. Thud! The light faded from the late-stage Xian realm warrior's eyes, and he collapsed to the floor. Any other objections? Don't be shy. I'm a reasonable man. I don't like forcing anyone's hand. Feel free to speak your minds. If you have a valid point, I'm all ears. As he spoke, Lin Feng rose to his feet and began to examine the antiques and fine art displayed in the living room. He clasped his hands behind him, turning his back to everyone. He appeared completely unguarded. Tan Tianhong and Zhou Yunmei exchanged a look, a flicker of uncertainty in both their eyes. It was, without a doubt, the perfect moment for a sneak attack. But they had both been thoroughly terrified, their hearts pounding in their chests. This little golden bead. Is it an antique? Lin Feng casually plucked a small golden ball from an antique vase on a cabinet. He turned around and asked, his tone flat. Unsure of what Lin Feng was playing at, Tan Tianhong could only force a smile and reply. That guy, Situ Hao, loved collecting this sort of junk. I'd bet it's an antique. Such a treasure. Why don't you take it as a gift? Lin Feng barely lifted his gaze, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips as he spoke. For some reason, when Tan Tianhong met Lin Feng's gaze, his heart lurched. An indescribable terror washed over him in an instant. This man wants me dead. He's going to kill me. An overwhelmingly strong intuition screamed inside Tan Tianhong's mind. The thought made his legs give out, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. But the very instant his knees hit the floor, Lin Feng flicked his fingers, and the small golden ball shot from his hand. Whoosh! The small golden ball grazed Tan Tianhong's scalp and, in the next instant, blew the head off a Huang realm warrior standing behind him. Bang! Crimson blood, mixed with bits of white brain, splattered all over Zhou Yunmei's head and face. Aya! An ear-piercing shriek tore from Zhou Yunmei's lips. Her voluptuous body trembled like a leaf as she frantically scrambled to wipe the gore from her face, goosebumps prickling her skin. Oops, my apologies. It was just a casual flick. Who would have thought the little thing packed such a punch? An apologetic expression was plastered across Lin Feng's face. Everyone who witnessed the scene felt their minds go numb, their heads buzzing. They were utterly dumbfounded. This time, the fear they felt was bone deep. This guy was a loose cannon who didn't play by any rules. To him, a human life was nothing more than a worthless toy to be crushed at his whim. So, have you all considered my offer? Lin Feng brought up the topic again. Senior, from this day forward, I, Tan Tianhong, will be your dog. The words tumbled out of Tan Tianhong's mouth without a moment's hesitation. A closer look would reveal the fine beads of cold sweat forming on his temples. He had nearly pissed his pants on the spot. Just a moment ago, if he had been even half a second slower to kneel, he knew it would be his head exploding right now. We are willing to be your beasts of burden. We'll follow your every command. Seeing their chance, the others scrambled to their knees, their voices trembling as they pledged their loyalty. Zhou Yunmei frantically wiped the filth from her face. Then, with a seductive sway of her hips, she sidled up to Lin Feng, resting a delicate hand on his shoulder. She forced a coquettish smile onto her face. Senior, you're so powerful. I find it very appealing. She was trying to leverage her beauty, hoping Lin Feng would see her as more than just another follower, sparing her the indignity of being treated like a common dog. Smack! The word was barely out of her mouth when Lin Feng's backhand sent her flying. Struggling back to a kneeling position, Zhou Yunmei clutched her stinging cheek and stared at Lin Feng, her eyes wide with horror and disbelief, utterly lost. She had always been supremely confident in her beauty and her body. It had never occurred to her that a man could be so utterly indifferent to her advances. If you're going to be a dog, then learn a dog's place. Don't spend your days getting ideas about seducing your master. Got it? Lin Feng's voice was ice cold. Why, yes. Understood. At his words, Zhou Yunmei could only bow her head in humiliation, not daring to argue back. Lin Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment. He walked over to them anyway, tapping each person on the chest in turn before speaking. I've placed a small seal on each of your vital points. I'd advise you not to get any funny ideas. With a single thought, I can end your lives. As you command, Senior. We understand, Senior. Tan Tianhong and his men scrambled to respond, their voices filled with respect. One more thing. I have an urgent need for a batch of spirit burst bombs. You are to find them for me. Whoever brings back the most will be richly rewarded. This was Lin Feng's command. What in the world were spirit burst bombs? Though Tan Tianhong, Zhou Yunmei, and the others were utterly baffled, they didn't dare ask a single question. They could only nod hastily in assent. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He gave a few more brief instructions, left them away to contact him, and then departed without another word. To be honest, subjugating the men of the Three Mouths Hall was a trivial matter for him. He hardly gave it a second thought. Only after Lin Feng's figure had completely vanished from sight did Tan Tianhong, Zhou Yunmei, and their men dare to rise from the ground. Every single one of them had a face as black as a thundercloud, to be dragged out here in the dead of night, only to somehow end up as someone's lackey who in their right mind would be happy about that? Big brother, do you think he was telling the truth? Can he really control our lives and deaths just by tapping us on the chest like that? Zhou Yunmei couldn't help but ask. The man's power is unfathomable. Not only is he a heavenly realm expert, but he's also versed in some kind of dark arts. As for his words, it's best we take them as the truth, Tan Tianhong said, his tone incredibly grave. But just then, a late-stage profound realm martial artist spoke up, his face flushed with anger. Hall Master, are we really going to slave away for him like animals? This is an absolute humiliation. Think about it. Even when the three great families, the Jiang, the Li, and the Qin, tried to recruit us, we never once bowed our heads. Exactly. If word of this gets out to the Dragon Gate Hall or the Sky Shattering Gang, how could we of the Three Mouths Hall ever show our faces again? Hall Master, you have to do something. We are martial artists, after all. How can we be another man's running dogs? After a moment's thought, Zhou Yunmei spoke up. Big brother, shouldn't we report this to the Xianling sect? That's not necessary yet. That bunch from the Xianling sect are all arrogant as hell, not much better than that kid. Besides, we're just using the Xianling sect's name to throw our weight around. Expecting them to actually send experts to help us? That's just not going to happen. Tan Tianhong let out a long breath and added in a heavy voice. All right, things have already come to this. There's no use in all of you getting worked up. Just do as I say for now. Go look for the spirit detonators. It would be best if you can find them, but if you really can't, then so be it. Tomorrow, I'll personally pay a visit to the renowned physician, Sai Hua. I'll have him see if there's truly something wrong with our vital cores. If it turns out that kid was just bluffing, then this whole thing gets a lot simpler. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng walked, he took out the spirit detonator and examined it closely in his hand. He noticed that the runes inscribed on the spirit detonator weren't actually that complex. As long as he could destroy the central core node, he could easily deactivate them. With this in mind, Lin Feng extended his index finger and gently brushed it across the center of the spirit detonator. The spirit detonator first lit up with a faint glow, but it dimmed just as quickly. The runes inscribed on its surface failed in an instant. Seeing this, a smirk touched the corners of Lin Feng's lips. Just like that, he had obtained a perfectly intact spirit stone. Judging from the density of its spiritual energy, this was likely just a low-grade spirit stone. But even for a low-grade one, in this current Dharma-ending age, it was still an incredibly precious treasure. This spirit stone isn't of much use to me anymore, Lin Feng thought to himself. But Xiaoyao can't cultivate yet. This is perfect for cleansing her meridians and improving her constitution. About a minute later, Lin Feng arrived at his front door. It was late, already past 9 in the evening. The night sky was a deep, dark canvas where a silver moon hung high, dotted with a few scattered stars, all veiled in a hazy beauty. Just then, Lin Feng's nose twitched, picking up the scent of blood. He followed the scent to its source, and there, under the apricot tree in the vegetable garden, was a patch of dark red blood. What the hell? I thought this area was deserted. Could it be the demolition crew? No, that's impossible. I already wiped out the Sankatang. Lin Feng frowned, muttering to himself. Deciding it was better to stay out of it, he shook his head and started back to his room for some sleep. Too much had happened over the past couple of days. He was truly exhausted. But just as he turned to leave, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the distance. It sounded like gunshots, or maybe a violent struggle. He gauged the distance. About 2 kilometers away. Lin Feng searched his memory. In that direction, there was a small grove of trees bordering an irrigation canal. He remembered that the grove was home to some crested ibises. Not only were the birds beautiful, but they were also a Class 1 nationally protected species, drawing crowds of tourists and photographers every year. Damn it, don't tell me someone's out there poaching in the middle of the night. Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly. Without a second thought, he broke into a sprint, heading straight for the grove. Chapter 51, Wiping the Slate Clean. In the pitch-black grove, a group of martial artists was locked in a fierce battle. The two sides were evenly matched, each punch landing with solid force, every strike aimed at a vital point. The sheer force of their clash had snapped a dozen poplar trees in half. Splintered branches and torn leaves littered the ground, leaving the scene in total disarray. Bloody-handed butcher, I advise you to surrender now. You might just walk away with your life. Otherwise, this grove will be your grave tonight, an old man in a tunic suit said, his voice cold as ice. Though the old man had a full head of white hair, his complexion was ruddy and his skin smooth. He exuded the profound, inscrutable aura of a master and was, in fact, a top-tier expert at the Mid-Earth realm. He was none other than the vice-chairman of the Jinling City Martial Arts Alliance, Yang Dingtian. Beside Yang Dingtian stood 4 other members of the Martial Arts Alliance. Even the weakest among them was already at the late-stage Xian realm, and their leader had broken through to the early-stage D realm. A force of 3 late-stage Xian realm experts and 2 D realm masters in total. A lineup of this caliber, their combined strength could only be described as terrifying. To put things in perspective, not even the second hall of the Sankatang could boast such formidable power. Yang Dingtian, spare me the sanctimonious crap. If I really went with you, what chance would I have of making it out alive? Do you take me for a 3-year-old you can fool so easily? The bloody-handed butcher said, his voice low and gravelly. He was already grievously injured. His aged face was smeared with blood and grime, and his right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Earlier that day, he had taken the prescription Lin Feng had given him and searched all over Jinling City for the required medicinal herbs. But who could have known that the Martial Alliance had already planted its people in some of the city's herbal medicine shops? The moment Yang Dingtian, the vice chief of the Jinling City Martial Alliance, received news of his appearance, he immediately led 4 of his top masters to hunt him down. Relying on his own formidable strength, he fought a desperate running battle, putting his life on the line, and had barely managed to escape to the vicinity of Lin Feng's home. But to his utter dismay, Lin Feng's house was completely empty. At that sight, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Is this truly where I die tonight? Stubborn to the bitter end. Bloody-handed butcher. To cultivate that vile blood-sucking art, you took 1,000 innocent lives. A heretic demon like you, anyone under heaven has the right to execute you. Tonight is the night you will pay for those souls with your own life, the early-stage D-realm master in the lead said, his tone as cold as ice. What is righteous and what is demonic? You call me a demon, but in my eyes, what does that make you? Hearing this, the bloody-handed butcher laughed as if he'd just heard the greatest joke in the world, before continuing in a voice dripping with sarcasm. If you truly represent justice, then where were all of you so-called righteous heroes when my Yi family over 100 souls was massacred? Why did no one step forward to seek justice for them? Let's be honest. You're nothing but a pack of hypocrites who prey on the weak and fear the strong, spouting righteousness while hiding your cowardice. You, the early-stage Earth Realm warrior's expression faltered. He opened his mouth to speak, but Yang Dingtian cut him off with a dismissive wave. That's enough. No need to waste our breath on the likes of him, Yang Dingtian said, his tone casual. It's late. Let us make this quick and get some rest. At his words, the 4 martial experts nodded in unison and began to close in on Bloodhand, the human butcher. Watching them advance, the smile vanished from Bloodhand's face, his body going rigid. His heart sank. He was, after all, only at the early stage Earth realm. It had taken every ounce of his potent inner energy just to last this long, no small feat. He was now a spent force. His energy was depleted, one arm was useless. He had nothing left to fight back with. But just as all hope seemed lost, a voice, tinged with impatience, suddenly echoed around them. Don't you people have beds to go to? What's all this commotion in the middle of the night? All eyes turned to the source of the voice. A young man in white robes was strolling toward them, his pace unhurried. It's him, the senior. A look of pure ecstasy erupted across Bloodhand's once ashen face. He never could have imagined that at this critical juncture, Lin Feng would descend like a savior from the heavens to pull him from the jaws of death. The sheer gratitude of it all brought a sting to his eyes, and he nearly broke down in tears right then and there. And who might you be? Yang Dingtian asked, his eyes scanning Lin Feng from head to toe, his brow furrowed. He couldn't sense the slightest trace of a martial artist's aura from the young man. Yet, faced with that unruffled composure and those unfathomably deep eyes, he dared not jump to conclusions. After all, it wasn't unheard of for masters in the martial world to use techniques like the tortoise-breathing art to completely conceal their presence. Lin Feng merely shot Yang Dingtian a cool glance, not even deigning to acknowledge him. He walked straight up to Bloodhand, his brow knitting as he spoke. "Look at the state you're in. All I asked you to do was fetch some medicine, and you get yourself into this pathetic mess? Absolutely useless." Bloodhand's old face flushed crimson with embarrassment. If anyone else had dared to humiliate him so, he would have likely charged forward to fight them to the death. But hearing those words from Lin Feng, he didn't dare utter a single syllable in protest. He had no choice but to recount the whole story from beginning to end. Meanwhile, the men from the Martial Arts Alliance, seeing the bloody-handed butcher so utterly subservient before this young man, had looks of sheer disbelief plastered across their faces. Just what was the background of this ordinary-looking, white-clad young man? "Listen, kid, I don't give a damn who you are." Yang Dingtian's face darkened as he spoke in a cold voice. "But you have no place interfering in tonight's affairs. It'd be best for you to stay out of it." "Do you even know who he is?" Lin Feng turned, his tone calm as he posed the question back. "His name is Yi Tianxin, known in the martial world as the Bloody-Handed Butcher. 20 years ago, he slaughtered no less than 1,000 people. He's a vile old monster who deserves to die 1,000 times over. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance has been hunting him for 2 decades. Fearing Lin Feng didn't grasp the situation, Yang Dingtian recounted the butcher's heinous crimes in detail. Hearing this, the bloody-handed butcher's heart sank. He cast an anxious glance toward Lin Feng. After all, it was an undeniable fact that he had committed monstrous sins back in the day. But to his surprise, Lin Feng seemed completely unfazed, merely saying in a casual tone, "You said it yourself. That was all 20 years ago. What's the point in dredging it all up now? He's my dog now. The way you've beaten him is more than enough to settle his debts from 20 years ago. So I'm calling it. The feud between you ends here and now." The moment the words left his mouth, a dead silence fell over the scene. Everyone present was stunned speechless. The bloody-handed butcher stared at Lin Feng, his heart a mixture of shock and elation. Across from them, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and demanded in an icy tone, "So, you're dead set on sticking your nose into this business? Are you out of your mind? You know the saying, even a dog has a master. You laid a hand on my man, so isn't it my place to stand up for him?" Lin Feng let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Yang Dingtian was seething with rage, but his cautious nature won out. He forced down his anger and asked, "Might you be from one of the ancient martial families?" "Nope. In that case, you must be one of those esteemed, true disciples from the mountain sects, right?" Still nodded. Chapter 52. Little brother, you've hidden yourself well. After just this brief exchange, Yang Dingtian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Where did this clown crawl out from? He shot Lin Feng a contemptuous glance and said, "Since you're a nobody, where do you get the nerve to talk so big? Do you really think my martial alia?" Bam! Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, he was sent flying backward without any warning. He slammed violently into a thick poplar tree, the immense force of the impact snapping it clean in half. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the pupils of the 4 remaining masters from the Martial Alliance contracted sharply. What was going on? How did the vice chief just go flying like that for no reason? Thud! Yang Dingtian executed a perfect kip up to get back on his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning dead serious. Just a moment ago, he had felt a massive surge of internal energy slam into his abdomen, and the next thing he knew, his body was sent flying out of his control. "Was that you?" Yang Dingtian stared at Lin Feng, his face a mask of shock and suspicion. But on second thought, that didn't seem right. Lin Feng had been standing in the exact same spot, without moving a muscle. If you could even call it an action, all he'd done was exhale, just like a normal breath. Could he really send a mid-stage Earth Realm martial artist like me flying with just a single breath? That's utterly preposterous. I don't want to repeat myself. Either get the hell out of my sight now, or you'll all die here." Lin Feng's tone was laced with impatience. Such arrogance. A late-stage profound realm expert snorted coldly and charged toward Lin Feng. The man's steps were steady, his movements lightning fast. But just as he reached Lin Feng, he was effortlessly caught by the throat in a one-handed grip and tossed aside like a piece of trash. Crash. The late-stage profound realm martial artist hit the ground hard, letting out a blood-curdling scream. It was impossible to tell how many of his bones were broken. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of the other martial alliance experts changed drastically. This whole situation was just too damn weird. After all, from start to finish, they hadn't sensed the slightest hint of a martial artist's aura from Lin Feng. The young man in white looked like nothing more than an ordinary person. "Let me test this kid's mettle." The early Earth rank martial artist scoffed and was about to make his move. "Stand down." Yang Dingtian's sharp command cut him off. The martial artist stopped in his tracks, turning to Yang Dingtian with a look of utter confusion. Yang Dingtian didn't elaborate. He simply shot Lin Feng a meaningful glance before speaking. "You've hidden your true strength well. But by insisting on protecting a monster like the Bloody Hand Butcher tonight, you're courting a disaster of epic proportions. You'd best watch your step. Withdraw." With that single, grim word, Yang Dingtian turned and left without a moment's hesitation. The other masters from the Martial Arts Alliance frowned at the sight, but since their vice chief had given the order, they said nothing more and quickly fell in step behind him. In a matter of moments, the group of martial artists had vanished into the boundless night, disappearing without a trace. The Bloody Hand Butcher finally let out a silent sigh of relief. He scurried closer, a forced smile spreading across his weathered face. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." He hadn't even finished his sentence when smack. A single slap from Lin Feng sent the man flying. The Bloody Hand Butcher scrambled to his feet, clutching his cheek, his eyes wide with terror. "I spared your life so you could be of use to me, not to cause me more trouble. Understand," Lin Feng said, his voice cold. His tone was deceptively calm, betraying no hint of anger or pleasure, but the words struck the Bloody Hand Butcher like a thunderbolt. The color drained from the old man's face, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Senior, I never meant for this to happen. It's the Martial Arts Alliance, they're relentless. It's been 20 years, and they still won't stop hounding me. Enough with the excuses. I'll handle the Martial Arts Alliance," Lin Feng said, waving his hand with clear impatience. "But let this be the last time. If you dare to bring any more trouble to my doorstep, I'll kill you with my own hands." I understand, the Bloody Hand Butcher stammered, nodding his head furiously. He was now wary of Lin Feng, right down to his very core. The young man was simply too volatile, making it impossible to fathom what he was truly plotting. "The herbs I sent you for, did you get them all?" Lin Feng asked again, his face in a motionless mask. "They're all here, every last one," the Bloodhand Butcher replied, timidly pulling a cloth pouch from his robes. It was stuffed to the brim with medicinal herbs. This pouch was his lifeline. Even after the brutal beating he'd just taken, he had clutched it tightly to his chest, terrified of losing it. Lin Feng reached out, took the pouch, gave it a cursory glance, and tossed it back to him. "Take these herbs, brew them for 4 hours, and then soak in the medicinal bath for 5. The chronic ailments in your body will naturally heal. But I'm warning you, you are forbidden from ever using that vampiric art of yours again. I don't care what you've done in the past, but now that you answer to me, if I catch you causing trouble again, don't blame me for being merciless." Yes, of course. I understand," the Bloodhand Butcher replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. Meanwhile, inside a speeding car, Deputy Chief Yang. "Why did we run back there? Sure, the kid got some skills, but we had the numbers. You're not telling me we were actually afraid of him, are you?" A martial artist at the early Earth Realm stage asked in confusion. "I bet he's a Heaven Realm master," Yang Dingtian said, his expression grim. "What? Heaven Realm?" At his words, the pupils of everyone else in the car constricted in an instant. "That's impossible, isn't it? Besides the chief, who else in all of Jinling City is a Heaven Realm master? And that kid is so young." "Deputy Chief Yang, are you sure you didn't misjudge him? Then how do you explain how I was sent flying out of thin air? That's impossible without a Heaven Realm master projecting their inner force." Yang Dingtian shook his head, then lowered his voice. In any case, there's more to him than meets the eye. We shouldn't provoke him for now. We'll just report this up the chain. As for what to do next, let the higher-ups deal with that headache. Early the next morning, Lin Feng slowly stirred from a deep slumber. He stepped out of his room and stretched his limbs in the light of the rising sun. It had been a long time since he slept so soundly, and his entire body felt wonderfully refreshed. But just then, the moment Lin Feng stepped outside, he saw the Bloodhand Butcher sitting cross-legged under the apricot tree. After last night's medicinal bath, the Bloodhand Butcher looked considerably younger. He looked as if he'd transformed from a 78-year-old man into someone just past 50. Not only that, but his martial cultivation had also skyrocketed, breaking through 2 successive levels. He was now a warrior at the peak of the Earth Realm. Lin Feng wasn't the least bit surprised by this result. The Bloodhand Butcher's foundation had always been exceptionally solid. He'd just been plagued by the lingering side effects of his cultivation technique. Besides, the formula he'd given him was, to put it bluntly, a simplified version of an aperture-clearing pill, known for its miraculous ability to unblock one's meridians and acupoints. With something like that acting as a catalyst, it was only natural for the butcher to break through. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if the man had charged straight into the heaven realm in one go, Lin Feng wouldn't have batted an eye. Just then, the Bloodhand Butcher slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see Lin Feng stepping out of the house. At that moment, he couldn't help but get a little full of himself. His power had just shot up to the peak of the Earth Realm, leaving him a single step away from the Heaven Realm. This massive leap in power gave him the sudden delusion that he was the most powerful man alive. He even felt that if he were to face Lin Feng now, he might actually stand a chance. Chapter 53. I Might Forgive You. Senior. The Bloodhand Butcher stood up, a smile on his face as he greeted him. Not bad at all. Reaching the peak of the Earth Realm in the blink of an eye. You must be feeling pretty damn good about yourself right now, huh? A cryptic smile played on Lin Feng's lips. The moment the Bloodhand Butcher saw that smile, his heart sank. He couldn't read Lin Feng at all, yet the other man had seen right through him with a single glance. The realization was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the flames of his swelling ego. I wouldn't dare. Compared to you, Senior, I still have a long way to go, the Bloodhand Butcher said hurriedly. Good. As long as you understand that, Lin Feng said, his tone flat. No matter how powerful you become, in my eyes, you'll never be more than an ant. But, Senior, I've just had a breakthrough, and I don't have a good grasp of my own strength yet. I was wondering if you could help me test it out. The Bloodhand Butcher stared at Lin Feng, an almost imperceptible glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng let out a cold sneer. A single slap sent the Bloodhand Butcher flying backward. Scrambling to his feet, the Bloodhand Butcher wiped the blood from his lips, his face a mask of sheer terror. That speed, it was simply inconceivable. He hadn't even been able to see how the man moved. He had thought that by reaching the peak of the Earth Realm, he would at least be able to trade a few blows with him. But he had never imagined the chasm in their strength was so vast. Could it be that the power of a Heaven Realm master was truly this terrifying? Care for another try? Lin Feng's voice rang out, calm and detached. Senior, this junior has learned his lesson. The Bloodhand Butcher's demeanor was now one of utter respect. He was completely and utterly subdued. Yi Tianxin, you're a pragmatic man, and I happen to enjoy working with pragmatic people. Stick with me and do as you're told, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. As for that deep-seated blood feud of yours, if I'm in a good mood one day, I might even settle it for you on a whim. There was no ripple of emotion in Lin Feng's voice. In truth, he had overheard their entire conversation in the woods earlier, word for word. 20 years ago, Yi Tianxin's clan was massacred. He must have provoked some powerful figure. A figure with an extraordinary background, no doubt. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Alliance wouldn't still be hunting him so relentlessly after all this time. Hearing Lin Feng's words, a complex look washed over Yi Tianxin's face. He never expected the man to say such a thing. It was true. He was burdened by a great hatred, a blood feud deep enough to drown the world. Not a moment passed when he didn't dream of devouring their flesh, gnawing on their bones, and drinking their blood. Yet, he knew better than anyone that seeking revenge on his own was nothing but a pipe dream. Even if he were to one day reach the Heaven Realm, it would still be impossible. His enemy's background was so terrifying that he couldn't even muster the will to resist. But now, as Lin Feng's words reached his ears, a faint ripple stirred in his long-dormant heart. He didn't expect Lin Feng himself to avenge him, but for someone so young to already be a Heaven Realm master, he had to be backed by some immense power. And if that power was willing to intervene, everything would change. Senior, if you can help me avenge my clan, then from this day forward, my life, Yi Tianxin's life, is yours. Lin Feng knew he hadn't misjudged his man. Yi Tianxin was indeed a sharp one. And so, the moment he sensed Lin Feng's willingness to help him get revenge, he offered up his greatest show of sincerity without a moment's hesitation. He knew it was pointless to lie to Lin Feng. The man would see right through him. Good. Lin Feng's gaze settled on Yi Tianxin. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. I need you to make a trip to Yinchuan for me. Look into the Chen family there. I want to know everything about them. Yes. Yi Tianxin didn't even bother asking why. He simply accepted the order, turned on his heel, and left. As he watched Yi Tianxin's retreating figure, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing Chen Yinua's number. Even though his text to Yinua yesterday had gone unanswered, he still wanted to give it another shot. To his surprise, someone actually answered. Yinua, you finally picked up, Lin Feng said, a touch of joy in his voice. That text you sent yesterday, what exactly did you mean by it? Chen Yinua's voice came through the phone, cold as ice. She hadn't wanted to answer, but the memory of Lin Feng's words from last night, his claim that he could cure her daughter's illness, made her pick up. After all, her daughter was her biggest weakness. For her daughter's sake, she was willing to set aside any personal grievances. I really can cure your daughter's illness. I give you my word. I'm not lying to you. Lin Feng's tone was dead serious. Just trust me. We can pick a place to meet, and I'll head over right away. Forget it. You think I'd dare meet you alone? My brother was right there yesterday, and you still try to get handsy with me. If it were just the two of us, God knows what you'd do. Chen Yinua scoffed on the other end of the line. Hearing this, Lin Feng rubbed his nose in embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. But the situation had forced his hand. If he hadn't done what he did, it would have led to a massive misunderstanding. So what do you have in mind? Our personal problems are one thing, but we can't let them delay the child's treatment, right? Lin Feng had to try a different approach. After he said that, Chen Yinua was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Come to City First Hospital tomorrow. It won't just be you, I've invited other specialists. You can all consult on the case together. Lin Feng, I'll only consider forgiving you if you can cure Lian Lian. Don't you worry. I'll make it happen. He couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Don't get smart with me. I'm telling you, that Jiang Junlin has his eyes on you. You'd better watch your back. Yinua, are you actually worried about me? In your dreams. I'm just worried you won't live to see tomorrow. Chen Yinua scoffed, then hung up without another word. Hearing the dial tone, Lin Feng could only shake his head with a wry smile. And yet, his heart felt lighter. Yinua's attitude toward him had completely changed. She had actually answered his call and even warned him to be safe. This was definitely a good start. After all these years, he knew her temperament all too well. Yinua had always responded to kindness, not force. She was the classic type with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Jiang Junlin, just you wait. After I save Lian Lian tomorrow, it'll be the day you die. A flicker of intense killing intent flashed in his eyes. After going through Situ Hao's memories from the night before, he knew for a fact that Jiang Junlin had a hand in that assassination attempt. He had just been too pressed for time to deal with him then. But now that Yinua had brought him up, what was one more day? Just then, Lin Feng noticed his phone buzz. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number from Jinling. He could count the number of people he knew in Jinling on one hand. Who could be calling? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng answered the call. Is this Lin Feng? A pleasant female voice asked from the other end. Is this a sales call? Lin Feng asked casually. The woman on the other end paused, a clear note of irritation entering her voice. Excuse me? I'm not a telemarketer. I'm your sister, Lin Yunyao's student counselor. Your sister is in big trouble at school. She blew up someone's sports car, one worth over 3 million. The owner has called the police and is demanding she pay for it. You need to get over here and handle this immediately. All right, I'm on my way. Hanging up, Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What on earth has that girl gotten herself into at school? She actually blew up someone's luxury car? That girl's a little too wild. But he didn't dwell on it, just quickened his pace and headed for Jinling University. Let alone blowing up a sports car. Even if his sister leveled the entire school, he wouldn't have a single word of complaint. She was his one and only precious little sister. If he didn't protect her, who would? Chapter 54. Here Comes Trouble. Meanwhile, at the main gate of Jinling University, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered, pointing and gossiping. Tisk, TSK, such a beautiful Ferrari, blown to scrap metal just like that. What a shame. I heard that car's worth over $3 million. This is a clear-cut case of intentional destruction of property. With a value that high, she's definitely going to do a few years in prison. Are all college girls this impulsive nowadays? Some guy hits on you, and if you're not interested, you just turn him down, right? Did she really have to blow up his car with explosives? What? Explosives? I thought she just set it on fire. Illegal possession of explosives is a felony in this country. That makes this whole situation even more serious. Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Lin Yunyao couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. She gripped Li Xiaoka's hand tightly, her own palms slick with sweat. Her mind was a complete blank. She had only planned on grabbing a bite to eat with Xiaoka. But the moment they stepped off campus, some punk had jumped out of a Ferrari parked on the roadside and started harassing them. Stay away from us. Lin Yunyao had shot back sternly. Come on, beautiful, let's have some fun. See those drinks on the roof? Red Bull, Sprite, Wang Leji, take your pick. Money's no object. But the guy was relentless. His words were filthy, and then he started to get handsy, even trying to grab Li Xiaoka. In a fit of rage, she whipped out the talisman her brother had given her, hurled it at the Ferrari, and blew the car to smithereens. But the moment the car exploded, a wave of regret washed over her. She knew she had been way too impulsive. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Xiaoyao, you really went too far this time. A complex expression was written all over Li Xiaoka's face. No matter what, you can't just carry something like explosives around with you. To be fair, you couldn't blame Lin Yunyao for everything. The real issue was that the situation had become so dire, it left her in a complete panic. Besides, they had called the cops. This was clearly no longer something that could be settled with money. It had escalated to the level of a crime. I don't even know what came over me. I wasn't thinking straight, and I did it. Lin Yunyao was so frantic, she was on the verge of tears. Truth be told, she was naturally introverted and timid. It was just that, most likely due to her brother's influence over the past couple of days, she'd gotten a little carried away. After all, her brother had told her that if anyone ever messed with her, she should just let them have it. All right, that's enough. What's done is done. Stop crying for a second, and we'll figure this out together. It's going to be okay. Li Xiaoka tried to comfort Lin Yunyao. Then, her gaze shifted to a woman beside them. Ms. Liu, she asked, her voice pleading, what are we supposed to do now? The woman, who appeared to be in her 40s, was dressed in a black dress that did little to hide her heavy-set figure. She wore glasses, and her face, dotted with freckles, was plain at best. Her name was Chen Lu, and she happened to be their academic advisor. What do you expect me to do? Chen Lu scoffed. If this were some minor squabble, I could step in and smooth things over. But look at this. Do you really think this is a minor issue? Blowing up someone's luxury car, one worth over $3 million, with explosives? That's a clear violation of the law. Chen Lu let out a cold, disdainful snort. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Yunyao, her expression souring as she spoke. Lin Yunyao, you've been here for all of one day, and you've already landed yourself in this much trouble. I'm honestly at a loss for words. I've already called your brother. He should be here soon. When he gets here, you'll pay for the damages, and you'll face your sentence. Don't you dare harbor any delusions about getting out of this. Ms. Liu, Lin Yunyao's mind went completely blank. And don't you call me Ms. Liu anymore. Chen Lu cut in. The university will undoubtedly expel you for this. As for whether or not you'll go to prison, we'll find out when the cops arrive. The finality in Chen Lu's tone was crushing. Lin Yunyao's heart sank into an icy pit. She never, ever would have imagined things could escalate this far. But at that very moment, of course, this is a technical error message, so in a novel, How it's translated depends heavily on the context and the character who is seeing it. Here are a few options, tailored for different novelistic scenarios. Hashtag option 1 most direct technical. This is for a scene where the character is a programmer or hacker and the technical accuracy is important. It presents the error as it would appear on a screen. Execution error. Failed to execute. Text on response. Body stream already read. Hashtag option 2 narrative integration. This version is woven into the story's narration, focusing on the character's reaction or interpretation. An error message flashed on the screen, a familiar line of code mocking him. Failed to execute. Text on response. Body stream already read. Hashtag option 3 simplified for a non-technical character. If the character doesn't understand code, they wouldn't read the whole message. The narration would reflect their confusion. A red warning box popped up, filled with technical gibberish about a body stream that had already been read. Hashtag option 4 stylized for sci-fi or a unique UI. This version takes the meaning of the error and rephrases it to fit a more futuristic or stylized setting. Process fault. Data stream exhausted. Cannot reread response. Li Xiaoke clenched her little fists, glaring daggers at the young man. Lin Yunniao was equally furious, itching to whip out a talisman and blast him to smithereens. What do you two think you're doing? Who are you giving that attitude to? Chen Lu's brow furrowed, and her voice turned icy. This was your fault to begin with. What you should be doing right now is sucking up to him and begging for his forgiveness. Do you understand? Miss Lu, how could you say that? I'm so disappointed in you. Li Xiaoke cried out. The words were barely out of her mouth before tears welled up in her eyes. After all, despite her fiery temper, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. Having just been slapped, and with her own counselor siding with a stranger, she felt a wave of fear and helplessness wash over her anger. So you make a mistake and now you're blaming me? Chen Lu scoffed. Someone like you getting into Jinling University. You must have cheated, didn't you? I'd bet she cheated, the young man added nonchalantly. I suggest the school look into it. Jinling University is one of the top schools in the Daxiao nation. We can't let a few bad apples tarnish its reputation. Hearing this, both Lin Yunniao and Li Xiaoke began to tremble with rage. But just then, a teasing voice cut through the tension, reaching everyone's ears. What's all the commotion? All heads turned, only to see that the newcomer was none other than Qin Feng, the infamous playboy scion of the Qin family. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? The moment Chen Lu saw Qin Feng, a sycophantic smile spread across her face. No need for such formalities, Miss Lu. Just call me Feng, Qin Feng said with a casual wave of his hand. Chen Lu nodded eagerly, an inscrutable smile playing on her freckled face. Chapter 55. Tell me, who hit you? Young Master Qin, what brings you here? At that moment, the young man also hurried over to greet him, a wide grin on his face. Well, Zhang Qiu. If it isn't you. Back on campus chasing girls again. Qin Feng put on a surprised look, walked over, and gave the young man a light punch on the arm. Zhang Qiu didn't seem to mind at all. He smoothly pulled out a cigarette and offered it to him, a fawning smile plastered across his face. Young Master Qin, I was just dropping your name. If I didn't have you watching my back, I'd never have the guts to come here and hit on girls. Hey, don't drag me into this. You hitting on girls has nothing to do with me, Qin Feng said, though he casually took the cigarette. Seeing this, Zhang Qiu quickly whipped out a lighter and respectfully lit it for him. Qin Feng took a slow drag and blew out a perfect smoke ring before finally speaking. So what's the deal here? Did you make this girl cry? Look at her, she's a mess. The moment he heard this, Zhang Qiu immediately laid out the whole story from start to finish. After hearing everything, a contemptuous smirk appeared on Qin Feng's face. And here I thought it was something serious. It's just a car. You're making a big deal out of nothing. A Ferrari might be nothing to you, young Master Qin, but to me, that thing's my baby, Zhang Qiu said, his face all smiles and his words dripping with flattery. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Yunniao felt a growing sense that something wasn't right. She remembered from yesterday, when she was registering for school, this guy Qin Feng had come to harass her, only to get taught a lesson by her brother. As he was leaving, the guy had even thrown out a threat, vowing that it wasn't over. for Qin Feng to show up at this exact moment. It was hard not to be suspicious. Just then, Chen Lu, who had been standing to the side, suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Young Master Qin, we all know what you're capable of. How about you help these two students of mine out? It would be nothing for you. A little thing like this is nothing to me, it's true. But why should I play the hero and help out?" Qin Feng took a drag from his cigarette, his playful gaze shifting to Lin Yunyao. Seeing this, Chen Lu immediately pulled Lin Yunyao aside and warned her in a harsh whisper. "That's young Master Qin. His family is no joke. If you don't want this to spiral out of control, you need to go and beg him for help. Otherwise, you can expect to be expelled and slapped with a lawsuit." Lin Yunyao bit her lip, reluctance etched all over her face. However, the moment she saw Li Xiaoka's bruised and battered body, her defenses crumbled. She didn't care what happened to herself, but she couldn't bear to drag Xiaoka down with her. Xiaoka had already sacrificed so much for her, and now she'd been beaten for no reason at all. The guilt was crushing. "Qin Feng, is there any way you can help us?" Lin Yunyao practically forced the words out through gritted teeth. "Help you? Is that how you ask for a favor?" A mocking smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. What do you want?" Lin Yunyao's voice trembled with fear. "I don't want anything. Let's just wait for that cocky brother of yours to show up before we talk. I'm dying to see if he's still got that same swagger he had yesterday," Qin Feng said, his tone deceptively light. Hearing his words, Lin Yunyao knew it in her gut. This whole thing today had been orchestrated by Qin Feng from the start. The worst part was, not only had she fallen for his trap, she'd also blown up his car. Now, she had absolutely no leverage to negotiate. At the thought, a wave of intense regret washed over her. She was just a girl from an ordinary family. Why did she have to be so hot-headed? Why did she have to go and provoke a rich, powerful guy like him? If only she had swallowed her pride back then, maybe things wouldn't have gotten this out of hand. "You, come here." Just then, Qin Feng crooked his finger at Lin Yunyao, a taunting look in his eyes. Terrified, Lin Yunyao quickly shook her head, not daring to get any closer. Heaven knows what he might do to her. "What are you dawdling for? Didn't you hear young Master Qin tell you to get over here?" Counselor Chen Lu's tone was ice cold, her words laced with a warning. Lin Yunyao looked up at the counselor, her clear eyes instantly welling up with tears. In that instant, everything became crystal clear. No wonder the once gentle Counselor Lu had suddenly become so cold and ruthless. It turned out she was in league with Qin Feng all along. When young Master Qin tells you to move, you move. Stop dragging your feet. You got a death wish or something? Let me tell you, here in Jinling, young Master Qin has 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Zhang Qiu snorted contemptuously. The words had barely left his mouth when he stormed forward, grabbing Li Xiaoka by the hair and slamming her to the ground. A sinister laugh escaped his lips. "You two bitches, still putting on this innocent act? How pathetic." Sprawled on the ground, Li Xiaoka's face was drained of color. The sharp pain searing her scalp brought tears instantly welling in her eyes. Lin Yunyao, meanwhile, clutched her book of talismans, her eyes filled with conflict as if she were hesitating over a difficult decision. But just then, a figure shoved his way through the onlookers. Lin Feng strode hastily into the center of the crowd. The moment he stepped through, his gaze swept across the scene. When his eyes landed on his sister, her face stained with tears as she was being tormented, and then on Li Xiaoka, sobbing uncontrollably on the ground, his expression instantly darkened. Qin Feng caught sight of Lin Feng, and a smirk played on his lips. He shot Chen Lu a subtle look. Chen Lu understood immediately. She stepped forward, an arrogant look on her face, and said, "You're Lin Yunyao's brother, right?" Lin Feng ignored her completely, shoving her aside as he walked straight to his sister. "Brother." Seeing that he had finally arrived, Lin Yunyao cried out, her voice hoarse and choked with tears. Don't say a word," he cut her off. "I don't care how this started. Anyone who laid a hand on you or Xiaoka today, not a single one of them is walking away from this." As he spoke, he reached out and gently wiped the tears from his sister's cheeks. Then, he turned to Li Xiaoka and helped her to her feet. "Uncle." Li Xiaoka's voice was thick with aggrieved sobs. Lin Feng remembered Li Xiaoka as a cheerful, bubbly girl, always laughing. He never thought he'd see her in such a state. Worse, Her cheek was badly swollen, and the trickle of blood from the corner of her lip was still fresh. "It's okay. Stop crying now," Lin Feng said gently. "Tell uncle who hit you?" For some reason, his words seemed to break the dam of her pent-up sorrow, and she only began to cry harder. However, she clamped a hand tightly over her mouth, looking up at Lin Feng through blurry, tear-filled eyes and shaking her head relentlessly, refusing to say a word. "That guy, Qin Feng, he is from a powerful family. His background is nearly on the same level as Tan Ziming, the student council president." She was terrified Lin Feng would do something reckless on her account. Gazing at Li Xiaoke's tear-streaked face, Lin Feng's expression was unnervingly calm. Not a flicker of emotion showed on his face. But anyone who truly knew him understood the terrifying heights his inner rage had now reached. "Who did this?" Lin Feng asked, his voice deceptively mild as he scanned the crowd. "Got a death wish, kid?" Zhang Qiu stepped forward nonchalantly, a contemptuous sneer on his face. "So it was you?" Lin Feng asked again. "Yeah, I'm the one who hit her." "So what? What the hell are you gonna do about it? Don't you fucking posture in front of me. I ain't falling for that tough guy act, you hear me? You son of a bitch." Zhang Qiu scoffed. Nearby, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He folded his arms, ready to enjoy the show. But in the very next instant, his pupils constricted violently. He saw Lin Feng cross 7 or 8 meters in a single step, appearing before Zhang Qiu in the blink of an eye. With one hand, he seized him by the throat and lifted him clean off the ground. Smack, smack, smack. In less than a second, Lin Feng had delivered more than a dozen resounding slaps. Zhang Qiu's face was instantly beaten into a swollen pulp, a mouthful of teeth and bloody foam spraying from his lips. "Hiss!" Everyone in the crowd gasped, sucking in a sharp breath of cold air at the sight. Staring at Zhang Qiu's face, a mangled, bloody mess that barely looked human anymore, a chill went down every spine. That was vicious. He wasn't just hitting him, he was trying to kill him. They were certain his jawbone must have been shattered by the blows. Chapter 56. The Soul Heir, Spoiled Rotten. Just then, the atmosphere at the scene grew so tense it was suffocating. You could barely breathe. What century was this? The laws in Dixia were well established. In broad daylight, for all to see. How could someone be so brazenly lawless, injuring a man so horrifically? A shattered jaw, not a single tooth left in his mouth. His entire face was just a mask of blood. These injuries, without a doubt, constituted aggravated assault. After a moment of stunned silence, the onlookers started whispering among themselves again. "Where'd this guy come from? He's ruthless. Didn't you hear? He's that college girl's brother. He must have seen his sister getting bullied and just snapped. Ugh, it's one thing for the sister to be clueless, but the brother is even more impulsive. What was he thinking, beating the guy into that state? The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. I heard the guy who got beat up comes from a powerful family. He's a real somebody here in Jinling City. TSK, that brother and sister are finished now. They'll probably never recover from this." The murmurs of the crowd snapped Qin Feng back to the present. At that moment, beyond his initial shock, he felt a growing sense of excitement. In fact, he was practically bursting with joy. This guy, Lin Feng, was a complete and utter moron. "I was just planning on teaching you a little lesson," he thought. "Who would have thought you'd be so reckless as to beat a guy to a pulp in front of everyone? You're just digging your own grave." As for Zhang Qiu, who was beaten half to death, Qin Feng couldn't have cared less. After all, he wasn't the one taking the beating. Besides, Zhang Qiu was just one of his lackeys, totally expendable. With this in mind, Qin Feng subtly nudged Chen Lu beside him, giving her a look. It was her cue to step in. Chen Lu understood immediately. She took a step forward and demanded loudly, "Lin Feng, what do you think you're doing?" Thump. Lin Feng tossed the nearly unconscious Zhang Qiu to the ground like a sack of trash. Only then did he turn to Chen Lu and ask, "And you are?" "I'm Chen Lu, Lin Yunyao's academic advisor." Chen Lu stated her name, her expression darkening. "I asked you to come here to resolve the situation, not to assault people. Have you no decency?" Lin Feng looked at her, his expression calm, and retorted, "Let me ask you something. As her advisor, you can just stand by and do nothing while your student is being bullied like this?" At these words, Chen Lu burst out laughing, her voice dripping with scorn. No wonder your sister is so brainless. Turns out it's because she has an even bigger idiot for a brother. She's the one who messed up first. What has that got to do with me? Fine. If that's how you want to play it, then stay out of what happens next. Say one more word, and I promise you'll be the next one on the ground, Lin Feng said, his voice devoid of any emotion. What is that supposed to mean? Let me tell you something, Lin Feng. You've made a huge mistake today. Do you have any idea who you just hit? Chen Lu's voice was laced with ice. Oh, then by all means, enlighten me. Who is this guy I hit? Is he supposed to be some kind of big shot? To her surprise, Lin Feng's question seemed entirely genuine. Chen Lu took it as a sign that he was scared. A disdainful smirk spread across her face as she spoke. The man you just hit is Zhang Qiu. His father is Zhang Ming. Don't tell me you don't even know who Zhang Ming is? He.s. the Zhang Ming, the CEO of Azure Dragon Construction Group. He.s. worth hundreds of millions, powerful and influential, the kind of big shot someone like you can never afford to cross. The moment she said it, a collective gasp went through the crowd of onlookers. To ordinary people like them, the Azure Dragon Construction Group was a behemoth. It held a monopoly on the construction industry in Jinling, the undisputed leader in its field. Reports about the group were constantly in the news and all over the internet. To beat the son of such a powerful CEO into this state, the crowd could already imagine the tragic fate awaiting the young man before them. The CEO of Azure Dragon Construction Group. Huh? Lin Feng muttered, his expression suddenly darkening. That's right. The CEO of that Azure Dragon Construction Group. Now you realize what kind of trouble you're in, don't you? Chen Lu's face was a mask of pure derision. You actually hit me. My dad will never let you get away with this. Just then, Zhang Qiu, who had been knocked out, slowly began to stir. His face was covered in blood and his words were slurred, but he fixed his venomous gaze on Lin Feng, staring daggers at him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, watching from the side, was inwardly ecstatic. He was truly in awe of himself right now. Isn't this the very definition of a master strategist, pulling the strings to decide the outcome from afar? What he enjoyed was the thrill of pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Lin Feng, he thought. I could send any one of my men to take care of you with ease. What makes you think you can go up against me? I can't wait to see the pathetic look on your face when you're on your knees, begging me for help. A cold, almost imperceptible smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. His plan was to wait until Lin Feng was utterly hopeless, and then casually step forward. That way, he could not only steal the spotlight, but also humiliate Lin Feng beyond words, finally venting all the malice he had bottled up inside. Of course, it was just about letting off some steam. Actually help Lin Feng out of his mess? Not a chance. He'd rather see the man drop dead on the spot. Bro, Lin Yunyao whispered, tugging on the corner of Lin Feng's shirt, her face etched with worry. Lin Feng gently shook his head. Then he took out his phone and dialed Wang Chong's number. The situation had become so egregious that it had sparked a genuine killing intent within him. If Wang Chong couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation, then there would be no reason for the Qinglong Construction Group to exist any longer. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of the Qinglong Construction Group, Wang Chong was casually leaning back in his executive chair, legs crossed, engrossed in a novel. But just then, a call from Lin Feng came in. The moment he heard what Lin Feng said, he shot out of his chair as if electrocuted, his face a mask of utter disbelief. What? Brother Lin's sister was beaten? And the culprit was the son of his own company's president, Zhang Ming? Zhang Ming was one of the first guys who helped him build this empire from the ground up. He'd promoted the man himself, all because he was competent. Who could have imagined he'd cause such a catastrophic mess? Right now, Wang Chong's mind was in absolute chaos. He hung up abruptly. In one breath, he was telling his secretary in her black stockings to get the car ready for Jinling University, and in the next, he was dialing Zhang Ming's number. His voice was ice cold as he commanded, "Zhang Ming, get your ass to Jinling University. Now, I'll be waiting for you there." On the other end of the line, Zhang Ming was completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? The chairman's tone, something is seriously wrong. But before he could even begin to process it, just then, a call came in from his son, Zhang Qiu. On the other end of the line, his son was wailing that he'd been beaten up in front of Jinling University, and that he was hurt pretty bad. His heart sank. Could it be that the chairman already knew my son got jumped, and he's heading over there specifically to back him up? That chairman, what a stand-up guy. A smile crept onto Zhang Ming's face. He floored it, speeding toward Jinling University. He didn't stop to think any deeper. He knew perfectly well what kind of person his son was. The kid was always out causing trouble, acting completely lawless, but he never thought anything of it. After all, that was his only son. How could he not spoil him rotten? Chapter 57. Li Xiaoke's True Identity. The entrance to Jinling University. Lin Feng had just hung up the phone when Chun Lu's voice, dripping with scorn, cut in. Oh, calling for backup? A broke loser like you, still trying to act like a big shot. Lin Feng glanced at Chun Lu, his brow furrowing. No matter how you looked at it, this woman was his sister's counselor. Even if his sister was in the wrong for blowing up her car, she had no right to be so snide with him. But the look on Chun Lu's face right now, it made it obvious this was about him. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng caught sight of Qin Feng in the crowd, enjoying the show. His frown deepened instantly. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Must have hit a nerve, huh? Chun Lu said nonchalantly. Did my sister do something to you? Or did I do something to piss you off in the past? Lin Feng demanded, as if the two of you would have the guts to cross me. A cold smirk touched Chun Lu's lips. If there's no bad blood between us, then what gives you the right to be so hostile the moment I show up? Lin Feng shot back. Because I'm Lin Yunyao's counselor, and I can't stand to see one of my students make a mistake and act so entitled about it. Is that a good enough reason for you? Chun Lu replied, her tone flat. Fine. Can't argue with that reason. Lin Feng nodded. Then, his expression darkened, and he swung his hand, slapping her hard across the face. Smack. A single slap sent Chun Lu flying nearly 6 feet. She crashed hard to the ground, instinctively clutching her face as she stared at Lin Feng in utter disbelief. You actually dared to hit me? So I hit you. What of it? Lin Feng's tone was utterly casual. You bastard. This isn't over. Another sharp crack. Chun Lu was sent flying once more, this time even farther. She lay sprawled pathetically on the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She struggled for a long moment, but couldn't get back to her feet. The scene unfolding before them left everyone present reeling. It was too much. The guy's audacity was simply off the charts. Did this kid even know the meaning of fear? First, he'd laid his hands on the son of the Azure Dragon Construction Group CEO, and now he even dared to strike his own sister's counselor. This was just too reckless. Utterly, unbelievably reckless. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke stood side by side, and while a part of them felt vindicated, their eyes betrayed a deeper, unconcealable worry. If this kept escalating, the situation would spiral completely out of control, with no way to resolve it in the end. Yao, don't worry. I'll handle this. No matter what, I absolutely can't let anything happen to him. Li Xiaoke wiped the tears from her eyes. Setting her jaw, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The truth was, her background was anything but ordinary. She was a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 3 great families of Jinling City. However, illegitimate daughter was perhaps a more accurate description. Her mother came from the countryside. Though from a humble background, she possessed a delicate, radiant beauty and an air of simple innocence. 20 years ago, when her mother came to Jinling City to find work, her path crossed with Li Ruhai, the second son of the Li family, who took immediate notice of her. Back then, Li Ruhai was young, handsome, and immensely wealthy. With just a few honeyed words, he completely swept her naive mother off her feet. Before long, their relationship became physical, and soon after, she was pregnant. And that child was none other than the future Li Xiaoke. Her mother, her heart filled with joy, believed that her life was finally heading in a wonderful direction. She waited eagerly for the day Li Ruhai would marry her. What she never could have imagined, however, was that Li Ruhai was already a married man and even had a son of his own. Shall we? Do you have any idea who the Lis are? You're nothing but a country girl. Don't ever dream of stepping foot through our door. But I can support you. I'll make sure you live a life of comfort, Li Ruhai said in a placating tone. Hearing this, Li Xiaoke's mother, Lu Xiaowei, was so furious she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. She swore to herself that she didn't need a man like Li Ruhai. She would make something of herself on her own. and she was true to her word. 18 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiaowei raised her daughter, Li Xiaoke, all by herself, enduring countless hardships along the way. But despite the struggles, she managed to build a small nest egg, and they were living a decent life. But just recently, that man, Li Ruhai, had shown up again, looking for Lu Xiaowei and claiming he wanted to reconcile. But Lu Xiaowei was a strong-willed woman and wouldn't give him the time of day. When that failed, he turned his attention to their daughter, Li Xiaoke. He slipped her a phone number, telling her to call him if she ever needed anything. Truth be told, Li Xiaoke felt not a single shred of affection for her so-called father. The man had abandoned his wife and daughter without a shred of responsibility. In her entire life, he had never once bothered to even ask how she was doing. But now, for Lin Feng's sake, she had no choice but to turn to him for help. The phone barely rang twice before he answered. "Xiaoke, you finally remembered to call your dad." Li Ruhai's voice on the other end of the line was filled with a joy he couldn't conceal. "I got beat up," Li Xiaoke said, her voice heavy. "What? Who the hell would dare lay a hand on my daughter?" "Xiaoke, don't panic. Tell Dad where you are right now," Li Ruhai roared. "I'm right at the main gate of Jinling University." "All right. Stay put. I'm on my way." As Li Xiaoke hung up, Lin Yunyao couldn't help but ask softly, "Xiaoke, who was that you were calling? Remember how I told you about my good-for-nothing dad? That was him. If he gets involved, this whole thing will be sorted out." "Don't you worry," Li Xiaoke said, clutching her phone tightly as she forced a smile onto her face. Hearing this, Lin Yunyao was deeply touched. She knew better than anyone just how much Xiaoke loathed that man she called her father. But now, for her own sake and her brother's, she had managed to put aside her prejudice. "Xiaoke, you really don't have to do this. My brother can probably handle this on his own." "Xiaoyao, what are best friends for?" Li Xiaoke said, a smile on her face. Lin Yunyao grabbed her friend's hand, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. For a moment, she was utterly speechless. "Xiaoke is such a wonderful girl," she thought to herself. "How great would it be if she could become my sister-in-law?" Little did they know, Lin Feng had no idea that Li Xiaoke had even made a call for backup. He was just about to step forward and land a kick on Chen Lu, when a sudden commotion broke out on the outskirts of the crowd. Then, two middle-aged men strode in with purpose. At the sight of these two men, the surrounding onlookers stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Holy crap, isn't that Wang Chong, the chairman of the Azure Dragon Construction Group? You see him on the news all the time. The chairman himself is here. The guy next to him has got to be the CEO, Zhang Ming, no doubt about it. Damn, for the chairman to show up in person. Zhang Ming must have some serious pull. That kid is so screwed. He's definitely going down now. Young and reckless, he picked a fight with someone he never should have crossed. He's going to regret this for the rest of his life." Chapter 58. Who are you to question young Master Lin's identity? Meanwhile, Zhang Qiu and Chen Lu had also spotted the two newcomers. Chen Lu's eyes lit up instantly. As for Zhang Qiu, he scrambled toward them, a blubbering mess, barely able to get the words out. Dad, I got beat up. He beat me up so bad, my teeth, they're gone." Crack. Zhang Ming's expression turned dangerously dark. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His son had told him on the phone that he'd been beaten badly, but Zhang Ming hadn't paid it much mind at the time. He had figured his son was just exaggerating to get him to come and back him up. But he never imagined it would actually be this bad. His son's face was so swollen, he was almost unrecognizable. "Who the hell had the audacity to touch my son? Do you have a death wish?" Zhang Ming swept his icy gaze across the room. His voice was laced with a bone-chilling cold. After all, he was the CEO of Green Dragon Construction, one of the original men who had followed Wang Chong from the very beginning. It went without saying that he had blood on his hands. Back in his day, he'd spilled more blood than he could remember. So when his expression darkened, an oppressive aura instantly filled the room. Everyone there felt a suffocating pressure bear down on them. "Mr. Zhang, that's him. That's the guy? He didn't just blow up Zhang Qiu's car, he slapped him a good dozen times." Chen Lu struggled to her feet, her face alight with a vicious excitement as she jabbed a finger straight at Lin Feng. The mask of false kindness was completely gone. After what had just happened, a burning hatred for Lin Feng consumed her. All she wanted now was for Zhang Ming to beat this arrogant bastard to a pulp and vent her fury. "You're the one who beat my son?" Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed to slits, and a menacing smile played at the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng completely ignored Zhang Ming. Instead, his icy gaze landed on Wang Chong. When he met Lin Feng's murderous glare, Wang Chong felt as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss, a chill creeping from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He swallowed hard, about to offer some kind of explanation, but before he could utter a sound, Zhang Ming cut in with a cold snort and said, "I'm talking to you. Why are you staring at our chairman? What's with that look? You thinking of starting something with our chairman, too?" "Congratulations. You guessed right." Without even raising his eyes, the words were barely out of Lin Feng's mouth when he slammed a foot into Wang Chong's stomach. Wang Chong doubled over, clutching his stomach, his face twisted into a mask of pure agony. But he clenched his jaw, not daring to let out a single cry of pain. He was terrified that the slightest sound would bring another kick from Lin Feng. Watching this unfold, everyone in the room felt their jaws hit the floor. They were utterly dumbfounded. Then, a wave of unspeakable terror shot straight to the top of their skulls. Is this guy a fucking lunatic? He actually dared to attack the chairman of Green Dragon Construction? And the chairman hadn't even said a single word to him. Talk about getting blamed for nothing. Interesting. Go on, be more arrogant. Lin Feng, the cockier you are now, the more miserable your death will be. Lost in the crowd, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer to himself. Just then, Zhang Ming finally snapped back to reality, a chill running down his spine. He never in his wildest dreams imagined the chairman would get hit just because of some careless words he'd said. He scrambled forward to help Wang Chong to his feet. But to his utter shock, the moment Wang Chong was steady, he backhanded him across the face. "Crack! Get the hell away from me." "Chairman, what are you?" Zhang Ming stammered, clutching his stinging cheek, completely dumbfounded. Everyone else was frozen, unable to process what was happening. What kind of a circus was this? Zhang Ming comes to provoke Lin Feng. Lin Feng kicks Wang Chong, and then Wang Chong gets up and slaps Zhang Ming. The whole situation was a tangled mess. Everyone's mind was a complete blur. They couldn't make sense of any of it. Even Qin Feng, Chen Lu, and Zhang Qiu were frowning deeply, baffled by the turn of events. However, what happened next made everything instantly clear. After landing that resounding slap on Zhang Ming, Wang Chong immediately turned to Lin Feng, bowed deeply, and said, his voice laced with panic, "Brother Lin, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. I've been completely wronged. Who's your brother? I don't know you." Lin Feng's tone was ice cold. At his words, the color drained from Wang Chong's face. He had worked so hard to forge a connection with Lin Feng, and now it was all ruined by Zhang Ming and his moron son. "Zhang Ming, what are you standing there for? Get on your knees with that idiot son of yours and beg young Master Lin for forgiveness." Wang Chong whirled around, glaring at Zhang Ming with icy eyes. Zhang Ming's face went pale. He finally understood the source of the problem. He had never imagined that this young man's background was so terrifying that even the chairman was this petrified. "Chairman, this young Master Lin, who is he exactly?" Zhang Ming asked tremulously, still trying to probe for information. In response, Wang Chong slapped him again and snarled coldly, "Is young Master Lin's identity something a piece of trash like you is qualified to ask about?" The moment the words left his mouth, everyone present felt their hearts drop, their faces etched with pure shock. Immediately, a buzz of conversation erupted. "See? I knew it. You could tell this kid was no ordinary Joe from the get-go. Looks like I was right all along. You can say that again. The way he came in, so aggressive, taking down one guy after another. You don't do that unless you've got some serious skills. I can't believe some people were still over there, mouthing off and calling him a fool. If you ask me, the chairman of Qinglong Construction didn't come all this way to back up Zhang Qiu. 10 to 1, he's here for this guy, Lin Feng." As the murmurs of the crowd reached her ears, the color drained from Chen Lu's face. Her terrified gaze shot toward Qin Feng in the crowd. Qin Feng, however, chose to completely ignore her gaze. But his brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing, trying to place which powerful Lin family in all of Jiangnan province this could be. He racked his brain, and then it hit him. Of course. Wasn't there a major family with the surname Lin right in Jinghang City, here in Jiangnan Province? Could this kid really be from the Lin family of Jinghang? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed to slits, but there wasn't a shred of fear in his heart. The Lin family's influence was undeniable, but his Qin family was no pushover, either. Besides, this was Jinling City, his family's turf. He wasn't about to let someone from the Lin family throw their weight around here. But at that very moment, thump! Zhang Ming dragged his son, Zhang Qiu, and they dropped straight to their knees before Lin Feng. The faces of the father and son were ashen, their expressions a mask of pure terror. Young Master Lin, my son was a blind fool to have offended you. I'm begging you, please be merciful and spare us this once. Why, young Master Lin, I was so wrong. I swear, I'll never do it again. Lin Feng stared down at Zhang Qiu, his eyes ice cold, and demanded, why did you mess with my sister for no reason? Did someone put you up to it? In truth, he'd had his suspicions the moment he laid eyes on Qin Feng, but he hadn't been certain. That was why he was asking now. At these words, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Qiu's eyes. He couldn't afford to offend Lin Feng, but he absolutely could not afford to cross Qin Feng. And no, nothing like that. I saw that your sister was beautiful, young Master Lin, and wanted to strike up a conversation. I swear, I didn't mean anything else by it. Zhang Qiu stammered. Chapter 59. Yao, your brother's getting to be a real beast. Qin Feng's face was expressionless as he spoke again. I'm giving you one last chance to come clean. Who put you up to this? I. Fat drops of sweat broke out on Zhang Qiu's forehead. The sweat mixed with the blood on his face, creating a sight that was enough to make one's skin crawl. But if anyone knew a son best, it was his father. The moment Zhang Ming saw his son's panicked and helpless state, his heart sank. Smack! He struck Zhang Qiu hard across the face and roared, you worthless son! You're still trying to hide things at a time like this? Hurry up and confess to young Master Lin, who was pulling the strings. Steeling himself, Zhang Qiu finally broke and yelled, It was young Master Qin. Young Master Qin ordered me to do it. Young Master Qin said that college girl didn't know her place, so he told me to come here today and teach her a lesson. Boo-hoo-hoo. I really didn't know anything. If I had known Lin Yunyao was your sister, young Master Lin, you could have given me 100 times the courage, and I still wouldn't have dared to come. I'm just a small-time punk, young Master Lin. You're a bigger man than me. So please, just let me go like I'm nothing. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was as if all the strength had been drained from Zhang Qiu's body. He collapsed to the floor, a blubbering mess of snot and tears. He had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, living a life of luxury. When had he ever experienced anything like this? Seeing his own father, his greatest protector, kneeling and begging for mercy before young Master Lin, his limbs went numb, and he couldn't summon an ounce of strength. Young Master Qin? Which young Master Qin? Zhang Ming's expression turned ugly. The one from the Qin family, young Master Qin Feng. Zhang Qiu stammered. At his words, Zhang Ming's face instantly turned ashen. Even Wang Chong, who was standing nearby, felt his heart drop. Qin Feng. Wasn't that the little terror from the Qin family, one of the 3 great families of Jinling City? He was the most notorious rich brat in all of Jinling. But just then, Qin Feng sauntered out unhurriedly, a look of pure scorn and contempt on his face. That's right. I told him to do it. What are you going to do about it? So it was you. It seems I went too easy on you yesterday. Lin Feng's voice was even as he spoke. At these words, Qin Feng's face instantly darkened. He could have let yesterday slide, but the moment it was brought up, the rage in his heart flared, impossible to suppress. Yesterday, in front of everyone, Lin Feng had shoved him flat on his back. Someone had even taken a picture and posted it on the school forums, utterly humiliating him. Lin Feng, I don't give a damn what powerful family you come from. On my turf, here in Jinling, if you cross me, you're a dead man. Yesterday, I came alone. That's the only reason you got the upper hand. Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to fall in the same place twice? Qin Feng spat out the words with a cold expression, then gave a sharp wave of his hand. A series of heavy, thudding footsteps rang out. The words had barely left his lips when a dozen burly men pushed their way out of the crowd. Every one of them was over 6 feet tall and weighed well over 200 pounds. Standing there, they looked like a row of small mountains, their presence utterly terrifying. The man in the lead was even a Yellow Realm martial artist. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Faced with such a show of force, no one in the crowd dared to even breathe. The color instantly drained from the faces of Wang Chong, Zhang Qiu, and Zhang Ming. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke clutched each other's hands, their hearts leaping into their throats. Young Master Qin, you're finally here. Any later, and this punk would have thought he owned the place. Just then, the counselor, Chen Lu, struggled up from the ground and scurried over to Qin Feng, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng with a venomous glare. Teacher Chen, I can't believe you're in on this with Qin Feng. No wonder you were siding with Zhang Qiu from the moment you showed up. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunyao immediately confronted her, their voices filled with anger. That's right. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too blind to see you were messing with young Master Qin. With his status, did you really think you could cross him and get away with it? Chen Lu let out a cold sneer. She was fully aware of how inappropriate it was for someone in her position to say such things in public, but she simply didn't care. With Qin Feng to back her up, even the principal wouldn't dare to touch her. In fact, if Qin Feng would just say the word, she'd be promoted and rich in an instant. Her career would skyrocket from that day on. You see that, Lin Feng? Huh. What makes you think you can even try to compete with me? All it took was a simple little trick to have you wrapped around my finger. Qin Feng folded his arms, a derisive sneer spreading across his face. The dozen or so thugs standing behind him were just as contemptuous, their eyes sizing him up like he was nothing more than a dead dog on the roadside. Fine. You've really managed to piss me off. And now, it's not just you. The entire Qin family behind you will pay for your foolishness, in blood. Lin Feng's voice was chillingly cold. From a piece of trash like you? A vicious smile twisted Qin Feng's lips. He barked out his next command. Get him. Teach this punk a lesson. Beat him to a pulp. If anything happens, I'll take the fall. The words had barely left his mouth. All except for the one martial artist who had reached the Yellow Realm remained still. The rest of the thugs cracked their knuckles, leering as they began to encircle Lin Feng. Well, look at this tender little thing. You're just my favorite kind of prey. Ha ha ha, pretty boy like him. I could lift him with one hand. Don't hog him, he's mine. I'm gonna enjoy crushing his throat and sending him on his way. The thugs traded crude remarks, their eyes on Lin Feng like predators eyeing a lamb ready for slaughter. The faces of the onlookers filled with pity. Some of the more timid ones had already covered their eyes, unable to bear the bloody spectacle they were sure was about to unfold. And yet, in the very next instant, it was Lin Feng, his face a mask of calm, who moved first. He moved in a blur, plunging like a phantom into the center of the encircling thugs. In the span of a single second, he unleashed a flurry of more than a dozen punches. Every single fist was lightning fast, impossibly precise, and utterly brutal. A rapid succession of sickening thuds filled the air, the force behind each blow simply staggering. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, every last one of the burly thugs was on the ground, writhing and clutching their bodies as their screams of agony merged into one. And then, without missing a beat, Lin Feng casually reached into the grocery basket of a nearby middle-aged woman and plucked out a cucumber, still glistening with beads of water. The woman froze, her eyes wide with shock. A sudden blush crept up her cheeks. As the crowd fixed their gaze on him, Lin Feng grabbed a cucumber and violently shoved it into one of the thugs' mouths. Weren't you the one who was going to pierce my throat? Squelch, squelch, MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The thug was clearly in agony, his eyes bulging wide. A nauseating mixture of blood and slimy fluids dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This guy was an absolute beast. It hadn't even been 2 seconds, and he'd already taken down so many huge guys. And what the hell was happening now? The thug was on his knees in agony while Lin Feng stood over him, ramming a cucumber down his throat again and again. No matter how you looked at it, the whole scene just felt wrong, as if some fundamental wire had been crossed somewhere. Xiao Yao, your brother is insane, Li Xiaoke exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Of course he's amazing. He's a cultai. He fixes what? He fixes computers. Fortunately, Lin Yunyao caught herself just in time. That was close. She had almost blurted out the truth. Even though Xiaoko was her best friend, the fact that her brother was a cultivator was something she could never reveal. If word of that got out, all hell would break loose. Li Xiaoko shot her friend a deadpan look. He just fixes computers. What's there to be so proud of? Then, her gaze fell back on Lin Feng. A peculiar glint sparkled in her big, bright eyes, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Chapter 60, Young Master Lin, don't you come over here. A bunch of useless trash. Qin Feng seethed as he watched it all unfold. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He had come here to put Lin Feng in his place, not to be publicly humiliated. At this point, he could already feel the strange stares from the onlookers in the crowd. Pay it no mind. The kid is just a little quick on his feet, a bit stronger than average, that's all. In my opinion, he's no real threat. Just then, the mid-stage Yellow Realm martial artist standing beside Qin Feng spoke dismissively. His gaze had been fixed on the unfolding scene the entire time. Lin Feng was certainly agile, and his moves were sharp enough, but he didn't have the slightest aura of a true martial artist about him. That meant one thing. Lin Feng wasn't a martial artist at all. At best, he was just some brawler who'd learned a few tricks over the years. These are the types who love to enter fighting competitions to show off. But to a real martial artist, they're a complete joke. Qin Lu, you confident you can take him? Only then did the color return to Qin Feng's face. That's right. With a mid-tier Yellow Realm martial artist standing right beside him, what did he have to be nervous about? Worst-case scenario, even if Qin Lu actually lost, it wouldn't matter. He still had a much bigger ace up his sleeve. Young master, you're insulting me. To deal with trash like him, one punch is all I'll need to put him on the ground. Qin Lu's tone was dripping with disdain. Fine, then he's all yours. I don't want to see him still standing here running his mouth to me when this is over. Qin Feng ordered, his voice ice cold. At his master's words, Qin Lu nodded and strode forward. He stopped less than 2 meters from Lin Feng, his sharp eyes sizing up his opponent with a hint of contempt. At the same time, Lin Feng shoved the heavy-set man off him, casually tossed aside the half-eaten cucumber in his hand, and turned his gaze to Qin Lu. The scene unfolding before them made the surrounding crowd so tense they dared not breathe. Qin Feng and Qin Lu hadn't bothered to lower their voices, so those with a bit of knowledge had already figured it out. This Qin Lu was a martial arts master. A martial arts master. What kind of person was that? To the vast majority of ordinary people, the term was practically unheard of. Even the few who had some inkling of it had only a vague understanding. In their minds, a martial artist was synonymous with being invincible, smashing iron with their fists, splitting stone with their kicks. That was all child's play to them. Therefore, in their eyes, since Qin Lu was a martial artist, Lin Feng was surely done for this time. Kid, you've got some decent moves, I'll give you that, Qin Lu said, his face a mask of indifference. Too bad you're not a martial artist. In the end, you're still just an ant. I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, you won't even get the chance once I decide to act. How utterly foolish. Lin Feng simply shook his head. With so many civilians present, he didn't want to cause a scene. So, he opted for the most simple and direct approach. He took a single step forward, his hand shooting out towards Qin Lu's neck. Childish. A cold sneer formed on Qin Lu's lips. He brought his hand up to strike at Lin Feng's arm, trying to block his advance. But the moment his palm made contact, it felt like he had struck a solid steel plate. The very next instant, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and his entire body was lifted clean off the ground. A mere mid-level Yellow Realm martial artist like you. I don't know where you get the nerve. Any one of my men could have crushed you without breaking a sweat. Lin Feng said calmly, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he flung Qin Lu over 50 feet away. He crashed violently into a camphor tree on the roadside, his condition unknown. Seeing this unfold, the crowd fell into a dead silence. Nearly everyone stared, their mouths agape, reeling in shock. A martial artist, taken out in an instant, just like that? Just how powerful was this young Master Lin? You're a martial artist too. Qin Feng's voice was laced with disbelief. To defeat a mid-Yellow Realm fighter like Qin Lu so easily, Lin Feng had to be at least at the late Yellow Realm, or maybe even the Profound Realm. A sudden sense of having gravely miscalculated washed over him. The Qin family had plenty of masters, a fair number of them at the Profound Realm. He'd thought sending a mere Yellow Realm fighter would be more than enough to deal with Lin Feng. He never imagined it would blow up in his face like this. "I'm no martial artist," Lin Feng said, slowly approaching Qin Feng. Without another word, he slapped him across the face. Smack! Qin Feng's body, weakened by a life of debauchery, couldn't take the blow. The force of the slap sent him flying several feet. He landed face first on the pavement, his cheeks scraped raw and bloody. "I gave you a chance yesterday. Too bad you're not very bright." With that, Lin Feng didn't break his stride, continuing his advance on Qin Feng. Qin Feng wiped a smear of blood from his face. A flicker of panic entered his eyes as he watched Lin Feng close in, step by step. You stay back. I'm the young master of the Qin family. My father is Qin. Forget your dad. Even if he were God Almighty, I'd still smack you down today." Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng's palm flew across his face. Qin Feng was sent flying once again. He didn't travel quite as far this time, but he slammed hard into one of the stone bollards at the school gate. Snap! A sickening crack of bone echoed, so clear that everyone in the crowd heard it. A collective shiver ran through them. Qin Feng clutched his right arm, struggling to his feet, with bloody foam bubbling from his lips. He knew, with absolute certainty, that his right arm was broken. Not only that, it felt as if his organs had been violently rearranged, a wave of excruciating pain washing over him. He was utterly consumed by a boundless terror. Never in his entire life had he felt anything like this. He was a direct descendant of the Qin family. He was always the one dishing out the punishment, when had he ever been on the receiving end of such a brutal beating? He had thought the ordeal was over, but to his horror, Lin Feng started walking toward him again. "Lin, young Master Lin, I was wrong. I really mean it, I was wrong. We can talk this out. I'll make it up to you. Just name your price. I'll agree to anything you ask." Qin Feng was babbling now. Seeing that Lin Feng's advance didn't slow in the slightest, his composure finally shattered. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, his voice cracking with a sob. "Please, young Master Lin, don't come any closer. You'll kill me if you hit me again. I really know I was wrong. Please." He trailed off, breaking into choked sobs. Despite Qin Feng being a blubbering mess of snot and tears, not a single person in the crowd could bring themselves to laugh. They all knew that if they were in his shoes, their fate would be no better. Honestly, the scariest thing in this world isn't some madman waving a knife and screaming about how he's going to kill you. It's someone like Lin Feng, silent, expressionless, just walking toward you, one step at a time. If it had to be summed up in a single phrase, the most dangerous men, say the least. Gulp. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, a wave of delayed fear and immense relief washing over him. Thankfully, he'd heeded Wang Chang's advice. Without a moment's hesitation, he had pulled his son down to his knees to beg for mercy. Otherwise, he'd be in no better shape than Qin Feng right now. Standing off to the side, Zhang Qiu wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Seeing how brutally Qin Feng had been beaten, he felt not a shred of pity. Instead, a twisted sense of satisfaction washed over him. If that bastard Qin Feng hadn't dragged him into this, he wouldn't have ended up with a mouthful of broken teeth. But just then, a commotion erupted from the edge of the crowd. A moment later, several uniformed police officers strode in. The man in the lead was middle-aged, with an extraordinary presence. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and he exuded an aura of natural authority, commanding respect without a hint of anger. To think he was a martial arts master at the peak of the Profound Realm. Finally, the cops are here. Thank God. My heart was pounding, my back is soaked. Good thing they showed up when they did. Who knows how bad this could have gotten. All right, the officers are here. This whole farce should be over, right? Geez, that nearly gave me a heart attack. With a scene like this, you'd think they were filming an action movie. The onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief, smiles appearing on their faces as they started to murmur among themselves. But when Qin Feng, still kneeling on the ground, saw the man in the lead, his face lit up with joy. As it turned out, the middle-aged man in the lead wasn't just his uncle, he was the final trump card Qin Feng had arranged all along. Chapter 61. Are your knees really that weak? Uncle Yuan, you're finally here. If you'd been a second later, I'd have been a goner. Overcome with emotion, Qin Feng's words came out in a jumbled mess. The moment Yuan Tiangang saw the wretched state Qin Feng was in, his face darkened. He was a key figure in the Jinling City Martial Arts Alliance normally. He would never have to personally lead a team for such a minor incident. But earlier that morning, Qin Feng had called him personally, asking him to come and do him a small favor. Qin Feng's background was anything but ordinary. He was the young master of the Qin family. More importantly, Qin Feng's mother was his own cousin. Therefore, by that relationship, Qin Feng was his own nephew. So, when his nephew asked for help, he had naturally agreed without a second thought. Who could have known? He had only just arrived to find his nephew in such a miserable state, and the boy was actually kneeling on the ground. "Xiao Feng, get up and speak to me," Yuan Tiangang said, his face darkening. But he was a composed man, after all, and didn't fly into a mindless rage. The crucial thing was, the man who had done this to Xiao Feng had his back turned to him. He stared at the man's back, a growing sense of familiarity washing over him. He decided to assess the situation first. At his uncle's command, Qin Feng immediately tried to struggle to his feet. But the moment his eyes met Lin Feng's, a violent shudder ran through him. His voice came out as a whimper. "Uncle Yuan, I don't dare move. Your uncle is right here. What is there to be afraid of?" Yuan Tiangang snapped, his voice laced with disappointment. Qin Feng swallowed hard, his eyes darting between his uncle and Lin Feng. He could feel his legs turning to jelly. It was obvious to anyone that the pressure radiating from Lin Feng, who stood right in front of him, was simply overwhelming. "I'm here to back you up. I don't understand what you're so afraid of. Have you no backbone?" Yuan Tiangang's face was a mask of disappointment, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, was known to have 3 wives. Between them, they had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The other 3 were all gifted in martial arts, calm, and composed the best of their generation. But this nephew of his, he was utterly worthless. He did nothing but chase pleasure from dawn till dusk, lost in a haze of wine and women. Other people went to college to broaden their horizons. But him? All he ever talked about was how much fun college was. He'd even shamelessly declared that his only reason for going was to pick up girls. He was a truly hopeless case. Yuan Tiangang knew exactly what his nephew was made of and couldn't be bothered to waste another word on him. He shifted his gaze to the back of the man standing before them and asked in an icy tone, "Who are you? You laid a hand on one of my family. Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Lin Feng's brow furrowed. He was getting damn sick of this. It's just one after another. Can't this bullshit ever stop? Can't your whole damn family just show up at once? An explanation? Is that what you want? Lin Feng whipped around, his voice as cold as ice. "It's you." The moment Yuan Tiangang laid eyes on Lin Feng, the color drained from his face. How could it be him? Just last night, a few core members of their martial arts alliance had followed the vice chief to hunt down and kill that figure known as the Bloodhand Butcher. But along the way, a top-tier expert, someone who seemed to be at the Heavenly Realm level, had appeared out of nowhere. That Heavenly Realm master had barely lifted a finger, yet their vice chief, a mid-earthly realm warrior, was sent flying and seriously injured on the spot. He remembered it with crystal clarity. The Heavenly Realm master who had attacked was none other than the man standing before him now, Lin Feng. Afterwards, when the vice chief returned, he had reported the information about Lin Feng up the chain. The result? Word came down from the higher-ups, telling them to drop the matter and that this was a man they absolutely could not afford to offend. In fact, because of this man, even the kill order on the Bloodhand Butcher had been directly rescinded. His own nephew had been foolish enough to provoke a mighty figure of the Heavenly Realm? Yuan Tiangang was utterly stunned. When he noticed the killing intent flooding Lin Feng's eyes, his heart clenched, and he felt his legs begin to go weak. And then, with a heavy thud, he too dropped to his knees. At the sight of this, the previously noisy room fell pin-drop silent in an instant. Wang Chong, Zhang Qiu, and Zhang Ming were all completely dumbfounded. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke also wore looks of utter disbelief. Qin Feng's eyes were likewise filled with confusion and panic. Even Lin Feng himself was having trouble understanding what was going on. What in the world is going on? I haven't even done anything yet. Why did this guy just kneel all of a sudden? Uncle, what are you doing? Qin Feng's voice trembled. At that moment, he was scared out of his wits. Waves of excruciating pain shot up from his broken arm, making him wish he were dead. You little bastard. Causing trouble all the time is one thing, but how dare you provoke this master? If your father finds out about this, he'll skin you alive. Yuan Tiangang roared, his face ashen. This was a genuine, mighty figure of the heavenly realm. In all of Jinling City, the only other heavenly realm warrior was their own alliance master. All are but ants beneath the heavenly realm. That saying wasn't just for show. A martial artist of this caliber can project their inner force and even channel the power of heaven and earth. For them, taking on an army of 10,000 single-handedly is hardly an issue. Not only that, but as long as they don't commit any heinous crimes, even the authorities will stay out of their way. Yes, sir. Qin Feng's heart sank. He stared blankly at Lin Feng, completely at a loss. He knew all too well who his uncle was. For someone to make his uncle address them with such reverence, just how powerful must they be? At that very moment, Yuan Tiangang turned his gaze to Lin Feng and spoke with the utmost respect. Sir, it was my foolish nephew. He was blind to your greatness and has offended you. I am here to apologize on his behalf. Oh, you recognize me? Lin Feng asked, his interest piqued. I am Yuan Tiangang of the Martial Arts Alliance. Surely you haven't forgotten what happened last night, sir? Yuan Tiangang replied hastily and with reverence. Hearing this, it all clicked for Lin Feng. No wonder the man had acted that way the moment he saw him. So he was one of the bunch from the Martial Arts Alliance last night. It was just that his attention had been entirely focused on their vice chief. He had barely paid any mind to the minions standing beside him. This nephew of yours has some real nerve, trying to make a move on my sister. My sister? I wouldn't even lay a finger on her myself. Lin Feng's voice was deceptively calm. Yuan Tiangang's heart lurched at those words. He knew exactly what Lin Feng was implying. This wasn't going to end peacefully, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Feng suffer. Steeling himself, he forced the words out. Sir, this is entirely our fault. Please, name your terms. As long as it's within my power, I will do anything you ask. My demand is simple. I want his life. Lin Feng didn't even bother to look up, his voice devoid of emotion as he continued. You have two choices. 1. He ends his own life, and I'll consider this matter closed. 2. I send him on his way myself. Then, I'll take his head and pay a personal visit to your Qin family. I'm eager to see just how capable the Qin family truly is. Chapter 62. Too late. A chill ran down Yuan Tiangang's spine the moment Lin Feng spoke. He had never imagined Lin Feng could be so ruthless. It was clear he was out for Qin Feng's life, and his words left no room for negotiation. The crowd of onlookers felt a cold sweat break out on their backs. Who the hell was this kid in white? His skills were terrifying. He didn't even seem to care about the authorities. And now he was actually threatening to kill the young master of the Qin family. Everyone knew the Qins were one of the three great families of Jinling. To the locals, they were no different from emperors. Don't kill me. I really don't want to die. I'm begging you, please don't kill me. Qin Feng was scared out of his wits. He was used to throwing his weight around, never imagining he'd mess with the wrong guy. Yuan Tiangang took a deep breath and, bracing himself, spoke to Lin Feng. Sir, he is, after all, a scion of the Qin family. How about you let me contact his family first? What, calling for backup? A sardonic smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. I wouldn't dare. Yuan Tiangang's heart sank. That was exactly what he had in mind. The situation was already far beyond his control. His only option now was to try and stall Lin Feng while he called the Qin family to handle the situation. Perhaps the Qin family's influence would be enough to make this young man think twice. While the Qin family currently had no heavenly realm master in their ranks, one of their younger generation had been accepted as a disciple by an immortal sect in the mountains. Fine, make your call, Lin Feng said, looking completely unfazed. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang was overjoyed. He hastily pulled out his phone and called the current head of the Qin family. Time ticked by. A few moments later, a BMW X7 screeched to a halt, and several of the Qin family's top men rushed to the scene. Who's the blind fool with a death wish? How dare you lay a hand on someone from my Qin family? Qin Tianzhu shoved his way through the crowd, his face dark as he spoke. He'd been in a foul mood lately. For one thing, He was still fuming about the Yin-Yang polarity stone being snatched away by some mysterious heavenly realm master. For another, there was the whole business of the upcoming marriage alliance between the Jiang and Qin families. He was already at his wits' end with these two matters. If he didn't get them under control, the very foundation of the Qin family would be at risk. But of all times, just as he was discussing strategy with several of the family's senior members, a call came in from Yuan Tiangang of the Martial Arts Alliance. He wasted no time in telling him that his nephew, Qin Feng, had been beaten up. He said the guy was no pushover and was about to finish Qin Feng off for good, telling him to get over there and save him. Fast. Powerful? Just how powerful could he be? Stronger than our entire Qin family? I don't think so. Some nobody thinks he can just walk all over the Qins. Is that it? He was instantly consumed by rage. On top of that, his older brother, Qin Wudao, was at a life or death juncture, focusing all his energy on breaking through to the heavenly realm. From top to bottom, the entire Qin family was under his sole command. If his brother emerged from seclusion to find something had happened to his precious son, how could he possibly answer for it? So, without a second thought, he gathered several of the family's top fighters and rushed to the scene. He was going to see for himself what blind fool dared to be so audacious in Jinling. The moment Qin Tianju appeared, the stomach of everyone present dropped. I can't believe the second in command of the Qin family came himself. The second master of the Qins is the real deal, just his presence alone is on a whole other level. You got that right. The Qins are the Qins, after all, not some small fry you can just mess with. That kid in the white shirt was so arrogant before. Let's see how he gets out of this one. Uncle, Sob Uncle, you're finally here. The moment Qin Feng saw Qin Tianju, he was so overcome with emotion that tears and snot streamed down his face. Yuan Tiangang finally let out a sigh of relief. But before he could say a word, he noticed that Qin Tianju, who had been radiating an intimidating aura just a moment ago, had suddenly frozen in place. And it was all because his eyes had landed on Lin Feng. A sudden, terrible premonition washed over Yuan Tiangang. I'm the one who hit him. What are you going to do about it? Lin Feng said, strolling up to Qin Tianju and meeting his gaze with ice-cold eyes. He found it secretly amusing. Isn't this the same guy who brought me the extreme Yang stone the other night? At that very same moment, the exact same thought surfaced in Qin Tianju's mind. He never in a million years would have imagined that the person his nephew had provoked was the Heaven Realm Master from that night. Not only did his heart sink, but he felt a humiliating frustration, like he'd just swallowed a dead fly. After a brief silence, Qin Tianju let out a long breath, stepped forward, and spoke with the utmost respect. Senior, I didn't expect we would meet again so soon. The crowd instantly erupted. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. What in the world was going on? The great Qin Tianju, the second master of the Qin family, was groveling before this young man in white. Second uncle, what are you doing? Qin Feng screamed, his voice raw. He was about to lose his mind. What was happening? Could this Lin Feng guy he'd provoked really be someone that important? First, it was Uncle Yuan kneeling to him. Now, even his own respected second uncle was acting so deferential. Seeing his nephew in such a state, Qin Tianju's heart ached. But his hands were tied. The Qin family was already in a precarious position. They absolutely could not afford to make an enemy of a Heaven Realm Master. He completely ignored Qin Feng, turning back to Lin Feng and speaking deferentially. Senior, since it was this worthless nephew of mine who offended you, please, just name your terms. Whatever you ask, I, Qin Tianju, will not object. I want your nephew's life, Lin Feng said, his tone flat. At those words, Qin Tianju shuddered. He forced a smile onto his face that looked worse than a grimace. Senior, please, could we perhaps discuss another condition? Gold, jewels, priceless antiques. You only have to say the word, and the Qin family will deliver. What do you think? A cold smirk played on Lin Feng's lips. Qin Tianju's tightly clenched fists finally went slack. Then, he spun around and strode toward Qin Feng. Second uncle, you have to save me. You have to. I don't want to die. I know I was wrong. I swear I'll never mess around again. Qin Feng begged, a blubbering mess of tears and snot. Feng, your father and I told you, again and again, to rein it in, to not take things too far. But you let it all go in one ear and out the other, Qin Tianju said, staring at his nephew with a deadpan expression. I know now, I really do. I'll change, I swear I'll change. Second uncle, just take me home. It's too late. Second uncle, what do you mean by that? You're scaring me. You know I'm not brave. Xiaofeng, you can't blame me for this. Even if your father were here, he would make the same choice. If you must blame someone, blame yourself. You just had to provoke someone you never should have crossed. Second uncle, no? Please, don't. Smack. Without a shred of hesitation, Qin Tianju raised a hand and ended Qin Feng's life with a single palm strike. In the blink of an eye, crimson blood snaked through the cracks between the floor tiles. The sight was utterly gruesome. Hiss! A collective gasp went through the crowd as they witnessed the scene. The more faint-hearted immediately clapped their hands over their eyes. It was something no one had expected. The second in command of the Qin family had just executed his own nephew. How cold-blooded must a man be to strike down his own kin? Even Yuan Tiangang himself was stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Tianju to be so decisive. Chapter 63. Senior, are you satisfied? With Qin Feng dealt with, Qin Tianju moved to stand before Lin Feng. He forced a smile onto his face and said, Senior, is this resolution to your satisfaction? It's acceptable, Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant nod. He knew perfectly well that Qin Tianju was likely fantasizing about tearing him limb from limb, but he couldn't care less. He had already given them a chance. Hopefully, the Qin family would know what was good for them. If they insisted on digging their own graves like Sidu Hao, then they couldn't blame him for being merciless. Besides, Qin Feng had brought all of this on himself. If he had been some nobody with no backing, would Qin Feng have shown an ounce of mercy and spared him and his sister? The answer was obvious. Not a chance in hell. In this dog-eat-dog world, might is the only truth. Mercy is a weakness that gets you killed. Since this matter is concluded, this junior has other affairs to attend to. I won't disturb you any further, senior. Qin Tianju managed another weak smile. With a wave of his hand and a subtle glance, he signaled for a few of his men to carry Qin Feng's body away. And just like that, the men from the Qin family, who had arrived in such a hurry, departed just as quickly, in a matter of moments. And just like that, he vanished from everyone's sight. Sir, I'll be taking my leave as well. Yuan Tiangang shot Lin Feng a meaningful glance, then turned and left. He had to hurry back and report this to the Vice Alliance Master immediately. A Sky Realm martial artist appearing in Jinling City wasn't a big deal in itself. What was truly alarming was that this Sky Realm martial artist had zero regard for the rules and treated human life as worthless. That changed the nature of the situation entirely. Someone had just been killed. The ordinary onlookers didn't dare to linger, scattering in a panic. In a matter of moments, the area was completely deserted. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng's gaze fell on Chen Lu, who was trying to sneak away. His voice was calm as he spoke. Thud. This is all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Terrified, Chen Lu dropped to her knees, her face a mask of fear as she hurriedly tried to explain. Even a power like the Qin family didn't dare to provoke Lin Feng. Why? Qin Feng had even been struck dead by his own uncle's hand. So what chance did she have? Therefore, the thought of resisting never even crossed her mind. With a sickening thump, Lin Feng, without a word, knocked Chen Lu unconscious with a single kick. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such an opportunistic sycophant. This lesson would surely keep her in line from now on. At that moment, Wang Chong approached, leading Zhang Ming and his son, their faces etched with anxiety. Wang Chong's understanding of Lin Feng's power had been completely redefined. The awe and fear he felt were now bone deep. Brother Lin, about this matter. Don't say it to me. Go tell Xiao Ku. If she's willing to forgive you, I have no problem with it. But if she's not, then this one, Zhang Qiu, can go keep Qin Feng company. The two of you can keep each other company on the road to hell. Lin Feng's tone was chillingly calm. No, I don't want to die. Zhang Qiu's voice trembled, his legs feeling like jelly. Qin Feng's fate was a stark warning. He didn't dare to doubt for a second whether Lin Feng meant what he said. Zhang Qiu scrambled over to Li Xiaoku and fell to his knees. He began slapping himself hard across the face, babbling apologies as he did. Miss, I'm trash. I'm not human. I was wrong. Please, Be the bigger person and spare me. I was blind and foolish to lay a hand on you earlier. I'll pay it back double right now. Just please, don't be angry anymore. Please, just spare us. I'll do anything you ask. I'll even eat shit." It was plain to see he wasn't pulling any punches. The guy was ruthless. After just a few more hits, the face that was already swollen like a pig's head was now a bloody mess. Li Xiaoke was only 18, after all. She couldn't bear to watch the scene unfold and quickly spoke up. "That's enough. Stop. We'll let it go this time. Just don't ever come back to our school and bother the girls again." The moment Zhang Qiu heard her, he forgot all about the searing pain in his face. The weight in his chest finally lifted, and he began to grovel excitedly. "You have the heart of a saint, a true beauty. You're a living angel, sent to save us. From now on, if there's anything you ever need from little old Zhang, you just have to say the word." Li Xiaoke just gave a slight curl of her lip and said nothing more. "What are you waiting for? Get the hell out of here." Lin Feng barked coldly. Yes, we're going right now." As if he'd just been granted a pardon from the governor, Zhang Qiu scrambled to pull his son up, and they fled, practically tripping over themselves. Wang Chong had been about to say something, but one look at Lin Feng's icy expression and he swallowed his words. Truth be told, ever since he'd first met Lin Feng, he had tried every trick in the book to get on his good side, but he had never once succeeded. Especially that time he'd brought over a few models that had really burned the bridge for good. Now, something finally clicked for him. There are some circles you just can't force your way into, no matter how hard you try. He was the CEO of a major corporation, after all, with a bit of pull on the streets. But in front of someone like Lin Feng, a true master of the game, he was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Forget it. He'd just have to let fate run its course. Wang Chong sighed to himself, turned, and walked away with a look of dejection. Of course, Lin Feng knew exactly what Wang Chong was after. The man was transparent. Wang Chong was only trying so desperately to curry favor to use Lin Feng's name to expand his own territory. If he were just some nobody, would Wang Chong still be putting in all this effort? Human connection was about one thing: sincerity for sincerity. If you came to him with a genuine heart, he'd treat you with respect. But if you approached him with ulterior motives, then you couldn't blame him for not giving you the time of day. I, Lin Feng, have plenty of lackeys like that. A pipsqueak like you, Wang Chong? You're not even worthy. Once they saw that the crowd had mostly dispersed, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke finally rushed over. Brother, you're so incredible. Lin Yunyao pumped her little fist excitedly. Mister, thank you so much. Li Xiaoke seemed afraid to look Lin Feng in the eye. She hung her head, her face flushed red, and her voice was barely a whisper. She recalled when she first met him, how Xiaoyao had lied and said he was just there to use the restroom. The thought made her want to laugh. How could a man like him do something so classless? Then again, he was incredibly strong, and he was completely different from other guys. He didn't have that gross, sweaty smell. Instead, there was a faint, clean scent about him. He was so handsome and such an amazing fighter. Everyone else was terrified of him, yet he was so kind to her. At an age where a girl's heart first flutters, her mind raced with these chaotic thoughts, and Li Xiaoke's gaze grew distant and dreamy. Of course, Lin Feng had no idea about the storm of thoughts brewing in Li Xiaoke's mind. Looking at the two vulnerable girls before him, his heart ached with a mix of pity and helplessness. So, he deliberately put on a stern face and asked, Xiaoyao, what did I tell you before? You said if anyone bullied me again, I should just use the talismans you gave me to blast them, and that I shouldn't be afraid, because you'd have my back. Lin Yunyao mumbled, her voice laced with guilt. And what did you do instead? I was afraid I might actually hurt someone. Lin Yunyao replied, her voice weak. Lin Feng reached out and pinched his sister's soft cheek. You silly girl, he said, you're just too soft-hearted. If you don't make a move, they will. In this world, you can't survive if you're not ruthless. Being soft-hearted just means you'll spend your whole life getting walked all over. Understand? Chapter 64, The Li Family of Jinling. I understand. Lin Yunyao clenched her little fists tightly. Clearly, what had just happened had left her seething with anger as well. But after making such a scene, the school's probably going to expel me. Anxiety edged Lin Yunyao's voice. What are you worrying about? Your big brother's got your back. No one's going to mess with you. Just focus on having a good time in college. Grades don't matter, what's important is that you're happy, Lin Feng said, comforting her. Brother, I'm so glad you're here with me. Recalling everything she had been through, the rims of Lin Yunyao's eyes began to redden. Then, changing the subject, she spoke again. Brother, you're 32 now. It's time you found a wife. You can't stay single forever, right? If mom and dad were looking down on us, they'd be heartbroken to see you like this. You silly girl, trying to run your big brother's life now. Lin Feng patted his sister's head, his touch full of affection. But the face that appeared in his mind was Chun Inua's. It all comes down to tomorrow, he thought. I should have my answer then. Brother, I think Xiaoko is great. Why don't you just marry her? Lin Yunyao blurted out. Yao, stop talking nonsense. Li Xiaoka's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She raised a small fist as if to punch Lin Yunyao, but her eyes couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Feng. But when she saw that Lin Feng had no reaction at all, a pang of disappointment washed over her. I'm not talking nonsense. My brother's a great catch. You'd be the lucky one if you ended up with him. Lin Yunyao retorted with a cheeky grin. Umph. See if you dare say that again. Li Xiaoka pouted, puffing out her cheeks. All right, that's enough. How old are you two? You should be focusing on your studies instead of thinking about this nonsense all day. Lin Feng finally cut in, stopping the girls squabbling. Li Xiaoka was indeed a lively and charming girl, but in his heart, Lin Feng had only ever seen her as a younger sister. He would never have any other ideas about her. Besides, his heart and mind were already completely occupied by one person, Chen Hao. But at that very moment, a group of men appeared not far off, storming toward them. A quick glance revealed there were at least 10 of them. Every single one of them looked tough and skilled. Pedestrians scrambled out of their path in fear. The aura they gave off was terrifying. The man in the lead was middle-aged and dressed in a traditional Tang suit. The middle-aged man was bearded, his temples already graying. He had an air of authority about him. Xiaoka, what blind fool dared to mess with you? Tell me, and I'll kill him. Li Ruhai bellowed as he rushed over with a group of men, radiating a murderous aura. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he took in the scene. Could this man be Li Xiaoka's father? To his surprise, the man was also a master at the early stage of the Earth realm. Great timing. They're long gone, and you're just showing up now. Li Xiaoka scoffed. She had called her unreliable father, but he'd taken his sweet time getting here, which only fueled her anger. They're gone. Li Ruhai froze. He had rushed over as fast as he could, but the Li family estate was on the west side of the city, a good 50 kilometers away. To make matters worse, he'd hit terrible traffic, which was what had delayed him. That's right. If this man hadn't saved me, I'd probably have been beaten to death by the time you finally decided to show up. Li Xiaoka shot back, her tone sharp. Lin Feng watched the scene before him, a little surprised. What's the deal with this father and daughter? Why is she so cold to him? So you're the one who saved my girl? Li Ruhai's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. At this, Li Ruhai gave one of his men a look. The man understood immediately, pulling a bank card from his briefcase. Thank you for saving my daughter, Li Ruhai said. There are 5 million on this card. Please, take it as a token of my gratitude. Lin Feng merely glanced at the bank card, making no move to take it. What? Not enough for you? Li Ruhai asked, raising an eyebrow. That's not it at all, Lin Feng explained, shaking his head. I just don't think you can put a price on saving someone's life. The moment money gets involved, it taints the act. Besides, Xiaoka and I are friends. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing while she was in danger. Oh, from the sound of it, perhaps you have ulterior motives concerning my daughter? Li Ruhai's eyes narrowed. After all, it was the blood of the Li family that flowed through Xiaoka's veins. But these days, the Li family's numbers are dwindling, with no heir to carry the torch. Xiaoka was hand-picked by the patriarch himself to be brought back into the fold. She's not someone just anyone can mess with. Lin Feng simply shook his head and began to explain. You've got it all wrong. I don't have those kinds of feelings for Xiaoka. I honestly just see her as a little sister. Let's hope so. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. My daughter is not for someone like you to be thinking about. Li Ruhai's tone was unreadable. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He said dismissively, Look, mister, let's just forget about whether or not I have feelings for Xiaoka for a moment. In fact, I think it's better for parents like you to stay out of matters of the heart. Wouldn't you agree? Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. As her father, you should be encouraging her, not standing in her way. That's just your typical, outdated, poor man's mentality. There's no such thing as some pie-in-the-sky romance in this world. You're just naive. Li Rahai's face was filled with contempt as he let out a sneer. Li Rahai, what the hell are you talking about? My life is none of your business, and I won't let you insult him like that. Li Xiaoke couldn't take it anymore and finally screamed. Li Rahai seemed completely unfazed by his daughter's outburst, as if he were used to it. His expression didn't betray a hint of concern. Instead, he just shook his head and said, Xiaoke, I spoke with your mother before I came here. She's agreed to get back together with me. That means you are now, officially, the young lady of the Li family. In your generation of the family, it's just you and your brother left. You have to understand, I would never do anything to hurt you. At his words, Li Xiaoke froze, then asked in a voice laced with disbelief, My mom? She actually agreed to get back together with you? That's right, Li Ruhai confirmed with a nod. Hearing the confirmation, Li Xiaoke's composure shattered in an instant. Even if mom is willing to forgive you, I never will. You're a complete and utter scumbag. You don't deserve to be a father. With that, Li Xiaoke covered her face and ran back toward the school dorms, sobbing. I'll go check on her, Lin Yunyao called out before hurrying after her. He watched helplessly as the two girls ran off into the distance. Li Rahai's expression darkened. His gaze fell upon Lin Feng, and his voice was low as he spoke. I've always been a reasonable man. You saved my daughter, and I'll remember that debt. But if you get any funny ideas, don't blame me for turning on you. I'll add another 5 million, making it an even 10 million. That's enough to buy you a mansion in downtown Jinling. I'm not interested in money. Besides, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. Lin Feng simply shook his head. Without another word, he turned and left. Only after Lin Feng had vanished from sight did one of the Li family's warriors step forward and ask in a low voice. Second Master, that punk has some nerve. You want me to go teach him a lesson? Let him go for now. If he doesn't know what's good for him and keeps causing trouble, we'll deal with it then. Li Rahai waved his hand dismissively. Then, he commanded in an icy tone. Find them. I want to see who had the gall to lay a hand on my daughter. I will make them pay in blood. Chapter 65. The Master of the Martial Arts Alliance. In the main hall of the Qin family estate, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost hard to breathe. Qin Tianju sat high on the master's pearwood chair, his expression terrifyingly grim, not uttering a single word. And below him stood a vast crowd of people. Among them were numerous experts of the earth, profound, and yellow realms. A quick count revealed as many as 30 or 40 people. Every single one of them exuded a formidable aura their mere presence was crushing. This was the Qin family's true trump card, the elite of the elite. Yet at this very moment, the faces of this group of top-tier masters were a mixture of rage and grief. The reason was simple. Before them lay a corpse, long since grown cold. The body belonged to none other than Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body was stiff and deathly pale, his face bruised and discolored. Even the blood at the corners of his mouth had dried into dark crusts, a truly wretched sight. Second uncle, I know I was wrong. I'll change. Please, take me home. I really want to go home. Every time he recalled these dying words from his nephew, Qin Tianju's fists would clench involuntarily as a wrenching pain twisted in his chest. He had watched that boy, Qin Feng, grow up with his own eyes. Because of his own lifelong devotion to martial arts, he had never had any children of his own. To him, Qin Feng was like his own son. And yet, now, Qin Feng had died by his very own hand. It was no different from killing his own flesh and blood. Who could possibly understand this heart-wrenching agony? Second Master, are we just going to let this go? The young master can't have died in vain. Exactly. This is a monumental disgrace. The Qin family is one of the 3 great clans of Jinling City. When have we ever suffered such a humiliation? If we don't avenge this, how can the Qin family ever show its face in Jinling City again? The martial artists present cried out, their voices thick with indignation. All of you shut your mouths. Qin Tianju snapped, his face an emotionless mask. Even if all of us rushed him at once, we wouldn't be enough to be a mere appetizer for that Sky Realm master. The moment he spoke, the clamoring crowd fell silent. The martial artists clenched their fists, only to let them fall open, defeated. A suffocating sense of frustration filled their hearts. Are you kidding? That was a Sky Realm master. No matter how unwilling they were to accept it, who among them was his match? Tianju, should we tell Wu Dao about this? Just then, a senior expert of the Qin family, Qin Kuan, a mid-stage Earth Realm master, spoke up, his voice grave. Third uncle, Big Brother is at a critical juncture in his attempt to break through to the Sky Realm. We absolutely cannot disturb him. Everything will have to wait until he succeeds. Qin Tianju shook his head before continuing. I am the one responsible for Little Feng's death. I will naturally give Big Brother an accounting for what happened. Also, Chen Qinshu, the heir of the Yunchuan Chen family, has arrived in Jinling. The Jiang family has put him up at the Jinling Grand Hotel. This is not a good sign for us. In short, things have been turbulent lately. The Jiang family has been watching us like a tiger stalking its prey. Their ambition to destroy us has never died. Right now, we must stabilize the situation. We just need to wait for Big Brother to successfully emerge from his seclusion. That will be the day the Qin family can finally hold its head high again. And when that day comes, we will make them pay 1,000 times over for every bit of humiliation we've suffered today. Meanwhile, at that very moment, inside the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters in Jinling City, a middle-aged man in black stood before a wooden window, his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was fixed on the bustling street in the distance. This was Wang Yuexian, the only publicly acknowledged Heavenly Realm master in all of Jinling City. Standing behind him were two martial arts masters of considerable skill. The first was Yang Dingtian, the vice leader of the Alliance, a master at the mid-stage of the earthly realm. The other was Yuan Tiangang, a core member whose power had reached the peak of the profound realm. So, according to you, this Heavenly Realm master who appeared out of thin air has not only teamed up with the Bloodhand Butcher, but is also going around killing indiscriminately? Wang Yuexian turned, his voice calm as he spoke. Exactly. The man is outrageously arrogant. He treats human life as worthless and acts as if no one else matters. Yuan Tiangang replied with the utmost respect. After all, the one who died was his nephew. Of course, he would do everything in his power to slander Lin Feng. Alliance leader, this man has stirred up quite a storm in Jinling City. He has shown zero respect for the three great families, and according to our sources, it seems he's even managed to intimidate the Sanka Hall. As soon as he finished, Yang Dingtian shook his head and added, We know nothing about this man's background. It's like he just materialized out of nowhere. He has no known ties, no roots. For someone like that to act so recklessly is a grave threat to Jinling City. Right now, Jinling City's power is balanced between the three great families, with the underworld order maintained by the four great gangs. If that balance is broken, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, a thoughtful expression crossed Wang Yuexian's face. After a long moment, he finally asked, And you haven't looked into his background? We did, but all we could find was useless, superficial information. His name is Lin Feng. He's from Lin Family Village on the outskirts of the city. He grew up in Jinling and graduated from Jinling University 10 years ago. His parents were killed by a dump truck in Yunchuan. He has a younger sister, but other than being attractive, there's nothing special about her that we could find. Yang Dingtian paused here, his tone shifting as he continued. The strangest part is this. For a 10-year period, he completely vanished. His record for that time is a total blank. I've used every connection at my disposal, and I still couldn't find a single clue. A full 10 years vanished off the face of the earth. Wang Yuexian's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. He must have stumbled upon some great fortune in the last 10 years. Could he have been scouted by one of the mountain sects? That's what I was thinking too. Yang Dingtian quickly added in agreement. This young man, he's quite interesting. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yuexian finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Go and bring him to me now. Tell him that I, myself, wish to see him. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before asking, What if? What if he refuses to come? You think he would dare? Wang Yuexian let out a contemptuous scoff. At his words, the expressions on Yang Dingtian and Yuan Tiangang's faces grew even more reverent. This was the kind of presence their alliance leader should have. Even an expert of the heavenly realm was likely nothing in his eyes. Meanwhile, after leaving Jinling University, Lin Feng didn't waste any time, walking straight into an apothecary. He was going to treat Inua's daughter tomorrow. Although he was confident in his medical skills and could handle any ailment, no matter how complex, the necessary preparations still had to be made. It was better than being caught off guard. Besides, most of his medical expertise relied on the 13 needles of yin and yang to be performed, so buying a set of golden needles was a must. Speaking of which, back when he was still training on the mountain, that old geezer had personally forged a custom set of golden needles for him. That set had been forged and reforged time and again, its power almost comparable to a spiritual artifact. But Lin Feng still resented the old man, so he'd left it behind out of spite when he descended the mountain. As for this technique, the 13 needles of yin and yang, it was actually a legendary art in the field of traditional medicine, one that had been lost for ages. The old geezer had told him it was created in ancient times by a medical sage who had grasped the infinite mysteries of the human body. Its core principle was to use spiritual energy as a guide to sequentially activate the body's 52 single acupoints, 309 bilateral acupoints, 50 extraordinary points, and 36 fatal points. This allowed spiritual energy to flow through these points and into the body, completing a major and minor heavenly circulation. Though the human body's structure was profound and complex, this method cut through the complexity, allowing one to directly perceive the root cause of any ailment. Everyone praises Western medicine for its scientific basis, but they have no idea that many things in this world simply can't be explained by science. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He walked into a traditional Chinese medicine shop, hoping to buy a set of gold needles. But since they didn't have any, he had to settle for a set of silver ones instead. In the world of traditional Chinese medicine, it was widely believed that gold needles were for replenishing energy, while silver needles were for expelling it. But to Lin Feng, there was no fundamental difference between the two. The only real distinction was their capacity to channel spiritual energy. After tucking the silver needles away, Lin Feng decided to call his sister and invite her and Xiaoku out for a meal. But just as he was about to, his phone rang. "Young Master Lin, it's me," a deeply respectful voice said over the phone. Lin Feng recognized the voice. It was none other than Tan Tianhong, the Grand Master of the Three-Mouth Hall. He couldn't help but wonder, why would Tan Tianhong be calling him now, of all times? Get to the point. "Well, it's like this, young Master Lin. You asked us to keep an eye out for any news on the spirit burst bombs. I've got a lead, and I was wondering if you're free to talk." Tan Tianhong replied, his tone reverent. "Send me the address. I'm on my way. Right away." The moment the call ended, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. There really is strength in numbers, he thought. It had only been a short while, yet Tan Tianhong had already found a lead on the spirit burst bombs. In his eyes, those bombs were as good as spirit stones, and the more of them, the better. Chapter 66. I generally don't go looking for trouble. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Three-Mouth Hall, Grand Master Tan Tianhong, Third Master Zhou Yunmei, and a few other core members of the hall were gathered together. "Big brother, what did young Master Lin say?" Zhou Yunmei asked. "He said he's on his way," Tan Tianhong replied, a complex look in his eyes. Ever since being subdued by Lin Feng the night before, he had sought out the renowned physician, the divine hand Sai Huara, to give him a thorough examination. The results were just as he'd feared. A bizarre energy was indeed coiled around one of his vital points. For now, the energy was dormant, but with the slightest disturbance, he would bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot. At the time, he had begged Sai Huara to intervene and remove the threat. He never would have thought that even a miracle doctor like Sai Huara would be completely at a loss. This incident filled him with an even deeper sense of awe for Lin Feng. That was why, the moment his men discovered the whereabouts of the spirit burst bomb, he had informed Lin Feng immediately. "Boss, are we really going to have to take orders from that kid from now on? It would be one thing if he actually treated us with some respect. But the way he acts, it's clear he just sees us as his attack dogs. It's a total insult to my dignity." An early-stage Earth Realm martial artist spoke up, his voice thick with resentment. "What's more important, your dignity, or your life. If you're not afraid of dying, then by all means, you can tell him what you think to his face when he gets here, Tan Tianhong snorted coldly. Hearing this, the early-stage Earth Realm martial artist gave an awkward laugh and didn't dare say another word. After all, in the entire three entrances hall, was there anyone who wasn't afraid of that monster, Lin Feng? To voice a complaint in front of a man like Lin Feng was nothing short of a death wish. He might be unhappy, and venting a little in front of his own boss was fine, but he wasn't a fool. Letting off some steam was one thing, actually getting himself killed was another. He would never do that. Boss, are you sure we shouldn't tell the Mystic Spirit Sect about this? Zhou Yunmei suggested once again. If the Mystic Spirit Sect agrees to help, I'm certain he'll be forced to back down, even if he's a Heaven Realm master. No, involving the Mystic Spirit Sect would be making a mortal enemy of Lin Feng. There's nothing in it for us. Besides, like I've said before, those people from the Mystic Spirit Sect are no saints themselves. Tan Tianhong shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Though disagreement was written all over Zhou Yunmei's face, she didn't press the matter. But at that very moment, click, the door was pushed open, and Lin Feng himself strode right in. Everyone in the room felt their hearts skip a beat, and they all scrambled to their feet. Mr. Lin, how did you get here so quickly? Tan Tianhong's face was a mask of pure astonishment. His speed was just incredible. It couldn't have been more than 2 minutes since he'd hung up the phone. I was in the neighborhood, so I just came over, Lin Feng explained nonchalantly, his gaze then sweeping coolly over Zhou Yunmei. At the sight, Zhou Yunyao quickly lowered her head, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Did Lin Feng hear everything I just said? If he really heard me, I'm totally screwed. Just as Zhou Yunyao was standing there, completely flustered, Lin Feng shifted his gaze away. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, instinctively raising a hand to wipe the cold sweat from her temple. You just said you had news about the spirit burst bombs. Lin Feng asked. Yes, Brother Feng. Here's the situation. There's an underground auction on the outskirts of the city tonight. I got wind that spirit burst bombs will be there. And more than just one. Tan Tianhong replied with the utmost respect. An underground auction? Lin Feng's interest was piqued. You can think of it as an auction exclusively for martial artists. Only the martial practitioners of Jinling City can attend, and it's hosted by an organization called the Baiyun Commerce Guild, Tan Tianhong explained. Oh, what's the story with this Baiyun Commerce Guild? To pull off an auction for martial artists, they can't be just anybody, can they? Lin Feng pressed, curious. I don't know the specifics myself. The Baiyun Commerce Guild has always been shrouded in mystery. They have branches all over the country, and you could say that if something can be bought or sold on the open market, they'll have it. Some rumors say they're backed by the government. Others claim their patron is a top-tier martial sect. Anyway, the stories are all over the place, and nothing's been confirmed. But one thing is certain. The Baiyun Commerce Guild's influence runs deep, and they are a force to be reckoned with, Tan Tianhong concluded, laying out everything he knew. All right then, we'll wait for the auction to start tonight. Lin Feng paused, then added casually, as if it were an afterthought. Oh, by the way, I'm a little short on cash. I've only got a few million on me. Will that be enough? The corner of Tan Tianhong's mouth twitched. Only a few million? This guy probably can't even get in the door. Buy spirit burst bombs my ass. Of course, these were thoughts he would never dare say to Lin Feng's face. Besides, he knew deep down there was no way Lin Feng only had a measly few million on him. A Sky Realm master like him, claiming he only has a measly few million? Who in their right mind would believe that? He's obviously just trying to get me to foot the bill. You must be joking, Mr. Lin. How could we possibly let you bear the expense? It's just a few $100 million for the spirit burst bombs. Our Three Mouths Hall can certainly afford that. Tan Tianhong managed to force a smile onto his face. Well, now that you put it that way, I feel a little bad about it. Thanks in advance, then. As he spoke, Lin Feng reached out and patted Tan Tianhong on the shoulder. Feeling bad. He has the gall to say he feels bad. This was clearly his plan all along. Everyone present couldn't help but grumble inwardly. The group drove out toward the suburbs. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. There were only 4 of them on this trip. Besides Lin Feng and Tan Tianhong, 2 profound realm martial artists accompanied them. On the way to the suburbs, Tan Tianhong explained some of the auction house's rules to Lin Feng. For example, causing trouble inside the auction hall was strictly forbidden. That was an ironclad rule set by the Hundred Clouds Chamber of Commerce. Also, you couldn't just bid recklessly. If you won an item and couldn't pay up, the consequences were just as dire. Don't worry, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. I'm a low-key guy. As long as I'm left alone, I never go looking for trouble. It's just a friendly reminder. After all, with a steady temperament like yours, Mr. Lin, I'm sure you wouldn't do anything reckless. Tan Tianhong added with a smile. I hear many treasures will be appearing at this auction. I've received word that the 3 great families, the 4 great gangs, and even powerful rogue cultivators from around Jinling City will be there. It's going to be quite a scene. Hearing this, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. He asked, you mentioned the 3 great families and 4 great gangs of Jinling City. Besides your 3 Mouths Hall, who are the other 3 gangs? The other 3 are the Heaven Shattering Gang, the Dragon Gate Hall, and the Wind and Cloud Gang. And how does your 3 Mouths Hall stack up against them in terms of strength? Well, Tan Tianhong's face flushed. He hesitated for a moment before admitting sheepishly. To be honest, if you were to rank us by strength, our 3 Mouths Hall is pretty much at the bottom of the list. Hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. I thought Sankatang was supposed to be a real powerhouse, but in the end, they turned out to be the most pathetic of the 7 factions. Settle down, everyone. As long as you stick with me and put in the work, I promise you'll be well taken care of, Lin Feng said casually. Then we'll be counting on you, young Master Lin. Tan Tianhong could only manage an awkward laugh.